Hello, hi everyone. Welcome to Sunday stream. I'm gonna wait for a few people to join. Hope everyone's having a wonderful Sunday. Let's see who's gonna join today. Hold up. Oh, why is it showing, y'all? I'm always sitting here fixing my shirts and stuff. What is going on here? All right, let me go check my chat. Happy Sunday, happy Sunday. All right, let me see this one here. Close. All right, I see someone liked and hearted. Thank you. Welcome. All right. Let me try to see if I can see the stream because I don't know why nothing's showing up here. Okay, hey that art girl, how are you, sis? Hey Devonda Pittman. Yep, we back. Oh Lord, we back after the Danish deception. I needed to take a break yesterday. I was like, yo, that's a lot. We are back. Finally, you got me refreshing. Hi, gift day tracing. Hey, sis. I had to this morning I was doing a little praise and worship. I had to take some time to give to the Lord, but now I'm back. Hey, my man. Wait, it's my am YC7 me. Hi, how are you, sis? And welcome from Ghana. Okay. Hey, my Ghanaian folks are here. Yeah, y'all, Ghanaian folks, y'all gonna watch me drag Nigerians today. Let me stop. If anyone's Nigerian in the chat, you know, if you know from yesterday, the young Nigerian American woman who was with the Danish man, Lord. Hi Zanny, or I think it's Zanny. Let me know if it's right or wrong. You finally caught a live. Hey, welcome. Hey, hi. It's Lauren Faith. Hi sis, how are you? And Crazy Beautiful Lens, you said ready for more Danish deception. Yeah, we get into it, y'all. I'm not even gonna hold you guys this morning. Or it's 11:30. Well, actually this afternoon it just turned the clock just turned to 12 right now. So I know I said I was coming back in the morning, but I had to pray this morning. I had to get my spirit right for this Danish deception story. Oh Lord. 15 parts. It's a lot. Hi Don Coleman 2064. You ready too? Yeah, we all ready. I'm just letting a few people join. Like, give me 2 more minutes. I'm letting people join in 2 more minutes, and then we get into it. You said let me go like the video, and I see the message that you sent me on Discord. Thank you for reacting to the video I sent today. Oh no, you're welcome, sis. Absolutely. Oh, I forgot to put the Discord link. Lord, I do this all the time. Okay, you know what? Let me go put the Discord link. I'm sorry, guys. I keep forgetting. And then somebody told me to put it on the About You section, and I totally forgot. Of course I did. So you know what I'm going to do? I am going to put it in this right now. So just give me 1 second. Here's a link. I'm going to add it to the let me add it right now because I know somebody going to ask me about the Discord. So give me a moment, y'all. Give me a moment. I know somebody's like, Roby, where's the Discord? I'm going to add it for you right now. But yeah, last night, Lord, that story was wild. But you know what? I'm going to give her some props. At least she came on the internet because that's let me tell you, it's very brave for people to share their story. So that's why I try not to go too hard on them. And you know, I know what it feels like to share a lot of information, especially like when it's a story that you may not, how can I say this, like when you're sharing a story and you're telling people the reality of what's going on, or you're trying to, like, you know, kind of give people, you know, help people. And I don't know what her motive was to share the story, but I mean, it could go either way. Sometimes people just want to share a story for clout, but I don't believe that's the situation in this case. I think she was genuinely sharing a story, but I believe that's my belief is that she probably thought that, you know, the internet was going to be more on her side, I guess. And the internet did not disappoint, y'all. It did not disappoint. So with that being said, yeah, sis has a lot of thinking to do, and you know, we all gotta grow at some point, right? Including myself. Like, no one is absolved from it. Yeah, and you know, I believe that there are some stories that could teach us lessons. Let's just put it that way. yeah, and trust and believe me, they will teach us a lot of lessons. And that's why I try my best to kind of like, guide people in the right direction, because everything that I talk about I've experienced, even in the case studies, y'all, even in the case studies. And at some point in the membership I will share more information and more like private things. But for now, what I will say is that whenever I give advice, trust and believe me, I've gone through it. I've gone through it. Maybe not to the certain extent, but I've gone through certain situations that are similar, right? As far as like, having to go through relationships, trying to find your way, not having that kind of guidance and kind of leading with your heart instead of your mind. That has happened to a lot of us too, right? So you said, I don't even comment, but that story from yesterday got me out of the silent corner. Give H Racing. Don't. Yes, I'm happy. Well, don't not comment. I would love for you to comment, but yeah, it had you out. Well, that's what it's there for. I ain't gonna lie. I don't comment a lot on other people's YouTube videos, but I do sometimes. Like, I'll, it depends, because sometimes, like, if they're talking about a subject that really resonates, I will. So just like you. And then also sometimes when they get discouraged, because a lot of YouTubers get very discouraged, if people don't watch their content. And I try to really support them as much as I can. So I'll be like, hey, I love your content, love what you do, keep doing it. Yeah, it's a lot of people that really get very discouraged doing content, especially these days, right? Yeah. You said, I'm going to try to stay up as long as I can. It's 8 p.m. in England. Okay, we're going to go straight into the Danish Deception. I'm not even going to hold y'all today. I'll read like 2 more comments and then we getting ready to go. You said Danish Deception was on The Bachelor. Apparently she was a bully. What? She was a bully on The Bachelor. Hopefully YouTube has clips. Can we click them clips out? Yes, we can. We can check them out. Yes, we can. Okay, let me write that down. Let's watch her story, and then Devonda sent a link in the Discord that we're gonna watch too, like a review, and then let's watch her Bachelor, her appearance on The Bachelor. If we can't find the clips, that's okay, because I could talk about it next week, so it's not something that I can't find. I'll make sure I find them clips. All right, let's see here. You said, yeah, put it in your information and maybe do some YouTube shorts to gain traction to your channel. You got this. Thank you, sis. Thank you for the encouragement. I haven't done YouTube shorts for a reason. The reason why is because YouTube still has to work on their shorts algorithm. I wanted to do that, and then I found out that if you do long form content and you do shorts at the same time, a lot of the people who watch the shorts don't convert over to long form content, and it kind of messes up the algorithm a little bit. That's what I've heard from other YouTubers. So that's why I've steered clear of shorts. But you gave me a good idea though. I do want to do TikToks. So what I want to do is have it on different platforms. So I might like do TikToks or Instagram. I'm still deciding. Maybe Facebook, but Facebook is a little, I'm not really into Facebook anymore. But yeah, that's a good idea, sis. So I am going to look into doing more short form videos. I might do shorts, but I don't know. I heard it messes up the algorithm. I don't know. Like, I'm going to test it out and see what happens. And then if it messes up my algorithm, I have to be like, yeah. So, let me read one more comment. Hey, hi, Romy and folks. Hi, Lords. Hold on. Lourdes Swati 7455. Hey, sis. How are you? I hope you're doing well. It's Lauren Faith said it can destroy your channel. Do both if your long forms are getting good views. Yes, that's the thing. Yep, exactly. That's what I heard too. So that's why I've steered away from shorts. YouTube hasn't fixed that issue yet, and I'm not trying to get myself, because what happens is you'll get a lot of views on the shorts and then people will not convert over, and then it tanks your it tanks the views for some reason. I heard that from other YouTubers. So yeah, I'll hold off on the shorts. Thanks for confirming that. I was going to research it after anyways, but I will end up doing short form videos on TikTok. So I'll send you guys my TikTok link. I do have a TikTok channel, by the way. I just never post on there, but I might do it. But TikTok, I don't know, man. Your girl has a problem with short form content, but I'll try my best to clip it as much as possible. Yeah. Hey, RKO Love, how are you? I hope you're doing well. All right, let's get started, y'all. I think there's enough of y'all in here. So let's get started on the Danish Deception. So give me 1 second. Let me just, let me fix my view here. Okay, I don't know why this is not going away, but that's okay. All right, we'll fix it. Okay, so I am going to set up right now. So let me just make this smaller here. Gotta make it a little bit smaller. All right, here we go. Y'all gonna see me fix my screen in real time. And then let me put the chat up here so I can see it. All right, y'all. So we getting ready to start. Let me know if there's any issues with the volume, but I think everything should be set up properly. All right, we ready to roll, y'all. We are ready to roll. Part 8. So in case you missed it, let's give a recap for those of you who have not watched the replay. This sis right here, Nigerian American. She was born in America. Her parents are from Nigeria. So she comes from an immigrant background, such as myself. Sis grew up in Manhattan, Kansas, a small town. Then she went on a trip. She's a realtor, so she lives in Dallas. She's a realtor, and she what else was she? She was doing 2 jobs, realtor, and she's in tech. And then during COVID, so in 2022, you know, things were stressful for her, so she decided to go on a trip to some country in Europe. I forgot which one. Was it Germany? Germany. She went to Germany to go visit her friend. Then while she was in Germany, she met this Danish man who had blonde hair, blue eyes. He was tall, handsome, whatever. Okay. And sis was hot boned. She fell in love with this man. Then she started messaging him, like, I guess she's the one who gave him her IG. So she was pressed on him. And then he started messaging her a lot. And then somehow they connected with each other, whatever. Now, fast forward to this story. This man, he's from Denmark, Copenhagen, sorry. And then she started the relationship with him. They were long distance, flying back and forth. But the caveat here is that this is not a love story that I would want any of you to have, for the simple fact that this man is a scammer, it seems like. Like, you know, at first he was spending money on her, and then she didn't want him to spend money on her, but then she gave him her coochie. And I believe that she should have had him spend as much as possible, but she felt bad because, you know, she didn't want to take money from him. Whatever. And he was acting like he was a big baller, but he wasn't really a big baller. But he was acting like it. And sis couldn't read the signs that he was a scammer. Okay, so now they went to Monaco, had a good time. Then she slipped and she fell. You know, God was trying to show her, like, to get up out of there. But, you know, she doubled down on her delusion. Then this man kept going back and forth between Dallas and Denmark. And they kept seeing each other. And then at one point he said that, oh yeah, he's close to his mother. He has a bad relationship with his abusive sister. Okay, there we go. We heard nothing about the daddy at that point. Then all of a sudden he wanted to go buy a house or buy an apartment complex, whatever. He wanted to buy some real estate property with a whole bunch of people that he was trying to rent the place for. It was going to bring a lot of revenue. And he brought that up in a conversation. And then sis is like, yeah, go do it. Because he was asking her for financial advice. She went right through it. Mind you guys, this is only a few weeks of dating. This is not even months or years. Few weeks. Okay. Stay with me. Then after that, she advised him, yeah, go get the property. So he went to go sign and close on the property. Then after he closed on the property, or allegedly closed on the property, then he said that he needed to get some money from somewhere because he's in debt. So he's in a lot of debt, $50,000 to be exact. And then sis, you know, because she works she works 2 jobs, and she made sure to mention that when she first met him. I work 2 jobs and I'm a really hardworking woman. Okay. So then now he knows that she works 2 jobs. She's in real estate. And so she offers to ask her daddy for a loan. Yes, y'all, her Nigerian daddy. Crazy. So now before she ended up doing that, he said he's going to ask his daddy for a loan. So this is the first time that we've heard of this father of his. So now his daddy said no, he don't want to give him a loan. He's spending too much money on flights, spending too much money on whatever he's spending money on. And then she decides that she's going to let him borrow $10,000. Yes, y'all, $10,000 out of her own money. So she sent him $10K. And then after that, he called her again for $6K. Because he's like, look, I hate to do this, but I'm going to need to borrow $6K. So she sent him $6K. And then the day after she sent him $6K, he flew to Dallas to go be with her, y'all. So he used that $6K to go buy his flight to go meet with her. Okay. Now, on that trip, she ended up paying for everything, of course. Because remember, he's going through his little financial situation in Denmark. All right, cool. Now, let's fast forward to when his dad got sick. All of a sudden, no, his uncle died of cancer. And then she was supposed to go to Denmark to go be with him, but he said, nah, don't do it. And then he was supposed to come. No, she was supposed to go there for Christmas, but he kept holding out, talking about, oh yeah, you can't meet my family right now because my daddy, he's in the hospital. So uncle died, then daddy is in the hospital, and he got like some blood kind of situation or whatever like that. Oh, by the way, sorry, I forgot to mention that this man is a pathological liar. He lies about everything. So even when she fell, she had a little incident. while they were, I believe, in France. Yes. While they were in France, she fell and she had a concussion and she was going in and out of consciousness. And she asked him, what is this water on me? Because she had to use the bathroom before she fell. And then he said, no, so she said, what is this liquid on me? And then he said it was water. Come to find out, it was urine. She could smell it. So this man lies about just any little damn thing. Okay, so just remember that. So now let's fast forward. So then she let him borrow the $16,000. I believe 10K, 6K. I don't remember. She let him borrow money. That's all I know. And then, the daddy got sick. And then the daddy got sick again. So he got healthier. Then the daddy got sick again. Then, in between that, he met her family from in Texas. So he went to Texas, met the family, everything. So everything was going good. He's into Nigerian culture. He ate the food. He was good to go. And the parents loved him. Okay, now. Oh, by the way, he told them that he was an Olympian. That's what he told her cousin. Oh, and he has a royal lineage. Okay, so I'm sorry, y'all. I'm mixing it all together, but it's just a lot that happened in the story. So he told her that he has a royal lineage. So he's like Prince Harry and them. And not only that, but he was a former Olympian and he won a medal. What medal? We don't know. Sis didn't even confirm the details. She just believed everything he said. Okay, everything sounded far-fetched to anybody with any type of sense. But for her, she thought it was real. Okay, so now his daddy got sick twice. And then I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at her. This story is just crazy. So her daddy got sick twice. His daddy got sick twice, allegedly. And then in the midst of that, his back was hurting and he had a lot of back pain. So he had to get back surgery. So he's supposed to get back surgery on December 21st. Mind you, she was supposed to visit him for Christmas. But now because of the back surgery, that got postponed, right? So remember, it's time for her to meet his parents. Okay. So now, he kept making excuses. His daddy got sick again. Sister came in the hospital room, started cussing everybody out. And then a few days after he had back surgery, the sister went to the hospital room to cuss everybody out. And then he got up and walked away, even though he had back surgery on the 21st. Okay, there's that. Now, good. So then now, fast forward. Hold on a second. Oh, yeah, back surgery on the 31st. There you go. Okay, and so now we're at the part where he ended up going. She went to Boston for Christmas. Yeah, she went to Boston for Christmas. Then he decided that he was healthy enough to go to. No, he's trying to go to Dallas. Yeah, he's trying to go to Dallas now, even though he just had back surgery. Just keep that in mind. He just had back surgery. Then she went to France because he said, "Oh, let's spend Christmas in Paris." Mind you, she's the one spending the money more now. He's in Europe, and it's very easy to get cheap flights in Europe. Just letting y'all know that. If you're in Europe, you know. So now, fast forward, she spent Christmas with him, or Christmas around Christmas time they spent together. She spent most of the money, okay? But she's okay with that because she's a boss chick. Now, he started asking her about getting in contact with an immigration lawyer and closing the gap, the long distance gap. Mind you, they have only been together 4 months. And they did not stay together in the same country or anything like that. They were going back and forth to meet each other. So she met up with an immigration lawyer. And then they said there were 2 types of immigration to get U.S. citizenship. So either you do it through I think it was consulate. Yeah, consulate, or or he can. Okay, so consulate means that he has to apply from his country, stay in his country, and then come. But the other one is that he could come in America and then wait while his application is processing and still be able to work and do all that stuff. All right, cool. So this is the point where we're at now. And then she gets towards the end of part 7 and she said, I didn't tell you guys this, but this man is my husband. So somehow they got married, y'all. Okay, red flags all over. So now, let's get to part 8 because that's where we're going to hear everything. And remember, mind you, this has 15 parts, y'all. And I know someone said for me to go to 1.5 speed, but y'all, I got to listen to all the details. So we're going to be here for a minute. That's okay, though. That's okay. All right. So are you guys with me here? Let's get started. And also, just housekeeping, just a quick housekeeping rules. So yeah, you guys keep commenting and stuff. What was I about to say? Yeah, if you have more stories to share with me, please share them with me on the Discord. The link is in the description box. And we also do the Discord to talk to each other. It's a community. I'm going to be more active on it starting now. I had to take a break because y'all know I had job action and all that stuff. But now that everything's kind of back to normal. So I will be more active on the Discord, and I see that a lot of people are more active, which is great. I love to see it. So if you'd like to join the Discord, the link is in the description box. And yeah, you can share stories with me. I respond, maybe not as quickly as I would like to, but I still respond. I always respond. So yeah, just giving you guys a heads up about that. 15 there's 27. Okay, we gonna get through it, y'all. I guess we just gonna have to get through it. All right, 27. I heard it's 15. Oh crap. Okay. All right, let's start, y'all. Enough yapping. Let's get to it. So hold on a second. Why is this not? I don't know why this is not moving. Okay, here we go. All right, let's get to it.
Reception part 8. I was not going to leave you guys hanging, but I do have a wedding tonight, so this will be the final part of the evening. And just want to let you guys know, I need you to bear with me. I do have a job. I do have a life. I'm trying to do this at my own pace, but I also wanted to say thank you all for being here. This is not easy to share with the world, but your support truly means so much to me. All right, so yeah, we were not just engaged, we were married, and we are now divorced. So once we made the decision to get married, I remember we had a phone call over the course of like 6 hours. And one day we talked on the phone about all the things that we wanted to get out of life. We talked about kids, we talked about religion, we talked about everything. And at the end of that day, he told me, do you still want to get married? And I said, absolutely. I'm in love with you. I want to build a life with you. I want to have a family with you. So the decision was very, very simple. And so he already told me about a month prior that he had reached out to his realtor about putting out feelers about selling his home. Because at this point, now that we're getting married, he's like, I'm going to just try to spend as much time in Dallas as possible. And I was absolutely okay with that. And so in the beginning of January, he had told me that his realtor got an offer off market for his place. And I was like, that's great. And he was like, I'm going to probably take a loss. So, I mean, I'm just trying to get as much as my down payment back. And I was like, how much are you going to end up getting back? He said, probably around $500,000. I was like, well, that's, a good solid base for us to have. And I was more than okay with that. Keep in mind, he still does owe me money at this point. So they end up going under contract. The plan is for the house to sell by the end of January. And everything seemed like it was going smooth. And then one day he calls me and he tells me that he's had the worst day ever. And I'm like, oh, now what? He's frantic. He's like, there's a fire in the control room, the electrical control room at the apartment complex that he bought. And he's just like,
how much money he needs, sis? How much red flag? How much money? Wait, I can't keep track. It was 10K, now 6K. Okay, how much is this fire? Y'all know fires are very... He didn't have insurance. Okay, first of all, okay, let's slow down. Let's slow down. Did he not have insurance? You're supposed to have property insurance. Please tell me he insured the place. Okay, I hope sis asked him what happened to the insurance. That's what it's there for. Okay, all right, let's figure out how much money did he ask her for, because fire damage is that's a big bill right there. That's a big, beautiful bill. So let's see how much he asked her for the fire damage.
I don't know what to do. He's like, there's no power, like no one has power. He's like, I just paid this guy $2,000 to bring generators to power up the whole entire apartment. I have an electrician coming. And he's like freaking out. And he basically used all of his money he had to put towards like the generators and paying the electrician for as much work as they could do. And I was like, okay, like what now? And he was like, I need help. At this point, he has now asked me for help. He said, can you send me $5,000? And I said, yeah, of course, I can help you. Again, love is a powerful drug. I hate myself. I hate this.
It's not love, sis. Love is a powerful drug. That's more of stupidity. I'm sorry. I don't want to say it like that, but... no, okay, let's not say stupidity. It's more of like... I don't want to say stupid. It's not stupid. It's more like... not your... It's not love. I can guarantee you that's not love. That's more like people-pleasing and also just not being aware of what's going on. You're not looking at the details. Like, You didn't ask for anything at all. You just trusted him. That's blind trust. Blind trust. That's the word. Blind trust. Blind trust. I don't think anyone is stupid for trusting someone. Absolutely not. You should never feel stupid for that. My problem is you didn't see that this man already took so much money from you. And then not only that, but he has never even tried to pay you back. That's a big red flag. And this is the blind trust that I'm talking about, because you just keep giving but not getting anything. So then if you're giving and you're not getting any money, like you're letting him borrow money, it's not like you're giving it as a gift. So then you can already see that he's not a man of his word. So if he's not a man of his word, why would you keep letting him borrow money? And why would you want to marry him? You see, this is what I'm talking about, the logical thought process. So I mean, it's more of like just critically thinking through everything. So you got to sit and be like, okay, hold up. The first time was 10K, second time 6K, and all of a sudden all of these incidents keep happening. This man has a very like interesting, either he has really bad luck or he got some root work done on him. I don't know. So I don't know why sis didn't kind of correlate that. So no, it's not love. I wouldn't say it's love. It's more like you just want, what she wants to do is trust that the situation is real. So she keeps on like acting like it is, but I think her intuition was starting to scream out. She just didn't want to face it. That's all that is. So
I hate that I was so willing to help him, and it is what it is. But I sent him the $5,000. He tells me that his insurance is going to cover it. He's going to be able to pay me back. And also, like, I'm mindful of the fact that his house is supposed to close at the end of the month. And so...
Wait, so the house didn't... Oh, she's talking about the other house. Okay. So we got two situations here. Okay, sorry, y'all. Okay, sorry to pause. I just had to make sure.
A week go by, and we start talking about plans for the wedding. And so, at first, we wanted to go to Vegas. And then we looked into it, and Denmark does not recognize wedding marriages that are done in Vegas, because you can get the marriage certificate and get married in the same day. Same thing with Colorado. Shout out to Denmark. I love that rule. But we're like, it's fine. We should just save money. Let's just do it in Dallas. And then we can go do a little weekend trip to Broken Bow, Oklahoma, which is like this cute lake town. And that can be our honeymoon. And he was like, okay, that works fine. We can do that. At this point, he has his flight booked to come back to Dallas in the end of January. Now we're in 2023. And he tells me that one of his really close friends that owns a plumbing business, and my ex was actually godfather of this man's son. This is confirmed. And he came to him and said that his partner in his business is like doing some like shady stuff. He's like scared that he's going to get like implicated. He wants my ex to buy out his partner. And he's asking him for a loan of $250,000.
So here we go. So you see, this is what I'm talking about, the logical frame of reference and the thought progression. You're planning a wedding with a man who owes you over, like from what my calculation, she said 6K, 5K, she gave him 10K. So that's 16 plus, oh Lord, y'all know my math. I think that's 21K. I'm pretty sure it's 21K. So let's calculate, plus 6, plus 5. 21K. Yes, I was right. Somehow, mental math. Okay, $21,000, sis. And now you're planning a wedding and hoping to save money. And then now he got a business partner that is in an urgent situation and that he wants him to buy him out. $250,000. Where is it going to come from? And this man is in the midst of a property that was allegedly that had a fire. So he's dealing with that and also selling his house in order for him to move to Dallas. This is just too much hardship. It's way too much hardship. It's too much hardship. At this point, like, it's like, I'm hoping that she could just take her L and leave. But it's like, the more that she understands this is a mistake, the more she keeps doubling down on this mistake. I need to understand the phenomenon behind that, because this is something that I've never understood. It's like, it's okay to tap out. It's okay. We don't have to let it go further, right? So then, at this point, he owes you $21,000. It's okay to say, you know what? I'm going to have to figure this out. This man is clearly something's not right here. So I just have to test what's going on. What is happening here? Because something is wrong. And it doesn't sound like, when she kept saying love, but I don't see any love here. He's not even like considering anything. Like, nothing she has said has sounded like love from his side. It sounds like just delusion from her side and hoping that this is real love. This is not real love. This is more of her giving, and he's taking. He's not giving anything in return. Nothing at all, not even a cent. He keeps grabbing and taking. And she's like, well, it's love here. I'm supposed to support him. What about you, though? He's supposed to support you, too.
And I'm like, wow, that's a lot of money. And this time he asked me, and, you know, we're about to get married. So now I feel like I can insert my opinion about the situation. So I asked him, I'm like, is this just a handout or is this going to be a good investment? And he was like, well, I think it's going to be a really good investment. Like, he has a bunch of ideas of how to expand.
You trust a man who had to borrow money from you? Red flag. He had to borrow $21K from you. How were you trusting him with this advice? He couldn't even... Sis, he got that property, the one he asked you for advice the first time, and then it went to crap. And now you're trusting him with another... Okay, you know what?
Business. And to me, I was like, well, if you can help a friend and have a good investment, I think that makes a lot of sense. And I, as you guys can already tell, I'm a very giving person. I've been very giving my entire life. I get it from my parents. They're very generous and selfless. And so when it comes to helping friends and family in need, I've always done it. If I can do it, I'll always do it.
No, red flag. Don't do that. What's her sign? Can somebody find out what is this woman's sign? I gotta find this out. Oh yeah, I think we found out, right? Didn't we say? Wait, what's her birthday? Hold on, what's her name again? Onyeka Ehi. I'm gonna look her up on my phone because I'm not trying to mess up my tabs here. Hold on. Did we find out her birthday yesterday? I feel like we did. She was a water sign, wasn't she? Wait. Did we say was she a Scorpio? Onyeka Ehi. I believe she was a Scorpio. Hold on, let me double check. Yeah, May 24th. Hold on. May 24th. What is that? Not a Scorpio. Sorry, she's not a Scorpio. My bad, y'all. May 24th. What is that? Oh, she's a Gemini. Oh, Lord. I'm shocked. This is a Gemini woman. Oh, Lord. Okay. So, sis is talking about she's an air sign. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. We could be airheads. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. We could be airheads. I remember letting a man borrow money when I was young. It was one of my first relationships. But damn, like, sis learned this lesson, unfortunately, too late. Yeah, I remember I told y'all about this ex guy that I used to date. Lord, that was a hell of a time. But yeah, sis, yeah, sometimes us air signs, we could be airheads. I could say that. I was an airhead, I ain't gonna lie. But damn, sis, like, you know, looking at her story, I'm just like, damn, was I that much of an airhead? This is wild. And then she's talking about she's giving people money. Please don't do that, y'all. Stop doing that. Stop it. I had to stop doing that too. So what she's talking about is, I understand. She says she comes from a Christian background. I also come from a Christian background. And I will say this, that as someone who has been taken advantage of, there's nothing wrong with having that kind of benevolent attitude. But for the right people and with the right people. You're not going to give to people who don't even pay you back, who don't reciprocate. That's not right. And so I understand that, you know, sometimes you have to give without expecting something in return. I get it. But at the same time, it's like this person has shown you time and time again that they do not care about you financially. So why would you keep letting them borrow money? This is where we have to draw the line. Sometimes you just got to draw the line and be like, okay, if you don't stop doing this, then we're going to have to, like, you're not even married at this point. So there's nothing tying you to this man. You need to just leave. So now we're going to see what happens, because this man keeps taking, like I said, and she keeps giving. But this is what happens when you give too much. You don't make, like, you need to have a boundary. You always need a boundary. Always. There's always going to have to be a boundary for something. You can't just let something free feather. And that's something I'm learning in real time right now. So it's like, without a boundary, you're just going to keep being like this. People are going to keep taking advantage of your kindness.
So to me, I'm like, we have this money coming in. Let's invest it. And, you know, I own this house here and we don't have any big purchases coming up. So it's okay. Like, I wasn't really stressed and pressed about it. And so basically, I was like, okay, the house is going to close at the end of the month, and then he'll be able to, like, pay me back the money that he owes me, and he'll be able to help his friend, and everything will be good to go. So he ends up coming back to Dallas. We get our marriage certificate. We set our wedding date for February 10th. And I remember...
Not, you had your birthday in my birthday month? Sis. Okay, let's continue.
Remember the night before our wedding, he got really, really bad food poisoning, which I feel like should have been another sign that this was 100% the wrong decision to make. But instead I was like, hey, in sickness and in health, like, whatever happens, we're going to make it through it. And at this point, he doesn't really have any money. I remember he looked at me, he goes, I'm sick, I'm broke. You want to marry me still? I said, I don't care if you're sick and broke. I love you for you. And we're getting married and I'm so excited and ready for it. So the morning of our wedding, obviously he couldn't afford a ring at that point. And so I remember he got on one knee. I woke up that morning and he's down on one knee next to the bed. And he was like, I know this isn't the proposal you dreamed of. And I promise you, I'm going to propose to you one day with a real ring and we're going to share.
He keeps making these promises and he has not fulfilled one promise that he has given you, sis. Not even one. He hasn't fulfilled not one. He said he was going to pay you back the 21K. He didn't pay you back. He has not fulfilled any promise so far. So why do you trust this one? That's what I was saying, the progression, right? So that's where the logical thought progression comes in. He borrowed 21K from you and you still haven't gotten it back. He promised he was going to pay you back when? So you see, now she got to start asking, when you going to get me this ring? Neverary? That's neverary ring right here.
This with the world, but I want to ask you, will you marry me? And I said, absolutely, I will marry you. And so we went to the courthouse. I remember I was wearing a dress from Fashion Nova because I didn't care. I was just excited to marry my person. And we got married. And I mean, I truly thought this was one of the best days of my life. I was so happy. I was grinning so big.
Grinning in debt. No, this gotta I'm sorry. How you grinning in debt, sis? No, this is too much. You're grinning in debt. What? No. At a certain point, we gotta stop, y'all. This is craziness. You're grinning in debt. Oh, Lord. What would be so happy about this situation? This man, oh, God. Okay, you know.
We'll have the pictures and the videos from this day, and we went to Broken Bow afterwards, and we just had a great weekend in a little cabin in the woods, and it's just this cute lake town, so it's perfect. And we brought Smokey. I remember we got burgers. I made a lasagna. We just stayed in and hiked, and it was a really, really wonderful honeymoon. Okay. After the wedding, he stayed in Dallas for about a week, and then he goes back to Denmark, and he had said that the house had closed and that he was just waiting for the funds. Sometimes there's a little bit of a delay in Denmark. Again, I have no idea how this stuff works. And so while he's in Denmark, he says the funds came through. He transferred the money to his friend for the investment in the plumbing business. And he said that he was about to set up a transfer for me for the money he owed me, which was about $10,000 at that point. And so a couple weeks go by. I still haven't received the money. I'm not.
Couple weeks, y'all, and they got married. She could have annulled this, right? So you know you have an annulment period where you can annul the marriage. He still hasn't, y'all. He cannot keep his promises.
Super pressed about it because I still am like fully trusting him at this point.
Why? Red flag. Why? What? Okay, this is the thing. This is why. Okay, I want to make it very clear when I do, like, I always have to disclaimer this because I think that it's very important for me to always say this. I'm not doing this to make fun of her because trust and believe me, I have been through similar situations as her, as far as in my dating life. But what I will say though is that these are lessons we need to ask ourselves. Why do you trust him? Why? You see, when you start asking yourself these questions, because don't wait for other people to ask you, because some people, they're just going to be delusional and go right along with your crazy plans. This is when you have enablers around you. I'm assuming that people were supporting this whole situation. I don't know how much she shared with her friends or her family, but I know that this is how I have to hold myself accountable. And I'm still a work in progress, but I have really had to do this to myself. Why? When you start saying, I trust this person, and you can see that the actions are not aligning with the words, then you have to ask yourself, why do I trust this person? What makes this person believable where I am literally giving my whole life away and he has not reciprocated it? Like, you got to start asking yourself these questions, y'all, because this is what's going to save you time. Unfortunately, I learned it the hard way and the long way, but I'm giving y'all the blueprint and the shortcut. Take it if you will. So please start asking yourselves these questions, especially when things start to get a little different and things start to change. Why? Why? The 5 W's and the 1 H. They taught us this in elementary school. Please use it every day. Who, what, when, where, why, how. Please. Everything. All the time. Who, what, when, where, why, how. Because I don't get it. What is there to trust about this man? He has not shown you one. Only thing he did was he took you to, when was that? When y'all was in Monaco, he paid for a hotel room and he bought you bags. That's it. Nothing else has been anything. Like, he hasn't done anything for her to trust him. I don't even understand. It is just really strange to me.
And he ends up booking his flight to come back to visit in March. And this trip was a trip that my dad and my mom were coming back to Dallas to come visit. And he already planned to ask my dad for my hand in marriage. And so he's about to come visit. And he calls me maybe like a couple days before he's about to come to Dallas. And he said, I received the worst possible news today. And I will continue on in part 9.
Sis, how much news do we need to get from this man? Okay, part 9, y'all.
The Danish Deception, part 10.
Wait. Where's part 9?
Okay. The Danish Deception.
Hold on, we're missing part 10. We gotta go back. I mean, part 9. Where's part 9? Part 9. Oh, there's no part 9? What happened to part 9? Did she pin it?
Hello?
No, she didn't pin it. Where's part 9? Hold on. Maybe she got a playlist here. Where's part 9? Y'all, she don't got part 9. I think maybe she just missed, it's possible that she just said part 10, but it was part 9. Okay. Well, we just gonna have to go with part 10, y'all. I don't see part 9 here.
The Danish Deception, part 10. So I land in Denmark after a couple of layovers, and my ex is waiting after baggage claim. He's waving a Danish flag, and I'm just so excited to be in Denmark for the first time. And so we land.
Yeah, part 9 is missing. What happened to part 9? Why did she take it down? Damn! Sis! What happened to part 9? Yeah, part 9. Okay, we're missing part 9. I don't know why she took it down. There must have been something there. I'm gonna try to find it. All right, I'm sure somebody copied it. So, okay. All right, we'll find it.
The Danish Deception, part 10.
Go with this.
So I land in Denmark after the Danish Deception.
Let me look at your comments. Maybe you guys have an explanation. People are holding her accountable. She is blocking them. And then Crazy Beautiful Lens, you said there was not a single grown person in the room because where are the parents to put a stop to this madness? So let me tell you something, and this is what I'm learning about life. And this is the craziest thing. Like, don't think when you are going through life and you're growing that you'll ever stop growing. There are certain parts in life that will take you, like, there's certain things that happen that will force you to grow more. And so there's always a season for growing, right? And what I will say is that I'm noticing, I think in this season, since I started doing case studies and I started really researching and also personal things going on in my life right now, I have noticed that parents will enable their children. Some parents will enable their kids and enable the bad behavior. And unfortunately, this is why we're having such an epidemic. And we're going to go over it, even with the Chicago kids. I have that on the stream today, too. A lot of parents will enable their kids' bad behavior, and it will turn out bad until the end. And they will not hold their kids accountable. Accountability is very rare these days. And a lot of parents, they will coddle their kids, even in this bad behavior and these bad decision-making skills. And this is a problem. And it's because a lot of parents are non-confrontational. They are very passive and they don't want to confront their kids. They don't want to have those conversations. So it's easier to just accept the kid and just accept what's going on and just say, okay, well, I guess it just, and then just keep going, right? Whereas my parents, that's one thing I'm grateful for. Even though, Lord, my parents, I could write a whole, I need to do a case study on my parents one day and on myself. But that, you know, of course it's my parents, so I'm not going to do that. But it's like, from observation, you know, one thing my parents did, you know, even though they failed in a lot of parts, they were really good in a lot of certain parts too. So I gotta shout my parents out for that and give them their flowers. They held us accountable. My parents never, ever took my side if it wasn't really worth taking. They'd be like, well, you was wrong. You need to go apologize. Go and do this. Or I remember when I was younger, and if I would get in a situation and my mom's like, okay, what did you do? And I'd be like, so I did this and did it. And she's like, you're going to go apologize to that person. And then she would try to explain. Well, she wouldn't really explain to me. But as I sat and thought about it more, I was like, okay, I was wrong. Right. And so I think that when you lack accountability as a parent and you don't hold your kids accountable, then this is what's going to happen. A whole bunch of enabling behavior. No one took her to the side and said, hey, this is strange. They don't want to get involved. Well, you know, it's their life. I'm just going to let them do whatever they want. This is what happens. This is exactly what happens. And this is why not everyone deserves to be a parent. I'm being honest. I have to be honest. And it's like, as a parent, you know, you need to really, if you are a parent out there, I really recommend that you really start taking care of your kids, their emotional needs and their mental needs, and stop enabling them, even as an adult. You have to you have to teach them at a young age that, no, this is it. But this is what happens when you don't properly like care for your kids in the sense of their emotional well-being, and also you enable them. So then now, fast forward, this whole situation is happening and no one thought that this was strange. You let your daughter meet a random man and you didn't ask her questions. You didn't try to figure out who this guy was. And yet sometimes mistakes happen, right? And where parents, they have a blind side, right? So a blind spot. So we can't blame them for everything. But what I will say though, is that I would say as an immigrant daughter, there are times where you don't share a lot with your parents. So that could also be it too. She's presenting it in one way and they're thinking it's one story, right? So I can't really fault the parents in a way because she's not telling them the real truth. She's probably like, oh, this is this, da, da, da. But her bestie, I'm pretty sure she's telling her bestie and other people in her life what's really going on. And they're not really telling her the real. So this happens a lot, y'all. It's very, very hard. It's very difficult. And this is why I said that you have to learn how to hold yourself accountable, because sometimes the people in your life, you may not be giving them all the details. So they're only seeing it through one lens. And then another thing is that you may be withholding information. So this is why you got to be honest with yourself and hold yourself accountable and be honest to your maker. For me, it's the Lord. So you know, for others, it might be somebody else, right? So be honest and really get to know who you are and be honest with yourself and ask yourself those questions, because you're going to have to hold yourself accountable to a higher standard. I'm not joking, y'all. It's really tough. I understand that, but things got to be done. If not, you're going to be in this situation and everybody going to be clapping for you. And then look at what's going on in the background. Mess.
Part 10. So I land in Denmark after a couple of layovers, and my ex is waiting after baggage claim. He's waving a Danish flag, and I'm just so excited to be in Denmark for the first time. And so we land, we go to one of his friends' homes because we're staying there for the night. We change and we go directly to an Easter lunch with him and all of his childhood friends. So I walk in and everyone is just so nice. And it's his childhood friends and like their wives and girlfriends. And everyone was just super kind to me. We were drinking, having fun. After a while, I was super jet lagged. So we ended up going back to his friend's house. That's where we stayed that night. And the following day, he gives me the hometown tour. So he shows me where he got baptized. He shows me his elementary school, and we're just exploring. And I just feel so grateful to like see his roots, see where he grew up. And after the day of exploring, we go to his parents' house, and this is my first time meeting his parents, and I am so nervous. I've always done really well with parents, but this is, you know, different situation because number one, there's not a whole lot of Black people in Denmark, so they're not used to meeting people that look like me. Also, this man has made it very clear that he's moving to America, so you can only imagine how a mother might feel about the woman that's moving her son 5,000 miles away. So I was really, really nervous, but I'm not even kidding. The second I walked in, me and his mom instantly connected. And I think we bonded over our mutual love for my ex. And so it was his parents and his sister and her boyfriend that she had just recently started dating. We're all at this dinner. She cooked a very traditional Danish meal. It's called flæskesteg. I remember I had seconds, I had thirds. I think that made her fall in love with me even more, because what mother doesn't want a girl that's going to eat their food? And so I brought her like a bunch of gifts, her and his father. I brought them gifts from Dallas, and we just really bonded that first day. She brought out all these photo albums and was showing me like my ex's childhood photos. And it was a really special night. And I remember my ex kept being like, are you sure you're okay with staying here? Because one thing I will say is they lived in a very, very humble home. And listen, I know there's billionaires out there that drive Honda Civics, so I don't judge. I'm never the type of person being like, why are you guys staying in this small house? Spend your money the way you want to spend your money. So I didn't think anything of it. But I was a little bit surprised. And also, Denmark is not the type of place that has all these like big houses. Like a lot of the homes are small regardless of if you have money. But again, didn't think anything of it. So we have a great dinner. The following day, we start going and having these like day trips all over Denmark and going to explore. And it's always me, my ex, and his parents. And one day we went to this area called Skagen, which is the most northern part of Denmark. And it's really beautiful. And it was just fun to go and explore. And we're driving home, and my ex starts yelling at his dad. His dad is...
Hold up. Okay, sorry, y'all. I had to text someone back. Okay, hold up. What did I just do? Hold on, guys. Wait. I did something wrong. Give me 1 second. Okay, I don't know what just happened. Okay, here we go. Okay, so sorry, y'all. I gotta go back a little bit.
Mutual love for my ex. And so
she met the mama. Sorry, y'all.
Elementary school, and we're just exploring. And I just feel so grateful to like see his roots, see where he grew up. And after the day of exploring, we go to his parents' house.
Sorry, what is going on here? Why is it lagging again? Oh, I hate when this happens. Okay, guys, give me 1 second. I am so sorry. I think it's because I have too many pages open and TikTok is taking a while to load. So I am going to open up another web browser, and then we are going to have her sync up her lips again. So give me 1 second. The same thing happened last night. I think it's because I have too many tabs open. So just bear with me 1 second. It's going to be magical here. Okay.
The Danish Deception.
All right. Now, let's open this up. Here we go. All right. This is better now. Oh, Lord. All right. Let's move this over now. All right. Way better. Y'all gonna get a better view here.
Part 10.
Just give me 1 second.
The Danish Deception, Part 10. So.
Okay, let's go to your profile. Part 10. Oh, there's 25 parts. You were right, sis. Oh, boy. All right, here we go.
The Danish Deception, Part 10.
You see, now
so I land in Denmark after a couple of layovers, and my ex is waiting after baggage claim. He's waving a Danish flag, and I'm just so excited to be in Denmark for the first time. And so we land, we go to one of his friends' homes because we're staying there for the night. We change, and we go directly to an Easter lunch with him and all of his childhood friends. So I walk in, and everyone is just so nice. And it's his childhood friends and like their wives and girlfriends. And everyone was just super kind to me. We were drinking, having fun. After a while, I was super jet lagged. So we ended up going back to his friend's house. That's where we stayed that night. And the following day, he gives me the hometown tour. So he shows me where he got baptized. He shows me his elementary school.
Okay, I don't care about none of that. Where he stay at? Oh, okay, maybe it's because it's the hometown. Why didn't you guys stay at his parents' house? Okay, all right. I guess I'll figure that out.
We're just exploring, and I just feel so grateful to like see his roots, see where he grew up. And after the day of exploring, we go to his parents' house, and this is my first time meeting his parents, and I am so nervous. I've always done really well with parents, but this is, different situation because number one, there's not a whole lot of Black people in Denmark, so they're not used to meeting people that look like me. Also, this man has made it very clear that he's moving to America, so you can only imagine how a mother might feel about the woman that's moving her son 5,000 miles away. So I
get it, but y'all should have talked about that before you met the parents. You didn't think about that, sis? And really, and I thought y'all was already married. Didn't she say they got legally married? I'm so confused with this story. I don't know, but she did say she had a concussion. So, okay, we'll give her some grace.
Nervous, but I'm not even kidding. The second I walked in, me and his mom instantly connected. And I think we bonded over our mutual love for my ex. And so it was his parents and his sister and her boyfriend that she had just recently started dating. We're all at this dinner. She cooked a very traditional Danish meal. It's called flæskesteg. I remember I had seconds, I had thirds. I think that made her fall in love with me even more because what mother doesn't want a girl that's going to eat their food? And so I brought her like a bunch of gifts, her and his father. I brought them gifts from Dallas, and we just really bonded that first day. She brought out all these photo albums and was showing me like my ex's childhood photos, and it was a really special night. And I remember my ex kept being like, are you sure you're okay with staying here? Because one thing I will say is they lived in a very, very humble home. And listen, I know there's billionaires out there that drive Honda Civics, so I don't judge. I'm never the type of person being like, why are you guys staying in this small?
So he's ashamed of his background. So this is a problem. He doesn't like being poor. And this is why he has to act like he's a big shot and has to act like, he has all these funds and money. It's, again, tied to childhood. I don't know what happened in this man's childhood, but enough had happened where he was pretty much ashamed of being poor. Maybe there were incidences where he got made fun of or teased or bullied for being poor. Listen, I'm just making up a scenario in my head, but usually this tracks, y'all. Validation. So whenever you see a man in that kind of situation and he's also a pathological liar, then this lets me know that, one, his mama babied him. He's a mama's boy. Let's just be clear. He's a mama's boy. I can already tell. Number two, he didn't get that validation. I don't know what it is. I can't give the correlation because I don't know this man's backstory. But all I know is if he's acting like that about his home, because you should be confident of where you came from. I'm not ashamed of where I came from. I'm not ashamed to show my childhood home. I'm not ashamed to show any of that stuff because that's part of who I am. And I would expect someone who is in love with me, quote unquote, or someone who marries me to be understanding of that. You should not be ashamed of where you come from. So why is he acting? You sure you want to stay here? Like it's a bad area or it's a bad place. That lets me know that he's insecure about where he comes from. And that also lets me know that there was something that happened in his childhood where he had to, maybe he was imagining himself as a rich person because he's so poor, or he doesn't have what he, his parents have a small, humble house. I don't know what that means, but that just lets me know it makes sense as to why he's acting like he has this big personality and he's like this rich man and this mover shaker guy. It's usually to overcompensate for something. That's all I'm gonna say. So he has low self-esteem, y'all. That's a problem. And he's a liar. That's another problem. You got a whole host of problems. And he doesn't he keeps borrowing money and doesn't pay you back. That's another problem. It's too much going on, sis. The red flag should have been pinging here, but again, because she met his mama, then she felt like, okay, he seems normal, but no, there's something wrong here.
House. Spend your money the way you want to spend your money. So I didn't think anything of it, but I was a little bit surprised. And also Denmark is not the type of place that has all these big houses. A lot of the homes are small regardless of if you have money. But again, didn't think anything of it. So we have a great dinner. The following day, we start going and having these day trips all over Denmark and going to explore. And it's always me, my ex, and his parents. And one day we went to this area called Skagen, which is the most northern part of Denmark. And it's really beautiful. And it was just fun to go and explore. And we're driving home and my ex starts yelling at his dad. His dad is yelling back. They just start going at it. And obviously they're speaking Danish. I have no clue what.
So this is where it stems from. This is where it stems from. A lot of like emotional neglect and verbal abuse. When a parent, okay, so usually what happens is, I'm gonna give you guys the dynamic. This is a pattern, y'all, and I've observed it. So whenever there's an emotionally abusive parent, there is going to be an enabling parent, because best believe whoever's getting emotionally abused by, like, whoever is the emotionally abusive parent, there's an enabling parent next to them, because the only way that you would be in a situation where you would let your husband talk to your child like that is if you were an enabler. It always happens, y'all. They're a match made in heaven, these two. Well, match made in hell is what I meant to say. They're perfect match, right? So then the more that the abusive parent is verbally and physically or whatever assaulting the kid, like I would say emotional, because they're yelling at each other. So this is a pattern, y'all. So him and his dad probably never got along, never had a good relationship. The mother is going to overcompensate for that with love and enabling with the son. So this is where the dysfunction happened. This is why both parents, before you have children, please make sure you're both ready to be emotionally available to your kids. If you have a man who's, because trust and believe me, before you had the baby, he showed signs of abuse. If you still stay with him and then you have a baby and you're trying to protect your baby from your man, you have failed. I'm being honest. At that point, you have to say something and you have to do something. And of course, you know, his mother was probably from a background and a situation where in Denmark maybe is something that's not thought of and people don't talk about it. So I'm not going to fault his mom for that, because at that time and in that generation, they were just taught to take it and just be silent. But this is a new age. Right now, in 2025, this is a new generation, y'all. Don't do that. Please make sure, if you have a child with a man, that he is a healthy individual. Because this man right here, his father already sounds all types of unhinged. And this lets me know that this is a pattern from childhood. You don't just get up and yell at it. I've never seen my dad yell at my brothers, ever. Ever in life. Because that's not a pattern that has ever happened. So whenever you see there's yelling going on and cussing and all that stuff in the family, best believe this was always going on. Always. From the beginning. So then he picks up these habits. He probably hates his father. I'm just letting you know. And when you have a child who has that hate for their father and that resentment, it's going to build up and it's going to affect you.
They're saying, my ex pulls over, he gets out of the car, storms out, starts like walking away. I get out of the car, I chase after him. I'm like, what's happening? And he was like, my dad basically just said that he's over today. He just wants to go back and watch his game. And I was like, and he basically said he was really upset because he felt like his dad wasn't making an effort to get to know me. And that's when I realized that him and his dad had a really, really toxic relationship. And I also noticed that like they basically exchanged like 1 to 2 sentences a day.
Hold up. Wait. Somebody's putting some tea here? Hold on. Wait. On the brighter side, 91, you said I just saw it. Hold on. Part 9 is on her TikTok? I don't see it. Where do you see that, sis? Denmark has big houses out in the country. Okay. His name is Martin Fredsgaard Andersen. Is that the name of the man? Okay. They may look poor, but there are signs. Private schooling, multiple homes, business, wealthy. Wait, is that the name of the man? Hold on. Who's Martin Fredsgaard? That's not the man, is it? Is that the name of the man? Y'all let me know. Hold on. Let's watch part 9. Where did you see part 9? Because okay, hold on. Let me, maybe I can see it on my phone. Maybe it's just not showing up on my browser. Let's watch part 9. Give me 1 second. What's her name again? Oh, Lord. Onyeka. I don't know where you saw part 9 because it's not showing up here. But let me go here. Okay.
Hello and welcome to.
Oh yeah, it is there.
I will be calling.
Okay, I think it's just not on the web browser. Okay, so I will link it here. Just give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I don't know why it didn't show up on the browser, which is weird, but okay, we had it here. Okay, let's watch part 9 and then we'll get to part 10 after. Here we go.
The Danish Deception, part 9. Okay, so he calls me and he.
Hold on, I want to watch it in a better screen. Sorry, y'all. I know I'm the holdup. It's me. I'm the problem. I know. Okay, here we go. Yeah, you see, it doesn't show up here. I really don't. Oh, something is wrong. Okay, we'll watch it like
The Danish Deception, Part 9. Okay. So he calls me and he tells me that he's had the worst news that he possibly could have. The IRS has told him that he owes $318,000 in taxes. In addition to that, his dad owes $12 million in taxes. And
whoa. Point, yeah, okay. Thank you, sis, for telling us about Part 9. Hold up. Wait, what did I just hear? Hold on, y'all. I gotta go back. I'm so sorry. What did I just hear?
The Danish Deception, Part 9. Okay. So he calls me and he tells me that he's had the worst news that he possibly could have. The IRS has told him that he owes $318,000 in taxes.
Okay.
In addition to that, his dad owes $12 million in taxes.
Red flag! See, the daddy, him and... I done told y'all, it's a childhood pattern. He's learning it from somewhere, and somebody's enabling it. So he got a daddy who's messing up, and the mother is just sweeping everything under the rug. Oh, we just clean up. That's what happens.
Taxes. And at this point, I did not have a lot of information about his family money because I've always been the type of person, like, if your parents have money, that means your parents have money. That does not mean you have money. So I didn't even ask details about his parents' finances.
You should have. And then you make an assessment. This is the thing. Okay, so if his parents, yes, that's his parents' money, but guess what? It's a pattern that he grew up in. That's the pattern. This is why you got to correlate it together. Please do that, y'all. I beg. If his parents have financial issues, then you know that this is a pattern that he was raised in. And you have to assess, okay, and again, we've all grown up with parents who haven't made the best decisions with money, including me. I'm being honest. But you have to see how he has dealt with it going forward. So, yes, I'm not going to hold it against him. But at the same time, I have to recognize that this is the household he grew up in. So then this means that it's possible that he has picked up those patterns. So there are some times where somebody grew up in a really bad financial situation and they do really well. They're very good stores of money. That happens a lot. But this man has already shown you that he keeps borrowing and he's not giving it back to you. That's a problem. Red flag. But you didn't realize it.
But obviously, I'm like, if his parents owe $12 million in taxes, they got money. And he said that the person that was doing his taxes for years and years and also doing his dad's taxes was one of his childhood friends that owns an accounting firm. And he's like, we've been paying a lot of money in taxes over the years. So someone must be committing some sort of fraud at this point. And so I'm obviously freaking out. This is a lot of money that he owes. So he said, you know what? I'm going to use the rest of the proceeds from selling my home. And in addition to that, he told me at this point, he owns 3 different watches. He owns 2 Rolexes and a Patek watch, which if you're not a watch person, these are very expensive watches. And so a couple hours go by. He's like, I sold my Patek watch. And like he said, he sold it at a loss. He just needed to get the money. He said he's short about $30,000. And so he tells me that he's going to reach out to his parents, and his parents are like, we don't care. Like, this is not our problem. This is your problem. Figure it out. And he starts to just like, continue spiraling. And so he tells me he's going to reach out to 2 of his childhood friends, one of which he was with this friend whenever we met in Croatia. So I knew they've been friends for a while, and then another childhood friend. And he told me, I've helped out these friends so much in the past, and it's almost like he was communicating to me that he was owed this money from them. I've never asked friends for money before, so this is like not anything that I'm comfortable with, but I was like, hey, if you feel comfortable doing this, go for it. I had not offered him a cent. So you
already gave him $21,000. What you mean? Red flag. What you mean? I haven't offered him a cent. You gave him $21,000. That's enough. That's more than enough of a cent. Some
fact says he's going to get $10,000 from one friend and then $5,000 from another friend.
And give it to you. I hope he gave it to you. That's where it should go first, because he owes you money. Just remember that. Were you going to get in line with all the debtors? That's what you should have done. You should have figured out who he owes money to, and then add your name to the list. Do a class action lawsuit, girl.
And I was like, that's so nice of them. He's like, I've honestly helped them so much in the past that like, I'm grateful that they're helping me when I'm in need. And so at this point, he's short $15,000. And so he just comes right out and asks me, like, can I borrow it?
How many times? Sis, he hasn't paid you $1 back. Did he pay you even $1? Just $1. Just $1. He didn't give you $1, sis. Not even $1. Let's hear her answer, y'all. Maybe she didn't wake up because we saw a little bit of part 10, but let's hope. Maybe she woke up here.
And I did not say yes right away. I said, listen, I have to pay my taxes too, because I was working at an accounting firm. Obviously that's W-2 income, but I was also doing real estate and I did very well the year before. So I owed a pretty penny in taxes, and it's March of 2023. So my taxes are coming up pretty soon. And so I told him, I'm like, I'm not comfortable giving you this money because, you know, like I have to pay taxes too. And now my savings is like really starting to like, I'm starting to feel like the financial impact, and it's starting to stress me out. And he said, you know, I hired a law firm. They've already looked into my tax records. They've already found indicators of fraud. I think I'm going to be able to get this turned around really quickly. And my biggest worry and concern is that if I don't pay this tax bill, it's going to affect my chances of getting a green card. And
everything is about him, right? What about her? He's not worried about her financial situation. He's not worried about her savings being dwindled. Red flag. He's selfish. Sis, wrap this up. This should have been wrapped up. But this after they signed you could get an annulment. This should have been wrapped up. This was deception from the beginning. Deception from the beginning is cause for divorce, y'all. This man been a deceiver. But how much more do you need? Or how much more information you need?
And that's when I start to panic. And now I realize that I was just in a very toxic cycle of emotional manipulation. Yeah. But after some time, he talks me into loaning him the $15,000. And I remember I only could send him like $3,000 at a time. And so I remember it was like over like the course of 5 days. And like every day he'd be like, hey, don't forget to send the payment. And everything about this felt so wrong in my soul, but I did it anyways.
Not him talking about, hey, don't forget the payment. But you know what? Block his ass. What is going on? He doesn't even live in your house, sis. You could have literally blocked him. Go get the annulment. Actually, don't block him because you need the annulment. What do you need to get an annulment? Is it that difficult? I would look it up, but I don't feel like it right now. But like, sis, no, at this point, just cut your losses, man. This is craziness. He owes you too much money.
It was not something that I kept quiet about. Like, I told my parents, I told my siblings, like, my ex got this crazy tax bill, and, you know, they were all aware that we were going through this like financial hiccup, and I didn't like want to be presented as these people with money. So I was very upfront and honest about it.
Red flag. No, forget what I said about the parents before. This is new. They knew about this. Wrap this up. So here we go. This is what I was, okay, so what, you see, I was trying to be nice before, and I was like, you know what, I'm not going to mention that because I don't know, they probably didn't know, so let me give them the benefit of the doubt. But now that she said what she said, I'm going to say what I said. This is part 2. So if they were unaware of this, then part 1 applies of what I said prior, when I said they didn't know, so it is what it is. They knew. They were aware. So now we get to the point of enabling. This is enabling behavior right here in full effect. Why would you think that this is a good idea for your daughter to keep dishing out money? She just married this man. There shouldn't be this financial stress on her life. She should be happy. She should be trying to enjoy her marriage. This is already a problem. I'm thinking that they're trying to hide this from other people. Like, what's going on here? What is happening here? Because how come there's not one person who was like, yo, this is wrong. Like, stop it. Don't do it. Why is everyone so scared to tell her the truth? This is an issue, y'all. Why are we scared of confrontation? Why are we scared of hurting people's feelings? Why are we scared of telling the truth? The truth is the truth. Hell, if you guys tell me the truth, it's okay. It'll sting a little bit, but hell, I'm a big girl. I'll put my panties on and then I'll think about it and be like, you know what? You're right. I need to change. Okay, I got to figure out how I'm going to do this. Now, am I going to be consistent? That's something I'm working on right now. But at the end of the day, it's like, you have to be aware, guys. Like, there's nothing more worse than people around you co-signing you into your demise. People will cheer you into your demise. And that's problematic. Your parents should be the first people to pull you to the side and be like, this is not right. This is not right. Something's not right here. But no, they know all about this, and they're trying to figure out how they're going to help this man. That doesn't even make sense. This is a problem, y'all. Now, I don't know if it's cultural. Y'all, if you're Nigerian in the chat, please let me know. But at a certain point, you got to be like, this man is scamming. But is it because he's white? I don't get it. Because if this is the funniest thing. If this were a Nigerian man, they would know. They'd be like, something ain't right here. But because he's white, it's different? Is that what it is?
And like, you can ask a lot of my friends, like I told a lot of my close people about this.
And they failed you miserably. Red flag to all of them.
Situation. And quick side note, I did not tell them that I was loaning him money. I just told them that he owed a lot of money, and I told them about the overall situation. But at this point, no one knows that I have given him any money.
Doesn't matter if you gave him money or not. It's still a red flag that he has this financial burden before you got married. That's too much. This is a problem. So somebody should have been like, hey, even if you don't have the context of the situation, think about it. I didn't have the context of the situation of when she was talking about, what did she say? When she was talking about his mom, and she said that, he was talking about his mom and how he loves his mom and he'll do anything for her. But I already knew something was off because I'm like, where's his dad? I didn't need to know the whole context. And then as the story is progressing, we realize that his dad is an abusive POS. I can already see it. He doesn't need to confirm it. I can already tell, because when a son really loves their mom a lot, it's a protection thing. The dad was abusive. That's why. So they tethered to each other. They were seeking each other's comfort while the dad was running amok. This is what happens, y'all. It's a lot of patterns going on like this. So when you have that kind of situation, you have to realize that he has a problem. He cannot keep his promises. And then also, not only that, he owes her so much money. And then not only that, but she's struggling. And then she's telling people in her life, and they're just letting her. Oh, yeah, it's okay. He's going to get through this. And y'all just got married. They don't even live together. Red flag. And then he's worried about his damn paperwork. This don't make no damn sense.
So I ended up giving him the money. He's so grateful. He's like, thank you so much for helping me out. And so about 5 days later, he flies to Dallas to come and visit. And my parents came to visit maybe a couple days after he came. And at this point, he's staying in the living room, not in the bed with me, but he could not go to a hotel because we're trying to be mindful with spending. So my parents definitely started to bond with my ex a lot more over this trip. I remember my dad brought him this Nigerian Igbo cane that my ex had been admiring, that my dad had one. He surprised him, brought him one from Nigeria. And he actually took my dad out and asked him for my hand in marriage, even though we were already married. And my dad said yes. And my dad also broke kola nut in front of the family and welcomed my ex into the family. It's just, it was really special. Obviously, we were dealing with a lot of financial stress, but I want you all to know that I was happy a majority of the time, regardless of the stress I was going through, which is just insane to understand. But after a week, we ended up going
it's not insane to understand. When you're male identified, this is what happens, y'all. I gotta be honest. She was just too happy to be married. So she didn't care about any of the other stuff that was going on with this man. The fact that he borrowed so much money from her prior, and the fact that he has all of these issues in his life. Every time you turn around, he got some type of medical issue with his daddy, and then daddy yelling, and then all of the house, and the thing is falling apart, and then fires, and wars, whatever. He just has too much drama. And then she's like, I can fix it for you. I'm gonna be your healer. I'm gonna be your peace. This is what they mean when they want you to be their peace, y'all. Notice how she has to be his peace, but he's not her peace. He's her demon. This is what you got to be careful about.
Cabo for one of my childhood friends' wedding, and I had paid for the portion of the wedding already because I had been planning on going by myself. And then obviously I got into a relationship, so I just had to pay a little extra to add someone to the reservation. But we decided to go a couple days early and celebrate our honeymoon. And so basically, our flight comes, and he's staying in the living room. My parents are sleeping in the guest bedroom. And I wake up, and I get a text from him. And he says, hey, can you come downstairs real quick? And I said, of course. So I go downstairs. I'm like, what's up? He said, one of my friends, the friend that he had received $5,000 from for the tax bill, reached out to me and said he's freaking out because his wife really wants to buy this house and he's short a certain amount of money to purchase this home. And obviously he was like, I feel so bad because he loaned it to me because he was trying to help me out. And my biggest strength and weakness is empathy. And when I saw him hurting because his friend was not able to do something because of the money he had loaned my ex.
Red flag. So you see, this is where y'all, hold up. Stop. Flag on the play. So he had more tears to cry for the friend's wife who was going to miss out on this opportunity of buying a house rather than you. He owes you $21,000. But you're not thinking about that. He's crying more about his friend's wife than you, and you sitting here having sympathy, watching a man cry over another man's wife. Red flag, girl, stand up. At this point, you gotta stand up. Why are you not standing up? What is going on here? You watching your man cry for another girl. What is happening here? Another man's wife. He's crying more about another man's wife than your ass. This is craziness. At this point, if I saw that, all I'm going to say is, ain't no way you going to sit here crying next to me about some other man's wife. This don't make no damn sense. And then she's sitting here I feel sorry for him that he can't give the $5,000 to the friend to make his wife happy. What about your wife, sir? You're not making her happy. She's stressed. She's not even stressed. She's caressed. Beyond stressed.
At this point, I felt like the friend had loaned us the money. It wasn't like he loaned my ex the money.
And what about you? You loaned him money too. You know what? Y'all, this is a hard lesson to learn. This lesson right here is a hard one to learn. You didn't sit here and think, why is he crying over another woman? When I'm sitting here struggling, I can't even pay my stuff. My savings are dwindling too. And then this man worried about his damn best friend, his bestie's wife.
We were married.
No damn.
And so I do something so stupid and idiotic. I end up loaning him an additional $3,000, not even a week after I had already given him $15,000. So I actually ended up giving him $18,000 in the month of March of 2023. Yes, I'm sick to my stomach. So I can send him the money.
Some people don't deserve to have that much money. I'm sorry, sis. You do not deserve to have the $18,000. Some people do not deserve to be this blessed. Because $18,000 could save somebody. That would change somebody's life. Give me $18,000. That could change my life real quick. This is a problem. People don't really understand their blessings. $18,000, y'all.
We end up going to the airport, fly to Cabo. We have an amazing trip. And at this point, I had just hard launched him on my Instagram Valentine's Day prior. So at this point, I hard launched him after we were already married. And we were in Cabo, and I'm like posting more photos of him on my social media. And I'm going through my Instagram story views, and I'm looking at the names, and I'm seeing all of these Danish names. And I can tell they're Danish names because there's a different Danish alphabet. And so I'm clicking some of the profiles, and a lot of them you can see like my ex is like the mutual, like follows them. And so I brought it up to him like, hey, all these Danish people are watching my story, but I thought it was weird that no one was like following me. I'm like, these are your friends. Like, and I wanted him to maintain the same friendships in Denmark, even though he was moving to the States, because I never want to be the type of person that takes a man away from like his friends and family. And so I remember I'm clicking profiles, and I click a girl's profile, and I look at the first picture, and I see my ex's dog. And that's something that I actually haven't mentioned. My ex did have a dog, and every time he came to visit, he had a friend that was watching the dog. And whenever he sold his place and decided that he was going to spend more time in Dallas, his dog ended up getting adopted by some people because he's like, I just am not home enough. And at first I told him like, bring the dog to Dallas. Like, I wanted the dog to come. He's like, no, it's fine. Like, that does not make sense to do. And I supported his decision. And he told me that the ex could not take the dog because she was in med school and was constantly out of the home, and she just did not have the capacity to take care of the dog. But I see his dog, and it's like a duck-toller retriever. I think that duck-tolling retriever. I think that's how you say it. I saw his dog as a puppy on this girl's profile, and I clicked the tag, and my ex is tagged. And so I look at him, I go, "Is this your ex-girlfriend?" He was like, "Oh yeah, it is." I was like, "Oh, so she's watching my stories." He's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Okay, that's a little weird." And I remember checking like throughout the course of like every.
Oh no, please don't tell me. Oh my God, please don't tell me they hit a lick on her. It was 2 of them. Oh no, please don't tell me. Was this like an elaborate scam? Okay, hold up. Okay, you know what? We gonna wait. You know what? Let me not get too ahead of myself, but I could already see where this is going. Did they both plan to go take this woman for her so basically he used her for her citizenship, and then he gonna bring the other girl over? Because that happens quite a lot too, by the way, y'all. Just letting you know. I remember that happened to this one Canadian lady. She met this guy from I forgot which country. Liberia? I think it was Liberia. And then she bought him, I don't remember. It was some country on the continent. She bought him back. And then they had not even been married 1 year. That man already left her. And then he went back to get his village wife. And then they both moved to Canada together. So this happens, y'all. This happens quite a lot. So I hope that this is not the case. Let's continue.
For like a week, and like all these Danish people are still watching my story every day. And I'm like, don't you think this is weird that there's like 15 Danish people watching my story every day? And he was like, honestly, I just feel like they're a little bit salty that I like moved on. I'm moving to America. Like, I think they might be a little salty. And he said, you should just block them all. Like, I'm not gonna lie, this is like a very toxic group of people. And so I was like, is that what you want me to do? He said, yeah, just block them all. Like, they're not here for the right reasons. They're just looking to like creep, and they're probably just talking a bunch of shit. So I said, okay. And I decided to block them all. And so basically we come back from Cabo. He stays for about a month, and then he goes back to Denmark. And at this point, he had come to visit me so many times. And so I decided, now's my time to go spend time with him in Europe. And with his dad's health and his work, it made sense for me to just, go out of my way to try to spend time with him. And I could work remote at the time. And so I board a flight, and I head to Denmark for the first time, and I land in Denmark, and I will continue on in part 10.
Okay, so here, let's go back to part 10. So now we got to start this over, y'all.
The Danish Deception, part 10. So I land in Denmark after a couple of layovers, and my ex is waiting after baggage claim. He's waving a Danish flag, and I'm just so excited to be in Denmark for the first time. And so we land, we go to one of his friends' homes because we're staying there for the night. We change, and we go directly to an Easter lunch with him and all of his childhood friends. So I walk in, and everyone is just so, so nice. And it's his childhood friends and like their wives and girlfriends. And everyone was just super kind to me. We were drinking, having fun. After a while, I was super jet lagged. So we ended up going back to his friend's house. That's where we stayed that night. And the following day, he gives me the hometown tour. So he shows me where he got baptized. He shows me his elementary school. And a mother might feel about the woman that's moving her son 5,000 miles away. So I was really, really nervous, but I'm not even kidding. The second I walked in, me and his mom instantly connected. And I think we bonded over our mutual love for my ex. And so it was his parents and his sister and her boyfriend that she had just recently started dating. We're all at this dinner. She cooked a very traditional Danish meal. It's called flæskesteg. I remember I had seconds, I had thirds. I think that made her fall in love with me even more, because what mother doesn't want a girl that's going to eat their food? And so I brought her like a bunch of gifts, her and his father. I brought them gifts from Dallas, and we just really bonded that first day. She brought out all these photo albums and was showing me like my ex's childhood photos, and it was a really special night. And I remember my ex kept being like, are you sure you're okay with staying here? Because one thing I will say is they lived in a very, very humble home. And listen, I know there's billionaires out there that drive Honda Civics, so I don't...
You say you can't hear? Oh, okay, hold on, y'all. The audio's going in and out. Can you guys hear me now? Oh, hold on a second, y'all. Wait a minute. Hold on, what is happening? Hold on. Can you hear me? It goes in and out. Okay, yeah, there's something wrong with the stream. Hold on a second. Oh, it's my bit rate. Okay. Just give me one moment, y'all. Let me change my bit rate. What? Wait, what's wrong with my bit rate? Alright, it should be okay now. My bad. Let's go back. You have 0 issues? No, it was a problem with YouTube. I don't know what happened. Okay, we're gonna go back again. I'm sorry. Y'all gonna have to hear part 10 again.
Okay, Danish Deception.
Hold on.
The Danish Deception, part 10.
Can you hear? Let me know if you guys can hear her.
So I land in Denmark after a couple of layovers.
I'm gonna check
my ex
right now.
is waiting.
You can hear now, yeah. I don't know what happened. YouTube is weird sometimes. All right, good. Good thing I had the comments up. My bad, y'all.
He's waving a Danish flag, and I'm just so excited to be in Denmark for the first time. And so we land, we go to one of his friends' homes because we're staying there for the night.
You know what? I'm gonna speed this up. This is the first time y'all gonna see me speed something up because we heard this so many times already. So I'm gonna speed this one up. Oops. Oh, I hate when this happens. Oh my goodness, this is so annoying. Okay. Let me see if I can speed it up. Just give me one moment, y'all. Can I speed it up? Why is TikTok so complicated? Okay, we're just gonna play it because I can't see where I can speed.
Change, and we go directly to an Easter lunch with him and all of his childhood friends. So I walk in and everyone is just so nice. And it's his childhood friends and like their wives and girlfriends. And everyone was just super kind to me. We were drinking, having fun. After a while, I was super jet lagged. So we ended up going back to his friend's house. That's where we stayed that night. And the following day, he gives me the hometown tour. So he shows me where he got baptized. He shows me his elementary school, and we're just exploring. And I just feel so grateful to like see his roots, see where he grew up. And after the day of exploring, we go to his parents' house, and this is my first time meeting his parents, and I am so nervous. I've always done really well with parents, but this is, you know, different situation because number one,
it's still messing up. Hold on. What is reaping? Wait, can you refresh your screen? Refresh your screens, guys. Refresh it. Refresh it. Yeah, rejoin. Yeah, just refresh and then it should be fine.
There's not a whole lot of Black people in Denmark, so they're not used to meeting people that look like me. Also, this man has made it very clear that he's moving to America, so you can only imagine how a mother might feel about the woman that's moving her son 5,000 miles away. So I was really nervous, but I'm not even kidding. The second I walked in, me and his mom instantly connected. And I think we bonded over our mutual love for my ex sister and at this dinner. My mother does a traditional Danish meal. It's called flæskesteg. I remember I had seconds, I had thirds. I think that made her fall in love with me even more because what mother doesn't want a girl that's going to eat their food. And so I brought her like a bunch of gifts, her and his father. I brought them gifts from Dallas, and we just really bonded that first day. She brought out all these photo albums and was showing me like my ex's childhood photos. And it was a really special night. And I remember my ex kept being like, are you sure you're okay with staying here? Because one thing I will say is they lived in a very humble home. And listen, I know there's billionaires out there that drive Honda Civics, so I don't judge. I'm never the type of person being like, why are you guys staying in this small house? Spend your money the way you want to spend your money. So I didn't think anything of it. But I was a little bit surprised. And also Denmark is not the type of place that has all these like big houses. Like a lot of the homes are small regardless of if you have money. But again, didn't think anything of it. So we have a great dinner. The following day, we start going and having these like day trips all over Denmark and going to explore. And it's always me, my ex, and his parents. And one day we went to this area called Skagen, which is
at Lauren Faith. Can you re-enter? Refresh your screen. Refresh. Yeah, refresh it, y'all. Refresh it. Yeah, get out. But if you can hear me, can you hear me? Yeah, leave, come back. Thank you. Yeah, y'all keep telling. Yeah, refresh, y'all.
the most northern part of Denmark, and it's really beautiful, and it was just fun to go and explore. And we're driving home, and my ex starts yelling at his dad. His dad is yelling back. They just start going at it. And obviously they're speaking Danish. I have no clue what they're saying. My ex pulls over. He gets out of the car, storms out, starts.
Yeah, I'm glad it worked, y'all. Yeah, refresh your screen, y'all. I'm sorry. My bad. I think, I don't know what happened with the audio.
Like walking away, I get out of the car, I chase after him. I'm like, what's happening? And he was like, my dad basically just said that he's over today. He just wants to go back and watch his game. And I was like, and he basically said he was really upset because he felt like his dad wasn't making an effort to get to know me. And that's when I realized that him and his dad had a really, really toxic relationship. And I also noticed that like they basically exchanged like 1 to 2 sentences a day. I also noticed that he wasn't as close with his sister, his little sister, because I mean, they would talk all the time. And so I thought that was a little strange too. But I don't know, I'm still trying to really understand this family dynamic. But what I do know is that he's a mama's boy. He's close with his mom, which
I done told y'all, the mama's boy. Be careful with the mama's boys. Enablers, the queen enabling behavior. Mama's boys are the worst. It's really difficult because on one hand, you would want your partner to be close to their mom, but how healthy is that relationship? Is it a real one where she holds him accountable, or is it an enmeshed one where she just lets him do whatever he wants and she's like, okay, you're gonna do whatever you want? Those kind of relationships don't work, y'all, because he is probably more loyal and married to his mother spiritually than he is to you. I have to be honest. So now we have a situation where this man is a super mama's boy. So you already know how that's going to turn out. She's going to enable everything and allow him to do whatever he wants. This is why he is the way he is. And then now when she's going to try to hold him accountable, because right now she's co-signing, so everything's cool. But then as soon as she puts her foot down and she's like, hey, no, this is not going to work. We going to have to do this instead. Or no, I don't agree with that. Then it's going to be a problem because he's never had that accountability in his life. So he's not used to that. And so he's used to you being like his mother. Just, let him do whatever he wants. Okay, here's your money. Here's your $18K. You need it. But then watch. As soon as she's going to start questioning and giving him her real answers and trying to figure out what's going on, and she's trying to really hold him accountable, watch what's going to happen. This is hard, y'all. There are some moms out there who are married to their sons, literally. So even if you get with him, he's still married to his mama, spiritually.
That was really, really important to me. There were a few things that I took away from this trip. The first being that he is a little bit embarrassed of his family's home.
I knew it.
He kept saying, do you want to go stay in a hotel or Airbnb? Do you want to stay here? And I'm like, why would we not stay here? Like, if I went to go visit my parents and I wanted to stay in an Airbnb, they'd be devastated. I was like, of course we're staying here. And he was like, I know it's not nice. It's a super old house. They haven't renovated it. Like, I don't understand. They have all this money. Like, why don't they do it? I'm like, it's fine. Like, don't worry. We'll be okay. Another thing I noticed was that I did not meet the older sister. No one spoke of her. And I knew at this point she had one kid at this point. So they talked about her a little bit, but it was kind of like the elephant in the room.
And by the way, sorry, I should have mentioned something earlier, but I'm going to mention it now so I don't forget. You see how he's really ashamed of his childhood home? Guess who he holds resentment for? He holds resentment towards his dad because his dad was supposed to take care of that and his dad didn't. And so now, again, he has become his mother's spiritual husband because she got a damn husband, but her husband ain't worth a damn. So he can't do nothing for them. And so now who does she turn to? He wants to be the superhero. He wants to be the one to help her when her husband couldn't do it. And so now he's going to find out, he's going to try his best to make that happen, but he's not doing it in the proper way. He's scamming. See, he just wasting his looks. You got blonde hair, blue eyes, so you could have been a model. Why didn't you do that? You could have gotten into entertainment. I mean, you look like you like to talk and schmooze and wine and dine people. You could have done so many different things, but nope, you decided to scam. Scheme and scam.
No one really talked about it. And, I know they don't have a relationship. They can't be with each other in intimate settings. But overall, I did have a good trip with him, despite the tension. So after a week, we traveled to Copenhagen, and I remember getting to Copenhagen, and I'm immediately just so happy to be there because this city exceeded my expectations. It's a beautiful, beautiful city. And
yeah, oh no, it's not even syncing properly. I don't know what's wrong with this video, y'all. But okay, let's finish watching it. I'm gonna refresh as well. It's not the voice is not syncing up for some reason.
We ended up staying in a hotel, like a cheaper hotel by the water, and I can stay anywhere. I'm good. I don't need to stay anywhere bougie. And I remember him being like, I hate that we have to stay here. Like, it's not nice. I'm like, I don't care. Like, we have a bed, we have a place to stay. It's okay. And so we spent that whole week just exploring Copenhagen, and then we get ready to travel to Nigeria for my grandmother's burial. And so at this point, we're staying in this hotel, and I remember there was like a laundromat at this hotel, so I was doing laundry, and he said, I'm gonna go and get a few things for my storage unit, because he's moved out of his place at this point. He has a storage unit. And so he comes back home and he has like this Rolex box, and he's like, oh, this is one of my Rolexes. I want to show it to you. And at this point, I had already seen his steel, what's it called? The Batman. I already had seen that watch. He had brought it out for Cabo. So I've seen one of his watches. To Patek, he sold. I never saw it. So now this is the second watch he's bringing out. And he opens it. And it's, again, I did not know anything about watches before this, but now I know it's a day-date presidential watch with a green face. So he ends up telling me this is like a $50,000 watch. I was like, this is nice. And keep in mind, we're about to leave for Nigeria in like a day. I'm like, why'd you bring it out? And he's like, oh, I'm going to bring it to Nigeria. I go, you're going to do what? And he's like, I'm bringing it to Nigeria. I'm like, you cannot bring a $50,000 watch to Nigeria. And he's like, yeah, I can. And I'm like, this does not make sense. And he said, no, like, this is a special occasion. Like, I want to bring it out for this. And so I told him, okay, I feel very uncomfortable, especially like us being in the village and you're wearing this like expensive watch. You're just asking yourself to get robbed. I just did not understand it, but whatever. He ends up packing the watch. We get ready and we hop on a flight to go to Nigeria and meet my family for my grandmother's burial. Keep in mind, he had paid for all the hotels, everything in Denmark, and he paid for all the hotels and flights for Nigeria. And so we hop on a plane, go to Nigeria. I'm super nervous because I just don't know what to expect and how he's going to react. But we meet up with my family, and he does so well. And it was funny because everyone wanted to take photos with him, and he was meeting my extended family, like my grandmother. I never thought I would bring a man home to meet my grandmother. I felt like I fell deeper in love with him, watching him just immerse himself in my culture and be there for my family while we put my grandmother to rest. And it was,
you know what I noticed with her? Every time she fell in love with something he did, it was off of the strength of other people. So hold on, y'all. I gotta refresh this. It's really getting on my nerves. I'm so sorry, y'all. Okay, I'm gonna fast forward it. But yeah, like everything was based on other
deception
people. So,
we traveled to Copenhagen. So now this is he had paid for all. I fell deeper in love with him.
Here we go. So she fell deeper in love with him whenever he did something for other people. So for example, she fell in love with him the first time because he was talking about his mama. And then now she fell deeper in love with him because he is, picking up her culture. And then when he told her he loved her, it was in the hospital room when she was literally in and out of consciousness. This is love, y'all. This is the love she speaks of. Nothing about them, y'all. It's all about other people. Just keep that in mind.
I'm watching him just immerse himself in my culture and be there for my family while we put my grandmother to...
Sorry, y'all. It's still... Okay. I'm so sorry. I really hate when it does this, and it's pissing me off. So just give me 1 second. I'm going to restart another screen. Just bear with me, y'all. I don't know why it keeps doing that, but I don't like it. And it's messing up my stream. What? Hold on a second. Undo capture 4. Here we go. Okay, discard, whatever. Okay. Here we go. Okay, now it's gonna be better. YouTube is causing tech issues today. What's going on, YouTube? Y'all doing another update? What is the problem? Why am I having issues? Okay, here we go.
Rest, and it was just a really amazing, beautiful trip. Honestly, there was nothing crazy that happened. And he tells me while we're in Nigeria that the law firm has settled the issue with his taxes, and they're filing a document for the accounting firm to pay out a settlement, and it'll be paid out soon. And then he'll be able to transfer me the money that I'm owed. And so I'm like, oh, I'm breathing deeply. And it's awkward because I want to bring it up to him all the time, but he's also paying for everything. So I feel like I don't want to put too much pressure on him, even though I should have. So we come back.
She's giving him $18,000 in total. Sis, that's what she said at Crazy Beautiful Land.
To Denmark. 18K. And at this point, we are trying to figure out what our plan is when we're going to come back to the States. And he says, you know what, like, let's just go back to my parents' house in my hometown. They were actually on a vacation, so the house was empty, and we can figure out what we want to do next. And I said, okay, that sounds good. So we go to his parents' house, and at this point, I'm still working remote. So I remember I was at the dining table working, and he walks up to me and he says, I have some really, really good news. I was like, what's up? He said, my realtor just reached out to me and said there's a very wealthy family that is interested in purchasing this apartment complex. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is the best news in the world. And he said, there is one caveat, and I will continue on in part 11.
Oh Lord, there's always a caveat with this one. Okay, part 11. Let's get to it. Oh, Lord.
The Danish Deception, part 11. Okay, so he tells me that his realtor has found a buyer for this apartment complex, and there's one caveat. So apparently it's a very wealthy family. He did not know who this wealthy family was. But this family, the way they draft up the contracts, whenever they have to buy a property for tax purposes, and there's like a certain cutoff for when
you're right. About 39K. I don't know. I ain't get to 39K yet. She said 18K. Y'all, I don't know, but she running up the bill. He's running up the bill.
Need to acquire a property. They modify. They have like their own contract drafted up that basically requires the buyer and the seller to put money into escrow, so that if the seller changes their mind of selling the house, they get liquidated damages. Basically, make sure the deal goes through. I have never experienced anything like this in my real estate career. Obviously, Denmark is a different country. I didn't really know how real estate worked.
Okay, you see, I'm going to give a red flag. Red flag! And this is something, again, I'm learning in real time. Trust me, I have a lot of lessons that I'm learning in real time, and I will share more later, but I don't want to say it now because I'm still learning. And I'm going to tell you guys, though, that stop saying, I don't know how. I don't know how. You got the internet, sis. Google it. Now we have to get to the point where we're like, okay, we don't know. That is a fact. But how can we find out? So this is something I'm consistently working on. And it's very recent I started working on. I'm like, okay, if I don't know something and it's too overwhelming, because for me, when something gets overwhelming, I just ignore it. Or I just like, okay, I'll deal with it later. And then later never comes. And y'all know I got ADHD. I already said that. I've been diagnosed with it. So if I forget about it, it's gone. It's going to be gone until I remember again. And usually somebody has to bring it up for me to be like, oh yeah, I forgot to do that. So when you don't know, research it. Just look it up. Sis, you're a realtor. You already know something ain't right. And trust me, these rules and regulations are not much different in other countries. They might be slightly different. Like, of course, it's different cultural context. But fundamentally, they are similar systems. We all live in capitalism now. So it wouldn't take you much time to research it, sis. You could have watched a video. I don't know. You could have researched something. Get a friend to figure it out for you. You're in the real estate business. You have connections. There's no excuse anymore.
So not only is it different rules and guidelines, but it's also, I've never worked with like a super ultra wealthy family before to understand that this might be a requirement or something added in their contracts. And so I remember being like, how much is it going to be? And he's like, oh, it's going to be like $120,000. I remember just like being like, well, we don't have this money. Like, there's no way we can make this work. And so he said, I'm going to be able to come up with a loan, get a loan from a bank. I've already called them. I can get a loan from them for like $100,000. So we're just going to be short another amount. And at this point, my accounts are dwindling. And because I was in this long distance relationship, I was not focused on doing real estate at all. Like, I had taken a full step back from real estate, but I did have a career where I was making well over 6 figures. So I still was like making a pretty steady income. but my savings had been dwindling and dwindling and dwindling down. So I didn't have a whole lot of money left. So I remember at this point, he's like, we should make this deal work. And I'm seeing this as a way to get out of our financial position. And let me just say, my ex, if he wasn't such a narcissistic psychopath, he'd be such a great actor, because the way he sold this stuff to me, like, it was insane. So I remember he said...
No. Hold on. We got to go back, y'all. And
dwindling and dwindling and dwindling.
Thanks, sis, for messaging me on the Discord. Yes, I do need to close some browsers. I'm going to do that. I have too many open, to be quite honest with y'all. So let me close this one down. And it's not even the ones I'm doing for the stream. I naturally have a lot of browsers, y'all. I'm a weirdo. I have like 5 different Safari browsers. For what? Who knows? I just be doing a lot. I be doing the most. Okay, let me close these browsers down right now. Maybe that's what's causing this memory issue that I'm having right now. Give me 1 second. See, one has the Maze Lee 2, the case study I'm supposed to do for this week. Okay, sorry, y'all. Okay, now I got to give her a red flag. Just give me 1 second. Let me prepare this red flag right now. I'm preparing the red flag. Just give me one moment, y'all. One quick moment. The red flag is coming. Why is this not closing? Okay, you see, force quit. This one was probably taking up all my storage. Okay, here we go. All right, now we should be good, y'all. Okay, her red flag is coming. 1 second.
Down, so I didn't have a whole lot of money left. So I remember... at this point, he's like, we should make this deal work. And I'm seeing this as a way to get out of our financial position. And let me just say...
it's still doing the syncing thing. Fudge. I noticed that whenever I switch over to another screen, it's going to do this. So you know what? We're going to do that right now. Let's bring it back up to another screen. I know y'all tired of me today. I get it. I know, y'all. I know. Let's add something else here. I'm gonna give her a red flag. Just wait about it. Wait. Give me a few seconds. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. Just give me 1 second. She finna get a red flag real quick. Oh, it's at the tip of my tongue. This damn red flag I'm about to give her ass. Okay, so sis about to get a real nice red flag. Okay, here we go. Oh Lord, these damn TikTok videos. Okay. Why do I have this one open? Hold on. No, this is the right one. Cut this one. Okay. Let's hope this is the last time I have to do this. All right. Let's hear what she said.
The Danish Deception, part 11. Okay, so he tells me that his realtor has found a buyer for this apartment complex, and there's one caveat. So apparently it's a very wealthy family. He did not know who this wealthy family was. But this family, the way they drive...
why is it still... okay. Why does it still look like that? I don't know what's going on, y'all. 1 second. Okay, let's try it one more time. Remove. I'm removing all of this stuff. Remove. Okay. Let's try it one more time. And y'all, I'm using a MacBook. This is not even an old computer. Before some of y'all be like, oh, you got an old computer, auntie. No, this is not an old computer. This is a brand new 2024 MacBook Pro. This is supposed to be state of the art. It's supposed to take up all my memory, and then look at it. It's slowing down. It's either me or YouTube. I don't know who's the culprit.
Match up the contracts whenever they have to buy a property for tax purposes, and there's like a certain cutoff for when they need to acquire a property. They have like their own contract drafted up that basically requires the buyer and the seller to put money into escrow, so that if the seller changes their mind of selling the house, they get liquidated damages. Basically, make sure the deal goes through. I have never experienced anything like this in my real estate career. Obviously, Denmark is a different country. I didn't really know how real estate worked there. So not only is it different rules and guidelines, but it's also, I've never worked with like a super ultra wealthy family before.
I'm using Chrome. That's the funniest thing. I think I need to restart my computer. I'm not going to lie. I don't restart my computer. I just leave it on. I think that's my issue. I probably got updates that I need to do that I haven't done. So that's probably what's going on.
Understand that this might be a requirement or something added in their contracts. And so I remember being like, how much is it going to be? And he's like, oh, it's going to be like $120,000. I remember just like being like, well, we don't have this money. Like, there's no way we can make this work.
What you mean we?
And so he said, I'm going to be able to come up with
this money. We. I'm tired of this we word. He don't got the money. Why are you involving yourself in that? You already gave him enough red flags.
Won't get a loan from a bank. I've already called them. I can get a loan from them for like $100,000.
Where's his money? You see what I'm saying? She's doing too much, doing the most.
So we're just going to be short another amount. And at this point, my accounts are dwindling. And because I was in this long distance relationship, I was not focused on doing real estate at all. Like, I had taken a full step back from.
Don't ever do that, y'all. Let me tell y'all something. One thing about it, two things for sure. You better keep working. Keep doing what you're doing. Take your little time. I get it, in between your jobs, you know, cry your little tears. Don't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. Get guap. That's what you gotta think. That's the mindset we own in 2025. We can't afford to stop. Unless there's a health issue, then I would recommend you stop. But if you don't have a health issue and it's some emotional, actually this is self-inflicted. I'm sorry, sis, I gotta say it. This is very much self-inflicted. But unless it's like the death of somebody, and unless it's like a health issue, can't stop, won't stop, get guap. That's our new motto for 2025. Entering into 2026. Can't stop, won't stop, get guap. That's it. 10 white toes, inventory flip-flops. Yeah, y'all better go listen to Sweetie Icy. That's a really good motivational song, by the way. Let's keep going.
Real estate. But I did have a career where I was making well over 6 figures. So I still was like making a pretty steady income. But my savings had been dwindling down. So I didn't have a whole lot of money left. So I remember.
That's why I said, you see, she ain't got a lot of money. That's why I said, can't stop, won't stop, get guap. And don't give it to him. You see? Can't stop, won't stop, get guap. Don't give it to him. That's the point.
He's like, we should make this deal work. And I'm seeing this as a way to get out of our financial position. And let me just say, my ex, if he wasn't such a narcissistic psychopath, he'd be such a great actor, because the way he sold this stuff to me, like, it was insane.
This is why I was going to give her the red flag. This is why I said the red flags at the tip of my tongue. You. He's not that great, sis. He's not that good of a liar. I can promise you that. And this is where I said we have to hold ourselves accountable. So what did I do to contribute to this deception? Because I obviously kept giving him money. So either he's the best scammer, and I'm sorry. Somebody could be a really great scammer, but at the end of the day, you went and took the steps. Y'all know, let me list out the steps that it takes to give somebody money. You go to your bank. You check your account. So you usually go online. She went online. She checked her account. Then she went and she transferred it. So she had to transfer it abroad. So it's not even like a Zelle or Cash App, quick tip of the tongue, or PayPal. She had to go through a wire transfer company. So she had to sign into that website. Then they authenticate you. They send you a code, because, that's what they always do. They say, matter of fact, before you log into your bank account, they send you a code. Is this you? Yes. 2-step authentication. I hope you guys have 2-step authentication. If you don't, you should. Then after you verify your information, then you go in your account, and then you're going to have to transfer the money. But guess what? She had to do it abroad. So then now there's another verification process that takes, another step. You got to put all your information, all that information, where you're sending to from. You got to check your bank transit, all that stuff. The transfer. Then after that, you have to submit it. And then it takes a little bit of time. They're going to check it on their end. And then the bank has to do this whole whatever thing, this digital transfer. And then he gets it. That's a lot of steps, sis. At what point are you going to take accountability for your stupidity? I got to be honest. Because it's foolishness. Foolishness. And this man, again, has not even given her $1. All he did was spend money on some raggedy hotel room in Denmark. Now, when he first dated her, yes, he wined and dined her. But then as soon as they went to Denmark, remember, they stayed at a lower end, like maybe the Holiday Inn of Denmark. And Holiday Inn's not even lower end that much, but whatever. I don't know where they stayed at. So What's going on, sis? At what point are you going to hold yourself accountable and say, you know what? I'm the L. I caused it. Yeah, he had a great story to tell, but I believed it. Why did I believe it? This is where you can start making the changes. You're welcome.
So I remember he said that he was going to take his watches to a store to see if he could get it sold within 24 hours. Obviously, that might be kind of difficult. And so at this point, he was like, how much money do you have? And I was like, I really don't have a whole lot of money to give you. So I remember I gave him like a small amount, maybe like 3,000, because I wanted to make sure I had enough money for like bills and miscellaneous. And I just wanted to have a little bit of cushion. And I was getting stressed out, but he ended up coming up with the money. He says the deal goes through and that it's going to close in 6 weeks. And so he tells me what I think I'm going to do is switch my address from Denmark to the States, especially since I have been living in the States more, and I'll be able to save money on taxes. And at this point, I was like, is this tax evasion? He goes, this is absolutely not tax evasion, because I am spending more time in Dallas than I am in Denmark. And I said, okay, well, if you've done research and you feel certain about this, then I believe you. So the deal goes through. It says it's going to close in 6 weeks. And so he said, we should take a trip to celebrate. And I'm like, we don't have any money. And he was like, well, we can just use your credit cards because, you know, like we'll be able to pay it off whenever the money hits.
This is what I was talking about. She's telling the story as if this is normal. Every time that they have a problem, she was like, oh yeah, he ended up getting the money. Okay, he did. Did he prove it to you? No. He just said it. You believed him. And then all of a sudden, he's asking you for money. Don't you see it's a pattern? He's a liar. She couldn't get that. She didn't see it, though, at the time. Because, again, her intuition is telling her something. I'm telling you, she's not. I don't believe she's stupid. I think she knew what was going on. I think the problem was that she didn't want to believe it. That's all it was. He didn't run that much good game on her. Sis, there's Nigerian scammers who are way better than him. There are Nigerian scammers out there that they are way more sophisticated than this man. This man is he's a lower end scammer. I mean, I'm not sorry, I don't mean to say it like that, but that's because her parents are from Nigeria. I'm being honest. There's a lot of scammers out there. They're real scammers. This is a lower end scam. This is something that anybody could have been like, no, something's wrong here. Exactly. It's not unpredictable at all.
And this is probably one of the most like idiotic decisions I made. Y'all don't have to tell me this is stupid. I'm fully aware. Finally. But we ended up going to Portugal for a week, and we used my credit cards the majority of this trip.
Of course we did.
He had a little bit of money because keep in mind, he is working as chief commercial officer for this tech company. And that was 100% real. And he was making about $400,000 a year. Again, 100%.
Somebody could be making all that money and still be in debt, and he still didn't pay you back. Red flag. It doesn't matter if it's 100% real. You know what else is 100% real? The money that he didn't pay you back. That's what's really 100% real. Okay? Okay, let's get to that. I don't care if he's making 500,000. I don't care if he's making 600,000. I don't care if he's making $1 million. Pay me my money. Run me my money. Thank you.
Real. I, at certain times, have verified the money hitting his account from his company.
Then why didn't you take it? Red flag. You see, you saw the money. Why didn't you take it? I'm gonna need you to give me that money. Aren't y'all married now? You could have access to his bank account, sis. You see, you could pay the long game. You should have get your joint account, see what money's coming in, and then take it, and then remove your name from it afterwards. If that's really what you want to do. You could have scammed him. See, at this point, I'm gonna start playing games. I ain't got time for that. At this point, if you owe me money and you want some BS like this, I'm gonna start playing games too. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna act like we getting a joint. Yeah, it would be great for us to get a joint account. Yeah, we gonna put all that money in there. You say you saw money going in and out. Why didn't it go tap into your account? We're gonna have to find a way to snatch that money back. Figure it out. I don't know. Maybe you should hire a real scammer, and he gonna teach you how to out scam a scammer. That'd be another thing you could do. You know, of course, you're going to pray for God to deal with it. But then you take action too. Both. Two aligned.
So he's making money even though we're having a lot of financial stress. He's still bringing in a steady income. I'm still bringing in a steady income. So he was able to pay a little bit of the trip, and I was able to pay a little bit of the trip. So we go to Portugal. We have the most spectacular week. I remember that was the week that I decided I want to get married in this country. I love it here. It's so beautiful. I was working still at this time, and with the time difference, I was basically working from like 5 to midnight. And there was one day while we were in Portugal that I was just complaining about working. I'm like, I'm so over this job and I'm not happy with what I'm doing. I was just complaining about it. And he just said, why don't you quit? And I remember looking at him like, what do you mean quit? And he said, well, we have this money coming in and I want you to be happy. I want you to do something that brings you.
Hell no. Red flag. Hold up. Why don't you quit? And he owes you. Sis, you were talking about you were. Oh my God. If this is not the example of adding stress to your life, I don't know what is. At what point are you going to stop? You need to take some time away. Sis, wait a damn minute. Remember, you're the main breadwinner. Quit your job. Why? He hasn't. You know what? Logic is out of the building here. This is where I'm like, okay, no, this is enough. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. So now, he owes you money. And then he's telling you to quit your job. Red flag. He hasn't even paid you a dime. Nothing. Who's going to help support?
Joy, and real estate brings you joy. And I really hadn't been doing a whole lot of real estate that year. And so I told him, I said, well, it's going to be like kind of a transition. I'm not going to be making a lot of money at first. He said, well, you're going to have a cushion. And luckily I make money. I'm going to be able to afford all the bills and you can just focus on building your business back up. And so I was like, are you sure? He said, yes. And let me tell you, everything about this decision, it felt right, but it also felt wrong. And let me tell you, I do not regret quitting my job. I regret the timing because we were not in a great financial position and I was making like $150,000 a year at this job. So it was a very steady, stable income.
And you know what? She quit right before this whole unemployment crisis. This is 2022, 2023. We're in 2025. Maybe that's why she's telling this story. She needs to make some funds back. This is the worst timing. This is post-COVID. Right now is the worst time to quit your job. Do not do it. Don't do it. I'm telling you guys, it's not a wise idea. Scale. Slowly build up. And then once your income, once whatever you're doing on the side can replace your main income, then you can quit your job. You can consider it. What do you guys think? I'm telling you guys, like, I still work full time. That's why it takes me a long time to, sometimes, I'm a bit delayed with the videos. My apologies, y'all, my apologies. But I'm also a full-time worker. I'm not quitting my career for what? Not right now anyways. And if I do quit my career, it's got to be something I'm doing on the side that brings me way more income than what I'm doing right now in my career. And it has to align with what I want to do. But at the same time, this situation is dire. He owes you money, sis, and you gonna quit your job and rely on him to pay bills. He has not kept one promise yet. Oh my God, this is a disaster.
And I trusted him to be my provider, and that was stupid. And I have never relied on a man for anything in my entire life, and I will never do it again. Like, never in a million years.
Never, ever, 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 ever in your life put all your trust in a man or a woman. You're the only person you can control because you don't know what they're going to do. That's number one. Number two, put your trust in God and yourself. That's what I would say. That's my philosophy. But what I will also say, though, is that as a woman, you have to be very careful. And that's something my mom always preached to my sister and I. And that's why she pushed us so hard to get our education. Because she's like, I don't want y'all to ever be dependent on a man that much where you don't have your own. And so she pushed us to do that. And I'm really grateful my mom did. Because, yeah, like you have to look out for yourself. You don't know what's going to happen. And that's whether, any circumstance. You don't know what's going to happen. One day something could change your life. Don't do that, y'all. And especially don't do it for this bummy ass man. Hell no, red flag. Get your own money. He hasn't even shown that he could provide for you.
But, you live and you learn. And I made the decision to put in my 2 weeks notice. And yes, I know that was idiotic. Y'all don't have to tell me. And so we go to Portugal, come back to Denmark.
Okay. Now wait, is that the end?
and we're in Denmark for maybe a day, and then we travel back to Dallas. And at this point, your girl is hurting financially, hurting, because now I'm accruing like a little bit of credit card debt. My savings is like nothing. And at this point, I'm fully trusting him, and I believe him when he says we are going to overcome this circumstance very, very, very soon. And keep in mind, at this point, I have not caught this man in a single lie. And
sis, you haven't caught him in a single lie? He hasn't. Wait a minute. Did you really just say that? Red flag. Listen, I caught him in multiple lies. What you talking about here? No, there's cognitive dissonance here. There's something blind in the cognitive function here. Something's wrong. I told y'all she's in a No Child Left Behind education system. This is what's going on. He's been lying since day one. What do you mean? Okay, you want me to give you 2 examples? I'm just going to give you 2 examples, and we're going to keep going because of time. One, just was a simple lie. When he talked about your dress. When you asked him, hey, did I pee on myself? He said, no, it's just water. He lied. Second, when he borrowed the first batch of money and he said he was going to pay you back, and he still has not till this date here when you talking. I mean, when you guys got married. Before you got married, he borrowed money from you. He still hasn't paid you back. Okay, 2 lies. Let's keep going.
Obviously, I gave out my trust way too easily, but in my mind, I was thinking, why should I question him when he's never given me a reason to? Which is crazy, because I feel like he was giving me all the reasons with all these red flags.
Oh, wow.
But we go back to Dallas, and I remember his sister and her boyfriend came to visit us for a week, and we had a good time with them, but I felt like he was super annoyed with them the entire time. He was complaining. He was just like, I just feel like they're being super cheap. They don't want to do anything. And it just felt like, again, I thought him and his sister would be a lot closer. It was weird. So we have a great trip with them visiting us, and then we go to Miami and meet up with his best friend and his girlfriend. And this was the best friend he was with whenever I met him in Croatia. So we're in Miami, and for the most part, we're using my funds for this trip because he's obviously put most of his money into this escrow account, and he paid for a little bit of stuff, but he didn't have a whole lot. And I'm expecting this money to hit like any day now. So a couple of days after Miami, we went to Denmark to celebrate his mom's 70th birthday. We had promised her we would go. So we actually booked a round trip flight from Copenhagen when we came back home in June. So now it's August of 2023 and we're in Denmark. And I remember we're at his parents' house and he comes to me. He's like, hey, I just got off the phone with the IRS and they said they flagged the transaction from the apartment complex. And at first, I'm like pissed. I'm like, I asked you if this was going to be a problem. He's like, it's not going to be a problem. They're probably just going to take out like some taxes, not the full amount. They just need to review it and then we'll figure it out. But I'm not concerned. You shouldn't be concerned either, even though I was super concerned. He said they set a hearing date for September 10th. At this point, it's the middle of August. So I'm like, okay, so now I have to be struggling for another month. And so I'm frustrated, but he's also like trying to calm me down, but also like gaslighting me for feeling the way I'm feeling. And so all my emotions, I'm just stuffing them in all the way. So we celebrate his mom's 70th birthday, and this is when I meet like his entire extended family, like dad and mom's siblings, all their friends, and I meet the older sister, and she's there. At this point, she's pregnant with her second child. She's there with her first child. I meet her, and she is just such a nice, kind, wonderful human, and I just can't picture her being this evil, crazy woman that beats his mom. And so I remember just feeling a little at odds about that, but I'm still fully trusting my ex 100%. So a couple days after he's
probably jealous of the sister, and she's probably the one who held him accountable. Just saying.
Mom's birthday, we're all hanging out at his parents' house and we're grilling. And I remember we all start to notice kind of around the same time that his dad does not look like he's doing well. And we're starting to get a little bit concerned. And that's when my ex's mom makes the decision, like, we need to take him to the hospital. And so We pack his bags, we load him up, we go to the hospital, and I'm freaking out because I don't know if things can take a drastic turn or not. And so we're waiting at the hospital, waiting to see what the doctors will say, and I will continue on in part 12.
Okay. All right, let's get to part 12, Oh, Lord. All right, we almost done, y'all. We almost done.
The Danish Deception, part 12. So we are in Denmark at this point, and we just took his dad to the hospital, and I'm freaking out, very worried, don't know what's going on. After the doctors do some testing, they basically determine that he's still dealing with blood poisoning and he has like really high infection numbers, but they're not super concerned. And so we all take a deep breath and we're happy that it's not as serious as we thought it was going to be. And so after a couple of days, he's released from the hospital, and it's now time for me to head back to the States. And so obviously I'm feeling all these emotions as I'm leaving. I'm sad because I'm leaving him because, again, we are still very much in love with each other, want to be with each other 24/7. So the goodbyes are still really, really tough. And at this point, I didn't know when he was going to be coming back to Dallas because he had a couple different work meetings going on. And so I fly back to Dallas, and obviously feeling all the financial stress. Like, this is probably one of the roughest moments of our relationship, especially because we weren't together physically. So the day of his meeting with the IRS, I remember I was a big ball of nerves. Like, I couldn't even sleep that night. You have to keep in mind that I go to bed and I wake up knowing that I'm waking up to news. I don't know if it's good or bad. So I wake up and I call him. I go, how did it go? He goes, worse than I possibly could have imagined. I almost like expected it to have gone bad. I'm like, if it had gone good, I would have been more surprised. I'm like, what now? He said, well, they scheduled a second hearing for my business account January 10th. And currently my personal account is also under investigation. So they have put a hold on my assets for the next couple months while they continue to investigate. And there's a...
Wait, didn't he tell her to quit? Oh my God, didn't he tell you to quit your job, sis? And you believed him. So what are we doing now, sis? You ain't got no job.
Another hearing scheduled for my personal account in October. So basically they froze his assets and told him that he only had like a specific amount of allowance that he was able to use from his money every single month. And I have never heard anything like this. I've never known anyone that have had their assets frozen, and I didn't know how this worked. And obviously at this point, I'm definitely feeling like all the red flags. I'm like, this does not make any sense. But there's not a whole lot I can do. And at this point, I'm just like, the only thing I can do is trust him. There's no one in my life that I was talking to about any of this, because I felt a lot of need to protect him and he wanted me to protect his image. And I remember telling him, like, I really want to talk to my family about this. Like, this is really stressing me out. And he's like, no, don't. Like, they're going to view me differently. So he very much talked me out of being able to disclose this stuff with my close people. So the last thing I want to do is just ramble about shit that does not matter. So I'm going to be honest with you guys. Not a whole lot happened between...
Like, I get trying to not tell your family too much, because there's a balance, right? You can't be telling your peoples all your damn business, because then at the end of the day, you know that it's between you and your husband. There's some things that should stay within the marriage. That I understand. But this is an emergency, sis. He's not producing anything. He's not giving you anything. He's just taking. Why are you protecting this man that you have not been with for that long? This is a problem. He started off in the deception world. He's a Decepticon. And you just keep going and going and going. At what point are you going to stop? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What's the breaking point?
Between September of 2023 and November of 2023. The only thing big that happened was that I wanted him to be in Dallas. He wanted to be in Dallas. So I booked him a flight to come to Dallas. I am at this point fully financially supporting us. Like, I think he's getting like maybe like $4,000 a month that the IRS is like allowing him to use. And keep in mind, the Danish IRS is not called IRS. It's called SCAT, some other stuff. I can't even pronounce it. So that's why I'm saying the Danish IRS. So just a little side note. But October comes around. He's now in Dallas. He's been in Dallas for about a month. And we're struggling financially, but still so deliriously happy and in love, which is insane. But I cared about the money, but I loved him more than that.
It's not insane. I think what she was doing was, again, overcompensating. So she was trying to find a way to distract herself from the reality of the fact that this was a financially unsustainable marriage, and her marriage was in trouble financially, like 100%. So what she did instead is focused on the love instead of the reality. And the reality of the fact is this man was a liar from the beginning. He has never produced. I could probably understand this story more if he actually took care of her a lot and he was actually like, and then all of this happened. But no, he's been deceptive since the beginning. There's nothing that is like, I don't see what's unpredictable, like somebody wrote in the chat. There's nothing that's unpredictable about this story, sis.
And our relationship was just based on this deep love that we had. And so the money was like almost secondary to the love that we shared. And so basically October comes around, he has the hearing, I'm nervous, and ends up working out in our favor. And his account opens up in October. And I'm so happy. He like immediately sent me, I think like $9,000.
Oh, finally.
And I was like, oh my gosh.
Oh, Lord. Oh, God. He got that from somebody, Lord. Red flag. Who did he get the 9K from? You should have tracked it. He scammed somebody, y'all. He got a new woman.
Like, this is amazing. Like, we're going to be able to like come out of this. And he said his business account, that was where the 10 million was supposed to be. That was supposed to be opened up not opened up. He was supposed to have a hearing set for January 10th. So that was when we were going to figure out what was going to happen. And I remember asking him, like, what do you think is going to happen? He's like, well, I've been like looking at research and there's a chance that they might put in like an 18-month to 24-month hold. I go, 18-month hold? And he said, yeah, but I don't think that's what it's going to be. But we'll just cross that bridge when we get to it. Again, have never caught him in a lie at this point.
You know what? I think, you know what? This is what he does. He gets her high and low. Like he does this man. Oh my God. This is craziness. And she's, okay, you haven't caught him in the lie, sis. All right, we'll believe it with you.
And so basically his personal accounts opened up. So we're alleviated of a little bit of the financial stress, but it's still like a little bit stressful because obviously I had quit my job and I was doing real estate full time. And let me tell you, y'all, I was working my ass off, but it almost was like I was restarting my career because I hadn't been working in real estate much for that whole entire year. So I was 100% relying on him for maybe like the month of November, I would say. But the rest of the months, I was still finding a way to make ends meet. I was still making a little bit of money from like doing like campaigns on Instagram, other things. So I still was like making a little bit. So December rolls around and his 90 days of being in the States is about to be up. So he went back to Denmark the beginning of December. And so my plan was to go and meet him in 2 weeks. So we're going to spend 2 weeks apart. And so he's in Denmark for about a week and he sends me a message and he says, my dad's back in the hospital. And I was like, no. And so at this point, the plan was for me to go to Denmark and spend Christmas with his family. And this is going to be my...
Hold on. Somebody put somebody's a scammer. Who's a scammer? Even Prince Andrew still have money. Even if you divorce Ro, they have money. Yeah. Hey, Sophie J. Yes. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. All right, y'all. I'm gonna let this play. I gotta use the restroom a little bit. I'll be right back, y'all. Look, y'all keep watching this. How long is this one? Ooh. Oh, why do I keep doing this? Sorry, guys. Let me fix it. This is my issue here. Okay. Let me check how long. This is 5 minutes. Okay. I'll use the restroom in the next part.
My first European Christmas, and I was so excited for the Christmas markets and all the things. But obviously, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is making sure he's okay, making sure his dad gets better. And so I'm going through all these emotions. Number one, I'm missing him. Number two, he's dealing with all of this. And we have each other's location. So I can see that he's physically at the hospital in his hometown. So I can confirm that. And so obviously the plan was for me to come in 2 weeks. And he asked me, he's like, what are your thoughts if I move up your flight for you to come in a week? And I said, obviously I need to tie up some things for work, but I would love to be there for you. And he said, okay, like, then let's do that.
Oh, why is it doing this again? Hold on, y'all.
The Danish Deception Part 12
Fast forward this.
Opened up. He was supposed to have a hearing set for January 10th. I would say, but the rest of the months I was still finding a way to make ends meet Christmas with his family. And this is going to be my first European Christmas. And I was so excited for the Christmas markets and all the things. But obviously that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is making sure he's okay, making sure his dad gets better. And so I'm going through all these emotions. Number one, I'm missing him. Number two, he's dealing with all of this, and we have each other's location, so I can see that he's physically at the hospital in his hometown. So I can confirm that. And so obviously the plan was for me to come in 2 weeks. And he asked me, he's like, what are your thoughts if I move up your flight for you to come in a week? And I said, obviously I need to tie up some things for work, but I would love to be there for you. And he said, okay, like, then let's do that. And so I moved up my flight. My sister was watching my dog, and I leave. And at this point, the plan is for me to be gone for now 3 weeks. I was originally gonna be gone for 2 weeks. Now it's 3 weeks. And we're still feeling a lot of financial stress. But at this point, like, I had like 3 deals in the pipeline. So there's money that's going to be coming in. But obviously we're still stressed out because like money's coming in. That does not mean the money's there. So we were like up to date on like bills, but still 100% stressing out. And so originally the plan was, my ex said that he really wanted to go stay at this hotel called Hotel d'Angleterre in Copenhagen for 1 night before we went to his hometown to like be with his family. Because his mom had said, I want you guys to just enjoy 1 day in Copenhagen in the Christmas markets before you come home. And so we were like, okay, we'll do that. And so he hadn't booked any of the hotels or anything. And like the day before I'm flying out to Denmark to go see him, he tells me that he just got charged this huge insurance payment for his 2 apartments. Obviously he sold the apartment complex, but his 2 singular apartments that are rented out, he got hit with an insurance payment, and basically it wiped out like everything he had. So again, I'm annoyed. At this point, I'm just like sensing that a lot of this stuff is just bullshit, but I also am just like, it's the holidays, his dad's in the hospital, so I almost feel bad like coming at him whenever he's already dealing with so much. And he had said that his mom had given him money for like hotels, dinners, things in Copenhagen. She was fully aware of like the insurance payment and the financial position he was in, and she wanted to help. And again, she just wanted us to enjoy Copenhagen for 1 day before we came back. So we take the train back to Aalborg, and a good family friend picked us up from the train station. We went home, we had dinner, and then...
Hold on a second, y'all. I have the wrong screen. Sorry, I'm trying to fix this. I know I'm weird. Okay, hold on a second. It's coming again. So his mama gave him money. Okay, that's what she said, y'all. That's what she said. Okay. Oh, God. I'm so tired of this story. Okay, hold on.
Immediately we go to the hospital, see the dad, and like he looks sick, but he looks like he's like in decent spirits. And they said he was going to be home for Christmas. And so we were really, really happy about that. So over the course of the next couple days, we're going to the hospital like 2 times, sometimes 3 times a day, just to like take his mom there, check on the dad, make sure everything's going okay. And then the dad comes home, and like obviously he's super weak, and we're like helping him around. But regardless, we had a wonderful Christmas. And even though like we didn't have a lot of money, and I remember like I got him very, very cheap Christmas gifts that year, and same thing for me. I actually told him like, you don't even have to buy me anything. Like the gift is being here with your family. And he got me a few small things, but regardless, it was fine. And the day after Christmas, we had gone to a champagne party at one of his friends' homes, and you know, I was excited. It wasn't very often that we like went and like hung out with like friends of his. It was very, very rare. And so we went and we were having a good time. And obviously I didn't know a whole lot of people that were there, but his best friend, the one that he was with when I met him in Croatia, he was there. And we were just chatting outside. And before we had left the house, my ex had told me, I really don't want to go out tonight. Like, I just want to go to this party and then come home. And I said, that's totally fine. And so we're at the party, we're outside, just hanging out. I'm talking to his best friend. My ex is inside the home, and his best friend tells me, he goes, you guys should come out tonight. Like, please come out. And I was like, honestly, I'm down to go out, but my ex doesn't want to go out. And that was really weird for him because he always is down to like go out and have a good time. So I already thought it was a little strange. And then his best friend looks at me, he goes, oh, he probably doesn't want to run into any of his enemies from his past gambling addiction.
Red flag. Red flag. Okay, here we go.
And I said, what gambling addiction? And his best friend looks at me and goes, you didn't know that he had a gambling addiction? And we will pick up the rest in part 13.
Oh my God, this man. Okay, this tracks for gambling addiction, to be quite honest with y'all. This does track. This tracks really hard. Oh boy. All right, let's get to part 13. I'm gonna go use the washroom or restroom. I know we say it differently in Canada. And y'all are gonna watch
Danish Deception part 13. So
I'll be back.
Just to recap, I was spending Christmas with my ex and his family in Denmark, and the day after Christmas we go to a champagne party, and that's where his best friend told me that he used to have a gambling addiction. So when I hear this, I am just full panic mode. I'm questioning everything and I'm freaking out. I remember it was so cold in Denmark and I was outside, not even wearing a jacket, and I was sweating because I was just like so overheated. And so I asked him, I go, I had no idea. And at this point, his best friend is like mad. Like he's angry. He's like, are you serious? Like you didn't know. And I was like, yeah, no, I had no idea. He was like, he told me that he told you. I go, he absolutely did not tell me. And I've loaned him a lot of money over the course of a year and a half. And he said he owed me money. I was like, he was like, he paid me back the money he owed me, but he did take money from me at one point. And yeah, it was bad. It was like 10 years ago. And so immediately I'm like, can you go inside the house and get him? So he gets my ex walks out. He goes, what's wrong, babe? And I said, do you have a fucking gambling addiction? I remember I screamed it in his face. I did not even care that I was causing a scene. I was just so mad. And he looks at me, he goes, I mean, I did, but it was like 10 years ago, which did check with what his best friend said, that it was 10 years ago. I was young, I was dumb, I was stupid. I would never, ever go back to that. And I'm like, well, let's play back all the times that I've given you money. Tell me how to make this make sense. And he's like, I have truly just had a year of so many downs, and I promise you, I would never in a million years gamble away your money. And I don't know what to do to prove it. And I was like, well, this insurance payment that you just told me about, I'm going to need to see proof of that. At this point, I'm like, I need to see proof. Been drinking all night, and we get home and I'm just ripping him to shreds. Like, and honestly, he's taking it. He tried a little bit to gaslight me, and I just was like, you're not going to gaslight me. You're in the wrong. You lied. You have an addiction and you didn't tell your wife, and you're the problem. And so we spent a while just fighting. I actually ended up going to bed that night, and the next morning I'm obviously still very angry, very hurt. And he was working in the office in his parents' house. And so after he finishes working, I'm like, we need to go for a walk, because obviously his parents were home and they didn't know what was going on. And his parents are really old at this point. I just like didn't want to bring like any chaos or anything, any drama to the family, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like I should have brought the whole family into what was going on, but I guess my natural instinct was to protect him. And so we go on a walk, and obviously I'm angry, and he like pulls up this document showing me the invoice from the insurance, and it aligns with like the amount that he told me that he had to pay. And so I'm still angry, hurt, all the feelings. And he goes, look at me right now. And I looked at him. He goes, do you really think you know me? Do you really think I'm capable of doing this to you?
Yes.
And taking your money
Yes.
and throwing it away?
Yes.
And I looked
Absolutely.
him in the eye, and I was like, I mean, no, because at this point I had never ever seen a side to him that would ever hurt me intentionally or unintentionally. Like I feel like he always had my best interest at heart, and that he was just a guy going through hard times.
He had your best interest at heart. Your best interest. You. This man was sitting here crying over another man's wife not being able to buy her a dream house, and took $5,000 to give it back to his friend. This man also owes you money, sis. He has not shown any type of care for your situation, and even told you to quit your job knowing damn well he was a scammer. Red flag. He had no type of care for you. Stop it.
So maybe it's because I'm brainwashed at this point, but I end up deciding to believe him. And especially because he showed me proof. I also asked to see his bank statements, and everything checked out. And so I let it go, and I said, okay.
No, you didn't call the bank, though. I could already tell. Did you call the bank, sis? Nope, you didn't. You just looked at this. Y'all, trust me when I say you could forge documents. Trust me when I say it's not difficult to forge documents.
Well, do not ever lie to me again. You're my husband, I'm your wife, and you're going to be honest with me going forward. And if I catch you in a lie again, like, we're gonna have some problems. Already had plans to go to Budapest for New Year's that following.
Yeah, somebody had said in the chat, I caught when you guys said they travel way too much for people who are broke. Why are you traveling? You can't travel when you're broke. Priorities, all types of wrong.
New Year's, and we found some really cheap flights and a cheap hotel. Honestly, we didn't spend a whole lot of money on that trip, and that's part of the reason why we went. But we went there for New Year's, had a good time. As you can probably imagine, I paid for that entire trip.
Of course you did.
After Budapest, we went back to Copenhagen for one day, and then I went back to Dallas, and he stayed in Copenhagen because he had a bunch of work meetings. I'm home, and obviously stressing about this upcoming hearing with the Danish IRS, SCAT, or whatever it's called. And I knew it was on January 10th. And I kind of wanted to wait and see if he would bring it up, because a part of me was like, I feel like he's lying about all of this. And so January 9th comes around, and long and behold, he says, oh, my hearing is tomorrow. And I'm like, okay, he's telling the truth about that. Because if he had just like breezed past the date, I would have felt like, okay, he's lying about this whole everything, the business account. And so he tells me the next day he has a hearing. Again, I go to sleep, ball of nerves, wake up the next morning, ask him, how did the hearing go? And he said, they ended up deciding to put an 18-month hold on my account.
So first of all, she believed him because he brought up the January 10th court date the night before. Do you not know how easy it is for people to remember their lies? We have a phone here, so he probably writing all his lies down like, okay, I told her this or I told her that. It's not that complicated, sis. If you have a good memory, you can remember your lies. Red flag. This doesn't prove anything. You know what would prove something? If you went to the courthouse and you looked up the records and be like, does he have? Or you call the IRS. You're his wife now. You can call them, you know. Ask them how you can get the authorization to look at his file. You can do that. You can. Or Danish IRS. I don't know how it works out. Find out. Be like, hey, I'm his wife. We're legally married. What process do I have to do to get authorization to see his file? Is it that complicated? No, it's not.
I'm like, oh, this is so frustrating. Like, I'm just so frustrated. I feel like nothing is going our way.
Who said wait? You know what? Hold up. Hold on. Ooh, your screen name. Prince. I'm gonna call you Prince. Prince, you said paying for these flights through Klarna. I cannot with you. Red flag to you. No, actually green flag. That was funny. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all are too much. Y'all cutting up in the chat. She probably did play it through Klarna. Y'all know Klarna, they have, I think people are not paying their bills or something. So a lot of people are in debt collection through Klarna. Just letting you know. That's probably what they did, though. I ain't gonna lie. I did not know they had layaway for flights. That's pretty much layaway. Literally. They just spruce it up a little bit. Whenever you have Afterpay or Klarna, what's another one? They be having all these damn layaway. They don't call it layaway anymore.
And it's only 18 months. You're doing well at this point. Like I was doing well with real estate, and he's like, I have my job, and you know, I don't foresee.
Oh, Sasha, you're here, sis. Hey, sis, how are you? And L at the start that fell. I didn't get to say hi to you earlier. And everybody else, hey, everybody. Rose, Mavaros. I can't really see everybody else. Queen Baby, Prince, GF. I believe I said hi to you already. All right, everybody say hi to everybody. I'm saying hi to everybody in the chat. All right, let's continue this.
Any crazy things happening, so we'll be fine. Don't worry, we'll be okay. And obviously at that point, I wanted to trust him fully, but I also didn't. So I told him I need to see proof of this. And that's when he shows me email confirmation from his lawyer confirming that there was an 18-month hold on this account. And I saw the email.
Hey, sis.
Fast forward to February 10th. It's our anniversary. And so we decided we're going to go out that night. And I remember we talked originally about maybe going on a vacation. But then we ended up canceling the vacation just because we wanted to save some money. And so we ended up just being here for our anniversary. And so we went to a nice restaurant here in Dallas, one of our favorite ones. And we go to dinner, and he's ordering really expensive wine. I think he ordered a $400 or $500 bottle of wine. And I was like, what are you doing? He's like, it's our anniversary. And I'm like, I know, but we need to be saving money. And then afterwards, one of my good friends was at a cocktail bar and said, hey, you guys should come and meet us. And we were like, sure. I asked him if he was down. He said, yeah, let's do it. So we go, and we go to this cocktail bar. My friend is there. She's celebrating a birthday of another one of her friends, someone that not super close friends with. and they're with like a big group of girls. So I just went to go say hi to her, see her, say hello. And before I know it, my ex is like, I'm gonna buy everyone around us shots. And we're at a cocktail lounge, it's like kind of expensive. And I'm like, is that really necessary? Like, I feel like, and I looked around and everyone had a drink in their hand. I'm like, we don't need to do that. He's like, oh no, it's her birthday, let's do it. I'm like, you don't even know who that girl is. Like, why does it matter? And I remember just being super annoyed because I knew he had just...
See, this is where you should have had an outburst. You're broke. You already owe so much taxes. Don't do that, honey. You see, now I understand. Let me tell you something. You know, when I used to see couples arguing in public, I used to get secondhand embarrassment because I used to be like, damn, I'm hearing all their business. But now I realize the sisters that used to fight with their husbands in public, I get it now. It was so they could have witnesses, eyewitnesses. So yes, sis, this would have been the perfect time to be like, we're broke. Why are you doing this? And say it in a loud enough voice for him to be embarrassed to stop. And then people around you going to start looking around. Now I see it actually does work when you do that. It does. If you're in this kind of situation, please do that. Now, if you're in a regular, normal relationship, then don't do that. I wouldn't say that. Don't embarrass your spouse or your partner. But in this case, he's too much. You gotta rein it in, sis. You gotta say, honey, we owe money, babe. We owe a lot of money. And then make sure somebody's within earshot. They get embarrassed real quick, they're gonna stop.
Spent like $800 at dinner. And we're at this cocktail lounge. And I realized like he's running up a bill here and he's just chugging old fashions. And he wasn't the biggest drinker. Like he drank and sometimes he would get like really drunk, but it was like pretty rare. And most times he could drink and handle his alcohol very well. And so tonight was really weird because I'm like, we're celebrating our anniversary and you would think that he just like wants to be intentional with our time spending it together. And instead it just feels like he's just slamming these drinks. And I was so confused by why he felt the need to get this drunk. And so he's having a conversation with my friend and I'm like seeing him and he's like slurring his words. And then he's talking to my friend and I see like a little bit of spit come from his mouth and like land on like her shoulder. And she like wiped it away. And I was like, what the fuck is that? That's disgusting. And so he's drank his like third old fashioned. And then I look up and he's ordering another one. And I look at him, I say, are you sure you should order another drink? And he looks at me, he goes, who do you think you are to tell me when I like what I can and can't drink? And I said, excuse me, I'm just saying, do you need to have another drink? Like, do we need to get belligerent tonight? And before I know it, he's basically just going off on me saying that I'm disrespecting him and
See, remember, if you were part of the stream earlier, I said that he's not used to being held accountable. His mother coddles him because his father is an abusive POS. You can already see it. And so now I'm picking up the bits and pieces, y'all. And with that, I can make a little analysis. So now he grew up in a household where the father just didn't take care of business. Father was just reckless. Mama and son enmeshed. They were bonding, trauma bonding with each other. He's protecting his mama. She's protecting her son from her husband, even though she should have left. But that didn't happen. It's okay. Things happen, right? So now, instead of holding him accountable, she's overcompensating because the dad's a piece of shit. And so now you have the son who's trying his hardest to take care of the mama. Mama's taking care of the son, enabling his bad behavior. This is what happens. That father was abusive as hell. And he still is. That's the problem. If he had changed, I would have been like, okay, you know what? That was the past. This is now. That father is still abusive. The way he was talking to his son while she was there in Denmark. So now, the first time he's never been held accountable. The parent that's supposed to hold him accountable didn't do it because she was trying to coddle him because she's making up for the fact that she put him in a situation where his dad is not treating him like a son. And probably is verbally assaulting him. That's what I could gather. So now we have a situation where she's holding him accountable for the first time and now he's upset. Of course. This is there you go. This is why it's important to know if your man is a mama's boy. Because if he is, then that means he's never been held accountable. Which means that once you start doing that, they're going to start not liking you. Because they're not used to that accountability.
Shouldn't be telling him that he needs to slow down and that he's a man. And I'm just confused because we've never really like had arguments like this before. And I'm like, what's your problem? And he's like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just go. And I was like, okay, let's go. So we get into the Uber, about to go home, and I'm like, what is your problem? He's like, I just don't like it when you disrespect me in public.
Yes, you're so right, Zany234. Correct, sis. You said coddling is abusive as well. It is. It is. You are literally not you're letting someone do whatever they want to do. It's impossible to not have a structure or boundaries. But when you're raised in a household with no boundaries, then you were a child with no boundaries, and now you're going to become an adult with no boundaries. And that's going to wreak havoc into society. And this is why we're having a lot of issues with these young kids who have no type of discipline, and they're running feral because they have no sense of accountability. And their parents keep coddling them to overcompensate for their failures instead of being like, you know what? I got to stop this. No, they don't want to do it. They'd rather keep coddling the kid to make themselves, to self-soothe themselves, not realizing that they're destroying their children. This is what's happening.
Like that. And I was like, I didn't disrespect you in public. It's not like I yelled, hey, you're drunk, stop drinking. I literally told you right next to you, like there was no one else around. I just said, hey, maybe you should slow down on the drinking. Y'all, I don't know what happened next, but this huge, intense fight spiraled out. We get into the house and we are now screaming at each other. He's telling me that I disrespected him. And now I'm getting mad because I'm like, you're drunk right now. Like, what's going on? Like, you never behave like this. The fight escalates and he ends up walking out of the home.
Never argue with somebody who is under the influence. Don't ever do it, y'all. Don't ever do it. You remove yourself from the situation. Do not let it escalate. That person is liable to do anything. Especially a man. He is way bigger than her, y'all. And this is their first argument. She didn't even know how he was when he got angry. Only time she saw him angry was when he was cussing out his damn daddy in the car. And that already should have let you know there was a problem. And when he called his sister the B word, the older one. This man has a mental issue, y'all. She shouldn't have been around him. Just a warning.
And I'm like, where are you going? And he said, don't worry about me. I'm going to get a hotel tonight and then we're going to see where we stand. And I was like, what the fuck does that mean? And we will continue on in part 14.
All because she held him accountable, y'all. This is the reaction. Again, he has never had this lesson in his life.
The Danish Deception, part 14. I have Smokey here because I truly need emotional support to tell this part of this.
I really hope he didn't beat on her, y'all. I really hope not.
Series. Okay. So he leaves the house, he goes to a hotel, and I'm so baffled and confused. And like the messages he's sending me are just so insane. And this is a side to him that I've never seen before. And I remember I called my best friend Sarah that was living in Germany at the time because of the time difference. She was awake, and I'm just bawling my eyes out. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. And like, she comforted me a lot, but I just was hurt and upset and angry. Just why is he treating me like this? And so the next day he says that he's going to come back and get some more of his things and go back to the hotel. And so I'm like, we're still doing this? And he comes over and I'm like, can we have a conversation? He's like, what's there to talk about? Like, I don't know what to talk about. Like, you disrespected me last night. And at this point, I'm like, let's have a conversation about it. And he's like being extremely stubborn about the situation. But over time, he finally is like, okay, it's fine. Like, I'll unpack my bags, I'll stay. And I'm obviously pissed off that he just dropped $1,000 on a hotel room, which he spent like $1,500 the night before for our anniversary, and he just dropped another $1,000 on a hotel room. It's just like spending money so unnecessarily, and it's making me so mad. But I was like, I just want to keep the peace, so I let it go. And even though I'm still very confused at why he's behaving this way. So a couple days go by, and I get a message from one of my really, really good girlfriends, and she says, hey, I've been wanting to reach out to you for some time, but did you know that your ex owes my husband $200,000? And I remember I was like eating lunch. I was next to my ex, I was eating lunch, and I'm just like, I read this message and I couldn't breathe. Like, I literally could not breathe. And I look at him and I go, what the fuck is this? And he was like, oh, well, you know, we were working this crypto deal where we were selling watches at a profit, and he's being super picky about how much profit he wants to get. I'm trying to find the right buyer, but I'll find it and we'll be fine. And I was like, so you kept it, you have this money that you owe this man and you lied to me about it? He's like, well, money's currently in watches and it's gonna be fine. Like, I just need to sell them. And so I was like, okay, even though like it's like red flags after red flags, I'm like, there's something up. So I'm really upset at this point because you don't borrow money from a friend, this amount of money from a friend, and not discuss it with your wife. And so I told him, I'm like, I'm really upset with you that like you didn't talk to me about this, but you know, it's fine.
There should not be a but. Red flag. There's no but. There's no but. I knew when I heard but, I was like, oh damn, this is not gonna work out, sis. There's no but. What but? 200,000. What amount are we at now? Do we have a mathematician in the chat? Please let me know how much is this. How much? Just a lot of money, y'all. This. Oh Lord.
Well, I didn't say it's fine. I just said this is unacceptable. And I remember that day we really didn't communicate much with each other. We weren't like screaming or fighting with each other. I just like really decided that I wanted to distance myself from him. What he did not know was that I was going to message my friend separately and ask her husband if the story that was communicated to me by my ex was true. Finally. So I asked her, and she responds to me and says, no, this is not correct. And at this point, it's the husband that's communicating. And for the purposes of this playlist and series, I'm going to refer to these individuals as Crypto and Crypto's wife. So Crypto is the one that's responding, and he's saying, no, none of this is true. He told me he had the watches sold a long time ago. He told me he was going to transfer the money, and I've been asking him, and he's been giving me the turnaround time. And, you know, when his dad was in the hospital, I was trying to be respectful, but also like, you know, this is affecting my work because he works very much in crypto. And so I'm reading these messages and I'm still reading it. And I get to the end and he said, and just so you know, I had someone look into the wallet that I sent money to, and it's been linked to a gambling website since 2023.
Okay, so this man has, this, you know what? This tracks for a gambling addiction. Seriously, it does. It does. This is an addiction. Oh Lord, this is horrible.
And that's when I realized that he was gambling. And
but I thought the friend told you that. You see, okay, something's wrong here. Didn't the friend tell her that? She didn't believe the friend? Hit red flag. The best friend told you. The best, he's like, oh, by the way, your man a gambler. I think he was throwing you a bone. He was like, you seem really sweet. My friend, he ain't shit. So I'm just going to let you know right now, he got a gambling addiction. You didn't listen? The friend said that. Why are you shocked now?
I just fully collapsed to the ground. I remember I was in the kitchen and it was like I couldn't even stand anymore. Like I just collapsed to the ground and I'm just like crying. He's like, what is it? I'm like, you're lying to me. You're gambling. And he was like, no, I'm not. Like still lying. And I'm just like, just tell me the truth. Be honest with me for once in your life. Tell me the truth. And he's like, I promise you I'm not gambling. And then I grab his face and I pull it to me and I scream in his face. I said, tell me the fucking truth. And he looks at me and he goes, okay, I've been gambling. And honestly, I was just quiet. Wow. Like it was just 30 seconds of just silence. And this next part is gonna make you all a little confused, but I actually had a showing 30 minutes after that exact moment. So I went upstairs, I changed, and I grabbed my keys and I left the house and I went and showed a house. And it was the most bizarre thing ever. Like I was in front of clients smiling.
That's not bizarre. Can't stop, won't stop, get guap. What I told you, you back on it. Get rid of him. Keep making your money. That's what it is. Can't stop, won't stop. You're not going to let that stop your movement, sis. This man needed help. You should have put him, he needs to be institutionalized somewhere. I'm being honest. I'm joking, but I'm also being honest. He needs to see somebody. He has some trauma. You can already see it. But instead of dealing with it, this is what happens. It spirals. A lot of men, you know what? I'm going to say this too, because I know we had a man on the chat, in the chat, Prince. Shout out to you. But what I'm going to say is this. A lot of men have a lot of childhood trauma they do not share. And they fester it. And then it externalizes, and it, I guess manifests, I should say, that's the word. It manifests into adult issues. And I'm speaking of men in particular, because I've noticed this, that you can trace trauma with their behavior. Where you see an addiction to women, addiction to gambling, addiction to substances, alcohol, drugs. Whenever you see an addiction to something, then you can trace it back to trauma. Automatically. You already know that, okay, something happened in the childhood. I don't know what it is, but there's something there. And I think that as a society, we have normalized it to be boys will be boys. And this is just what men do. No, it's not. It's not. And it should never be normalized. So I'm here to say today, if you are a man watching the chat and you feel like you can resonate with some of these situations, I would highly recommend you go see a therapist. I feel like men need to really start stepping it up, because this is getting out of hand. It's out of hand. And then you can trace it back to an enabling mama. Always. It's always the caregiver. Always the mama. I can trace it back to the mama. Seriously, I'm not joking. Daddy ain't shit either. But mama is usually the one enabling this bad behavior. And the dad's usually either absent or just not there. He's there, but he's not there. So then this is why we have to be careful. We have to be careful. And as women, we have to really start asking those questions. He has gotten this far behaving in this way because somebody's been enabling this behavior. So whoever was bailing him out before, now she's assuming the role of the bailout, the cleanup woman.
Even though like everything around me felt like it was crumbling. So he's obviously texted me like, please, like, come home after your showing. Like, I want to have a conversation. And I'm saying, right now, I just feel like I can't talk to you. So I went to a park and I called my best friend, Natalie. And I told her, I was like, hey, I have some news for you. She's like, what's up? You can talk to me. And I told her, I said, he has a gambling addiction. And I just completely lose it. Sorry, you guys, I get emotional at this part.
It's okay.
I just completely lose it. And like,
it's okay to cry, sis. You know, we was making fun of you being delusional, but seriously, I feel sorry for you, because this is something difficult. And I think that she really genuinely really cared for him. I personally wouldn't call it love, because I think she was just obsessed with the idea of love. However, I will say that her feelings are real and they're valid. And so we're going to validate that, sis. We're not going to make fun of you crying. It's okay to cry.
Natalie's my best friend. I love her so much, and just being able to like have someone finally to like be open and honest about what was happening made me feel so good, because I felt like I could just release everything. And she was 100% there for me. She lives in New York, but she was like, whatever happens, I don't give a fuck about him. I give a fuck about you. So where do we go from here? And I was like, I don't know where we go. Like, I'm with this man that I love more than anything in the world. I find out he's been lying to me. I find out that he's stolen money from our friends, and I'm just like completely wrecked. I'm like, I don't know where to go from here. And she's like, something you need to know is that
wait, oh sis, you said you don't believe these emotions. I'm sorry, too sporadic. She's been smiling and cheesing the whole story. I think what it is she was deluding herself. That's what I'm saying. Like, she also has some issues she has to work through. What it is she was telling the story because she's remembering like, oh, this was a great time, delusion. And then I think when she started saying the gambling thing, she realized, oh shit, like the emotions. So maybe at the time, like when she's telling the story, it didn't get this bad until this time, because I think now she's realizing that, like, okay, like she's reliving that memory. That's what I think. But I get it. Yeah, she did seem a bit off, like smiling and just, you know, talking about, oh yeah, but he didn't lie one time. But then now this is real, where yeah, he did lie this whole time, and she's crying because she's reliving that emotion of that moment.
This is the rest of your life. This is it. This isn't something that just goes away. This is addiction. And she had experience with a gambling addiction specifically and has seen the damage it's caused. And so she said, this is the rest of your life. Whatever you decide, I will support you, but this will be the rest of your life. And so after that, I go inside the house and he's like, I want to talk. And I'm like,
question is, how do we have 25 parts if this part happened? Like, I'm thinking that she asked for the divorce after this. Because how do we have 27 parts? How is that possible?
I was not ready to talk to him. But I decided to call Crypto's wife, who's my good friend. And I talked to her on the phone, and the first thing I said, I just started bawling my eyes out. I was like, I'm so sorry. Like, I felt so much guilt, like, that I didn't know that all this stuff was happening, and I had no idea. And I just told her, I'm so sorry. And let me just take a moment and tell you, I don't know if Crypto and Crypto's wife are going to come forward, but they are two of the most beautiful people I've ever known in my entire life.
Okay, now Mavaro sis, I'm gonna have to agree with you. No, now it seems a bit performative. Okay, I'm with you, sis. You know what? She had me fooled too. I thought them tears looking a little weird right now. How do we have 27 parts? Okay, Mavaro sis, you was right. Them crocodile tears. She has an issue, y'all. She need to get checked out too.
Life. And after what they went through, like, they had every right to, like, go to the police and ruin our lives. And instead, they had empathy and they had love for me.
That empathy gonna bite you in the butt. They should have still pursued that man. That's okay. I'm still gonna file charges. I'm gonna need my money back. We taking you to court. I'm sorry. I don't care how good our friendship is. I'm just gonna remember the memories we had.
And they're just like, whatever we can do to support you. Like, money comes and goes. Obviously, we'll figure that out later. But what can we do to support you? And I just was like, I don't know how to be with someone that lies to me and that I don't trust. Like, I don't know what to do, but you know, at the same time, like, I got married. We said our vows and we said in sickness and in health, and this is a sickness. And I have no experience with addiction at all. None, zero.
Lord, we spoke about this yesterday. Okay, so she's Christian. I get it. I understand. I get it. But he deceived you from the beginning. This is grounds, y'all. He was deceptive from the beginning. He's not who he said he was from the beginning. So you have no ties to this man. Seriously. He was deceptive from the beginning. He's not who he said he was. You married a Decepticon. I said that before. So now she's trying to heal him through an addiction, and he's not even the one who wants to change. There's a difference, y'all. And there have been a lot of people who have transformed their lives from addiction. Do not get me wrong. It is not something that there is nothing in this world that you cannot overcome, except the only exception I would make, to be quite honest with you, is child pedos. I don't do that. I'm sorry. There's no reform in that. Abuse, pedo-ish, this stuff, that stuff right there, I'm sorry, forever. It's forever up and stuck. You ain't never gonna come around me with that BS. Forever up and stuck for me. But when it comes to addiction, that's a different thing. That's a different story. And I know that there are a lot of people who have been addicted to substances, gambling. They have transformed their lives, but they have to do the work, not you sitting here trying to support them through what? He's not even the one who initiated it. Again, she's taking the initiative. He has to heal. He doesn't seem to want to. So then that means that it's done. He's not willing to heal. You're not, like, what's going on here? You cannot support him and heal him. It's impossible. He has to want to do the work himself.
Like, I don't even know where to begin. And so I just start doing research and, like, looking at, like, podcasts.
You're doing too much. He should have been doing that. Red flag. Stop it. He didn't come up to you and say, I have a problem. I'm going to go get help. I need to go to AA, whatever. He didn't say none of that. You're taking the initiative to help him out of his addiction, please.
Reading books. And at this point, I'm still very much distancing myself from him. And then I look up a Gamblers Anonymous meeting, and I find one here in Dallas, and it was an open meeting happening. And I told him, I said, you know, it's still really hard for me to, like, talk with you, but let's go to this GA meeting. And so we go to the GA meeting. Everyone's like going around circle, telling their stories. I'm just bawling my eyes out during this whole entire thing because I'm hearing like the saddest stories and I'm hearing like the most beautiful success stories. And so in a way, it like made me understand the depth of what I was going through, but it also gave me hope. And so
you shouldn't have hope for somebody. Like, why did they go together? Hold on, I missed that part. Did she go by herself or he went?
And so we go to the GA meeting.
Oh, they went. Okay.
And I told him, I said, you know,
sorry,
still really hard for me.
I missed that part. My bad. Okay.
To like talk with you, but let's go to this GA meeting. And so we go to the GA meeting. Everyone's like going around circle, telling their stories. I'm just bawling my eyes out during this whole entire thing because I'm hearing like the saddest stories and I'm hearing like the most beautiful success stories. And so in a way, it like made me understand the depth of what I was going through, but it also
hold on. Mary Sparkle's like, whoa, hey sis, you said hit a F we go. Hold up. No, y'all scaring me. So, what else is going on here?
I for some reason still felt like there was like a lot that I didn't know about him. Like there was stuff missing in my gut and my soul. And I kept asking him, is there anything else you need to tell me? Is there anything else you need to tell me?
No, stop asking him and start investigating. You don't know how. Sis, get you a private investigator. That's what they're there for. Go call your private investigator. They gonna wrap this up real quick for you. Go get one in Denmark, sis. I promise you, you gonna be good. That money will be well. All that money you done sent him, you should put it into a private investigator. They'll give you all the details you need to know. Stop asking him. He's not gonna lie. He's going to lie to you. His family's going to lie with him. So do not ask them. Maybe the bestie might tell you the truth because the bestie done told you he had a gambling problem. I would have probably contacted the bestie like, look, I need your information. But maybe the bestie might be loyal to him. So I would go with a PI. Get you a PI, y'all. PI, private investigator. You're welcome.
At this point, I am still in constant communication with Crypto and Crypto's wife. And Crypto tells me, I was wondering, how would you feel about me hiring a PI?
Thank you. Oh my God. I promise y'all I didn't watch this. Yes. Crypto and his wife. Yes. Yes. Thank you. You see, this is how people think that got some type of sense. Go get you a private investigator. I'm not going to ask a liar about them. Like, I feel like he's going to feed me more. Like, he's already shown you he's a liar. Go get you a PI, sis.
Pass. And I said, 100%. Please do it. And we will continue on in part 15.
Oh, Lord. What did the private investigator find out?
The Danish Deception, part 15.
Oh, Lord.
So before I dive back into the series, there's a few things I wanted to say. The first being that I am giving you guys majority of bad. And there was a lot of good times.
No, I don't care about that. Ain't no good times when somebody's lying to you and deceiving you. Stop it. Red flag. There's no good time. Stop it. Stop trying to romanticize a loser, a bummy man. Stop it. Don't romanticize this. He lied to you. That's it. That's all. Now, if you had an actual relationship and there were trials and tribulations, that's not what we talking about here. This man, again, was deceptive from the start. There was never any good times. You're romanticizing a liar. He's a pathological liar and he's an addict from the beginning. This wasn't even something that he grew into. He was that from the beginning. Stop it.
A relationship, I would say I was happy 90% of the time, despite the financial struggles that we're going through. And he was what I thought was a very selfless and caring individual.
Bye, sis.
And the other people in my life would also attest to that. There were a lot of times that he did not have money in his account, but when he did, he was very, very generous with it.
He was generous and then he would take it back from you again. Stop.
He was the type of person that would buy whatever people need, would treat them, and I viewed him as selfless. He also...
What other people needed, but what about his wife? You. Exactly. Again, stop it.
He was the type of person that would drop anything at any time to help someone in need.
Someone in need, not you. Stop it. Red flag. It's not you. At least if it was you, then I could be like, okay, you know what? I get it. He's helping everybody but your ass. Stop it.
So, because of those reasons, I truly believed he was a good quality human. I now know that a lot of those things were self-serving.
To other people, not to you. Again, I could understand if he was getting you stuff, you guys had all these things, and then all of a sudden, you know, he fell on hard times. That's different. We all have different stories that we go through as a married couple. It happens. The problem is that he's always taking from you, giving to other people, and then taking more from you. How is it benefiting you? I don't know. And you still sitting here trying to cape for this man.
But I wanted to make a note of that so that you guys didn't think it was just like all bad and all
like
bad. Money exchange every single day. It was not like that at all.
It was.
The other thing I wanted to bring up is the comments. Obviously, I've gotten some negative ones and some positive ones. I want to speak on the positive ones first. Thank you so much. I did not expect to be receiving this much empathy and compassion. And I just want to say thank you. It means the world to me. So thank you so much. And I wanted to speak on the negative ones as well. Obviously, you know, I made some choices that I deeply, deeply regret. I wouldn't be doing this series if that was not the case. And there's not a single comment that's worse than anything that I've told myself already. Listen, I was a Black woman on The Bachelor. I have a thick skin for that reason. So these messages and these comments that are negative, it doesn't faze me at all. Honestly, I couldn't care less. I am prioritizing protecting others over my own self-preservation, and I will never regret that. But what does bother me is there's other victims that are reading these comments and they are feeling like they need to keep silent because they're worried about how other people will perceive.
No, you see, you worried about the wrong things. You worried about the wrong things. I'm pretty sure that they know how to separate your story from their story. They're not the same person. And we stop doing that. Two things can be true at the right time. At the same time, I mean. So no, there are other victims. No, yes, there are other victims out there who want to share their story, but listening to you, no, like it wouldn't have mattered anyways. Sis, take accountability. This is the problem. She doesn't want to take accountability for anything. She could have said, yeah, I have the negative comments and I understand how people feel. I understand their perspective. I have learned and grown from it. And so going forward, I will do better. How does that sound, y'all? She's deflecting again. Oh, but there are other victims out there. You guys shouldn't shame them. No, we talking about you, though. Stop deflecting to other victims. We talking about your ass.
And when you silence other victims, you are now giving the power back to the predators. And that is what I'm not okay with. So I challenge the people that are making the negative comments to reflect on what you're saying and to make sure we're all keeping the big picture in mind.
And you know what, sis? I'm going to say something else, too. You know you can turn your comments off, right? I could do that. Literally, if I promise you, it is not that difficult to disable your comments. I literally could do it for every YouTube video. Right now, I'm going to shut down all the comments. None of y'all could comment. But I don't do that because I don't really care. To be quite honest with you. I did a little bit before because I like to nuck and buck just naturally. I'm just naturally a debater. And then I realized I was wasting my energy. So then I just let people run amok. Except if you say something racially insensitive, like if you say some racial slurs, no, you definitely get cussed out and blocked. And if you talk about my voice, I don't like when people talk about my voice. That's a sore spot for me. Because they don't like how, my voice is a little weird. But anyway, point is that you could disable your comments if you're that sensitive, sis. You could get the message across and disable your comments. It's really that simple.
We are trying to make sure victims can stand up and find their voice, and we can prevent this from happening to other people.
Exactly, sis. Exactly. She decided to share it with the world. Exactly. You cannot control how people receive the information that you're sharing. You cannot. I had to learn that. And then I realized, you know what? It is what it is. People they can feel how they feel. I know who I am. I know what I do. And people can misinterpret all they want to. It's okay. Let it be. But this, you see, I noticed that whenever people do stories like this, they always come out with a video. Well, and then no, you don't need to. Just say your story and that's it. We don't need to hear all this because it's making it worse. Because now here, I keep stopping it. Why? Because you're not being real with yourself. That's it.
Okay, I know enough talking. Let's get back to the series.
Let's get back to the series.
So Crypto tells me he's going to hire a PI to look into my ex. I was 100% on board with this. I did not tell my ex this was being done.
You better
So
not.
Those few days where I was waiting for the results, I remember just being so nervous. I'm like, I don't even know what's going to come up. Like, I feel like, do I even know this man? And so after a couple days, Crypto sends me a text and he says, okay, here are the preliminary findings. The first thing was that there was no criminal history found whatsoever. So that made me feel a little bit good because I was like, okay, maybe this situation with Crypto is kind of like an isolated incident and it's not like as bad as I think it is. Like he didn't con a ton of people in Denmark. And then the big thing that he found was that my ex did not go to the Olympics, not once and not twice.
We already knew that though, sis. You could have looked at the records. And you know, they have, in case somebody says, well, what if it was when there was no internet? They have the book versions, y'all. They have all of those. Everybody has like a repository. There's a repository of everything, y'all. Even old articles in the library, just go ask them. Be like, hey, I need an article from 1975. I can guarantee you they got it somewhere in the back room. They have repositories, y'all. You could have found that information. Another thing I want to mention is that when she said that, oh, like she was worried because he didn't have a criminal record, but she was worried, like she thought it was an isolated incident with crypto. Let me tell you something. Somebody always starts small and then they go big. People who steal, they never just start stealing. They start doing little things first. Same thing with unalivers. Serial unalivers, y'all know the serial people who go and unalive women and men. It's not something that they just woke up and just decided to do it. They usually start with cats and pets, vulnerable. You know, they usually like start to hit babies, do crazy things like that. And then they escalate. It always starts small and then it escalates. Why? Because at the time when it started, like I said, it all goes back to childhood. Parents were supposed to be there to be like, hey, don't do that. That's not right. Hey, let's monitor this. This is not good behavior. Oh my God, we need to go see somebody. But they didn't. His mother just hugged him and coddled him and let him. He's still on his mama titty. That's what happened. He's a baby, a man baby at that. Okay, now you get that. So yeah, don't ever dismiss something and say, oh, it's isolated. It's never isolated. And yes, it is that serious. It is never that isolated.
And when I found this out, I was sick to my stomach. And the first thing that I felt was embarrassment because, like, why did I not look this up? And I think the reason why I didn't look it up is because the way he downplayed it, like, oh, I didn't play. I was like, backup of the backup.
Yeah, him, not you though, right? Again, lack of accountability, red flag. The way he downplayed it, no. And I needed to do that. Actually, you're right. I didn't realize that I should have looked at that. So I should have done that. I don't know why I didn't come up with it. I wasn't thinking about that. Stop talking about the way he downplayed it. No, it doesn't matter what he said. It's your actions that make a difference. He could say whatever he wants. How do you react to it? That's what matters most, sis.
It just was like an afterthought to me. It's also why I didn't like bring it up to other people. There's a lot of people that didn't even know that he mentioned that he went to the Olympics because I didn't really talk about it because it was like I said, it was an afterthought. And so I was just deeply upset by this information. Just to know that someone could lie about something like this, I was like, this is truly sick. When I received this message, I was at an open house, and luckily it was a vacant house and there was no one in this home. So I had my time to do some research, and I started looking through our WhatsApp messages and videos, trying to just reflect on all the things that he told me. And I see the photos that he sent me of his apartment in Copenhagen, the one that he had sold a year prior. And so I downloaded the photos, and then I reverse Google image searched them, and it pulled up an interior designer's home in Germany. And that just fully sent me completely, because obviously this is a house that he just purchased and sold and made that $500,000 in profit, and half
not
of it
just saying Devonda, sis, you go to timeout. Red flag for you, no, green flag for you too. Boy, y'all cutting up. Hold up. Hell, even Helen Keller knew that he was lying. Sis, you ain't lying. Even her dog Smokey knew he was lying.
Towards the tax bill, and half of it went to his friend's plumbing business. And so I'm just like, this is so sick and disgusting. I can't believe someone would have the audacity to lie about this. So I go back home. He actually was at the gym. So I'm just home spiraling, waiting for him to get back. And he walks in, and the second he walks in, I immediately say, I need you to sit down. We need to have a talk. And he automatically looks kind of annoyed. He's like, what now? Because obviously we've been really going through it the past week with like finding out about his addiction. He's been going to GA meetings. I've been wanting to talk about his addiction all day, every day, because I want to get as much information as possible. And so he's just like, I'm drained. I'm tired. I'm like, sit down. We need to talk. So he sits down, and I say, did you go to the Olympics? And he goes, yes, I did. I go, no, I'm going to ask you one more time. Did you go to the Olympics? He goes, I went to the Olympics. So I say, okay, well, I'm going to give your mom a call, and I'm going to verify it with her. So I pull up my phone and I dial her number. It actually rings once. And he goes, okay, I didn't go to the Olympics. And I just remember just sitting there and just being like, who lies about something like that?
Again, this patterns. I'm going to keep saying it until until it seeps into the brains of, I know not all of y'all, but whoever's watching this. Notice how she always has to repeat in order for him to tell the truth. That's because he's so used to lying and not being held accountable. And the way she's talking to him is like a mother, because he didn't get that type of training as a child in education. So this is why she has to talk to him sternly like this. He's basically practically reverting to a childlike state whenever he's held accountable. This is how you know it's childhood trauma. So no, you shouldn't have gone just to the AA meeting. He needs to get mental health therapy from a clinical psychologist. He needs to go get that unpacked. And you should have left him at this point. He needs to change himself. You can't be dragging him everywhere, sis. It was never going to happen. It's not going to work in that case. He has to do the work, y'all.
And I told him, on top of that, you also lied about the apartment that you were living in. I was like, this is sick. And at this point, I'm spiraling because I don't know what's real or what's fake. And so I tell him, listen, I saw the email from your lawyer about the business account. So I feel like I got the proof I needed for that. But I do need proof about the other 2 apartments in Copenhagen. He said, absolutely. And that's when he pulls up the lease agreements. And obviously the lease agreements are like all in Danish, but he's like translating it for me. There's like the name, there's the address, there's the amount they're paying, it's their lease term, all these things. And so I was like, okay, I felt like this was proof. And so at this point, I like don't know where we go from here. And like, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, like 100%, I was thinking about just picking up the phone, calling my family, and just being like, this is happening, I need to leave him. But I'm still so in love with this man. I can't picture a life without him. Despite everything that he's put me through, I just felt like I could not say goodbye to him. And I really just felt like this disease is the enemy, not him. So we need to work as a team and fight it together and overcome this. And I felt like we were capable of anything at this point, you know? And especially like with the challenges that we had already gone through, I felt like we were invincible, like we could overcome anything. That's the mentality that I was going into it with. And so obviously I'm talking to him about my reservations.
You could, if it's somebody that you actually had a real relationship with. He was deceiving you from the beginning. Again. And he never wanted to get help to get himself back together. That's the second thing. Those 2 factors need to be checked off. Those 2 requirements. First requirement, you actually had to have been in a loving, committed relationship. Second requirement is he has to want to do the change. None of these were in your situation. So why are you sitting here trying to fight for this?
Like, I don't know where we go from here. Like, and I did tell him that I didn't know like how to move forward. And that's when he just like starts crying and he's just like, I love you so much. Like, whatever I can do to prove to you that I will be the man that you deserve, I will do it. And he was like, I am sick to my stomach about what I did to crypto and his wife. I saw him and he was, you know, living such a great life. And in my mind, I thought like I could take some of his money and like make more money. And then I could give him this interest and then we would have some money. And
okay, I think he's telling the truth here. So this is a reality. I believe that's part of his pathology. He is telling the truth. He was jealous of crypto's life. That's all it is. He was jealous of that life. He wants to be the rich man, but he just doesn't understand that he could have been that rich man, but he just doing it in the wrong way. That's what it is. He wanted that man's life. I'll be honest with you. I believe that is true.
I was like, listen, this is all delusion. And at this point, I've done a lot of research on gambling addiction, and it's like it's all a delusion centered around this dream world where you're going to provide these cars and nice and luxuries to the people that you love when you get your big win, and it never happens. And so I just said, listen, you need to know, and I know you already know this, I don't need these things. I don't need the big house, the fancy cars. I don't need any of this. I don't. Like, I'm happy just being here in Dallas with you and just hanging out with Smokey on the couch watching movies. I don't need any of this. And I did feel so ill and disgusted, but I'm still so in love with him. Despite the lies, despite everything, the love was still 100% there. And so I communicated to him, I said, listen, things have got to change or you're going to lose me, plain and simple. And he said, I will do anything I can to keep you. And like, this is my first time seeing him cry. And as you guys can assume, I'm a very empathetic person. So at that time, I just went over to him and hugged him, and we both.
He's not crying because he's remorseful. Because if he was remorseful, he would have approached you first and told you everything. He's crying because he got caught. And mind you, when you asked him the first time, he could have told you the truth. He lied twice. And you had to call his mama or fake call his mama in order for him to tell the truth. It's not real tears, sis. Those were the tears of a crocodile liar.
Just like cried together for like an hour, and it felt like
you cried with him too. Red flag. Why you crying with him? Stop it.
Breakthrough I had been waiting for our entire relationship, because I'd never seen this emotional side to him, and I felt like, okay, like we've had this breakthrough, now we can move forward.
Like someone said, it was manipulation. You were right on, spot on in the chat.
So we had already had a trip booked to Colombia, because he only could be in the States for 90 days. So we're like, where can we go that's affordable and you can reset the 90 days without having to fly all the way back to Denmark?
Red flag. Sorry, it wouldn't stop. Y'all booking trips still? This man is... Well, you know what? I'm done. I'm done,
so
y'all.
we went to Cartagena, Colombia, and it was a very affordable trip. And I know a lot of you are thinking, like, how are you traveling? He was making a very steady income, and once I found out about the gambling, like, his account was, like, stacking back up. I had told him, like, we're going to reach out to crypto. We're going to set up a payment plan. And I had told crypto about the trip to Colombia that we had already.
Do y'all know how disrespectful it is to owe people money and go on trips? Just stay off of social media, y'all. If you owe people, just get off the radar. Get off the radar. I ain't gonna lie, that happened to me one time. I owed my sister some money. That was in my 20s, y'all, not now. Early 20s. I was a bit irresponsible with money too, man. Again, patterns. And so what happened was I used to borrow we used to call my sister the bank, because I would borrow from her and pay her back. And then one time I borrowed from her, but you know, the checks was a little funny. You know, I don't know what I was doing at that time. I was just doing a whole bunch of a Ponzi scheme. I was using one thing to pay this and pay this. I had a whole scheme set up. And I think at the time I was in between jobs. I don't remember. Y'all, I was young. I was like in my early 20s, like 23, 24, around that age. So then I borrowed money from my sister. Y'all, she embarrassed my ass. So we were at my cousin's house, and then she sat on the couch with my cousin. We was all eating dinner. I think it was like Christmas, some family gathering. And then while we were eating, we was my cousin was like, yo, why you not talking to your sister? She's like, because she owed me money. And then I saw her on social media. I saw her on Instagram. No, she owes me money. And then I was looking so embarrassed. I was like, why are you talking about that right now? And she was like, well, you know, I don't think it's right that, like, you know, you sitting here spending money and shopping and stuff, and then you owe me, like, whatever money I owed her. Y'all, I was so embarrassed. I never, ever, ever borrowed from her from that day. It was a wrap. So here, this right here, and you know, now that I look back on it, obviously, like, at the time I was upset, but then I was, again, accountable. And I was like, you know what, that does, I apologized to her. I was like, okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know that, you know, that you were really strapped for it. You never asked me. See, she was being passive aggressive too. I was like, you never asked me for it. So I thought that you could hold on a little longer. So then, you know, we worked it out. But then I realized how disrespectful it is when you borrow money from people and then they see you shopping, buying new clothes, you going on trips, and then you owe them money. So sis, even if you had a payment plan with him, that money that you spent on that trip, that could have gone to his little his funding, so you could repay Mr. Crypto and his wife. And what about you? Did you get your money back too? You see, I'm still trying to figure that out. What happened to your money?
Already booked, so that I didn't seem like we were being disrespectful towards him. I had a feeling that he had the ring for some time and that he was going to propose, and he knew that he could not propose to me with everything that was going on, and he needed to take time. And by the time we were going to Colombia, I felt like we were getting our lives back on track. We were obviously stacking up our money again, and I felt like he was being open and honest with me. He would talk to me about his addiction. He was going to GA meetings every single week, but I still did not feel comfortable accepting a proposal unless he made amends with Crypto and Crypto's wife. And so I told him the day before we went to Colombia, I said, we need to go and have a sit-down conversation with Crypto and Crypto's wife. And obviously, I realize now that my ex should have been the one to suggest that we go make amends with Crypto and Crypto's wife. But regardless.
And to be honest with you, save your tears for another day, like The Weeknd says. I don't give a damn about the apology. Run me my money. I don't care about the apology. Okay, I forgive you. It's all forgiven. The Lord done told me to forgive you anyways. I want my money. Run me my money. We ain't got time to sit and talk. Give me my money. Thank you.
We go there the day before we go to Colombia. We go to their house and we sit down in front
of... They
were
married, sis. Miss Blackson, they were married. I don't know why I think what it is they got, this is so confusing. They got married at the courthouse and they're trying to have their big wedding. Because, she's Nigerian. So she's trying to have the beautiful Nigerian wedding. And so she's talking about the ring because he proposed to her with no ring. I don't know. I don't know if he got a cheap ring or something. I don't know. He proposed to her with no ring. And then now she's talking about I don't know. I don't know why. I don't get it either.
Crypto's wife, and I will pick back up in part 16.
Oh, Lord. All right. Part 16, y'all. We almost there.
The Danish Deception, part 16. Okay, let me recap a little bit for you guys. So it is now April of 2024. I found out about his gambling addiction in February of 2024. So we've had a very, very solid, good 2 months. I feel like he's being honest. I have a feeling he's ready to propose because I knew he had the ring, but he knew I wasn't ready to accept that proposal from him, even though we were already married, but it still was like symbolic to me. So I wanted us to be in a good place. So I had a feeling he wanted to propose in Colombia. And so I set up a meeting for us to make amends with Crypto and Crypto's wife. So we go to their home, we walk in, I'm already feeling so emotional. And we sit down and at first we're just sitting, talking, catching up. And then finally, and you can tell it's like the elephant in the room for like the first 30 minutes that we're there. And then finally, I was the first one that spoke. I was just like, I just want to speak on behalf of myself and say that you guys are just two amazing human beings, and the empathy that you showed us, even when it wasn't deserved, will never go unnoticed. And I just, from the bottom of my heart, I just want to say I'm sorry for not being more vigilant and realizing the situation that we were in. And then my ex began to talk, and he basically just said, I know that I did these things, but it almost was like I was a different person. Like it felt like I wasn't in control of myself and my actions. And it was just, he was just speaking from the heart and just saying like this addiction took over me and I almost didn't know right from wrong. And Crypto and Crypto's wife both took turns talking, and they were just so understanding. And, they communicated, we understand this is a disease and we still care about you both. And we still want to have both of you in our lives. It just felt like it was a great conversation. And I felt like
Crypto and your wife, you guys are too nice. He stole money from you. It's not a situation where he just has an addiction. He has an addiction and he stole money from y'all. Well, why would you want him in your life? So he can steal more?
We can move forward from here. We're going to set up a payment plan and everything's going to be okay. And so
exactly, that's not being accountable. You ain't lying.
Cartagena, Colombia, have a spectacular time. And I was kind of expecting the proposal throughout the trip.
What?
I didn't know when it was going to come. And then there was a night that we went to dinner, and then we went out for a drink, and then we came back home. And the hotel we were staying at had a rooftop that was like overlooking the city. And so we went up there with a bottle of wine, and we're just drinking wine and just talking. And I, at that moment, just felt so grateful for him and for his sobriety and for his honesty. And before I know it, I look down and he's down on one knee and he tells me, I know this isn't your dream proposal, and I know I've let you down a lot, but I will make it up to you, and I'll spend the rest of my life trying to be the man that you deserve. And at this point, I'm just hysterically crying, and I'm so happy. And it really did feel like the happiest moment of my life. And the yes was so easy. There was not a doubt in my mind. It kind of felt like it did whenever we got married. There was no hesitation, but it felt much more deeper this time around, because now I know about his flaws and I know about his struggles, and I know he's not this, perfect individual, which nobody's perfect.
It would have been one thing if he told her all of this before they met, and then she had the decision and she could have chosen what she wanted, and then she said, okay, I'm along for the ride. I'm gonna go along with it. But he hid everything. Oh my God.
We're just imperfect people.
I can't even talk. Y'all, I'm done talking. We only just let her
try to
ride
have a
out.
relationship.
I'm tired.
So after Cartagena, we come back and, we're just trying to enjoy ourselves, enjoy being engaged, sharing it with our family and friends. Because at this point, we can actually tell our friends and family, like, we're spending forever together. So we are so just happy to be able to take it all in. And Easter comes around, and I remember I was making a roast, and I had one of my friends was over and my little sister, and I'm making a roast, and we're eating on Easter Sunday after we went to church, and my ex gets a message from his mom, and she's like,
hold on, he goes to church. Oh my God, he goes to church. Okay,
it was over.
You know what? Everybody deserves to go to church. Lord. Oh boy, I'm shocked.
Okay. On Easter Sunday, after we went to church, and my ex gets a message from his mom, and she's like, I need you to call me right now. And she never does that. So obviously we're freaking out, and I'm like, what's going on? He goes upstairs, and he's gone for maybe like a couple minutes, and I can hear him talking in Danish. And then he comes downstairs, and I'm like, what's happening? He was like, well, my dad's back in the hospital because he was going to therapy and like fell and broke his hip, and he went to go get a hip replacement surgery. And after the surgery, like he was like, you know, recovering fine, and then out of nowhere his heart stopped, and they had to resuscitate him, and he's fine now, but his mom just wanted us to know. And so I'm like freaking out, and we didn't really know what was going to happen when we went to bed that night. So we wake up the next morning, we get the news that he's doing just fine, and I just remember feeling so relieved because we didn't know what we were going to wake up to. To this day, I don't know why his heart stopped, but regardless, we're just happy he was doing good. So over the course of a month, his dad's health is, you know, he's still doing good. Me and my ex are doing really, really good. We just got engaged to the world. Finances are getting better. He's being honest with me. He's still going to GA meetings, and you know, I feel like things are getting better. And so we traveled to Panama for my 30th birthday, and we were with my sister and some of my friends and my ex, and he was actually the only guy on this trip, which was 100% unintentional. And we're on our way to Panama, and while we're in the air, obviously my phone's on airplane mode, and we land, and I take the airplane mode off, and I look at my phone, and I have all these calls from his sister and his sister's boyfriend. And so I'm a little bit confused. I open up the messages, and I see that she's saying, you need to call me immediately. Immediately, I was like, oh, something bad's happened. And so I look at my ex, I show him the messages, and obviously he has similar messages as well on his phone when he turns it on. And so he was like, there's nothing we can do. We're sitting on a plane. Let's just get off the plane, and then I'll call her. So we get off the plane, and we just kind of step aside. He calls her, and he's like, okay. And he's talking in Danish, so I don't really understand what's going on. And then he gets off the phone. I was like, what happened? He was like, oh, his heart stopped, and they weren't able to resuscitate him. And I was like, what? And I was like, your dad died? And it was the most like uncomfortable position for me, because he did not show any emotion at all. And I was like, are you okay? Like, and I just like remember just holding his hand. I was like, what can we do? Like, what can I do for you? He's like, honestly, let's just go through customs and let's get to the hotel, and then we'll figure it out there. And it was the most bizarre situation ever, because it's like his dad's death did not faze him at all. And like, I am someone that's very, very close to my dad. And so I put myself in his shoes, and I'm like, I'd be wailing on the floor screaming.
Okay, sis, did you not hear him when he said, you said in your story, I don't remember which part, because you got 11 of them. You said that him and his dad only spoke 2 sentences to each other a day. And then you also said that they had a screaming match in the car. You didn't realize that he don't give a damn about his daddy? He hates his dad. Did you not realize that? I could realize it. And that's just with the little information you gave me. Come on now.
At the top of my lungs. And so, you know, I know everyone deals with grief differently. I just wanted to support him in any way I could. So we go to the hotel, and his mom calls him, and we're on FaceTime, and she's just bawling her eyes out. And I saw like one tear come from his eye. And that's when I realized it felt like he was more sad that his mom was sad than he was, and that his dad died again. This is me just making assumptions. I don't know for a fact that was what he was.
He's married to his mama. How many times I got to tell you that?
Feeling, but I did feel a little bit strange. And at this point, I'm looking at flights to go back to Dallas so that we can get on a plane to go to Aalborg, Denmark, to be there for his family. And so I'm looking at flights, and he's talking to his mom on the phone. He gets off the phone, and he was like, we're actually going to stay. I go,
you said in the core.
We're going to stay. He's like, it's your 30th birthday. I just talked to my mom. Like, she does not want us to leave. the funeral is not going to be for a week, so we're just going to enjoy our time here, and then we're going to go back home. And I'm like, this is so weird. Like, how am I supposed to celebrate my birthday when my father-in-law just passed away? It just felt so wrong.
Then don't celebrate
it. I just remember, like, we tried our best to have a good time on the trip, but it was just like, we were sad every day. And there was one night
they were already in Colombia. Okay, my bad.
My ex got really bad food poisoning. We had to get a doctor into the room to give him an IV. It just felt like everything was going wrong. And so I am not gonna lie, I need to go back to Panama and experience it again, because that trip was like not
Panama.
And I wanted to make something very clear. He paid for everything for that trip to Panama. So like flight, hotel,
we don't care,
and all the meals for everyone, including me and the girls.
Okay, that's great. And he gonna ask for you back. He gonna ask you for the money back in a few business days because his daddy just died. Okay. Does she not realize this? It's a pattern. Something sad happens, he pays for everything, and then he asks her for the money back.
So we go back to Dallas for one day, and then we head to Denmark, and it was so nice being there for his family. It was so emotional, and seeing his mom cry, just be so sad, it like broke my heart. Again, I'm not sensing a whole lot of emotion from my ex, but you know, like I said before, everyone processes their grief in different ways. But we go to the funeral, and I remember I'm sitting in the front row holding my ex's hands, and I look up at him and I see like he's like starting to cry like at the funeral, and that's the first time I've seen him cry. And so I was like, okay, there's emotion there. Like, I don't know where like the emotion's coming from. Like, is it coming from like losing his dad, resentment, from, you know, regrets? I really don't know, but I definitely could sense there was emotion there. And so after the funeral, you know, the next couple of days, I was just spent a lot of time with his family, and I spent a lot of time with his older sister because she was around, because the mom wanted all of her kids and grandkids to be around her. Obviously, she just lost her husband of 50 years. And so I started spending a lot more time with the older sister, and, you know, I'm not picking up on like a whole lot of bad vibes. Like, I thought she was super nice. I thought her kids were so cute, and I love babies. I love little kids. So I really started to bond with her kids. And so it was a good trip. Obviously, there was definitely some tension, but regardless, I think everyone got along, and, you know, we were able to just support each other while they all grieved, like losing their father and, you know, / husband. So after being in Denmark for about a week, I had to go back to Dallas because I had some listings that needed to go live and I had to work. And so I'm back home in Dallas for maybe like a couple days, and I get an email from immigration saying that I have a notification, and I will continue the rest in part 17.
Okay, is he going to invite his mama to stay in America with him? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Danish Deception, part 17. Okay, so I get a notification from immigration, log into my account, and lo and behold, the petition was approved. And I remember I was relieved for a few reasons. The first one is that, you know, obviously we get to start building life here together in Dallas, but also if there was any skeletons from his past, I feel like it would not have been approved. So I almost felt like relief whenever I saw that.
With USINS? You put your trust in the U.S. immigration system. They're literally doing ICE raids right now as we speak for people who don't have... There's only so much you could research about a person, y'all. Like, don't put your faith in the government. And when I'm saying that, I'm talking about USINS. No! They're just going... you know what? I'm not going to say that no more.
And so I called him, and obviously he was excited. We called our lawyer, asking her, you know, what are the next steps? And she said, well, you can...
This is the funniest thing. If you could trust the immigration system, then there would be no marriage fraud. But there is. There are so many scams going on. Why would... Sis, no.
Stay in the States next time you come, and we can file for a work visa and a travel visa, but you're not gonna be able to go back to Denmark. And at this point, he was like, since my dad's passed, like, I can work remote. Work's been a little bit slow, so I can work remote. Obviously, I might have to pull small nighters, which isn't ideal, but it's worth it to be with you. And so I said, okay, that's fine. After a couple of weeks, he comes back to Dallas, and he comes with his mom this time. This is her first time in the United States.
Of course he did. I remember she about to set up shop. She's scouting the place. That's what she doing, y'all. I'm telling y'all, mama coming to move in. She fixing. I already knew it. That's his wife, his spiritual wife.
Just being so excited, and I wanted her to have the best time because, you know, she's just lost her husband 50 years.
Sis, you right. What about the royal family? Exactly. What happened to his royal ties, his lineage? Why ain't they in some castle somewhere near what's it, Kensington? Isn't that the name of the palace? I forgot the name of the palace. Oh, that's the UK, my bad. Wrong country.
And I go to DFW to pick them up. I had a big sign saying welcome to Dallas, and I also got his mom some flowers, and it was just such a special moment. She had like this American flag draped around her, and she's just like so proud to be in the States. So we come back home. I cook dinner.
Oh, it's called Buckingham Palace. My bad. Why I call it Kensington? I don't know where Kensington came from. It's Buckingham. My bad, y'all. I just remembered.
And we just spent the week exploring Dallas, and then we had gone to Key West for about 5 days. We did Miami and Key West with his mom. And I will say a lot of that trip was paid for by his mom. She wanted to cover a lot of it, which was just so sweet. And then, like, I remember I paid for the flights, and then he paid for a bunch of stuff while we got there, but she paid for most of the hotel. So we all kind of like paid for a little bit. But, you know, I know y'all haven't forgotten this man still owes me money. And so I remember we were in Key West, and I said, hey, are you going to start sending me some funds? And
first of all, why would you say that in Key West? You had all this damn time to tell him before the trip to Panama, before the trip to Colombia, before he got his ass from Denmark to Dallas, before his daddy died, before he started talking about, what was he doing? The IRS investigation. Before all of that, you could have asked him for the money back. And then all of a sudden, when his mama's there, that's when you want to act up. What is it, sis? What's going on? I think she's a little delayed, y'all. She a little slow. I know. I'm slow too, so I get it. I'm slow in some aspects, but not that damn slow. This is very slow.
It was awkward because I wanted to bring it up for a while, but then, you know, we went to Panama. He paid for everything. Then his dad passed away, and I didn't like. It's just now it's getting kind of awkward for me to bring it up. And so he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna send you some money." We go through the trip in Key West, have a good time, come back to the States. He still hasn't sent me money. He's giving me like kind of like the turnaround, and I'm getting a little antsy, and I'm getting very triggered. And so we're in the living room, and he says he wants to just go on the balcony and get some fresh air. And I start creeping. I walk up to the window, and I'm trying to like look over his shoulder at his phone, and he doesn't know I'm looking. And on his phone, I see there's a gambling website, and my stomach is in knots, and his mom is currently in the living room with me. So there's nothing that I can really say, because again, I'm still wanting to protect him. And again, I will repeat this one more time. I wanted to tell everyone about his addiction and our issues. I wanted to tell the world, but he very much said everyone's going to view me differently. With the excuse with his mom, he was like, she's an old woman, you're going to stress her out, and she's not going to be able to do anything about it, and now she's just stressed. So he was able to manipulate me into not bringing it up to anyone. And so his mom is here, and I don't say a word. Instead, I send him a text, and I just say,
don't worry, sis, his mama knew. She was covering for him, just letting you know that.
It's weird because he's in the same, like, he's 5 feet from me, and I sent him a text saying, I see a gambling website on your phone. I'm going to need to see your bank statements as soon as possible. And he tells me, you know, I'm only on this website because that's where I can watch sports for free. And I was just like, huh? This makes no sense. Obviously, I'm detecting all the bullshit. So I say, I want to see your bank statements right now. He pulls them up, and like at this point, he has his Revolut statements, which I don't know if you guys remember. The very first time I sent him money, I downloaded an app called Revolut, kind of like Venmo. He uses that for a lot of things in the States because you basically get the local currency rate if you use Revolut, and he had like a physical card that was tied to his Revolut. So I wanted to see that. So he printed out, or didn't print out, he showed me like the statements directly from his phone for Revolut, and then he showed me his Danish bank account and the transaction.
This is too much work, sis. You're doing too much, man. This is like another full-time job. Red flag. It's too much work to be married with this man. Girl, wrap this up. You're spending way too much time monitoring him, checking his lies, rechecking. Sis, you need to get paid for this. This is like you're doing, what do they call it? The people who go to inspect people. Oh, what do they call it? Quality insurance. You're doing quality assurance. This is too much work. You shouldn't be doing QA for a marriage like this. This is craziness. Stop it.
and I went through everything.
I never had to do that. I promise you, I never had to do that with Dom. Never, ever a day in my life. Ever. I don't have to. Like, this is too much quality assurance, yo. Like, checking bank accounts, going through all the transactions. It's like, girl, at this point, no, wrap this up. Wrap it up!
Over the course of, like, months, and did not see anything alarming at all. So, obviously, I saw this gambling website on his phone, but I checked his bank accounts, I didn't see anything. So I let it go, but I was very clear, I better not ever see this on your phone ever again. So his mom leaves after having a great trip, and
he ain't gonna put it on his phone, he'll put it on his laptop. You see, this is how idiotic it sounds. I better never ever see this on your phone. Okay, he gonna put it right on his laptop, right on the laptop, or he gonna get another phone. Well, you said this phone, you didn't say that phone. That's how stupid this is. Stop doing quality assurance. Just wrap it up.
At this point, I'm still like waiting for these transfers, and I'm like, what's going on? And he keeps telling me that he has things to pay for. Like, he said he was helping his mom out with something, and then he said that he had another insurance payment, and there was a few things that he said he had. And then finally I'm like, okay, I'm done with the bullshit. Like, you need to start transferring me some money. And so basically he tells me that he's transferred a certain amount. He has a transfer limit that he can transfer to his Revolut, which is how he can send me money. And he's hit his monthly transfer limit. I don't really know what the fuck that means, but he said he hit it. And so I'm still very frustrated, but he basically says that he can't send me any more money until August timeframe. And during that time, his best friend came to visit, and the same best friend that was with him.
Is this all a scam? Like, I'm really, like, we got to speed this up, but I can't do the 1.5 speed. I don't know what's going on here.
Whenever I met him in Croatia, and what my ex didn't know was that I was in communication with his best friend, talking to him about the gambling, the issues. I didn't tell my ex that I was talking to him, but I just wanted to speak to someone from his past. Obviously, keep in mind that I don't have a lot of people to talk to, so it just made me feel a lot less alone. But basically, I'm putting more pressure on my...
Why wasn't a therapist involved in any of this? At some point, sis, you could have gone to therapy. You know that, right? It could have been, BetterHelp. They always be advertising on YouTube talking about they're affordable. You could have done that, sis. You could have done a lot of things.
Ex being like, hey, like, you need to start sending me money. And keep in mind, I'm also paying for like most of the household bills. And now, like, he's here full time. Like, you got to pitch in, bro. And
okay, so that's why she's mad, because now she realizes that, remember when he was Google crying when she was like, oh, we're gonna start over, and she was worried about that damn ring. Well, sis, this is what you got. He's not even helping you with the household chores, the bare minimum, the household bills, the bare minimum. So now she's getting stressed. That's why she's asking for her money back. This is why, because she working overtime, she's doing all that stuff. You become his new mommy. That's what you've become, his new mommy, sis. I'm
not here to be your sugar mama, even though I have low-key been your sugar mama unintentionally. So I'm getting frustrated, and we get a notification that his work visa has been approved. And so I'm excited about this, because this means that he can get a social, he can get a bank account. And something to keep in mind is when you're married to a gambling addict, you want to make sure you take full financial control. And that was hard for me to do, because with his Danish bank account, he had like a 2-factor authentication that scanned his face, so I couldn't just like log in whenever. But with Chase, I was like, all I need is a password. So we go to Chase, he opens up a bank account, and he says, I'm just going to make a transfer from my Danish bank directly to my Chase bank, and then I'll be able to start sending you money via Zelle. And I'm like, okay, perfect, that works. Because he had like this limit on Revolut, or I couldn't remember the details, but I remember it didn't make sense. And every time I pressured him like for it to make more sense, he would gaslight me, and so we wouldn't get anywhere. And so I was getting very frustrated. But I'm like, okay, now you have Chase. So he tells me that he makes a big transfer to Chase, and that he is waiting for that to hit. And a couple days go by, I'm like, what's going on? He's like, oh yeah, okay, the transfer hit. And he shows me an email from Chase, and it said, like, we need to verify your identity. And he's like, oh, Chase is asking for this verification, and because I haven't done this verification, my account's locked. I'm like, okay, stop bullshitting. I know Chase. I go to Chase. I've been banking at Chase for a long time, and I felt like he was bullshitting. And so he said, you know what, let's go to the bank and talk about it, because I mean, I know I have money in there because I made this transfer like a while ago. And I said, okay, let's go to Chase. And this is when I start like thinking to myself, you know what, I'm gonna play a game. We're gonna go to Chase, and I'm going to try to get out of the car and go into the bank with him. If he says, no, you should just wait in the car, I'm going to know he's hiding something. And I really just wanted to see how he would react. So we go to Chase. He gets out of the car and I start to get out of the car. He's like, oh, I'm just gonna be in and out, babe. You can just wait in the car. And I'm like, red flag. And you know what? I let him do his thing. I let him go inside. I'm like, okay, let's see what he comes back with. So he comes back and he says, hey, I'm able to take out, like, it was like $1,000 he's able to send to me. And he's like, here's like $1,000. I go, at this point, he told me he was going to send me like 5,000. And so I'm like, what's going on? Are you lying? He was like, no, I'm not lying. I was like, well, I'm tired of carrying this relationship on my back and I'm over it. And that was like, this is when I start really standing up for myself and telling him that I'm just done with the bullshit. Finally. He gets so angry.
Of course he does. You're holding him accountable, like I said. Like I said before. Once you start holding somebody like that accountable, again, he's not used to it. His mama had him on her titty this whole time. This is what happens.
With me. I remember he had his gym bag in the car because the plan was for us to go to the bank, me drop him off at the bank, or me drop him off at the gym, and then I was going to go to a showing. I drop him off at the gym, and he slams the car door. He goes, don't worry about picking me up. I'll walk home.
Let him walk home. Go and walk home. Green flag. Let his ass walk home. Let him go. Matter of fact, tell him whatever he want to do, go ahead and do it. Let him and his mama figure this shit out. Eventually, he's going to get it. This is the problem, though. You can't do it, sis. He got to understand himself. Let him walk. Let him go. He going to get it one day. He'll understand. That's it. Stop trying to, because what he's trying to do is get you to coddle him like his mama did. And be like, no, it's okay. We're going to work it out. No, let him go. Let him walk. Walk 10,000 miles. Yeah. If I could fall. Yeah, walk 10,000 miles. Let him walk it.
And I get home and I'm like, can we please talk about this? Because I want to squash this. He goes, the way you talked to me was so disrespectful and I'm not okay with it. There's money in that account. And I said, listen, I'm getting triggered. Like, I feel like you're lying about a lot of things and it's making me feel like you're gambling. So I just need you to tell me the truth. He's like, I am telling you the truth. And like, you disrespected me, making me feel like less of a man, that like you've, supported us more than I have. And I was like, I'm not trying to make you feel like less of a man. I'm just telling you that I'm fucking tired of carrying this shit on my back. And he storms off, goes upstairs, goes in the guest bedroom, closes the door, and he refuses to talk to me and like locks the door. And I'm like, what is going on? I remember just being so angry because I'm like, you're the one with the addiction. You're the one that's hurt me. And somehow you're finding a way to put it all on me.
So this is the thing, y'all. We got to get real. I'm going to tell you guys real talk. He's not doing it on purpose. I'm being honest. And I'm not trying to make excuses for him. This is his mental health. That's how his brain is operating. And it's because of trauma. This is a trauma response, y'all. He's not understanding that his reactions are a trauma response. He's just so used to operating in this way. It's a pattern. So again, unfortunately, he has some deep-rooted issues that, sis, you would have never been able to help him with. He's got to do the work himself. This man has had this trauma since childhood. All of this is just a manifestation. And so now, him being upset because you're holding him to the accountability that he should have had, like I've said time and time again. He should have had it. His mama should have done it for him. And his daddy too, both of them. I can't just blame the mama. The only reason I'm bringing up the mama, though, is because he's very close to her. But yes, that's where it comes from. So basically, you are literally rewiring him to take accountability. But unfortunately, that's a parental role that you're not able to fill. So he has to want to do the work himself. Because unfortunately, his parents failed him miserably. That's why they get a red flag. And then also, he decided to make bad decisions. And horrible, scamming ass decisions. Red flag. So it's all leading up to this moment. And he's not willing to get help because he's always going to see you as the problem. Notice how he deflected the situation. Like you said, you're right. He's the scammer. He's the liar. He's the cheater. He's the one. And when I say cheating, I'm saying he's cheating everybody out of their money. That's what I'm talking about. But he's never going to take that responsibility himself. Personality disorder, guys, this is part of it. He's on the spectrum for that. I can almost guarantee you. I don't know which cluster he's in, A or B, but he's in one of them. And this is what it looks like. And a lot of them, again, it can be traced back to an enabling mama and a father who was absent. This is what it comes down to, y'all. Same patterns. All of them. Every single one of them.
And that's not okay. So I remember being really upset. And so basically, I had a work event that night. And I was trying to decide whether or not I wanted to go. And then finally, I was just like, you know what? I'm going to go. I need to get out of the house. So I go. And at this point, it's really hard for me to hide my emotions.
Thank you, sis. Zanny. Cluster B, reality issues. Exactly. So it's a warped reality. So that's why I'm saying that she's not understanding it, because she's thinking about it from the standpoint of the real reality of what's going on. She's delusional, but she's not that dumb. I'll say that. She's just delusional and foolish. But he's looking at it from an alternate reality. And so he's thinking that she's the problem. You're making me feel less of a man. He's trying to avoid taking accountability. Avoid it, y'all. And it's not because he's trying to, like, this part, I will say that it is wired in his brain because of the constant enabling. So whoever said that coddling is abuse, it is, because this is what happens. It's everyone else's fault, not yours. You're the son, you're the king. No one else is at fault, but this person is at fault. It's never your fault. Oh yeah, it's because of this person. Yeah, that's why you reacted that way. You're right. It's that person's fault. This is what happens, y'all. And then now as an adult, this is why he cannot fathom the fact that he's to blame. It's always going to be someone else's fault but his. This is why you need to get treated. If you're a man and you have this kind of mentality and you have this kind of situation where you cannot take accountability, when somebody tells you something, you're always getting angry right away. You deflect. You don't want to accept the responsibility of your actions. This is something that you need to go talk to with a clinical psychologist or a therapist. Please get I think it's called EDMR, EMDR therapy. I think it's EDMR, EMDR, one of them. Go get you some therapy, y'all. Somatic therapy, I don't know. There's different types. But you need to heal that. It's a healing, y'all. It's not normal. And I've noticed that in a lot of men, in order for me to give you guys this pattern, y'all. I promise you. It's very noticeable. And again, it can be tied back to the mama and the daddy.
And
where it comes from.
And a lot of the people at my last real estate firm probably remember this event. I showed up and I just was like bawling my eyes out. And like a lot of people didn't know what was going on. But I was just really, really sad and struggling a lot because I just felt like I was being gaslit. And I remember there was one of my coworkers and we were sitting in a corner at this event. And I actually ended up telling her about my ex's addiction because I just, in that moment, needed to talk to someone about it. And she was so sweet, so welcoming. Shout out to you, you know who you are. And so basically I go back home and he's upstairs in the bedroom, not wanting to talk to me. So I'm like, can we please talk? He's like, I don't want to talk to you. And I was like, okay.
You said, phew, you're describing my mom for real. Yeah. And you know what, Prince, like it's a lot of moms. So don't feel bad. This is one thing I'm very, very, I understand. And as somebody who has ADHD, it can be hard to recognize you have those issues. I promise you. There are times where I have to really like slap it out of myself. I seriously got to slap a lot of the mental health issues out of myself because I do have some issues that I struggle with. I struggle with a lot of issues still till this day. And, you know, accountability was a big one because I really used to always just protect myself, deflect, always like, oh, well, I didn't do that. What do you mean I did that? Like, what are you talking about? But now I realize that, okay, this is something that comes from childhood. Why? Because that's what I saw. That's what I saw. That's what I saw. I'm telling y'all, I always saw it. And listen, I got parents. I love my parents dearly, but it was always somebody else's fault and never theirs. This is a problem. So this is where I picked up this kind of personality. I had to slap it out of myself every day like this. Still doing that. Still to this day. So if you have those kind of issues where it's hard for you to take accountability, start with yourself first. Start checking yourself first. And then it's going to be easier for you to hear it from other people. And then not only that, but go to therapy. I'm telling you, it works wonders. It starts to unpack a lot of those issues and traumas that you have because, again, the education wasn't there when you needed it as a child. Your developmental age is very short. And unfortunately, if your parents are not present and they're not there to help you through that, then it's going to cause a lot of issues as an adult, especially when it comes to relationships, because relationships are probably the most emotionally draining types of situations that you could be in. So you have to get that help. I'm telling y'all, like, I'm just telling y'all from experience, from personal experience, get the help that you need so that you can be a healthy and thriving person in a relationship, or even if you're not in a relationship, just in relationships, period. Even if it's with friends, family, whoever, you have to learn how to do the work, because it's something that it's a pattern that your brain recognizes, and our brains are automatically always on autopilot. So that's why his reaction was just like this, because that's what he's used to. And it just gets worse as you get older if you don't fix it.
So basically, I'm on the couch, and it kind of worked out because we have some really good friends that they have cars that they use for Toro that they own. And we had picked up one of their cars because they were out of town earlier that day, and their car was outside and the keys were right on the counter. And so I was like, you know what? I know the PIN code to his Danish card. I bet it's the same PIN code for his Chase card.
Oh, Lord.
And so what I did was I grabbed the key to the car, my friend's car, and I like kind of sneakily snuck out of the house because I didn't want him to hear the garage and be like, where's she going? So I snuck out of the house. I went to Chase and I put his card in. I put in the PIN code and it was accepted. And I clicked the lovely button that said check balance. And what was in his account? 34 cents.
Damn.
And we will continue on in part 18.
Where that 34 cents came from, sis?
The Danish Deception, part 18. Where did we leave off at?
34 cents.
34 cents. So I look at his bank balance and it's 34 cents. And at this point it's 1 a.m., which is why I was super sneaky with the way I got into my friend's car and went to the ATM because I didn't want him to hear the garage and be like, where's she going? So when I came home, I literally popped melatonin and went to bed. I didn't even want to open that can of worms because it's late at night. So the next morning I wake up, I look at him, I go, I have something to bring up to you and you better not lie. And I don't even think you're going to be able to lie. He goes, what is it? Then I pull up the phone because I, took a picture of his bank balance. I'm like, this is actually the balance in your bank account. And he just looks at me and he's at a loss for words. And for a narcissist, that's the most beautiful thing in the world when they have literally nothing to say. But I remember just looking at him and saying,
he's not a narcissist. He and I'm gonna be honest with y'all, he has OCPD. I can already tell. He's a cluster B. So cluster B, hold on. Let's look up cluster B, y'all. Cause sis, you're right on the target. Cluster B is a person with this type of difficulties regulating their emotions and behavior. Others may consider their behavior dramatic, emotional, or erratic. There are 4 cluster B disorders: antisocial, borderline histrionic, and narcissistic. Now, he could be narcissistic, but to be honest with you, like, I feel like he has, I don't know, he could be one of these. But I also feel like he has some form of OCPD as well, just based on his how he always strives for perfection. So what he does is, here, the reason why I said I think he might have that is because he always wants to be perfect, y'all. He's always striving for perfection. Notice how he always needs to have a lot of money, a lot of validation. He always seems to, well, that could be narcissistic too, actually. You're right. It is grandiose behavior. But then again, I don't know. It could be so many different things, y'all. It could be different things. I don't know which one, y'all, but he got one of them. And the thing is that he's not really seeing it that way because, again, he has that kind of issue where he has to be right. And now that she caught him in another lie, we're going to see his reaction. He's going to get angry again, y'all. He's going to get angry again. And actually, sis, you didn't need to take his bank account card to know that he ain't had no money. I could have told you that.
You're a liar. You don't have any money in your account. You're supposed to be the one responsible for bills. And I know you're gambling. And he told me, I am 100% not gambling. I promise you the transfer was supposed to hit and it didn't hit. And I felt like if I told you I didn't receive the money, you would have thought I was lying. So let me get this straight. Instead of telling me the truth, you lied to me because you were afraid that I was going to think you were lying. Makes perfect sense. So at that point, I'm just so irritated and just honestly disgusted by him. And I told him, well, listen, I don't want to be around you today until you tell me the truth of what's going on. Because at this point, I felt like he was gambling and I just didn't want to talk to him. So I luckily had a few showings, went to the showings, and my best friend Neka, who lives here in Dallas, calls me. And I'm not even kidding. I answer the phone and I immediately start crying. And she's like, come over. I said, okay, I'm on my way. So I go to her house and I sit her down and I tell her everything. And this was just a very, very, very heartbreaking time for me because this is now another close friend that I'm letting in. And I'm telling you all, when I let it out, I let it out. And it was just so heartbreaking. And she was such a good friend. She just listened to me. She didn't tell me you need to leave him, even though at this point I felt like there's no way he's going to change. But I'm still so blinded by love and still very much brainwashed to think that this man is everything to me. And I decided to go back home and I had a conversation with him and I said, listen, I'm just going to start distancing myself right now. I don't know where to go from here. I feel like you're always lying to me.
Finally,
and it's getting really, really difficult. And so,
hold on, what's cluster? Let me put compulsive lying. What cluster is that? He stay lying, y'all. He stay lying. Oh, histrionic. This might be it, y'all. Hold up. I'm not diagnosing him. I don't know him. But this might be it. Here. Understanding lying and histrionic personality disorder. Okay. I don't know. I don't know if this is it. Here. I don't know. It might be this one, y'all. Who knows? It's one of them, y'all. Pathological lying is one of them. Dealing with lying and manipulation. Okay. I don't know. These are the symptoms. Frequent flirtatious or seductive behavior. I don't know if he's shown that. Who knows? Using appearance or clothing to attract attention. Yes. Exaggerate or overly dramatic emotions. I don't know. Being easily influenced by others, thinking relationships with others are closer than what they really are, engaging in manipulative behaviors, engaging in impulsive behavior. I don't know which cluster he's in, y'all. But he's cluster B, but I don't know what anyways, he got a PD. He got one of them. We'll figure it out after. Anyways, that's his business to figure out. I'm sure I don't know if he's seen a clinical psychologist. If this video ever runs by you, Mr. Danish Decepticon, please go get you some help. Clinical, please. I beg.
It was a couple days and, we're still getting along, but he can definitely tell that I'm pulling back because I still know that there's something he's hiding. And something to keep in mind is that he has a Danish phone and he has a US phone because when he got his work visa approved, he got a US number, especially when he was applying for jobs. He didn't want to put a Danish phone number, which makes sense. And so for the most part, he was using his US phone while he was here. He would use his Danish phone at nighttime. But his US phone is what he used to communicate with everyone. So the Danish phone, he actually leave that out all the time. And so he was downstairs. I was upstairs. I see his Danish phone on the nightstand. And I'm not ashamed to admit that at this point, I had been going through his phone very frequently.
Too much
so
work.
I open up his phone, go to the Safari page, open up, see the gambling website that's just right in front of my face. And I am just gut wrenched. And I can see how much money he can gamble and what he's betting on. And I kid you not, first of all, it was $5,000 that he was gambling. And second of all, he was gambling on the most random sports in the most random countries that I'm like, what is this? This makes no sense. And I go downstairs with his phone and I'm bawling my eyes out at this point because I'm angry, I'm hurt, I'm exhausted, I'm so tired. And at this point, I'm asking myself, how can I still be in love with this man when he causes me this much pain? And the craziest part was that he was still lying. He said, I told you I watched sports on that.
How could you still? That's not love, sis. You just, I don't know what it is. It's not love though. And second, yes, a gambler, somebody who has he has an addiction. This is not. Why is she acting like this is just something normal? Like, oh yeah, he just gotta go to AA. It's gonna clear up. No, he has an addiction. He has an addiction. Somebody who's an addict will lie. They will lie every day. They will sell their firstborn to get that addiction. That's how it is. That's just like a food addiction. People don't realize how deep it is. That's why when you watch My 600-Pound Life, and then if you see Dr. Now, we need to do a review on Dr. Now. Dr. Now is crazy. But when Dr. Now, you know when they give him the weight loss challenge, and then all of a sudden they're supposed to lose 10 pounds or 20 pounds, whatever, 30 pounds. And then like he gives them the little time frame. He's like, okay, by this time you're going to have to follow this diet. And then I'm going to come run back and we're going to circle back and see what happened. And then as soon as he goes to them and he says, hey, you gaining weight. What's going on? Oh, I just got a high, what they be saying? Oh, I just drank a lot of water. It's a lot of water retention. I'm just bloated. And the next thing you know, they're going to run back the cameras. And then you got an enabler going to McDonald's to go bring them food. This is what happens, y'all. So where's he getting this money? His mama. I believe it's his mama.
Website. And I was like, you're an idiot. Like, you are an idiot. Like, you're gambling. I can see the money in there. So either you want to be honest with me or get out of the house because I don't even want to look at your face. And so he keeps trying to lie to me, keeps trying to bullshit me. And then I'd say, you know what? I'm just going to pack my bags and just go to my friend's house. And then he said, okay, I'll leave. I'll go to the gym. I'll go run some errands. So he leaves the house and I'm sitting there. The first thing I do is call crypto and I'm literally in tears. And I'm like, I'm so sorry. I don't even know what to say. And he said, Anyeka, this is literally not your fault. You are doing everything you can to be a supportive spouse to this man, and it's not your fault that he cannot stop lying to you. And he had told me previously, like we had owed them $200,000, but he said the amount of crypto that my ex had borrowed from him at that time was 160K. Okay. And so he said, listen, because that's the amount that he borrowed at the time. Obviously the crypto had gone up. I think it had gone up to like 300K at that point. And when his wife had brought it up to me, it had gone up to 200K, gone up even higher. He said, how about you guys just pay us the original amount that was borrowed? And I said, I just feel like that's not fair to you. And he said, I promise you I'm okay. Another reason to just love crypto. He's amazing. And one thing he said to me was that if you're not seeing him want the progress for himself, that's when there's a problem.
There you go. Thank you, crypto. You're knocking some sense into her. I'm happy. Because that friend that was just listening to her, that friend is not a good friend, y'all. She's just listening to her, but at the same time, you got to say something. He's a good friend. And imagine they stole from him. This is craziness. I mean, he stole from him, but she was there along for the, I don't know. She's just there because she didn't know. But like, crypto is a good friend. Yes, please don't. You need to know that he's not going to change. This is deeper than what you think it is. He has to want to make the change himself.
So you need to know when you can.
Oh, hold on. Somebody joined the inner circle. Hold up. Who did? Sorry, I'm going to see your name. Lon J. Harris, 2304. Welcome to the inner circle. Thank you for joining. We're going to have a members only live stream next Saturday, y'all. Next Saturday morning. I'll put the time in the, I'll post the time in the membership chat. And the Maze Lee case study part, what part is it? We're part 4? Part 4 is coming out this week. Part 4, and I'm going to try to do part 5 too.
And you need to know if he's not taking this seriously and taking his recovery seriously. And I agreed with him. And, I will be honest, like, I, in that moment, was not ready to leave him. I still was fully in love with him, still fully brainwashed into thinking that he was this great person. So Crypto said we could skip that month's payment and then pick back up the next month because he knew I was, carrying everything on my back and he didn't want me to bleed myself dry because of my ex's issues. And, it's kind of messed up that I was even the one that was having these conversations with him and not my ex. And exactly. I just took ownership because I've never owed anyone money before. And I wanted to do what was right. And I wanted to be respectful of him. And so I also told him, just so you know, like he has a business account that's going to be opened back up in July because, you know, it had an 18-month hold. So once that's lifted, we'll be able to pay you back the rest of the money that we owe you.
How you gonna make promises based on the lies he told you? Sis, red flag. No, I gotta say red flag. It's gotta be deeper. Listen, he's lying to you. Literally, how do you reconcile this in your brain? You said he lied about the gambling. He literally lied to your face. He's still gambling. Now, you done called the crypto crying. And then now in the middle of a conversation, after you done told crypto about his gambling addiction, you're like, well, he said that the 18-month-old is going to be lifted. We'll pay you the rest of the money. With what funds? Yo, this is craziness. It's like, does she not understand? She doesn't know how to connect things together. She doesn't know how to link it together. She's just looking at them as isolated incidents, and I'm like, sis, wake up. It's linked together.
Oh, keep that in mind. We're going to obviously put back up on the payment. So you will be made whole.
He ain't getting his money back. Mr. Crypto, I hope that you just file a lawsuit. That's it. Just file a lawsuit. You ain't get your money back. You ain't getting it back.
Totally fine. And so we left it at that.
Oh, my God.
My ex comes home, and I sit him down. And this is the first time that I bring up divorce. And I tell him, right now, I don't know if I can be in this marriage anymore. Yeah. And I really am contemplating filing for divorce and calling my parents and telling them everything.
He deceived you from the beginning.
And he said, please, like, I cannot lose you. I'm going to get better. He said, I want to get better. Like, I want to get better for me and for you. And so I said, at this point, I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to sit back and watch you, and I'll decide if I want to stay with you. And he said, okay, I'll prove it to you. So over the course of the next, I will say 4 months, this was October 2024. And over the course of the next 4 months, like I said, I'm not going to just sit here and ramble. I'm trying to get to the good part, guys. I promise.
What good part?
I remember his mom had come back to visit us for Thanksgiving. She met my parents. It went great. The following month, my mom came back, spent Christmas with us. Things were going good. And I remember when January hit, I was like almost a little bit excited because I was like, this is the year the business account's going to open up. And
it had been believing in this? Y'all, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She's still really believing in this 18-month freeze. You know, I used to wonder how people got scammed in recent times, right? And I always watch news articles about, oh, there's a romance scam. This woman got scammed out of somebody lost their mortgage. They lost, and then you see these people. I don't know what happened. I don't get it. It was just such a, what did they say? It was just such a, I don't want to laugh. I'm not laughing at people's pain. But it was like, they'll be like, it was so deceptive, and, you know, I was manipulated into thinking this, and then you see them with their head down, and then, the newscasters goes, yeah, and then the scam, and then all these things. And I used to wonder, how do people not understand? Like, is this stupid? Like, am I living in another world? And now I get it. This is a perfect example of why we still have scams today. How are these people making all this money? I used to wonder that. I'm like, how are scammers still trying to scam? The other day, how about y'all? Somebody messaged me, text message, but I don't know how the hell they got my number. I need to figure that out. They messaged me talking about a job. And then I wanted to humor them. So I was like, okay, yeah, what job is it? They're like, oh, we gonna text you, let you know about the details, keep your phone open. Then all of a sudden I get a message on WhatsApp talking about, oh yeah, you're going to be working for this auto car thing, selling cars online, and then you can make good money. You just have to work an hour, make all this money. I said, first of all, I was humoring them. I was like, this website is located in America. And then they're like, oh yeah, like, you know, you can work from Canada in America. And I was like, how you know I got my papers? How you know? How you know what I got? And then I said, no, I'm not interested. Obviously, I'm not interested. I was going to block them anyways. And then they were like, why are you not interested? And I'm like, this is a scam. How the hell? First of all, why would you hire me, who has no experience doing core sales or auto sales? I have no type of experience doing that. That's number one. Number two, why wouldn't you hire an American? Y'all are under DT, America first. Why would you hire a damn Canadian for that? That's number two. Number three alone is why you messaging me on WhatsApp at 6 o'clock at night. Red flag, you're out of business hours. Get out of here, you scammer. And I wanted them to realize it was a stupid scam, but I was like, damn, they're probably going to try to tighten up if I tell them how stupid this scam is. So I just said, I'm not interested, and block their asses, but I'm sure they're going to try to find somebody, and I'm sure they're going to find a sucker somewhere who's going to accept this job position.
In about 3 months since his relapse, and I felt like he was making a lot of effort to get better. He was going to GA meetings. He was going.
Yeah, and you know what, y'all? Sorry, to cut this. I think I had posted my resume on Indeed a while ago, long time ago, and I don't know how they got my damn number. I never post my resume nowhere else. I only posted it on Indeed, and that was when I was looking for jobs a few years ago. And so I don't know how they came across my resume, but don't do that. Don't post your resume like, you know, when Indeed says, oh, post your resume so employers can see it. No, there's a lot of scammers in there. This just don't do that. Just apply to jobs. That's it. Apply to jobs directly.
Going to therapy. He was having money in his account, all the good signs. And he had the 2 apartments in Copenhagen and was putting in a notice to kick the tenants out so that he could sell those apartments. So basically the plan was to use the business account to pay for our wedding, to pay off crypto, and then we were going to sell the 2 apartments, and that was going to be like our base to start like investing and build our foundation here in Dallas. And we had kind of delayed.
Persian Tangelo. I hope I said your name. Tangelo. Welcome to the live. I'm happy it's your first time. Welcome.
Wedding planning because, you know, we wanted to be smart financially. We're not going to plan a.
Wait. She's still trying to plan a wedding? Hold on. Sorry.
Sell those apartments. So basically the plan was came back, spent Christmas with us. Things were going good. And I remember when January hit, I was like almost a little bit excited.
Hold on. Sorry, y'all.
I was like, this is the year the business account's going to open up. And it had been about 3 months since his relapse, and I felt like he was making a lot of effort to get better. He was going to GA meetings, he was going to therapy, he was having money in his account, all the good signs.
What kind of therapy? What kind of therapy? Not all therapy is geared for this type of cluster, y'all. You got to go to a clinical psychologist, not just talk therapy. He needs to do somatic or I think it's EDMR. I think it's EMDR therapy. He needs to do one of them. The ones where they get your mind to go. And he might need to take some meds on top of it. I don't know. We have to figure this out. But first of all, this is craziness.
And he had the 2 apartments in Copenhagen and was putting in a notice to kick the tenants out so that he could sell those apartments.
You believe him?
Basically the plan was to use the business account to pay for our wedding, to pay off crypto, and then we were going to sell the.
I'm Nigerian, so I have to say we don't claim this. LOL. It's okay, sis. It's okay, sis. Don't worry, sis. I'm not gonna hold it against y'all. You know, I was laughing a little bit yesterday and saying that Nigerians gotta take the L. But no, this is not a Nigerian issue, y'all. And matter of fact, she's a Nigerian American. If anything, America gotta take this L. She was raised by Nigerian parents, but she's also American too. America and Nigeria gotta take this L.
The 2 apartments, and that was going to be like our base to start like investing and build our foundation here in Dallas. And we had kind of delayed wedding planning because, you know, we wanted to be smart financially. We're not going to plan a wedding a year after all this stuff happened. And also, like, you know, we wanted to prioritize paying back crypto. But we were looking at the numbers, and with the business account, we were going to be able to make crypto whole, and we'd have some extra money for the wedding. And in addition to that, you know, we were both making an income. So we're starting to talk about wedding plans. Obviously,
she's still talking about this damn wedding. Wrap it up, sis. Pack it up. I'm tired. A wedding, y'all. This man, you've caught him in so many lies at this point. Like, what is it going to take? I don't get it. Oh my God, it's part 18. It's 27 parts. What is going on?
I'm Nigerian and my parents are very traditional and I love my culture, and I was excited to do a traditional wedding, and I was talking to my parents about what I wanted, and
hey, that girl from yonder, hey sis.
It's like, maybe we could do a wedding in Nigeria. And, you know, they were really excited about it. They were hyped to plan it. You know, they loved my ex, and, you know, we were getting.
They loved him. Oh, but she said she didn't tell them nothing. But she just wanted the wedding, y'all. That's what it was. This is what it is. She wants the picture perfect wedding and the Instagram post. That's what it is. I need to check her Instagram. I hope she didn't scrub those pictures.
Excited. And so
let me check.
My mom said that they were going to go starting to look at venues and all the things. And at this point, I kind of figured that my parents were going to cover the traditional wedding because we were going to cover the white wedding. When I say white wedding, I mean white dress. So traditional wedding, the Nigerian wedding, white wedding is like white dress walking down the aisle. So in case you hear me say that, not because I'm marrying a white guy. So I'm talking wedding plans with my mom, and she brings up finances, and that's when she proceeds to tell me that my ex has told her that he's going to pay for both weddings in full. And I'm sitting there just confused because I'm thinking about the money that we have coming in and our two salaries. I'm like, okay, we're good to pay back crypto and we're good for our white wedding, but we don't have any wiggle room to pay for an additional wedding. So I call him up, and at this point I'm angry. I go, why did you commit to paying for a wedding without telling me? And I will continue on in part 19. The Danish Deception, part 20. So after today,
where's
all
part
the
19?
parts will... The Danish Deception.
Oh, God, we have the same issue again. Okay, hold on, y'all. Let me go to TikTok and go find part 19. I don't know why it's not showing some parts. I don't know what happened. Maybe she put a setting or something. So I'll find it. Just give me 1 second, y'all. I'm going to pull it up right now. Let's get to part 19. Okay, here it is. So I will just copy the link and then we're going to show it here.
The Danish Deception, part 19. And I don't want to waste y'all's time, so this part's actually going to cover between January 2025 and July of 2025.
Wait. Hold up.
Danish Deception, part 19.
Hold up.
And I don't want to waste y'all's time, so this part's actually going to cover between January 2025 and July of 2025.
July. 4 months ago, red flag. So this just recently happened. Sis, you didn't even heal. You already telling us this story? Yeah, she need to make the funds back. She owes somebody money. She probably got to pay Mr. Crypto and Mrs. Crypto back. All right, make your money, sis. Make your money. I'm gonna like this as soon as I log into my TikTok. I would like it. Give you your views. You should have put it on YouTube. YouTube pays you more per view than TikTok, sis. Not TikTok. But you know what you need to do? You need to do a reaction of your video. So how you gonna make money is what I'm doing right now. You're gonna react to your video. Okay, that's how you're gonna make your money on YouTube. Do that. Put all of the series together and then react to it live. All right.
Okay. So I call my ex and I'm just so confused. Why did you commit to paying $10,000 for this wedding? I just do not understand. And he said, well, I really just wanted to help your parents out. And now I understand narcissists have this need and desire to be admired. And that's where it came from. It wasn't just him wanting to be a good person. But I was super frustrated. And we talked about it, went back and forth. I'm like, we don't have to do this. Like, my parents are very generous. I know they'd be more than happy to pay for the wedding. But he said, no, let's just give them something. Let's give them 10,000. I was like, I just feel like we don't need to do that. He's like, no, let's do it.
So this is what I've noticed about him. It's so interesting. And that's why I said it's a personality disorder. So he would rather go and help other folks. And then she got an issue too. Because I don't know what spectrum she's on. She got something going on in that brain. It's just something wrong here. And then she's sitting here trying to plan a wedding with this man who's a gambler. An addict.
So I call my mom and my dad and I said, hey, are you guys comfortable with us paying $10,000? And they're like, absolutely, that's fine. We'll cover the rest. And they loved my ex and they were excited for this wedding. And side note, I had communicated to my parents about the business account. So I told them, we're going to end up paying you in July, if that's okay with you.
You see, this is the, hold on, I got to stop it here. Red flag. Sorry, y'all sorry, my alert came on. Red flag. Listen. It's one thing for you to be entangled in this scamming storyline or whatever, this web of scam, but you're including your parents in that. But you know what? It's okay, include them in there, because now they're gonna get their wake up call. They should have done better. They should have taught you better. This is what happens when you move your child to Manhattan, Kansas instead of Manhattan, New York. She needed to be in Manhattan, New York. New York. That's where she would have learned the street smart. She needed to go to New York. See, she was in the wrong Manhattan. New York would have gathered her all the way up. When you're young and you grow up in that type of street life, you going to learn real quick. Yeah, there's some bad situations that happen. Don't get me wrong. I understand. It's a little too gritty for children, but damn. You should have went to Manhattan, New York, at least one time in your adult life. Get that street smarts quick. Be around your folks, and you're going to understand a scammer when you see one.
Just because we had a bunch of expenses, they didn't know about the payments or crypto and everything, but I just said, hey, we're going to pay you in July. I hope you're okay with that. And they were more than fine with that.
Yeah, the issue is she isn't telling her African parents anything. Yes, but Okay, sis, you joined the live late, so I'm going to tell you why I said that with her parents. She said in one part that she told them that he had some financial issues. And they knew he had some financial issues while they were together. So this is why I hold her parents accountable. Because they knew he had financial issues and they were just brushing it away like it was normal. And they had just gotten married. This is not normal. And they didn't ask questions like, what kind of financial issues? What is he doing? What does he do for a living? Like, none of that came up. They was just like, oh, well, you're going to support him through it. That's when he was in debt with the apartment, with the whole fire thing. And he was asking for $50K. She was about to ask her daddy for it. That's why I gave them the red flag. That was the reason why. They didn't know everything, but they had at least a nugget to be suspicious, but they just brushed it off. And I don't understand why. Because she said she told all of them, her friends, her parents, and her bestie, that he had financial issues. And that was when they first got married. That's a big red flag. And he had trouble. I think she told them he had trouble with the IRS, the Danish one. That's a problem.
And so we put that to rest. I need you guys to remember that $10,000 that was promised to my parents. There's a reason why I'm bringing it up. It's going to come back.
Yeah, because now this is the thing. He's lied to you so many times, and now you're involving your parents in his lie. This is an issue. That's why I was giving her the red flag too. You knew he was a liar.
So now it's January of 2025. We are in this year, you guys. I promise this is coming to a close tomorrow, so get ready. But it's January 2025. We get the news that his green card has been approved.
Oh, Lord.
And we're so excited. And I remember just being over the moon. And one of the biggest reasons why we were excited is because our very, very best friends were getting married in March in Spain. So we were so hyped and excited to go celebrate them. And at first we didn't even know if we could go to the wedding. And so when the petition got approved, it meant that he can travel out of the States. And so
Rose, you said, can her family give us money? LOL, just giving it out. Sis, I asked yesterday if she could give me some bands. I'll do something good with that $18K, I promise you. And I'll flip it and give her some money here. Thank you. I'll flip it too. We can make some good money together, sis. We need to have a sisterhood fund or something. Because this is craziness. Instead of giving it to men, give it to us. Let's all help each other out. But instead, you want to give it to these raggedy-ass, dusty-ass bums. Red flag. Give it to the sisters instead. We'll do better with it. Goodness gracious. At least help out a single mama something.
We're getting super excited. We weren't just going to Spain. We were also going to go to see his family in Denmark because his little nephew was getting baptized. And then we were also going to go to Portugal for 2 days to look at wedding venues. So this was a very, very exciting trip for us. And before you guys come for me, we were in what I thought was a great financial position, and we were up to date on our payments with crypto. So it was okay for us to go on these trips. So we have such an amazing time at the wedding. It was a very small, intimate wedding. There's 30 people there. It was perfect. And afterwards, we went and saw his family, went to his nephew's baptism, spent a lot of time with his extended family too. That was wonderful. And then we went to Portugal to look at venues. And I remember I set up a couple tours, and I made sure to be very mindful of cost because obviously I wanted us to be smart and I didn't want us to go over budget. And I remember having a conversation with him, telling him that, listen, I do not want this wedding if it's going to jeopardize your sobriety. So if we need to wait a year, if we want to renew our vows at year 5, we can do that. I do not want this wedding to put any pressure on you. And he said, the business account's going to open up this summer. We're going to be okay. I promise. I don't want you to stress about that. And so I believed him.
Mind you, he has not fulfilled one promise yet. One. The only one he fulfilled was when she met him in Monaco. And then the second one he fulfilled was when, what was that? There was another one where he spent Christmas with she went to Paris. That was it. He has not fulfilled one promise yet, sis, and he hasn't paid you back your money.
But I trusted him. So we look at a couple different venues.
This gotta be still trusting a gambler. You see, this is the problem that I have. This is the problem I have. You gonna keep trusting this man right here instead of yourself. That's an issue. And not only that, but all that money you giving to that man, give it to the sisters instead. Let me tell you, think in your mind. If you're a woman who loves to spend money on men and trick on men, Just reframe that and be like, you know what? When you have the inkling and the urge to be a pick-me male identified woman to spend money on men like this, just be like, you know what? Maybe when somebody in the sisterhood needs it. Who needs it? Who needs it more? You know, you can even give it to the kids at the orphanage or something. Other people need that money more. Matter of fact, you need it more than anybody. Do that. Reframe your thinking. Just be like, maybe a woman needs that money instead, and give it to them, because I'm sure they will do way more with it than his ass would.
And we find one that we really like, and it's very reasonably priced. The deposit was only like 1,500 euros. And he said that his mom was going to actually pay for it. And I said, hey, that's fine. That works perfectly for me. So we get home and he said, you know, I just feel like it doesn't make sense for me to have $60,000 to $70,000 worth of watches. So I think I'm going to sell my watches. And I asked him, I'm like, are you 100% sure? He said, yes, like it's unnecessary, especially with like us like trying to accomplish all of these financial goals, and just having these expensive watches just does not make sense. And so I 100% supported him. And so he packed up the watches in the boxes, and then he left the house and came back and was like, okay, I just took him to a showroom. I'm waiting for them to sell. Obviously, I don't have the money yet, but hopefully they'll sell within the next, I don't know, like a couple weeks to a month. And I said, okay, that sounds good. So that was April of 2025. And in May of 2025, we decided that we wanted to build up his credit score so that we could maybe buy a house within the next couple of years. And his credit was basically zero because he had just moved to the States. And so I had a credit card that we had just paid off. It had a zero balance. And so I was like, okay, let's add you on this card. And so we added him.
You added a gambler on a credit card? A gambler?
And he had no plans to even really use this card. It was just, you know, for me to use for like groceries. We were just really trying to build up his credit. And so I looked at the balance one day and it was super high and I was so confused. And I started going through the
Wrap this up. Wrap it up. Sis, red flag. How are you confused? You gave a gambler money. It's an addiction. Does she not understand? Okay, listen. The reason why I'm using food addiction as the minimal one is because everyone can relate to it. So imagine gambling, how much higher that is. That's the higher stakes type of addiction. With food, all you gotta do is look at my 600-pound life. Look at them hoarders. Go to watch. You know what you need to watch? Some of y'all need to watch them shows. Watch My 600-Pound Life and Hoarders. That'll start first, and then watch the what was it, the addiction show? I forgot what it's called. My Addiction. I don't remember. It was oh my god, Intervention. Watch Intervention. That'll be the serious one. So what you gonna do is look at food addicts. They gonna tell you, yeah, you know, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna go on a diet right now. I'm not gonna eat no more. I'm not gonna eat no more. None of this. I'm gonna go start right now. And the next thing you know, you're gonna find a bag of chips under their bed. You gonna see all that stuff. That's what I'm saying. It's an addiction. She's treating it like it's nothing. This is craziness. And then she put his name on a credit card. This man is not good with what is going on here? And then you want to say, I'm confused. About what? At this point, I'm confused at how foolish somebody could be. So it's either you are really extremely just naive, or you have a mental hit. You need to go get checked, sis. This is not normal. It's not this normal to be delusional. Somebody would have woken up at least part 9. Some of us, yeah, we're a little hard-headed. Hard-headed people would have woken up before the wedding. No. Hard-headed people, no. Yeah, hard-headed people before the wedding. Male-identified pick-me, it would have been at this part, to be honest with you. They would have still stuck. They would have held on to the railings. But somebody with some type of sense would have already woken up already. You either have serious self-esteem issues, or you got a mental health issue that makes you believe in men. I don't understand what it is. Was his ding-a-ling that good? Did he have a ding-a-ling of gold? I wish I had the song. Matter of fact, I do have the song. Hold up, y'all. You know what? We need, Sister Tamar needs to take us to church, y'all. Sister Tamar needs to take us to church. Please. We need to play this one more time, y'all. One time. Ain't no way. You can't be this delusional.
On God's green earth, I would ever take him back. No way. He must have the ding-a-ling of gold.
I don't get it. How are you confused? He must, you know what? The bummiest men, they do say bummy men. They do know how to work it, y'all. I heard that. The homosexuals and the bums, the scammers, I heard that they be having that. Because ain't no way. I can't imagine what it is that is keeping her. He's not financially stable. So it's definitely not the finances that's holding her back. And it's not love. It definitely isn't. So it's got to be that. I think that's what it is, y'all.
Details. And I saw that there was a cash advance for $7,000. And I was like, what is going on? Mind you, I'm not home. I had just finished a showing. So I'm in my car about to head home. And I call him. And I'm like, what is this cash advance?
This man put a $7,000 cash advance. Guess what, sis? He's still gambling. Wake up!
And I go, you better tell me the truth immediately.
Why does he need to tell you the truth? Go to the credit card company and say, can I have the transaction? What is going on here? Why are you still asking him to tell the truth? He's a liar. The boy's a liar. Go and call the credit card company and be like, hey, there's some weird transactions going on, and I'm just trying to see what happened on my card. I see some, I kind of think, no, don't say I think. I see some really weird transactions. I think somebody may have, my card may be compromised. Can you please send me the itemized detail of my card transactions? That's all you got to do, sis. That's
do not want any bullshit. And he comes out and he tells me, I relapsed again. I've been gambling again. And that was the very first time that I just came out and asked him, and he said yes. And keep in mind, his last relapse was October. This was now June. And so
he went to therapy and learned how to manipulate you better. That's what that was. Because you forced him to go. He didn't go by himself. So now he learned therapy because, like, you got to admit your wrongs, okay? You have to admit your wrongdoings. Okay, I'm going to say it first so she won't get angry. There we go.
Obviously, I'm hurt. I'm sad, but I'm also, like, so grateful that he told me the truth. I remember the first thing that came out of my mouth was, thank you so much for telling me the truth. Because I just was grateful that he didn't automatically lie about it.
Red flag! Why are you so grateful? If he had come to you and said, hey, today I made a mistake. I relapsed. I took $7,000. I'm so sorry. I'm going to take accountability for it. I promise you I won't do it again. That's different. You had to confront him. That's not, what are you grateful about? For him to be scamming you? Sis, I'm telling you, she got too much money on her hands. Some people are blessed with too much money and they don't know what to do with it. God, what's going on? Help us, sister. Get me the 18K right now. Let it rain. Let it rain and clear it out. Let the money rain here. Please rain on me. Rain on everybody here in the chat. Rain that money down on us. Let us get that 18K. We gonna manifest the 18K. We'll manifest this. We gonna do way better with it. Let's manifest that money, y'all. It's coming to us. Because ain't no damn way.
So I come home. I'm obviously very upset, but I'm trying to meet him in a peaceful way because he is trying to be honest with me. So I walk into the house and I'm like, tell me everything. And he said, okay, well, I took a salary advance in May and I tried to recoup it. And I actually ended up selling the Rolexes and taking that money and gambling it away. And so I took the money from the cash advance to try to win it back, and I haven't spent it yet. I still have some of that, and you guys, this was such a weird experience because I was so angry and hurt that I was still going through this, but this was the first time that he was being open and honest with me, quote unquote. So I was grateful for that. So I told him, I'm like, okay, well, I just have to ask you a question. Is this because the business account doesn't exist? Like, I just don't understand why you would relapse when this money's coming. He goes, babe, like, you just don't understand gambling. Like, it just, sometimes it happens and there's no rhyme or reason.
He's actually right. Okay, so you see, this is the thing with pathological liars. The clock could be right twice a day, right? So here, he is actually correct. You cannot stop that impulse. It's impulsive. It's an addiction. You're wired. He's already patterned himself to be an addict. He's trying to self-soothe. He has trauma. I done been told you that. But you worried so much about the financials and the gambling. He needs to deal with the trauma. He's never going to heal unless he heals that part. I'm being honest. For those of you who are listening and watching this, please, if you have an addiction, you need to deal with the trauma. That's where the root is. Then once you get rid of that, like you learn how to manage it, mitigate it, you overcome it. Then you can start dealing with the addiction because it is a result of that. It's just compounding. Deal with that first. That's the first point. Then you deal with the external factors, the codependent, what does it call it? The dependency factors. That's it. The linkages. But it starts from the root. The root is the trauma. Get to that first. Unpack it. Then we can start moving on to other things. But if you're just hyper focused on the gambling, it's not going to heal because it was an effect of the first thing. They're all interrelated, y'all. You got to find the root cause. That's it.
And so I said, okay, I just need to confirm with you again, is this business account exist? He said 100% it exists. And I'm sorry, I promise you, like, if this feels different, like just being able to like come forward to you, be honest with you. I feel like I really am changing.
I know I want to
do
1.5, but I can't find how. Hold on. Maybe I can. Let me see. Here. I'm trying. I wanted to, but it's not letting me. Look at this.
And this money's going to hit. We're going to have our dream wedding and
maybe.
everything.
Oh, speed. Oh, yeah, I can.
So
okay, here we go.
I believe him and I trust him.
I don't know why I didn't do it from before. All right, we'll do 1.5 for y'all. I couldn't see it before.
And then fast forward to July, I ended up having a bachelorette party for one of my good friends, Tracy. And while I'm at the bachelorette party, I knew the date of the hearing with the Danish IRS for his business account to open up. I knew that was going to be while I was on the bachelorette in the middle of July. And so I remember I was on the bachelorette and I woke up early on the second day I was there because I knew that was the day of the hearing. And I get a text from him and he says, call me.
Wait, she was on the bachelorette while married to this man? What? Did I just hear that right? You see, hold on. This is why 1.5
so it doesn't exist. Like, I just don't understand why you would relapse when this money is coming. He goes, babe, like, you just don't understand gambling. Like, it just sometimes it happens and there's no rhyme or reason. And so I said, okay, I just need to confirm with you again. Is this business account exist? He said 100% it exists. And I'm sorry. I promise you, like, if this feels different, like just being able to like come forward to you, be honest with you. I feel like I really am changing and I want to be better. And this money's going to hit. We're going to have our dream wedding and everything's going to be okay. And so I believe him and I trust him. And then fast forward to July, I ended up having a bachelorette party for one of my good friends, Tracy.
Oh, bachelorette party.
While I'm at the bachelorette party, I knew the date of the hearing with the Danish IRS for his business account to open up. I knew that was going to be while I was on the bachelorette in the middle of July. And so I remember I was on the bachelorette and I woke up early on the second day I was there because I knew that was the day of the hearing. And I get a text from him and he says, call me when you can. And we will pick up the rest in part 20. And tomorrow is a grand finale. And I hope y'all are ready because it's about
Lord.
to get absolutely insane.
Okay, part 20 is here. All right. Oh, Lord.
The Danish Deception, part 20.
Yeah, you
so
see, this
today,
is why it's not working here. I don't know why. You see, look at here. It just says quality auto scroll. I think I have to copy paste it from my TikTok account. So just bear with me 1 second. Let me do that. When I copy it from TikTok, that's when it gives me that option. So let's speed it up because I know it's getting late for some of y'all. So I'm going to be nice tonight. I'm going to speed it up. I'll speed it up. And we have other stories to cover. I'll just cover them shortly. So give me 1 second, y'all. Let me find the... What is it? What part are we on? 20. Okay, I'm going to copy paste it from my phone. TikTok do better. Red flag. Why can't I do it straight from the web browser? Always got to use mobile.
The Danish Deception.
All right, now we could do 1.5 here. Here we go. Okay.
Part 20. So after today, all the parts will be fully completed, and I need y'all to just bear with me. This was a very traumatic and emotional experience for everyone that was involved, and so you're gonna see tears, and I'm gonna try to keep my composure as much as possible. So I'm on this bachelorette trip in the Bahamas, and the second day I'm there, I know that's the date of the hearing with the Danish IRS about the business account, and I'm very, very nervous. Like, obviously, I had money in my bank account, but this business account was supposed to be what was going to go towards crypto and paying for the wedding. And so I just wanted everything to happen the way it was supposed to happen. So I wake up that morning, he tells me, call me when you can. I pick up the phone, I call him, I step outside, and he actually has good news. And the good news is that the business account doesn't have 200,000, it actually has 300,000. And he hadn't been able to log into it for 18 months. And so he was very surprised that the account actually had more money than he thought. So I was so over the moon excited. I told him, I said, thank you so much for, making smart choices and, helping us build this foundation for us to start our lives together in Dallas. And he had told me he was on the phone with the bank for like 45 minutes, ironing out the plans. They closed down the business account and they were going to just transfer him the amount of money that was owed to him. And so obviously I don't take his word for shit at this point. So I asked him, I'm like, can you send me a screenshot of the phone call? Like, I want to see the phone record. And so he sends me a screenshot and it shows that he was on the phone.
Oh, you said she's on YouTube. If you watch it from YouTube, will you get a strike? At Janelle Coleman. Probably. That's why I didn't know she was on YouTube. I would have watched it on YouTube too, but I'm reacting, so yeah. I don't know. But I prefer to watch it on TikTok just in case. Yeah, you're right. Because if I do get a copyright strike, then all of this is going to be gone. But yeah. Sometimes I don't mind watching YouTube stuff because I'm reacting, right? But yeah. Anyways, let's continue.
For 45 minutes, I type in the number in the screenshot that he sent me, and I put it into ChatGPT, and it said it was linked to his bank in Denmark. So I was like, okay, this is real. Why would you spend 45 minutes on the phone with the bank if this wasn't real? So at this point, I'm like, okay, finally, there's truth to something he's saying, and I felt so much relief. So after the Bahamas, my ex sends a text to my parents, and I'm in the group chat too, and he's saying, hey, I'll be able to send you the money by the end of this month. Can you please send me your banking information? And my mom says, of course, here it is, gives her bank information. Now we're at the end of July, and I asked him, hey, has the money hit? Has the money hit? Still hadn't hit. So what he said was, what I'll do is I'll send your parents the money on August 1st after I get paid from my job. But regardless, like that money's gonna hit at some point in August. And I said, okay, that's perfect. So beginning of August comes around and he tells me, hey, I just sent the money to your mom. And I said, okay, perfect. Can you please show me the screenshot? And he said, yes. And he showed me the screenshot and it said that the payment was scheduled for August 9th. So August 7th and 8th comes around. I told my mom, hey, you're going to receive the money by August 9th. And she said, okay, sounds good. So August 9th comes around and I asked her, hey, have you received it? And she said, no, I still have not received it. And so I was like, okay, that's weird. A couple of days go by and I'm like, have you received it? Yeah, she said, I still have not received it. So now it's like August 12th and I'm on FaceTime with my mom just chit-chatting. And then I ask her, I go, hey, have you received the transfer from my ex? And she goes, no, I still haven't received it. And I'm on the couch with my ex and I look at him, I go, that's so weird. My mom still hasn't received the transfer. And he goes, that is weird. I go, can you pull the screenshot again?
Of course she hasn't. When did you get your money yet? Okay, that's the answer.
He shows me the screenshot again. And it says that the payment is now scheduled for August 14th. And I'm a little confused because why is it scheduled for August 14th now? It was August 9th before and that doesn't make sense. So I asked him, I'm like,
confused. He's a liar. Oh my God, this is craziness. It's like she cannot connect two and two together. It's like, I don't get it. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at her pain, but I'm just like, I can't understand it.
That's weird. He goes, that is weird. I don't know what's going on. And so regardless, at this point, it's like August 12th. So I was like, okay, we'll just wait and make sure she gets it by August 14th. So August 14th comes around. I call my mom, hey, did you receive the transfer? She still hasn't received the transfer.
Of course
I'm just
not.
like, what is going on?
Where's your transfer? You red flag. I'm tired, y'all. Wait a damn minute. My Nigerian folks, I know I said it's not your fault, but damn, what's going on? I don't understand. What is happening? What is happening? Something's off here. You know, I could have actually given her a little bit more props if they both was in on the scamming together. They was just a scamming ass couple. That actually would be better in my opinion than this. This is right here buffoonery at its finest. Foolishness.
Weird and bizarre. But I'm not super concerned at this point. I just think that there's something weird going on. So August 15th comes around and he tells me that he doesn't know what's going on, but what he's going to do is cancel the transaction and then send the 10K to me. And then I will then send the 10K to my mom. And I said, okay, perfect. That sounds good. So that Saturday, I went wedding dress shopping and my very best friend, Rebecca, was in town visiting and she was with her 3.5-year-old daughter, who's the sweetest. I've known her since she was a little newborn baby. She's so sweet. And this is the first time that my best friend, Rebecca, is coming to visit me in Dallas with her daughter. And so I was just so excited for them to be here and go wedding dress shopping with them. So we go wedding dress shopping on a Saturday and my ex had told me that his mom wanted to pay for the wedding dress. And I was like, are you sure? He said, absolutely. Her birthday was actually the day before I went to go wedding dress shopping. And so he's like, I don't want to call her like on her birthday to ask her for money for your wedding dress, even though she's the one that brought this up and said she wants to pay for it. And I said, it's okay. I'll just.
His mama is a Virgo or a Leo? Please let me know in the chat, y'all, if y'all paying attention. Is she Virgo or Leo? He said a day before wedding dress shopping. She went wedding dress shopping August 19th. What is August 19th sign? I'm sorry, y'all. If she's a Virgo, oh my God, that's going to be crazy. I think she's a Leo, y'all. She might be a Leo, y'all. Let me check. Sorry, y'all. I gotta check. She's a Leo. Okay.
Paid for the dress, and then
that tracks a little bit, because look at Princess Loving Ray J. That's what this reminds me of.
Whenever your mom sends you the money, you can just send it to me, and then obviously I want to call her and tell her thank you.
Leo, yes. I did not expect. Princess Loving Ray J. This is Princess Loving Ray J. I'ma change, Princess Love. I'ma change. You gonna change, Ray J? I'ma leave you. Yeah, I'ma change. And now look at him. Every year it's a new thing.
Her to even offer to pay for it. So I was flattered. I thought it was so sweet. So I go pick out the wedding dress, and I'm just so happy. I find the dress that I love. I put in the deposit for the dress. So Sunday comes around, and my ex says that the $10,000 for my mom is going to hit his account on that Monday. And I said, okay, that sounds good. I am starting to feel some red flags, but I'm just like, let's wait till Monday and let's see how this plays out. So we go to church that morning on Sunday morning, and we get back. And this is so interesting that I always have to mention this. After church, my ex comes to me and he tells me, I really want to learn more about the Word of God. And I'm a Christian, and I've always been a Christian. And he always told me, listen, despite my beliefs, I always will support you and your faith, and our kids will be brought up as Christians. We'll go to church. I'll always go to church with you. But this was the first time that he told me that he wanted to learn more about the Word of God. And I remember just being so excited. I was like, that's perfect. We're going to start doing Bible study once a week together. And I was really, really excited for it. That day goes by, and the next morning it's Monday. Keep in mind, my best friend and her daughter are still visiting me. So the next morning, my best friend, Rebecca, she is at home because she has some work calls. And so we take her daughter to the park with Smokey, and we're just walking around. And I ask him, has the $10,000 for my mom hit your account? And he said, no, it hasn't. And I told him, I go, listen, I'm feeling very triggered. I feel like you're lying to me. It should have hit your personal account by this point, and it hasn't. And I'm feeling extremely, extremely triggered. And he said, well, I don't know what's going on. I promise, the money's there. It's going to be fine. And I was like, well, I don't know. I just feel like you're lying to me. So if there's anything that you want to come clean about, now's the time. Just do it. And he said, what's the point of talking to you if you're just going to think I'm lying? I go, well, why do you think I always think you're lying? Because you lie all the time. And he said,
let me tell y'all something. So this is the Bible, right? She talking about she took him to church and they doing Bible study. Sis, you should have started at Proverbs. This is warning against the invitation of sinful men and wisdom. He talks about wisdom's rebuke, getting wisdom. If you want to know about wisdom, and if you want to know about just the ways of life, how not to be a cheating person, a liar, a scammer, read Proverbs first. That Proverbs is the mandatory before you got to get to the Jesus part, but first he needs to know the fundamentals. Get to the 10 Commandments, then get to Proverbs. Trust me, he will get convicted every single time you read a damn proverb. Oh, you read a proverb. Sorry God, I didn't mean to say it like that. He's gonna get convicted every time you read a proverb.
Okay, well, maybe we shouldn't walk together. I go, okay, maybe we shouldn't. So he walks back to the car, and I walk.
So you should have started with an exorcism. That too. Did she go to a Nigerian church? I need to know. Because Nigerian churches, they be having the crazy exorcism. They be doing all the fasting and the prayer, the holy tongues. They be on it. You don't take him to, listen, I love my white folks, love y'all dearly, but you guys are not equipped for this type of spiritual warfare. You need to go to a black church, specifically African, Haitian, Jamaican, whatever. It needs to be an ethnic black church. Black American church, y'all be Kojic, it be in and out. Yeah, Black American church, you could probably do it, maybe. But you need to take him to a real Nigerian church. This is a demonic entity in him that is causing him to do all of this, sis. You need to get it out of him. If you really believe in the word like you say you do, take him to the altar. He needs an altar call. Then you need to get the holy oil, splash some water. And then he still got to go to therapy to make sure, okay? Make sure. This is a spiritual warfare that he cannot deal. You cannot go to one of his folks' churches. It's not going to work. We got to deal with the real spirit. This is an evil demonic thing right here.
Friend's daughter with my dog, and I just walk away, and we walk for a while, and then we go back to the car, and he's in the
Revelations. Yes, I didn't want to add that to it, but Revelations at the end, yes, that'll convict him too. Matter of fact, all of the New Testament, add Proverbs to it, and then you're going to wrap it up. And then you start with the verses of the lying and the cheating and the scamming. Get him convicted first. He needs to get convicted.
Talking to his mom, and as soon as I get in the car, he gets off the phone with his mom, and I was fully planning on telling her thank you for the wedding dress, and I thought it was weird that he hung up really quickly, and so that's another red flag. So we get home, and obviously we're fighting. I feel like he's lying to me. He's upset that I'm not believing him, and he ends up leaving the house because he's like, I'm gonna go to Costco. So while he's in Costco, obviously I'm just spiraling.
Did he buy the $1.50 hot dogs? How did he eat? He bought them $1. That's why he went to Costco. He went to go eat them hot dogs. Them hot dogs be good though. The hot dog and the pizza. That's what he went to go eat because he couldn't afford anything else. What did he buy at Costco, sis? Because I know he couldn't afford nothing. So what he did is he sat at that hot dog and that stand. He went to go get him the concession stand. He went to go get a hot dog, pizza, and a soft drink. He sat there and he started gambling. That's what he did because he got into an argument. So this is going to be his outlet, gambling.
This is a moment where it hits me. I'm like, what if everything's a lie? And I don't know why, like, my subconscious has been thinking this all along, but this is the first time I fully am asking myself this question. And so I'm laying in my bed and I start playing with the app Revolut and I start looking at it. And that's the app that he sent the money to my mom. And obviously he sent me screenshots. I sent the screenshot to my mom to verify it's going to be hitting on August 14th. And so I start playing around with the app and I just, I wanted to see.
At MR Trooper, hey sis. No, they weren't living together before the wedding. They were legally married already. She's planning the actual ceremony. So they got married in the courthouse first, and then now they're doing the Nigerian wedding.
What it would be like if I wanted to send a big payment. And the way Revolut works is you have to load the money into Revolut before you can send it to anyone. So I'm just playing around with it and I do a test transaction and I'm trying to send $10,000 even though I don't have $10K in Revolut to send. So I click schedule payment and I put just whatever date and I see the next page, which is the review page. And that's when I realized that was the same screen that he showed me and that I sent to my mom saying that he sent the payment. And what he did was he cropped out the schedule payment button so it looked like he had sent the money, but he really did not. So at this point, my entire body is shaking and he gets back from Costco and I can't say anything because my best friend and her daughter are staying with us. So I'm trying to keep it chill and keep in mind, this friend does not know anything that's going on. So after we unload the groceries, he's like, I'm going to go upstairs and change and get ready for the gym. So I follow him upstairs and I ask him, I said, I'm going to ask you one question. Did you send that money to my mom? And he said, of course I did. I go, I'm going to ask you again. Did you send that money to my mom? And he said, yes. And I pull up the screenshot that he sent me and then I go back to Revolut and I show him the exact same screenshot where he cropped the schedule payment button on the review page. And he said, our screens are different because I'm using a version from Denmark and you're using a version from the US. I go, you're using your US phone. So at this point, his lies are just getting bad. I'm like, you're lying.
His lies been bad, sis. Been bad. Been bad from the beginning. From the very beginning. His lies were bad. Bad. Awful. This is why I say you got to take accountability. That's it. That's it.
About everything. I go, let's have a chat and let's let all of this come to light and be done with it. And he said, I don't have time for this. I don't want to listen to this. And then he storms out of the house. And I will continue on in part 21.
Oh Lord. All right. Let's pull up part 21. You know what? I'm gonna pull these up real quick. 21. Where are we? We're almost done, y'all. Only 4 more parts. We're almost done. Oh boy.
The Danish Deception part.
Let's do the speed thing. Here we go.
21. So a lot of the things that transpired over the next couple of days happened over text. So I have my old phone. I'll be reading a lot of the messages because it's hard to really convey everything just based on memory. So I send him a screenshot of the test transaction that I did and then the screenshot that he sent me for my mom. And I literally put them right next to each other. And I said, here's a side-by-side comparison for your reference. You've been caught red-handed, but if you want to keep lying, by all means, do your thing. And you can clearly see.
This is too much energy, y'all. Red flag. Stop putting too much energy into this. This is too much energy. Too much. You already know he lied. He lied to your face again. You don't need to confirm anything with him. Get the paperwork. It's already wraps. He's still lying. You took him to therapy. You see, the problem is you dragged him to therapy. You dragged him to this anonymous of Gamblers Anonymous. And he's still not changing. Why? Because he doesn't want to. That's why. This is why.
That you dragged it down to remove the schedule payment button. And then I had the test transaction with the schedule payment button.
Too much work, sis. You know what you should have done? Get them papers drafted, and then you should have put more energy into finding out how you going to kick this man out your house. That's how you going to do it. Because this man send him back to Denmark. He was a liar. Liar from the beginning. Liar. And you know what? The verse you needed to read was the one where Jesus called the men, the priests, what was their names again? The rabbis. He called them, you lying just like your daddy, the devil. You see, that's the verse you should have read to him.
He says, I am telling you, Anyeka, I made the transfer to the account she gave me. I would have come clean right now if I had it. At this point, I think we should call off the weddings. We are not working as a team, and I don't want to keep fighting over this. Your mom will get her 10K as soon as I get it back. No, let me rephrase that. We are calling it off. I'm doing my best for everyone. Now it's time to focus on my own mental health. I will stay at a hotel for a few nights. This is all too much for me. Once I get the money, we can discuss if there's a future, but the weddings are off. So at that point, what is happening? I'm so confused. Obviously, I had just bought my wedding dress and I was planning this wedding But the weddings weren't even like on my mind. I just knew that he was struggling with something really, really big, and I wanted to know what it was. And the weddings, at this point, I was like, let's cancel the weddings. I don't even care. I was more focused about his well-being and making sure he was going to be okay. So I do another test transaction, but this time I actually loaded money into Revolut and then I sent it to myself. And so I said, FYI, this is what it looks like when you actually make a transfer in Revolut. And I did like a couple $100s, just a small amount. And I said, the lies need to stop. Aren't you tired and exhausted? Do you think I want that for you?
No, I'm tired and exhausted that you're not tired and exhausted. Red flag. Miss Gemini. I told y'all Geminis could be airheads. Love y'all to death. We're air signs. I'm also an air sign. This is airheaded behavior 101, but this is airheaded extreme behavior. It's not a whole zodiac thing. This is a mental health thing. It cannot be, I cannot explain it. Maybe y'all could let me know what it is in the chat. This type of delusion is unheard of. Even Reese Tisa wasn't this bad. Reese Tisa tapped out. When did she tap out? I did a whole case study on her. Not a case study, but I did a review a long time ago when it first came out. Reese Tisa tapped out when Legion, when he lied about the ex-wife and that he lived in California. She tapped out. But you keep going.
He goes, don't worry about me. I'll go to Denmark either tonight or tomorrow. I have enough miles to book it. Then we'll figure out the business account and you will be made whole. After that, we can figure out the next steps. So to answer your question, yes, I'm tired, but I'm more than tired. I am done. So I send him this message. You think you leaving is what I want? We don't need space. We need a relationship that's open and honest. You say you want to focus on your mental health. Keeping up with your lies and taking on the stress is destroying your mental health. You say you want to work as a team. How can we if you can't be honest with me? I'm here for the good, the bad, the ugly, but we can't work through any of this until you can give me the honest truth. So he gets back from the gym and he walks in the house. He walks past me. He walks past my best friend, goes up to the room. I follow him into the room and I go, hey, can we talk about this? He said, what is there to talk about? I told you I'm done. And I go, what does that mean? He says, I want a divorce. And at this point, I'm just stunned because never once has he mentioned leaving me or divorce or anything. So I'm shook at this point.
Too stressful.
And then he proceeds to tell me, he said, you prioritize your friends and family above me in our relationship. I've never felt like this is my home. I'm a guest in this home. My stuff is in the guest closet. And I'm like, your stuff wouldn't fit in the master closet. Like, it's fine. Like, I'm just sitting here just so confused. And he said, you only love me when there's money in my account, which is crazy because there was tons of times that there wasn't money in his account. And I'm just still trying to talk to him. So I'm like, I love you. You're the love of my life. He goes, you were the love of my life. And I feel so hurt, but I'm also like, this can't be him talking. This has to be the disease. This has to be the addiction that's talking. And so I'm still trying to communicate to him. And he's like, you know what? Don't worry. I'm going to fly back to Denmark. I'm going to open up, get the money from the business account, make sure you're whole.
What it is that he's tired of you calling him out all the time. And this is the thing. He wanted you to coddle him and put him on your titty. It's okay. Keep gambling and taking my money. This is the problem. This is the problem, sis. So now he's asking you for divorce when you should have asked first. Red flag. He was the problem the whole time. He deceived you from the beginning. He wanted you to be his mama. Just accept him. And that's why I said it's deeper than what you think. You trying to help him and fix him is making it worse. He should have learned a long time ago. But he doesn't want to.
And I also have received an offer to be a CEO of a company in Denmark making $1 million. And so now I'm just like, oh my gosh, he's for sure spiraling. Like, this is 100% the addiction. And it's insane because at this point I should have just been like, okay, go buy it and be done with him. But I'm very much still fighting for the relationship because I don't think that there's anything crazy big that we can't navigate and come through together. So we're not making any progress in the conversation. So I leave. I go to my friend Rebecca. I said, let's go for a drive. So we take her daughter. We go to the lake and I tell her everything.
Wait, oh damn, I forgot this in front of her friend and her child. No. Where's the baby? No, you don't do this in front of a child. You see, you already traumatizing the child. She's sitting here listening to all this mess. You think she's not hearing this?
I just break down and she's in shock because she had no idea that I was dealing with this along with most people. And I'm like, I don't know what to do. Like, I don't want him to leave me. And at this point, it's crazy because I had definitely thought to myself, like, what life would be like without him and almost was like mentally preparing myself for it. But I always thought it was gonna be on my terms. But the fact that he was leaving me just like put me in like this like fight or flight. And I just wanted to fight for him. So while we're at the lake, he sends me a message. He says, are you all gone? If yes, do I have enough time to pack my suitcase? And I go, we drove to the lake. And I said, I love you. We're going to figure this out. Let's take some space, but flying to Denmark is not the answer. And he says, I have made up my mind and I'm not changing my decision. We are both exhausted. Our individual peace has been at stake for too long and we need to protect that. We tried. God knows we fought for it, but the battle is over. Let's find peace each on our own. Let me know when you're heading back. I packed the first suitcase. I might do the other tomorrow. It's a bit.
Yes. So this is why I said it's a personality disorder. He's reached his capacity. So now he thinks that leaving her is going to, that's what he keeps doing. It's a pattern. So he gets with a woman, he siphons them, and then he gets with another one after, thinking that he's going to find a solution. He just has to find the right lick. Well, he doesn't understand it. He's the problem. Red flag, you're the common denominator in all of this. Sis, he should have just let him go. I told y'all. From the beginning, she should have let him go. He should have left. He needs to get help. He needs help. You can't help him. This is deeper than what you think. Deeper.
Difficult for me as well. So after being at the lake, I go upstairs trying to talk to him, and he's just not even wanting to be within like 5 feet of me. And I'm like, let's talk about this. Like,
oh, wait. Also, she is too ego obsessed. Yes, I believe so too. Yeah.
Please, like, tell me what's going on. Like, you wouldn't be spiraling like this if there wasn't something that's going on. Like, I'm your wife. Like, we can get through this. And he said, no, I'm done with you. I'm going.
What's going on? He has a gambling addiction. You already know what's going on. Do I need to run it back? He has a gambling addiction. He has childhood trauma. You keep holding him accountable. He doesn't like that. He wants you to be like his mama. He's in a new country. He's struggling. And also the fact that he's trying to live this whole life, this alternate reality, but he realizes that he can scam better in Denmark than he could scam in America. That's what I'm assuming. The house of cards are falling, sis. It was fake. Deception, Decepticon, from the beginning. There's nothing to work out with an addict. Let him go. In the future, maybe. I don't know if he ever changes. Who knows? But right now, it's not healthy for him and you to be in a relationship at all. He's not going to change with you there. He needs to do it on his own. He needs to hit rock bottom. The problem is he won't hit it because his mother keeps enabling him. Red flag. Stop doing that to your sons. And then we got to deal with it. This is a problem. Let him fall. But they won't. So now he about to run back to his mama. You know when that's going to change? Two things have to happen. Either he's going to hit rock bottom himself and realize it and get the help he needs, or his mama has to pass away for him to realize it. He's married to his mama.
To leave tomorrow. I booked a flight, and I will never see you again. And I will only talk to you when it's about getting you your money. And at this point, I'm just like, what? Like, it's now been an hour, and he still has not backed down from this idea that he's leaving me. So out of pure desperation, and I have never experienced this level.
You wanted to be the one to leave him, sis? That's what's going on here? Somebody said it right. She's ego obsessed. She wanted to be the one to pull the plug. But now that he's pulling the plug, now she wants to be the one to do it. Sis, you got an issue. Just let him go. Let him go. I get trying to fight for something and fight for your marriage, but this is not a fighting marriage to fight for. He's been lying and deceiving the whole entire time. Whole time.
Desperation before I go into his work bag and I take his passport and I look at my friend Rebecca and I said, he's not leaving. I'm going to get to the bottom of what's really going on. And she looks at me, she goes, do you, girl? Like, I support you. So we go onto the patio just to get some fresh air. And I look at the doorbell camera and I see that he's left. And he had 2 big check luggages packed and then his carry-on. And I see that he only left with his carry-on and his work bag. And so I send him a text. I go, take your space tonight and remember that I love you and I'm grateful that you're my husband and I will never stop fighting for you. Good night, my love. And at this point, I'm angry, but I'm being nice because I've done so much research on addiction. And I know whenever an addict is spiraling, the worst thing you can do is fight them back. So I'm just trying to be calm and be peaceful so that he can find a space to be able to come and be honest with me. And he said, wrap your head around the fact that I am not your husband anymore. We are done. Today has shown me that I won't have anything to do with you other than settling my debt. After that, I can breathe again. So obviously I had a...
Yes. And you know what? She's right. It is an addiction problem. And it is also a trauma response, like I said. But the problem is that, again, like, he's not somebody worth fighting for, in my opinion. He has never been honest with you, in my opinion. He's not worth it, in my opinion. So why are you doing all of this? Why?
Horrible night. I cried myself to sleep. The next morning, I wake up and my best friend says, hey, I'm going to go to my other friend's house.
You said LOL. He said, bye, girl. Yeah, and that's sad. I'm sad for her because it's not an easy thing to go through. I understand that. I'm very sympathetic. I have a lot of empathy. I can understand the feeling, y'all. But the problem I have is that he's not the one to be fighting for. I could understand if this was a whole different situation. It's not. It's not at all. He's never followed through with anything. Ever. He didn't even give her the ring she wanted. He hasn't paid her back. He lied to her and her family. Lied to everybody. Stole money from her BFF. And her BFF's husband. Hasn't even paid them back. Keeps lying about his gambling addiction. Won't take accountability. What is there to fight for? That's what I'm trying to figure out. So I agree with you when you said it's an ego thing. It has to be. There's nothing to fight for.
She had another best friend that lived in Dallas, so she was visiting the both of us, and I was more than okay with that because I didn't think this was a good environment for a child anyways, and I knew he was going to come back to the house, and I thought that was for the best.
Oh wait, I forgot one thing. He even took a cash advance from the $7,000 for the credit card. They were supposed to save up for a house. She trying to give him a higher credit score. Put his name as a applicant or whatever, co-signer. I don't know, whatever on the credit card when you put somebody else's name on it. Whatever, I can't remember the word right now. And now he took $7,000 cash advance without telling her. What is there to fight for? Ain't nothing to fight for. Stop it. You know what? This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give y'all advice. I know it's getting late, but I have to. I feel like I'm getting led to say something here. Whenever you have these kind of situations, write them all down because you can't just remember them. Some of y'all need to be reading. Write them down like we used to have a diary back in the day. Write it on your phone, type it on your phone, or write it down. Write down everything that he has done to you. Write down all of that stuff. I know they say, oh, don't look at the right and wrongs of marriage yet, but this man has not come through with anything. And then read it. And then you're going to get your clarity. Because this ain't it.
So I drive her to her friend's house, and my ex had messaged me, like, I'm going to need the house until 1 to grab my things before I go to the airport. And I remember being like, okay, that's fine. I'm going to drop her off at her friend's house. And he doesn't know that I'm like trying to intercept him so I can have a conversation with him. He also does not know that I have his passport. So I drop her back off at her friend's house, and I come back, and my ETA is like 12:30. And I know he said he was going to leave around 1. So I was like, okay, I'll have some time to intercept him. I get home, and everything is gone. His bags that were packed are gone. Oh. And I don't know if anyone's ever experienced being left by a spouse without knowing, or even a partner in general, but it is the most devastating feeling in the world. And especially someone that you shared your life with, they're there one day and the next day they're gone. It is just...
You journal, sis, Devonta Pittman. I'm so happy you do. I would recommend everyone else to do it. I used to do it. I stopped, but I'm going to start journaling again. It's so therapeutic, y'all. It's therapeutic because you write your feelings down, and then it's good to write it down so you can remember. Don't just let things fly, y'all. Don't let it fly.
Gut-wrenching. And I honestly, at that point, just start screaming. And I sent him a text, and I said, I have your passport. He said, what the fuck is wrong with you? I go, please come home, babe. You fight for the people you love, and I love you, and we will get through this. And he said, this stunt literally cost me thousands of dollars. My decision is made. Remember who is fighting who. And I said, we just need to talk through this. I know you're hurt, and I'm sorry for my part in this, but you're my husband, and we will fight through this. We're building a life here with friends and family. He said, I'm over it, but don't worry. All your troubles will go away. Now it'll just take a day longer and cost me more money. Ridiculous. I don't care anymore. I really don't. I say, I don't believe that. You wouldn't have married me if you wanted to give up that easily. He said, well, okay, but I'm getting a temporary passport, so I'll be leaving, and you made sure to take my green card too. So even if I wanted to come back, that's not possible. Take care. And you think I'm giving up easy? You're delusional. I said, I can mail it to you. And at that point, I'm freaking out because I did take his green card. So I get in the car and I said, I can bring you your passport and I can bring you your green card. I'll go to the airport. He goes, don't worry, I'm on the phone with the consulate. They'll figure it out. I don't need you. And I said, I'm on the way with the passport right now. I'll be there in 20. He said, I'm not going to see you. Trust me. I said, okay, I'll turn around. But I also can leave the passport at the front desk so you don't have to see me. He goes, don't worry, getting issued an emergency passport. Don't you fucking leave my passport anywhere. This is the most insane situation I've ever heard of. And guys, this is my favorite text in the entire thread. Call on your friends and family. You prioritize them, now they can show up for you. And just to be very clear, I do not give a fuck if you tell everybody everything. So here I am telling everybody everything. So
this is why she told us. Red flag. So this is why you told us. You're not even telling us to warn a sister. You're not telling none of us, okay, out of the bottom of your heart, you know what? I need to warn you guys because this happened to me. She's doing it because he said tell everybody everything. This is why? Lord help us all. So this is the reason. I thought she was helping sisters out. But no, she's telling everybody everything because she's mad that he sent her that text and he left her high and dry. After all of the lies and the scamming and the deceitful behavior. This is what it's come to, sis. Oh, Lord. All right, y'all. She telling us she's getting back to him. So she wants him to respond to her. This is not over, y'all. He's going to come back. I'm telling y'all, he might come out with a video soon. Don't worry, y'all. Don't you fret. Oh, wrong part. Hold on, y'all. Oops. Don't you fret. Mr. Danish Decepticon, he's coming back, y'all. He's going to come out with his version. Trust and believe me. All right, let's do part 22. What is going on here? Let's do part 22. Here we go. Oh my God. So she's showing us. No, showing him. That's what she wants. I'm showing you. You said tell everybody everything. I'm going to air you out. Not for y'all. And not even for her, but for him. Again, everything is for him. Notice that. Just peep.
The Danish Deception, part 22. So My little sister looks at me and she says, he took $3K from me. And
Wait, what? Wait, did I miss a part? Hold on.
the Danish Deception, part 21. So a lot of the things that transpired over the next couple of days happened over text. So I have my old phone. I'll be reading the Danish Deception, part 22. So my little sister looks at me and she says, he took $3K from me. And I am just silent for like... The Danish Deception.
Wait a minute, y'all. My heart.
My little sister looks at me and she says, he took $3K from me. And
she's missing a part. Am I missing something? Hold on, y'all. I'm so sorry. Where did this little sister story happen? Okay, I think I missed a part, y'all. Hold on. Let's do the part 21. I think I missed a part. Sorry.
the Danish Deception, part 21. So a lot of the things that transpired over the next couple of days happened. He doesn't care if I tell everybody everything. Love has just left me and I'm never going to see him again.
I think she just didn't understand. Okay.
The Danish Deception, part 22.
I think what happened is that she probably forgot a part. I don't know. We'll see if we get there. But he took money from her sister. This is why everyone gets affected, y'all. Everyone. He stole money from her sister too. How much did he take? I don't even want to laugh because it's like, yo, this is crazy. Like, he didn't even pay you back, sis. And you let him meet all these folks. So behind your back, he been texting people. Every time you introduce him to somebody, he would write the number down and then text them on the side. And they kept it from you. Nobody, and this is why I said that this something is wrong here. How come nobody said anything? So sister just kept it quiet, like, oh, that's her husband. I'm just gonna leave it quiet. My sister would have told me, be like, oh, you know your man, he asked me. That's what I'm saying. Like, people's relatives tell them things. This is craziness. What is going on?
My little sister looks at me.
Mind you, this is all because she met a man while abroad. So I think the moral of this story is when you're on a trip and you meet a tall, handsome male and he, like, I don't know, like, whatever, I don't find him handsome, but if it's too good to be true, it is. And then he talking about he's from royalty, and then he has all these Olympic medals or whatever, that should give you enough indication to know he lying. That we start from there. Stop being hot bongy.
And she says, he took $3K from me. And I am just silent for like 5 seconds. And I want you all to picture a horror movie in your mind and picture the screams in that horror movie. I can guarantee you the screams that were heard from me were 10 times worse. It was the most heartbreaking moment of my entire life. My little sister is like, she's my world. And to know that he took advantage of her was just, it was so heartbreaking. And in that moment, I 100% fell out of love with him. And
I promise y'all, if my brother-in-law called me for some money, I'm going to ask my sister right away, like, yo, what's up with your man? Why is your man asking me for money? No joke. I'm not joking. I'm dead serious. I'd be like, did you know your man asked me for money? You got to tell your folks this, man. Don't hide stuff from them. This is not normal behavior. It's not normal at all.
It was like the spell that was on me had been broken. I went from survival mode to clarity in a matter of seconds. He asked my little sister for money 2 times. The first time was back in May. It was for a birthday present for me, which is crazy because he did not get me a birthday present that year because I asked him not to because I wanted us to save money. He paid her back, and he actually paid her back with interest, but it took him like a month and a half to send it back to her.
Damn, he paid her back before you. Red flag. What happened? He paying everybody back but you. He don't like you, sis. Oh my God. How is this love? He's not even thinking about you. He paying everybody back but your ass. He owes you the most.
And then he asked her for money again in the beginning of August, saying that he's planning a surprise for me for our wedding in Nigeria. And again, he's having issues with the transfer between his Danish account and his personal account. And she sent him money, and that amount was not paid back to her. So I sent him a text and I said, you took $3K from my little sister. I hate you. No wonder why you left. You're a fucking coward. I don't know how in deep you are, but please know I will make it back from this. Fuck you. You were right. There's no coming back from this. You're a pathetic waste of space. And he responds, you're right, but don't worry. You'll get what's yours. You can start the filing process so we can be done with this. I said, glad we're finally on the same page. He said, me too. I'll need my passport back Thursday. Can we find a way to make that work? I said, absolutely. Whenever you pay us back. And I said, you're the most disgusting human I've ever met. He said, that's a mature comment, but that deal works. What's the exact amount I owe you?
This is too much talking, y'all. Too much talking. Too much.
And I said, love how you use the word mature as you flee the state, LMAO. I mean country. I mean continent. He goes, I'm not fleeing on Yika. I'm going to make sure you get what's yours. That's all I've been trying to do. You can believe that if you want to or not. Well, I'm just scream crying at this point, just being like, no. And it takes me some time to like gather myself. And then I realize, I'm like, oh my gosh, she's not the only one.
Yeah, I'm looking for it, because if he asked the sister, the best believe he went from the top to the bottom. So he done. Let me. Okay, let's predict this, y'all, real quick. He asked baby sis. I don't know how many siblings she got. The cousin that he told he was an Olympian. He done got to the besties already. He gonna get to the other bestie in the one that's in New York or Boston, whatever. And then the parents. Yeah, he's doing all of that.
The first person I call is one of my close friends, Chris. And him and his wife, Thea, they're pregnant with their first kid and they're buying their first house. Obviously, money's tight. And I called him and I said, did you give money to my ex? And he goes, yeah, I did. And then I just started scream crying on the phone.
Red flag! Oh my God. I'm so sorry, y'all. At this part, I'm leaving the country. I'm going somewhere. I am not responding to phone calls. I'm going to leave the country. Sis, you love to fly, book flights, go somewhere, sis. Go and rest. I'm not at this point, I'm gonna act like I don't know nothing. I'm out of here. My name Bennett, I ain't in it. I'm out of here. I'm gonna be laying low. I'm gonna lay low somewhere. I'm gonna go buy my sunglasses, go somewhere else, go on the tropical island. Ain't no way y'all gonna go chase me for this damn money. So you telling me she cried? I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at her. Sis, if you watch this, I'm not laughing at you. I'm just laughing at the fact that you called everybody and then they said, yeah, and then you screamed. Like, I can just imagine. Imagine, I'm calling everybody I know, like, hey, did my man take money from you? And then he's like, yeah, he did. And you're like, ah! Like, come on, sis, it's too much. Like, it's too much. So this is exactly why you gotta leave when you see all of these damn red flags. It was just way too many. The gambling addiction should have been the one and done. Okay, he got a gambling addiction. You out. You can't deal with that. But look at her enabling this behavior. And then now look, you got yourself in the clusterfuck. Excuse my, oh my God, my Bible's here. I need to stop cussing, y'all. That's my new challenge. Stop cussing. You got yourself in a conundrum. Let's finish watching this, y'all.
And then I tell him everything that's happening. And it was so heartbreaking because like I had to tell people these things and then I would be so emotional, so wrecked. And then I would gather myself and then I would realize that there's another person I have to call. So after I called Chris, I called my friend Rob and asked him, did you loan money to my ex? And he said, yes, I did. And again, I'm scream crying. He borrowed money from Rob 2 times. The first time he said that he was buying an Aston Martin DB9 and he was trying to shuffle funds between his Danish account and his American account. It was taking a while. That amount of money was paid back. And then he came back and asked money from Chris and Rob and said that he was trying to surprise me with this super rare Rolex. And he was trying to surprise me with it for the wedding. And the store just got it and he didn't think they were going to get it again for the wedding. And so that's how he got money from them the second time around. Then I messaged him, Chris and Rob too, what the fuck? And he said, you don't have to remind me, I am aware. That's why I need to go back and fix it. And then I texted him in all caps, who else? And then he doesn't respond. Then I called one of my friends that I've known since high school, asked him, did you give my ex money? He said yes. He had loaned him money as well.
Yo, he even went to the high school friends. No, this is ridiculous. How did he know all these people's numbers? You sharing too much information. Or maybe they exchanged numbers, I don't know. This is strange behavior. Oh my God, girl. I told you should have left. Leave the country. Act like you don't know nothing.
And then I made a call to my cousin. And I asked him, I said, did you loan?
Yeah, of course, the cousin. I knew it. Cousin's right there.
He said, yes.
Hold on.
And we are the godparents to his. Did you get? And he said, you don't have to remind me. I am aware. That's why I need to go back and fix it. And then I text him in all caps, who else? And then he doesn't respond. Then I called one of my friends that I've known since high school, asked him, did you give my ex money? He said yes. He loaned him money as well. And then I made a call to my cousin and I asked him, I said, did you loan my ex money? And he said yes. And we are the godparents to his son. And that one was like so heartbreaking because this man trusted us to be godparents to his child, and you did this to him. And he's like a second brother to me, and it broke me completely to know that he could hurt people I love like this. And I was in total shock at this point. I was so hurt. I was so angry, and I did not know what to do. At that point, I'm like, I need to contact his family right now. So I called his little sister, and it's like 11 p.m. in Denmark, but I did not care. I called her, she answered, and I tell her everything, and I'm hysterically crying, and she's just in shock. And her fiance goes to his mom's house, picks his mom up, brings her to their home, and then they call me again, and now the three of them are there, and I tell them everything again, and we're all just crying, like, all of us, and I don't even know what to say. And they were like, we knew he had a problem 10 years ago, and he went into treatment, and he got better.
I done told y'all, mama knew. Red flag. They all knew. They thought he was reformed. That's what they thought, because he looked like a big baller. Whole time, look at him. This is sad, y'all. So he done did this already?
And like, we never knew that he was still doing this. And I was so angry because I felt like I deserved to know this when I met them. Like, I feel like they should have told me this right away. And that's when I started feeling a lot.
Why would they be responsible for telling you, red flag, you put, why is he not getting blamed? Can somebody let me know? He is the problem, not his mama, not his daddy. Yes, childhood trauma. Yes, that's where I held them accountable. But the rest of that is him, not them. He is a grown-ass man doing grown-ass man things, okay? Stop it. Why didn't they tell you this? That's not their responsibility. Yeah, they could have done it. I will say that. But that's his responsibility, not theirs. He's the one sleeping with you, and you the one giving up your coochie. But this is what happens. You gave up your coochie. Hot bunging. First, you met him in Monaco already giving it up. This is what happens. Now look at the mess you caused. Accountability, y'all. Why? You see, instead of shifting, you see, she has a problem too. Why are you shifting blames to his parents when you could look back and be like, maybe I should have asked him this question. Maybe I should have found out more about the ex. Maybe I should have asked more questions, more leading questions. Maybe I didn't do my due diligence enough. I should have researched enough. This is where you hold yourself accountable. Not blaming his parents for not telling you. That's none of their damn business, to be quite honest with you. Like I said, yeah, they could have been nice. It's not their responsibility, though. It's not. And also, if he's lying to you, he's probably lying even more to them.
Resentment. I know, like, it's not fair to put the blame on them because I know they're not responsible for his actions, but I absolutely felt so much resentment towards them at that moment. So then I tell them, I'm like, he's lied about so much stuff. He lied about going to the Olympics. He lied about the home he lived in. And then I thought to myself, the royal title. So I asked them, I go, do you guys have a royal title? And the look on their face, they were horrified. Absolutely horrified. The lie that he had told my cousin was that he was buying a Ferrari. And again, he was having issues getting money from his Danish account to his American account, and he needed a short loan. A Ferrari. Then I texted him, you took money from my cousin too. I'm so sick to my stomach.
But you see, notice, she's blaming his family for not telling her about him. But what about your family for not telling you that he borrowed money from them? Red flag. Stop it. This is the problem. You're not linking two things together. You should be more mad at the folks that know you, not the folks who don't know you. Why didn't you tell me that he took money from you? You my cousin. You're my bestie. Why didn't you tell me, sis? You should have told me something, but you got, I have resentment for it, but what about your family? They could have stopped this a long time ago. I'm getting angry, y'all. This is ridiculous.
Wish I never fucking met you. And he goes, Anyeka, I understand. I don't need these reminders. And then I said in all caps, tell me who else. I said, be honest for once in your fucking life so I can finish making these calls and I can heal. And he said, no one is asking you to do that. That's a choice you have made. So over the course of the evening, a lot of people came over, like my cousin, his wife, my sisters were there, a bunch of my friends, and I was just crying. I just really just needed to be around
and you're
people.
Not resentful towards them, right? Okay.
Well,
and again, I'm not trying to defend his family. I'm just seeing it from the different perspective. You hold too much smoke for people that don't know you. Why? I would be more mad at my sister for not telling me this. Why didn't you tell me? You saw me this whole time. You know I'm planning a wedding and you didn't tell me that he owed you money?
All of this was coming to light, all of this was unfolding, and so it was really rough. But I went to bed that night. My little sister did spend the night with me. And the next morning I decided I'm gonna go on my Instagram and I'm going to unblock his ex-girlfriend and I'm going to reach out to her. So
Now?
I blocked her and I sent her a message. I go, hi, I've finally seen his true colors. I don't know how to understand the depth of what I'm going through. And she responded almost instantaneously and was like, Anyeka, my heart goes out to you. I'm so sorry. There were so many times I wanted to reach out to you, but I felt like he was filling your mind with lies and you weren't going to believe anything that I said. And so I told her, I said, don't blame yourself, but like, I'm having a really hard time understanding the depth of what I'm going through. Are you available to have a quick conversation? And she said, absolutely. We can have a conversation. So at that point, I'm obviously experiencing so much darkness. I'm waiting for the ex to call me and I just need to find some light in my life. So I call my cousin's wife and I ask her, can I come over? Can I just spend some time with my godson? And she said, of course. So I go over to her house, I pick him up and I just hold him and I'm just like crying and I'm telling him he's 1 year old, so he doesn't understand what's going on. But I'm just saying, I'm so sorry because like your godfather is an evil, evil monster.
Why would you say that to a 1-year-old? Red flag, stop it! Why do people think kids cannot understand and they can hear things, y'all? They still have ears. And their brains are still processing things. Stop telling them these type of things. Why are you talking to a 1-year-old like this? This is a problem. Stop it. Leave the kids out of it. They have nothing to do with this. Let them live in their little fairy tale world, at least for a little bit. Give them that show. Why are you telling this to a 1-year-old? Like he can't hear you? He can. They understand more than you think. This is getting crazy here. Sis. You need to calm down. Now you're sitting here talking to babies about your bum-ass man. Craziness.
And I'm just now finding this out. And I just felt so bad for him that like one day he's going to learn that this man was his godfather at one point. So I'm at my cousin's house waiting for the ex to call me. And I just need to just start reaching out to every single person that's ever encountered him. And that was really, really difficult because a lot of these people are also my friends. And so I'm devastating them because everyone loved him. Everyone truly loved him. Everyone trusted him. So I find another friend that he owed $10,000 to. One of my coworkers that I used to work with. She told me,
red flag. No, now it's getting personal here. Everybody. Oh, so that's why she telling us her business too, because everybody knows her business. Once coworkers know, the whole world knows.
That her husband gave him $10,000 too. The lies there's a variety of different lies. One person, he said that he was investing in a plot of land. Another person, he said that he was buying.
That's the oldest trick in the book. Investing in land where? Nigeria? Haiti? Where? Oh, I got a lot of offers for land investments. Where are they today? This is the oldest trick. Sis, that's why I say you need to be in community. A Nigerian person. But where's your Nigerian family? Why they not telling you this? This is a problem. In Haiti, as soon as somebody said, oh, I got some land, I need an investment, you already know what time it is. You know it's about to be a scam. It's about to be a deep scam. It's about to go deep, y'all. Come on now.
Are the same lie about how his Danish account, his personal account aren't, like he's having issues transferring money in between. And let me make something very, very clear. Every single person that he took money from, he told them explicitly not to tell me. And it's in text and it's in the receipts.
Doesn't matter if he told them not to tell you. They should have still told you. Again, it's a decision. It doesn't matter. They could have still told you and they didn't. So this is where you need to look at your family and friends and you need to figure out why do they feel like they cannot tell you things. This is a conversation you need to have with them. But you don't want to do that because you're saying, oh, he told them not. He was such a big bad monster. They had the autonomy. They have the autonomy to make their own decisions. They decided not to tell you and make you look foolish. This is a problem.
He said, do not
conflict avoidant people. They're going to lead you. And she has a whole bunch of enablers around her. This is why you're in this, with yourself, along with yourself, you have a lot of accountability to take here. But them folks, they needed to wake you up from your delusion and they didn't want to do that. I don't know why.
Tell her it's a surprise. I'm getting this car as a surprise. I'm getting this watch for her as a surprise. I'm buying this land as a surprise. It was all a surprise to me, which makes me so, so sick. So I'm on my phone. Again, I'm still waiting for the ex to call me.
Yes, you said she might be rewriting this to be the perfect victim. It's possible because this don't make no sense. It doesn't make any sense to me at all.
And I look down and I have a text from his older sister. And she said, Anyeka, can you please call me? I want to talk to you. And
now older sis is in the chat. All right. Oh, Lord, 2 more parts, y'all. We almost there.
The Danish.
Why does it keep going to part 12? Hold on a second, y'all. I don't know why it's not, like, copying the link properly. We're almost done, y'all. We're almost there.
Danish Deception, part 23. So at this point, I am feeling all the emotions. I'm feeling so much sadness. I'm feeling deep anger. I'm feeling so heartbroken. I'm feeling a little bit of relief because now I know there's not a question in my mind on who this person is and what he's done. Like, I know exactly who he is. But the feeling that was taking over me completely, as you guys can imagine, is shame. I felt so ashamed. I felt like I didn't recognize the person that I had been for the past 3 years. And when you fall out of love with a psycho-narcissist, it's disorienting and empowering at the same time. And it's almost like walking out of a dark room and experiencing sunlight that you never knew ever existed. And that was when I told myself, I've been living in someone else's reality and I want my own back right now. So I pick up the phone, I call his sister, and it's on FaceTime. I'm bawling my eyes out, and she's just apologizing. She's like, I'm so sorry. She said, I felt as though he was living above his means, and this is always a sign that when he's gambling and stealing from people, and I wanted to have a conversation with you, but I didn't know if you were going to believe me. And he had told the whole family that he had...
I knew it. Oh, sorry, y'all.
Danish Deception, part 23. So at this point, I am feeling all the narcissist is disorienting and empowering at the same time. And it's almost like walking out of a dark room and experiencing sunlight that you never knew ever existed. It's out, and she's just apologizing. She's like, I'm so sorry. She said, I felt as though he was living above his means, and this is always a sign, but when he's gambling and stealing from people, and I wanted to have a conversation with you, but I didn't know if you were going to believe me. And
so, you see, remember I told y'all he hated the older sister because she held him accountable. That's why he hated her. That's why he was saying that she was abusive and she was doing all that stuff. And then remember when she met the older sister, she's like, she seems like a nice woman. What like, I don't see the issue. It's because she held him accountable. So now he painted her out to be the villain. It's an issue, y'all. It's a mental health issue. It's honestly, like, it's very sad because she didn't realize what she was getting herself into. And now, in hindsight, like I said, she was the one pushing him to go and get all of this help, but he wasn't doing it himself. And his family, who knows? They probably tried. It looks like the sister tried. Big sister tried. I don't know. Mama, I'm telling you, Mama enabled him. So, I'm sorry. I gotta... Wherever there's that pattern, Mama's right behind it. So it's very sad. Very, very sad, y'all.
He had told the whole family that he had told you about his gambling addiction and about everything in his past. And I told her, I said that wasn't the case. And she said, well, yeah, his addiction got really, really bad about 10 years ago. He owed money to some really dangerous people. They actually threw a brick through his parents' window. And they chased his friend through the streets with a knife.
Not him owing loan sharks.
And she's a police officer, so she wanted to protect him. So she actually went and met with these like dangerous loan sharks and figured out a payment plan for them. And then my ex got a job in China, and then he moved to Shanghai and didn't pay anyone back. And he owed money to his parents. He owed money to tons of people. I did not know any of this. I just knew he owed money to his best friend at the time, and obviously crypto. So I thought these were like small, not small, it's a large amount of money, but I thought
let me tell you something. If he went to China and did that, they packed his ass right up out of there. Green flag China. They said, oh no, you're not going to do this to Chinese folks. They wrapped his ass right up out of there.
Were isolated incidents. I didn't know that this was a pattern. And she was like, once he moved to China, he was there for like 6 months. And then I started receiving messages from people in China.
Yep.
So he was conning people in China as well. So we are now at 3 continents.
I'm not surprised. You know, they love them a blonde-haired, blue-eyed person. He should have tried his scam in Korea. He would have gotten a lot more money. I'll say that.
Of North America, Europe, and Asia. And I'm just completely mind blown. I said, well, how in the world did it get this bad? And she said, well, he got treatment about 10 years ago. And the specialists and the therapists and the counselors at this facility, they told the family that he had the worst gambling addiction that they had seen in their careers. And his family said nothing to me. So that conversation 100% deepened my anger and resentment towards the family. I've worked through a lot of that in therapy, but
let me tell you something, sis. Like I said before, should they have told you? Yeah, it would have been nice. But at the same time, you didn't ask and you didn't do your research. That's number one. Number two, you had every opportunity to talk to his sister and the older sister. You met the older sister too. You said nothing. That's number two. Number three, it's his responsibility. Why is he being absolved of this? He should have told you. And then another thing is that, it's just, I get why she's resentful. I understand. But then the blame is being put in the wrong direction. He's the one who deceived you, sis. Just don't forget about that. And also, his parents, I told y'all, he comes from an enabling family. I clocked it from the beginning. Clocked it real quick. But again, I know when you're living in a situation, it's different. So I will say pattern recognition comes from experience and from observing, right? But he had a lot of lies in between. Why are you not blaming yourself for believing these lies? You knew he had a gambling addiction already. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I don't want to talk too much because I know it's getting late and we got other stories to cover, so I got to go quickly. But the fact that she knew he had a gambling addiction, once the best friend told you, that should have been the time where you started investigating. You should have gone to his parents, been like, hey, does he have a gambling addiction? This is when you should have started investigating, but you're not looking at it from that perspective because you want to blame somebody instead of yourself and him. Two people. Everybody else outliers. You should have done that as soon as you found out he had a gambling addiction. This should have been raps. Matter of fact, when he owed you money, it should have been raps. It should have been raps from way before. Red flag. Stop it.
I still just cannot understand how this shit was not brought to me. But, then she proceeds to tell me this is why I don't have a relationship with him because, I have kids now and I could see he has no desire to change, literally none. And I told her, he said that your family had all this money. She said, that's absolutely not true. We're very average, middle-class family. And I also asked her, I was like, has he ever owned any property in Denmark ever? And she said he has never owned a single piece of property in Denmark in his life. So I get off the phone with his sister and then his ex is now available. So I call her and she answers and I say hi and she's very, very nice. And she just says, I'm so sorry for what you're going through. I know how devastating it is. And she said, do you want to start or do you want me to start? And I said, I would love to hear about your experience and understand what you went through. And she started it off saying, okay, well, we were together for 7 years. And I was like, 7 years? He told me 4. So the first sentence that she said was already a lie that he told. And she said he stole money from me. He stole money from my parents. He stole money from my friends. And there's actually a colleague of my dad's that he took money from after meeting him one time. He met this man once and was able to get money from him. I was so shook at everything I was hearing.
Lord, to be a tall white man with blonde hair and blue eyes, this is diabolical. Diabolical, because I promise you, had he been any other race, he wouldn't have gotten this far, y'all. It's only because of his aesthetic. That's it. That's all. Ain't no way, because his scamming wasn't even that great. Like I said, I know better scammers than him. Way better scammers. It's the optics.
And obviously, it was her dog. That dog was hers. It was never his dog. She also told me that the godson of the plumber was never his godson. So that was also a lie. Obviously, he never invested in that plumbing business.
See, sis, this is my problem with you. Why are you going on this witch hunt right now, trying to get all the lies straight and everything? You should have been doing this from the beginning because he been lying to you. He been lying.
That was all stupid, all lies. And I asked her, I was like, 7 years is a long time. Like, what pushed you to finally leave? She's like, I just realized he wasn't going to change. And, for a while I knew I should have left him, but I felt like I was just in deep sunk cost fallacy. Yeah, I feel that too. And then I asked her, I was like, when did you guys break up? They broke up on December 23rd of 2022.
When did he meet?
So do y'all remember that story about his dad being sick in the hospital and him getting in a fight with his sister and the back surgery?
I told y'all he had somebody else. I knew it. I said he got another person because around Christmas time, that's when these side dudes gotta be with that's when these dudes gotta be with their real girl. That's what it is. If he doesn't spend Christmas, let me tell y'all, telltale signs. He doesn't call you after like evening time, like after 5 o'clock, he goes ghost. Doesn't call you, doesn't text you. That's a telltale sign. Next, he doesn't spend weekends with you. That's a huge red flag. Holidays. This is the equivalent of spending you know how they say Valentine's Day is for the real girl and then the side chicks get the day after Valentine's Day? This is the equivalent. You got the after Christmas special. Red flag. This man was dating somebody else. So he was he was basically using his girlfriend's money to go fund her lifestyle. Excuse me.
And all the bullshit, it was all a lie. He was living with her. They broke up. She left him 4 months after we started dating. At this point, guys, I was numb. Like, I couldn't even say this man cheated on me. He cheated on her. I was the other woman. And I was so numb to the cheating.
That's why she followed her. And you know what's so crazy is this is why when you was talking, sis, in the beginning, you were the one who gave him your IG. You were the one who pursued him. This is why. And then you were the one who was, what did she do again? That I was like, I said it's a red flag. In the beginning when they met each other. It was a big red flag. She kept saying she's a hard worker. Kept talking about her labor. There's nothing going on here. Nothing at all. That's why she started following you, but I don't know why she didn't say anything. Child, this is crazy.
Didn't even, like, it was just like, okay, let's add something else to the list. I don't even think I cried. I was just like, well, what's next? Let's see. And it truly felt like for that 24 hours, I was living the same nightmare over and over and over and over again. So at that point, I'm like, it is time to fight. And for starters, I need a divorce. So I start looking up divorce attorneys on day one. And I actually had 2 meetings with the divorce attorneys while all of this was unfolding. So I truly felt like I was fighting for my life. And at the same time, I'm still reaching out to different people that have met him to see if they've given him money. And so I leave my cousin's house. I go back to my house and I'm with my cousin's wife and my sister and one of my friends. And at that point, I'm like, it is time for me to call my parents. And I was so nervous because I'm like, my parents,
he stole money. He borrowed money from them too. I can almost guarantee
parents at this time didn't even know that I was married. So now I have to tell them all these things on top of that.
Red flag. You didn't tell them that? No, this is no, that's not right. No. You deceived your parents now. This is not right, y'all. Please stop doing this. This is you didn't even tell your parents you were married.
I have to tell them that I'm legally married. And so I get home, I call my dad and I'm telling him, hey, I need to talk to you. He's like, what's going on? I go, he's not coming back. And I proceed to tell him about the addiction, the money, everything. And then I asked my dad, I go, but please tell me he didn't take money from you.
He did.
And my dad goes, don't worry about that right now.
Red flag. I'm done. It's not funny, but damn. Sis, even I knew he took money from your daddy. Don't talk about that. If a dad says that, especially a black dad, you already know he mad as hell. He just trying to keep his composure. Let's not talk about that right now. That's what they gonna say. You already know what it is. My dad would be like, oh, anu papa le de bagay sa. When you hear Haitian people say, anu papa le de bagay sa, that means it's raps. They mad as hell. Daddy's mad, but he just tried to hold his composure. Your daddy he's incensed right now. He pissed off. He about to fly to Denmark. I'm just letting you know.
With the divorce attorneys while all of this was unfolding.
You better hope your daddy doesn't have his address. Your daddy finna do something to him. I can almost guarantee.
And money. And so
they don't one thing black dads do not like, especially African dads, I can almost guarantee they do not like to lose money. Don't play with their money like that.
And I was so nervous because I'm like, my parents at this time didn't even know that I was married. So now I have to tell them all these things. On top of that, I have to tell them that I'm legally married. And so I get home, I call my dad, and I'm telling him, hey, I need to talk to you. He's like, what's going on? I go, he's not coming back. And I proceed to tell him about the addiction, the money, everything. And then I ask my dad, I go, but please tell me he didn't take money from you. And my dad goes, don't worry about that right now. And then I was just on the floor screaming.
How many times did you scream, sis? That's too much screams. At this point, I told you to escape. You didn't want to listen to me. I told you.
This is my family. I didn't even know how to pick myself up.
Bro, that's crazy.
And then I heard my dad. I was on FaceTime with my dad, and he just goes, you need to be strong. And I immediately get up, sit on the couch, and he looked at me. He's like, you need to be strong. He said, what he took is a drop in the bucket, and we're going to get through this as a family.
Drop in the bucket?
And that was just, you guys, I have the best parents in the world.
How much did he take from your daddy, sis? We need to know.
So then my mom comes home from work, and I talk to her on the phone. My dad had already told her, and I pick up the phone and I'm FaceTiming her too. And I'm like, Mom, I'm so sorry. And she goes, why are you sorry? You have no reason to be sorry. She goes, everyone that knows you knows your heart. And I love you. You're my daughter. And we're going to make it out of this stronger than ever.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so no, you see, this is a problem. Yes, it wasn't the right timing to gather her together. So I would have said the same thing at the first conversation, but I would have been like, I want to talk to you later about something. And then we going to talk. My mama's not going to be that forgiving. I promise you. She going to be like, hold up. You didn't realize this? This is the thing. I think my parents are too honest, y'all. And I think this is why my accountability level is higher, because my parents are too honest with me. They're way too honest. They're going to be like, after the first time, you didn't realize it. But first of all, my daddy wouldn't be sending money like that, to be quite honest. He'd call me and be like, your man just asked me for something. Is this normal? This is why parents have to hold their kids accountable. Because now she's like, I have the world's best parents. Skated through. At this point, it's like you deceived us. You didn't tell us you were married. 1. 2, you kept all of this from us. 3, how could you not realize this? What happened? What do you think you could have done better in this situation? But then again, enabling coddling. So we got enabling and coddling on both sides. He's on his mama's titty, or was. And then you got this one. Parents just letting, it's okay. It's a drop in the bucket. No, it's not a drop in the bucket. Red flag. Deception. She deceived you. I'm not saying that they should be mad at her at all, but I'm just saying that there's a conversation that needs to be had, and I hope it was had.
I have the best family, the best friends, the best support system in this
I ain't gonna lie, my mama would call me a big ass dummy if I knew that my man, if trust and believe me, all of this gambling addiction, she'd be like, I don't understand. I don't get it.
Tragedy of a situation reminds me of that every single day, and I just, through all the darkness, they are my light. So I'm on the phone with my mom, just talking to her about everything, and then this name pops in my head. So there is this man, and his wife is from Denmark, and she had found my ex on LinkedIn and was like, it's so rare that I meet other Danes in Dallas. Would love to have you and your wife over for dinner. So we went to dinner with them, and they were so nice, so kind. And this man is extremely successful. They were living in a very nice home, and he just felt like he wanted to take my ex under his wing, and he wanted to find him a great job. And he was also working in tech, similar to my ex. So this man had
You said your mama would have asked if you were born yesterday. Yeah, my mom would have been like, it's okay, don't cry. But why would you do this? That's my mom, literally. She'd be like, how come you believe that? Olympian, you believe that? That's what my mom would have said. That's what I'm telling you, Leo. this is the thing. It's like having parents who are too honest is a double-edged sword. It helps you in one way because it helps. The honesty is very brutal. My parents, one thing they won't do is lie to me. They will never lie to me, ever. As soon as my mom sees me, she'll be like, "Oh, we call her the human scale." She'll look at me and be like, "Oh, you've been eating too good." That's it. Every time I do something, she'll be like, "Oh, you need to go put some. You got some crust in your eyes. You got to do this. You got to do that." And it can get, you will get your feelings hurt with my parents. That's why I have thick skin. But the problem is that I'm too honest. This is why I have problems on my channel sometimes. I'm way too honest, y'all. This is my Achilles heel. It helps me in one area, but then in another area, it's too much. I'm too direct. And some people don't like that. I'm being honest. So there you go.
Into like car shows, he met billionaires and made so many connections through this man. He just really wanted to be a mentor for him. And so his name popped in my head and I was like, "Mom, I got to get off the phone." So I get off the phone and I call him and I go, "Hey, it's Onyeka." And he goes, "Hey." And I go, "Is everything okay?" He goes, "How can I help you?" And I go, "Did my ex take money from you?" And he says, "That motherfucker took $30,000 from me." And
you know why he took 30K? Because they both from the same country, so he could be comfortable to take money from him. Oh my goodness, yo, this man. Oh Lord, he done went to. You see, he went to every city to go do his. He's in another city now. We got to find out where this man is right now. PSA. We need to warn the sisters.
was just so shook, like another victim, and this man was just trying to help him. That's all he was guilty of, was trying to help him. And so I asked him, I go, "How did he get all this money from you?"
Oh, I didn't speed it up. My bad, Joe.
Well, he told me he was investing in this land. He was building a quadruplex and he had to rerun the water lines and he was looking for investors. He said they had 10 to 15 business meetings before this man gave my ex a dime. And he said, "Listen, Onyeka, I'm a man that's found a lot of success in my life. I have $1.5 million worth of cars. I have $500,000 worth of watches. This man had to work hard to pull one over on me. He said, I have loaded guns in every single room in my house. I didn't know if this man was a part of a group." And I asked him, I go, "Why didn't you bring this up to me?" He goes, "Well, Onyeka, you're Nigerian. Like, that's a scamming capital of the world. I didn't know if you were in on it."
You see? Oh, wait.
Danish Delusion part 3. And he wanted to find him a great job. And he was also working in Texas. I lied. Knows your heart.
Wait.
So then my mom comes home from work and
I'm sorry, y'all.
I talked to her on the phone.
Let's fast forward.
My dad had already told her, and I pick up the phone, and through all the darkness, they are my light.
Okay, my bad, y'all.
Really wanted to be a mentor for him. And so his
what he said?
took $30,000 from me. And I was just so shook. Like, another victim, and this man was just trying to help him.
Yo, this story's
That's all
crazy.
he was guilty of, was trying to help him.
You know what, sis? I'm glad you said this story. This needs to be on Netflix. You know, 2 stories I believe that needs to be on Netflix. We did Brene's last week, and now we got this, sis. What is going on, y'all? Listen, if you got a good story to tell, go on TikTok, y'all. Tell your story. Brene and this sis, they need to make a TV Netflix special on this one. This is crazy.
And so I asked him, I go, "How did he get all this money from you?" And he said, "Well, he told me he was investing in this land. He was building a quadruplex and he had to rerun the water lines and he was looking for investors. He said they had 10 to 15 business meetings before this man gave my ex a dime."
He's very patient. He knows how to hunt. I'll give him that. You know what? I will give him this. He knows how to hunt. He's a good hunter. In the hunting and gathering days, that man, he would have gotten all the spoils, everything. But too bad he's a scammer.
And he said, "Listen, Onyeka, I'm a man that's found a lot of success in my life. I have $1.5 million worth of cars. I have $500,000 worth of watches. This man had to work hard to pull one over on me. He said, I have loaded guns in every single room in my house. I didn't know if this man was a part of a group." And I asked him, I go, "Why didn't you bring this up to me?" He goes, "Well, Onyeka, you're Nigerian. Like, that's a scamming capital of the world."
Exactly. Red flag. Even this Danish man knew that you should have known better. I done told you. You wasn't around your peoples long enough. And I'm saying this as a Haitian descent. I'm very well aware of my folks. Trust and believe me. I know the ins and outs of Haitians. If y'all ever date a Haitian person or let you around Haitian, just let me know. Holla at your sister. I got you. Don't worry. I know the ways of the land. So sis, you just, I don't know what happened with you. Your parents are an anomaly. Because I know my Nigerian ladies, I know y'all be knowing stuff. This is crazy. She was too isolated. In, what's it, Manhattan, Kansas. They don't forgot where they came from. That's the problem.
I didn't know if you were in on it. And that's when the irony hit me. I'm Nigerian, and I'm a proud Nigerian. I tell people it's my biggest flex. But the country's not perfect. We have our strengths, we have our weaknesses. But one of our weaknesses is that there's a ton of scammers. Versus Denmark, who's considered to be this prestigious, wealthy, happy country. So the fact that a Danish man pulled this over on a Nigerian, or Nigerians collectively, it just blew my mind.
It blows my mind too.
I'm going to tell you something else that's probably going to blow your mind. And I said, what is it? And we will continue on in part 24.
It blows my mind too, because I don't understand how you didn't get it. Sis, I'm not even Nigerian. Oh, I don't know why I keep doing that. I'm not even Nigerian, and I got it real quick. That man was scamming from the beginning. As soon as he asked you for your passport, that was a scam right there. You should have known better. As soon as he asked you for the passport, that's a wrap. Block. I would have never sent him nothing after that. I would have never sent him anything, period. As soon as he asked you for a passport, no, it's a wrap.
Deception, part 24. So I'm on the phone with his mentor friend, former friend, and he tells me, well, you want to know what else is going to blow your mind? And I said, sure, tell me. He goes, I actually filed a lawsuit against him. And I said, you did what? He said, I filed a lawsuit against him, and I served him via courier. And I was like, wait, what? He had filed a lawsuit 3 months prior. And I was just sitting there like, wait, but you got served via courier. Like I was home. Like, I don't know if I was home, but, and then I remembered a specific day where he walked to the door, received a package, and I asked him, or like an envelope, I asked him, like, what is that? He said it was the incorporation documents for his LLC, which he had just formed the day before. And so I was like, damn, that was fast. He said, oh, I expedited them. No, he was just getting served. On top of that, before the mentor friend would give him any money, he wanted to get some collateral. So my ex, what does he do? He gives him the Rolex watches as collateral, which turn out to be fake.
Of course they are. He got, so you know where he got them from? From China. Red flag. Listen, this is crazy. He got them from his time in China. You didn't put two and two together. That would have been the first, oh, them watches fake. And I remember Rolexes, I think, was it the ones where they, if they wind or something and it's fake, or if they make a ticking sound then it's fake? Sis, he got them from China. That's what I know. Not saying that China is I'm not trying to say China is counterfeit, but y'all be having some really good counterfeits, y'all. He definitely got them from Asia.
Taking that $50,000 watch to the village? Yeah, he quite literally did not have anything to lose. The absolute worst part was that this man had just lost his job 4 days prior to getting conned, and his wife is sick. Wow, let that sink in for a little bit.
That's very
so sad. That conversation with the mentor, I feel like that conversation really just shaped me and shaped my mindset. And it was right then when I realized that I need to fight back. So a lot of you are probably wondering, like, why are you putting this story out there? Aren't you embarrassed? Don't you feel shame? Well, yeah, but is it worth me being silent if he can go out and continue to find more and more victims? Do the other victims deserve that? What if someone had done what I'm doing right now? I wouldn't be in this position. So I feel proud of myself that I can sit here and I can share with everyone the details of what happened to me so that we can prevent this from happening to other people.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, silence is abuser's greatest weapon. It's time to take the power back. At that point, I have now cut off all communication with my ex since the day before when I was just going off on him, calling him a coward and a lunatic. And he then proceeds to start sending me messages, begging for me back, telling me how much he loves me, telling me how we can work on our relationship and get back to what we were. And let me just tell you, I have never had my phone blown up to this extent ever in my entire life. You guys want to take a gander?
I told you, him leaving was a trauma response. He didn't think it through. And then now he realizing that, okay, so let me tell you what happened. He left thinking he could go back to the 7-year girl. The 7-year girl said, nope, hell nah. And then now he's running back with his tail tucked between his legs because he knew it was a good lick. But thank goodness you woke up, sis. Thank goodness. Yeah.
And it was hilarious because you could tell that so many of his messages came from ChatGPT, and I could tell, like, it was so easy to tell. And obviously you guys don't need to see all the messages, but I will do you guys a solid and I will read you my favorite one. Nothing makes sense without you. We had so many plans ahead of us, some of which we can still get to do. Others we will miss. That's okay. We have an entire life together right in front of us. If you want it, you are perfect and required not to change a single thing. I have many battles to fight and overcome. I will rise from this stronger than ever if you choose to stand by my side while I go to war for you, for us. I'm aware of the fact that a lot of people hate me for what I've put you through, what I've put them through, family members and friends. But I also know that a lot of them are good people whom over time will forgive my actions if I make the right amends. Many of the same people have witnessed my love, loyalty, and generosity, even when I had very little to give. I am devoted to change for you, for everyone around you. I will put all my pride aside and show you that we can come back from this if you'll let me. You might think I sound crazy, delusional to think I stand a chance. I am crazy, crazy in love with you. I'll go through extreme lengths to show you that.
Okay, you know why he's writing that to you, sis? Because his gambling addiction, he's itching. He done dried up all the source of income. He has an addiction, y'all. That's why he's saying all of that. He needs to tap into the source of the money to get his addiction going. That's what that is. He's getting withdrawal symptoms.
And y'all, he ended every single message with this one part. I love you. I will always love you with all of my heart. I'll go to the end of the world for you. An actual psychopath. It's funny because I actually put that message in ChatGPT, and ChatGPT was like, this is emotionally manipulative. He's minimizing the emotional and financial damage he's caused by saying that everyone's going to make amends with him. He puts you on a pedestal telling you you're perfect so that you'll feel like you need to fix him. He's saying that he's almost like a hero because he's going to go to war for you. I know I didn't talk to my people, but I should have been talking to ChatGPT because he would have known. He would have talked some sense into me. So I hired a lawyer less than a week after everything went down. He was referred to me by one of my friends. You know who you are. Thank you again. And my lawyer was a wonderful. He was so good. We were able to file the petition, file for divorce. And he said, listen, it might be easier to make this thing just go quickly if we can just get him to sign. And it worked out so well because I live in Texas, which is a separate property state. So my house, which I purchased before I met him, was my home for the taking, and he could not have any piece of it. And I had not put his name on the deed. I was about to, but I didn't. Thank you, God. Obviously, my car was mine. So really, he couldn't take anything from me, which made me very, very happy. So we filed the petition, and I didn't hear from my ex for quite some time. And I'm sitting in a therapy session, and I get a text from him after not hearing from him for about a week. And he's basically saying that, he still loves me.
She said quite some time, and it was only a week. Sis, I need you to get the timelines right. She said, I haven't heard from him in quite some time, and it had been a week. That's not quite some time. Goodness. This is the No Child Left Behind right here. That's what I'm saying, y'all. The Zillennials, something's wrong here. I think there was a glitch in between after the millennials ended, like 1994 to 97. I think that's when the Gen Z started. There's a little glitch in the system here because ain't no damn way. Ain't no damn way.
And he really wants me back, but he also really needs his passport and his green card back. And he said, just so you know, it's illegal to hold on to someone's passport and green card. And I was like, you want to talk to me about legality? And then he said, talk to me, text me back. He goes, file a lawsuit with me or work with me. And I'm like, you want to talk to me about lawsuits? And so I reached out to my lawyer. I'm like, hey, what's going on with the docs? Like, you think it's going to be happening soon? And he was working so fast. Him and his associate were working so quick. And he said, actually, I think I'm going to have them done this week. But it'd be so much quicker if we just get him to sign. And I was like, honestly, I am down. I will meet with him just one time to get it signed. And I was talking to one of my friends about it.
Why do you need to meet with him? Red flag. Wait a minute. I'm sorry, y'all.
And I was like, I'm like, hey, what's going on with the docs? Like, you think it's gonna be happening soon? And he was working so fast. Him and his associate were working so quick. And he said, actually, I think I'm gonna have them done this week. But it'd be so much quicker if we just get him to sign. And I was like, honestly, I am down. I will meet with him just one time to get it signed.
Why? You don't need to meet with him. Just serve him. Okay, I get it. She needs to serve. Pay somebody to serve him and get them to get him to sign it. Is he still in? Wait, he's not in Denmark? Is he still in the U.S.? I'm confused right now. I thought he left. How are you gonna meet him? Okay, I'm gonna figure this out.
Fine. And I was talking to one of my friends about it, my friend Chris, and he said, Anika, I will go meet him for you. And I was like, are you sure? He said, yes. I'm like, thank you so much. So my ex starts blowing me up, and I text my friend. I go, please send him a message just to say the divorce documents will be ready for you to sign this week, and then I will be able to provide you with my passport. It wasn't a sign these in order to get your passport. There was no duress. Got to say that for legal reasons. There was no duress. And then he texts me and he goes, this is heartbreaking, because I don't think he actually thought I was going to file, which is insane. And then he proceeds to start blowing me up again.
She looks excited about this. This is alarming. Why is she so happy that he's blowing her up? This is a problem. And not only that, but yeah, you shouldn't be confiscating people's passports like that. That's actually very illegal. He's right about that, but hell, I don't know. What do I know? I'm not a lawyer.
Round two. He's telling me he loves me and that he doesn't think we should give up on our rare love and that he got a new job in Dallas and he's going to provide for me and yada, yada, yada. And I'm still not responding. And then he starts sending me voice memos. And the voice memos are getting kind of creepy because he's saying, I'm going crazy. I'm going out of my mind. I think I'm going to show up. And like, obviously I feel safe and I'm not scared of him. Like, I will beat him if he shows up. I'm not scared. And he sends me a voice memo saying, good morning. I love you. And I'll see you very soon. And I said, what do you mean?
She's real messy.
So I sent a message to my neighbor. I go, hey, if my ex shows up, I'm gonna need you to tell him to leave. She said, I got you. I'm ready. I'm like, okay, sounds good. So Saturday comes around and now we're like in the middle of September and I'm walking my dog.
September as in 2 months ago? Bruh. Wait, what? September as in September, October, November. We're in November now. September as in 2 months ago. Sis, you haven't healed yet. No wonder you sound scattered. This is why the story sounds really weird. She didn't take time to kind of tell us the story. She just kind of jumped into it. They probably just broke up, and then now she's telling them they about to get back together, y'all. He gonna come a changed man. Matter of fact, the Danish man, he's gonna pop out on social media, give his side of the story. He's gonna get followers and stuff. If he was smart, he would do that. That's how you can make your income. Fund your addiction. Red flag. Look at me giving him advice. Lord Jesus, I need to go to bed.
I had just walked out of the house and I look up and there's an SUV pulling up right next to me. And I look up and there's my ex. And we will continue on in part 25.
All right, y'all. I got to use the restroom. So I'm going to play part 25 while I go use the washroom right now. Hold on. Let's play part 25 for y'all. I might have to run it back. Oh, why does it keep playing part 12? I'm so sorry. I don't know why it's not pasting it properly. Okay, here we go.
The Danish Deception, part 25. So I look up, I see him, and we make eye contact, and there's one split second where he looks at me, and then he says, "Hey, babe, can we talk?" And then I proceeded to scream bloody murder. And when I say scream bloody murder, I mean people are stopping on the road, and they think I'm about to get kidnapped. Bloody murder. And, well, I can demonstrate for you. Get the fuck away from me! Fuck yes, fuck you! Get the fuck away from me! I'm sorry, guys, I had to do that, because I needed you guys to understand what I meant, but, like, times that volume by, like, 100. I was screaming bloody murder. And then he speeds off and drives away. And then he texted me, "Okay, I get it. I love you. That's all. I won't do that again. My heart is bleeding, and I don't understand that you want to give up on love. But if that's your decision, so be it. Goodbye, babe. It was always just love. Even me coming by." And then I sent him a text because, I've been ignoring him for weeks now. So I was like, maybe I need to just send him a message so he knows how I really feel. And this is the last message I've ever sent him. "Do not ever show up to my home again. I do not want to see you. I do not want to be with you. I do not love you anymore. Nothing you can say or do will ever change that. You make me sick. Someone capable of the evil you've committed on my life and the lives of so many is not capable of redemption. This divorce is happening whether you want it to or not." And then in all caps, "Leave me the fuck alone." And all he responded was, "I understand now." So that was obviously a very traumatic experience for me. I immediately drove to my friend Priscilla's house and I was just crying and shaking because I just could not believe I was in person with him, like that I had seen him in person. It was just, I was shaken, but I also felt good because I always kind of wondered, like, what if he does pull up? Like, how am I going to feel? And it was just anger, just hot rage. So I'm good with that. Later on that night, it was my really good friend Nicole's birthday party. And something you guys should know is for that month, I was completely depressed. I barely got out of bed. I tried to stay active, but it was really bad. I just laid in my bed and watched Criminal Minds for like a month straight. And this was actually my first time going back out into society for this birthday dinner. And we go to this restaurant, and let me tell you, it was a traumatic day, but I was like, I will cut off my right arm before I miss this birthday dinner because this friend, Nicole, she has been there for me tremendously, and I love her so much. I would not miss this dinner for the world. And so we go to dinner, have a great dinner. Afterwards, we're grabbing drinks at a cocktail bar, having fun. It's like about to close. It's like 1:30, but
sorry, y'all, I missed a lot. Okay, what's she talking about? Okay, I'll just read the comments. I'm gonna let it ride.
It was at 2, but around 1:30, I was feeling a little bit tired, so I was like, I'm gonna go home. And so I go home, and
you said
the next morning I go to church, and I text Nicole. Like,
okay, I gotta run it back then. I gotta run it back. No, I missed the screaming. Hold up.
And then he speeds off and drives away. And then he texted me, "Okay, I get it. I love you."
Wait. Let's
and when I say scream bloody murder, I mean people deception, part 25. Y'all. So I look up, I see him, and we make eye contact, and there's one split second where he looks at me, and then he says, "Hey, babe, can we talk?" And then I proceeded to scream bloody murder. And when I say scream bloody murder, I mean people are stopping on the road and they think I'm about to get kidnapped. Bloody murder. And, well, I can demonstrate it for you. Get the fuck away from me! Fuck yes, fuck you! Get the fuck away from me! I'm sorry, guys. I have to do that. I need you guys to understand what I meant.
Red flag, sis. Is it really that serious? Is it really that serious? Is it really that serious? See, I knew something was wrong with her from the time where, remember when she said that they started dating and then he had to go back to Denmark after he went to America to visit her for the first time and she cried for hours and hours and hours. I knew something was wrong with her. This is unstable mentally. This don't make no damn sense. Why are you sitting here screaming like why? Why? And not only that, but you're in Texas. Okay? You're in Texas. Black woman screaming at a tall, blonde, white man with blue eyes. Don't you think that people gonna look at you like you halfway crazy? What's wrong with you?
But like times that volume by like 100. I was screaming bloody murder. And then he speeds off and drives away. And then he texted me, "Okay, I get it. I love you. That's all. I won't do that again." My heart is bleeding, and I don't understand that you want to give up on love. But if that's your decision,
she loves this. This is like, she loves this. You know what? I think she did this for the plot. She's loving this too much. Look at her smiling. Why are you smiling? Who just joined the oh, Princess Lioness? Welcome to the inner circle, sis. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Why is she smiling? Why? Y'all wrap this up.
So
wrap
be
this
it.
up.
Goodbye,
Wrap
babe.
it up. Wrap
It
it
was
up.
always just love. Even
Wrap
me
it
coming
up.
by. And then I sent him a text because, you know, I've been ignoring him for weeks now.
Of course she's saying she loves. I'm telling y'all, they're gonna get back together. Let me tell you how this is gonna play out. This reminds me of Gohan and Saros. This is just like Gohan and Saros. Exactly the same thing. If you guys know Gin and Juice on YouTube, shout out to Gin and Juice. So right now, remember, she just broke up with him in September, October. This is very brand new. So what's gonna happen is he gonna pop out on social media or something. He gonna make some money, whatever. They getting back together. Look at how she's smiling. What's going on here? Why are you smiling?
So I was like, maybe I need to just send him a message so he knows how I really feel. And this is the last message I've ever sent him. Mm-hmm. Do not ever show up to my home again. I do not want to see you. I do not want to be with you. I do not love you anymore. Nothing you can say or do will ever change that. You make me sick.
Now she's happy. You want to know why she's smiling? Because she got to be the one to end. Because remember, he caught her off guard when he left. And then her ego couldn't take it. So then she was like, no, I gotta have the last word. Me. So now when he's here and he's messaging, now she's like, okay, I'm gonna end it then. Sis, you ain't end nothing. Y'all finna get back together somehow. I don't understand. You smiling too much. You cheesing too much. This situation is not, he stole money from your parents. Why are you cheesing? This is not funny. Well, I mean, I'm laughing. But you shouldn't be laughing. You should be crying right now. Look at her smiling. She ain't learned nothing, y'all. Watch him. I'm telling y'all, he gonna come just like Legion. Give it, oh, you know. And then there's gonna be women asking him, even with all that they know. You know, some women, they love the chase. So then he gonna have some women, you know, the same kind of women who write the men in prison. That's the type of women he gonna get. He gonna have some pen pals. Watch, he's gonna be a superstar. Just wait and see. Wait to see it.
Someone capable of the evil you've committed on my life and the lives of so many is not capable of redemption. This divorce is happening whether you want it to or not. And then in all caps, leave me the fuck alone. Yeah, and all he responded was, I understand now. So that was obviously a very traumatic experience for me. I immediately drove to my friend Priscilla's house and I was just crying and shaking because I just could not believe I was in person with him, like that I had seen him in person. It was just, I was shaken, but I also felt good because I always kind of wondered, like, what if he does pull up? Like, how am I going to feel? And it was just anger, just hot rage. So I'm good with that. Later on that night, it was my really good friend Nicole's birthday party. And something you guys should know is for that month, I was completely depressed. I barely got out of bed. I tried to stay active, but it was really bad. I just laid in my bed and watched Criminal Minds for like a month straight. And this was actually my first time going back out into society for this birthday dinner. And we go to this restaurant, and let me tell you, it was a traumatic day, but I was like, I will cut off my right arm before I miss this birthday dinner because this friend, Nicole, she has been there for me tremendously, and I love her so much. I would not miss this dinner for the world. And so we go to dinner, have a great dinner. Afterwards, we were grabbing drinks at a cocktail bar, having fun. It's like about to close. It's like 1:30, but it closes at 2. But around 1:30, I was feeling a little bit tired, so I was like, I'm gonna go home. And so I go home, and the next morning I go to church, and I get a text from Nicole, and she said, can you call me after you get done with church? And I said, of course. So I get home, and then I call her, and she's like, hey. And I was like, what's up? And she's like, I just, and I'm like, what, come out with it. And she's like, oh, and I was like, why don't you just come over? She's like, okay, I'll come over. So she comes over, and I'm like, I'm wondering what she needs to tell me that's so like uncomfortable. She can't tell me over the phone. Is that what it is? She walks into my house. She sits down and she looks at me and she says, I saw your ex last night. And I was like, I was with you till 1:30. Where did you see him? She was like, my building. And she lives in a building that is residences and a hotel and like restaurants and a cocktail bar. There's a lot of people in this establishment. And she was getting home because she lives in the residences, and she saw my ex with a woman that, let me just say, based on the way she was described to me.
So this is why so now I get it. Because she's like, oh, I need to tell other women. So this is why. Because he with somebody. I told y'all, she want him. Listen, this is the way she was smiling with them text messages told me all that I need to know about her. I seen this type before. This is an archetype, y'all. They love the chaos and the drama.
I would think she was a street hooker, 100%.
You see? Look at red flag. Look at her. She's jealous, y'all. Hold up. What you talking about here?
Residences and a hotel and like restaurants and a cocktail bar. There's a lot of people in this establishment.
Hey, y'all, I'm gonna be on here for a minute. I'm sorry if Listen, I know some of y'all, it's probably 9 o'clock, 7, 8. I know it's 9 o'clock for some of y'all. It's 6 o'clock on my time. Listen, we got to wrap this up, but I got to get through this. This is craziness. If you can't stay, it's okay. Catch the replay. We got to get to the bottom of this.
And she was getting home because she lives in the residences, and she saw my ex.
This is why she's
with a
sharing.
Woman that,
okay, we got it.
Let me just say, based on the way she was described to me, I would think she was a street hooker.
And even if she was, that's none of your damn business. What is the problem? He could be with whoever he wants. So I thought you was happy he was getting a divorce. Why do you care? Why do you care if he's with a street hooker or somebody on the streets? I don't care. Why would you care? Remember, you said, I don't want anything to do with you. I'm done. And then why did you have to say she looks like a street hooker? You see, this is how I know. Pick me. This is what it is. They'll always trash the other girl. Trash the other girl. That's why you want to tell the story so nobody else can have him. So you could have him again when he's reformed. Is that what you're waiting for?
100%. And it was also kind of communicated to me that she might be like a 1 out of 10. And my ex was with her.
She might be a 1 out of 10. Is that what she just said? Hold on. I'm sorry. I was reading the comments.
It was also me. She was described to me. I would think she was a street hooker. 100%. And it was also kind of communicated to me that she might be like a 1 out of 10. And my ex was with her.
So who cares? Who cares? Red flag. Wrap this up. Sis is too she's mad. So she's a 1 out of 10 and she's a street hooker. So you feel like you look better than her? Girl, just take him back. Like, why are you telling us this? Just get your man back, sis. You want to get your man back? Plan, get your man back. We know you're going to get back with him anyways. Just take his gambling ass back. Go ahead. Do it, sis. Go ahead. Do it. Don't even... Why are you telling us this? You going to take him back anyway. So you might as well just... I done told y'all. Be on your Beyonce. If you know you're going to take him back, don't air your business out. Because now we know you're going to take him back. We know it. I'm all in, Romy. Keep going. Hey, Shauna Michelle. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you so much, sis, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Yo. What the hell? Nah, I told y'all, I'm telling you, when you see a woman smiling and giggling when a man sends her a whole long thing I would have blocked him. I'm sorry, I don't have time for all of this. If you sending me I'm blocking you right away. But you see, that's how I know she's not really done. She's responding. And then now she's talking about the other girl.
And he was holding her jacket and getting cash out of the ATM at 2:15 in the morning. So, we all have our guesses on what that could have been. So she tells me, and I'm like, okay, so cool. He's hanging out with prostitutes in public. Love that. And at this point, I had not announced our breakup. And you guys know I did a post telling people we weren't together. This was like before that. And so at that point, I felt so disrespected because, people know me in Dallas and they're going to see him with a hooker. And it's just so disrespectful to me. And I'm like, after everything you've done, like, you're still going, you're still not finished. And
disrespectful to you? What you mean? That's where you draw the line? That's where you draw the line. He wasn't disrespectful when he took money from you and didn't pay you back. 20 something thousand. He wasn't disrespectful when he took money from your folks, your parents, your sister, your cousin, your friend, your bestie, crypto bestie, your high school friend. Who else? The Danish couple that you guys met. He wasn't disrespectful for that. But this is where he wasn't disrespectful when he took a cash advance from your credit card to go gamble. He wasn't disrespectful when he was telling you all them lies. He wasn't disrespectful then. But this is where you draw the line when he's with another woman. Got it.
So I sent a message to his sister just saying that I'm absolutely disgusted with him. So I tell her everything. And my friend actually got photographs of this man holding her jacket. Like, she got the photos. And she asked me, are you comfortable with me reaching out to him and letting him know? I said, absolutely. I don't care. So she reaches out to him. And then he sends me a text and says, I was not buying sex last night. I was buying weed. He said, I was having a really dark night, and for the first time in a long time, I went out to drink, and
even if he was, what business is it of yours? I thought y'all was getting a divorce. Why is that your business? Red flag. You care too much. I don't care if he was smoking. I don't care if he was with the crackheads. You said that you said it. The last text you sent. I'm done with you. I don't be with you no more. We getting a divorce. That's what you said. So why you care about what he doing in his extracurricular activities? That's none of your concern no more, sis. It's not. What's your concern is him paying you back. That's what your concern is.
I've been sleeping and I met someone that would sell me weed so I could finally sleep again. I don't appreciate you going with that information to my family. And then he said, called out my friend by name, and Nicole needs to watch her mouth because she was looking all drugged up. He didn't know that I was with her 30 minutes before she saw him. She was sober. We had had like 4 glasses of wine that night. So she got drugged within 30 minutes. Oh, and she was also able to take 15 pictures of you holding the prostitute's jacket. Mind you, he's also texting another one of our friends, Rob, one of the other victims that he used to be good friends with, saying, I can't believe Anya would ever think I'd be with a prostitute. That girl was actually a doctor. And he also sends a screenshot of the receipt of his withdrawal, and it was $40.
This, y'all. They love this. They love it. They both do. You know, this is a match made in hell. Perfect match, actually, but in hell. If he didn't have that gambling addiction, they would have been straight, yo. They would have been together. No, they still would have been a toxic couple. I think the gambling addiction made him too much. It was too much. He was borrowing money from too many people. But best believe they were a match made in hell. They love this dynamic, and then they gonna look at them talking to people, getting people riled up. Stay away from those folks. They waste your time. They just gonna end up getting back together anyways, wasting people's damn energy and time. Look at what he wrote. Oh my God, can you see he's with a prostitute? Oh my God, can you see? Why would she think I'm with a prostitute?
And
then next thing you know, they're gonna have a YouTube video coming back out like, okay, the reason why we chose to forgive each other is because he's getting help, right? Aren't you getting help, honey?
Number one, he saw my friend and he was like, let me take out a small withdrawal so I have something to back up my lie. And he clearly saw her because he called her out by name. Number two, he was conning the prostitute and he said, hey, I only have $40 right now, but I'll pay you back the rest. Something with his Danish account, bullshit, I don't know. And number three, the prostitute was $40. Could it be any of those 3 options? So obviously I was hurt by the situation, but it just, at this point, I'm not even surprised because this man is crazy. I allowed myself to shed 1 tear and then I was like, I'm done. And following week, my friend Chris met up with him and he signed the divorce papers and had no problem with anything that I put in there. And that was the greatest day. And my divorce was officially finalized on November 4th of 2025. So I'm happy and I'm excited to move on. And I'll have a little conclusion video at the end of this, but I just wanted to say thank you to all of you for being here and letting me bare my soul to you guys. This has been the most difficult thing I have ever done in my life. And y'all's support means the world to me. And I just wanted to say thank you. And I hope you guys enjoyed the Danish Deception.
Okay, so you see, we could have done without the prostitute story. We really didn't need it. Quote unquote, we don't even know if she was, I don't care. And then another thing, like I said, they finna pop out together again. So there was no point in airing him out if you just gonna be back with him anyways. Oh Lord, here we go.
Welcome to the Danish Deception.
How long is this
conclusion.
one? I'm tired of you, sis.
I just wanted to make a quick video to kind of like put a little bow on top of this present I just gave y'all. I'm obviously not a psychologist, but I have diagnosed him myself with narcissistic borderline personality disorder. If you're a psychologist, I'd love to know your thoughts, so comment below. But 100% I think he has that mental disorder in addition to his gambling addiction, which
he does.
Just a recipe for disaster. I know a lot of you are wondering how the hell did this man con this many people? And this is what I think. Someone might disagree with me. Number one, his looks. He's very charming, charismatic man. I've mentioned that multiple times. He's highly intelligent. He knows how to play with people's weaknesses. Like, I think that's why every single person he reached out to, he had different lies. He was a great listener and it was really easy to connect with him. And because of that, he was able to build so much trust with all of these people. And him being from Denmark didn't help. I feel like that piece was very critical in all of his different cons. I don't know how he conned people in Denmark. I'm sure he had some other way to do it, but yes, I have already received a lot of messages from people saying that my ex also conned them. I actually talked to a girl that dated him while he was with me and his ex, so now there's someone that was added into that mix. I also know that there's a group of people at a company he used to work with, and he conned tens of thousands of dollars from that company, and he actually ended up getting fired. So I'm learning a lot. Another ex-girlfriend reached out to me. I'm learning a lot. So at this time, I'm going to tell all of you, I'm not collecting tips because I'm building a case. My goal is to get this man in prison. He does not deserve to be a part of society. And I'm trying to build up as much evidence as I possibly can. I'm not going to name his name. I don't need to. But if you have any tips, or if you've also been a victim of this psychopath, send an email to danishdeceptiontips@gmail.com. Side note, should I share with you guys the tips as I get them? Could that be like a little fun segment? Maybe comment below if that's something you'd be into. And now that concludes the Danish Deception.
Oh, thank you, Lord. All right, we got one more video. She had follow-up videos, but this is the only one I'm interested in. I don't care about the other ones. Y'all watch her TikTok if y'all want to see her other videos. I'm wrapping you up, sis.
Most of you are aware of, I made the grave mistake of marrying a professional, international criminal con artist, and I wanted to share with you guys the lessons I have learned. And I truly believe this is going to be one of the most important videos I ever make in my life. To be honest, I learned so many lessons, but I'm going to try to condense this so this video isn't an hour long. As you guys can imagine, lesson number one, don't be too trusting. Trust should be earned and not given out like free samples. It's okay to give someone the benefit of the doubt, but what you cannot do is give someone blind access to your resources, your life, or your heart without them showing signs of consistency. Number two, love should never override your instincts. There were so many times where my subconscious was telling me, this is a red flag, you're making the wrong decision, but I allowed my love for this man to override my best judgment, and I will never let that happen again. Number three, never allow yourself to be isolated from your friends and family. That is something manipulators will do. They do it to their benefit. They're trying to blind you, and they're trying to make you easier to manipulate and exploit. Number four, financial transparency is a non-negotiable. If you share your life with someone and you need to know aspects about their finances and they're getting cagey and they're getting defensive, that is a red flag. Number five, charm is not character. Oftentimes, con artists and manipulators, what they do is they act very confident and charismatic and impressive, but this is not character, it's a performance. You learn someone's true character from consistency, transparency, and how they behave after they receive your trust. And number six, if someone asks you to pick out whatever you want, let them buy you the damn bag. As most of you are aware of, I made
finally we have some accountability. Okay, sis. Finally, you got some accountability. Lord, it took us a while to get there, y'all, but we finally got there. Love it for you. Now, I gotta find my other tabs. Hold on a second, y'all. We missing some tabs here. Okay, here we go. Love it for you. Now, we got a fast forward. Oh, Lord, this was a long one. How many hours? 6 hours. Give me till 8 o'clock my time. Just give me an hour and a half of your time. We spitting through everything because I gotta go through everything that I put in the thumbnail, y'all. I gotta do everything I put in the thumbnail. I'm gonna try my best. We're gonna speed through a lot of stories. Now, we're gonna watch her not taking accountability because, hold on a second. What did I do? Yeah, this took longer than I thought. I didn't know it was that many parts. Oh, Lord. Next time, I think I'd have to wake up really early to do something like this. Really, really early. I thought it was only 15 parts. And then come to find out it's 27 parts. Okay, let's get into this dangerous AI situation. Hold on. Oh, wait. Okay, here's the messages. Give me 1 second, y'all. I gotta make this look a little better. I don't know why my thing is kind of weird today. Okay, here we go. All right. Hold on. I don't want this showing. Why is it doing this? Okay, give me 1 second, y'all. You know what? I'm just going to make my face small. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, I know why. Okay, I know why. Give me 1 second. I gotta fix this screen. That's why it's doing that. All right, there we go. All right, so let's get to it. We're gonna watch a quick video about her not taking accountability. Shout out to you. I believe Devonda Pittman says you sent me the video, so I'm gonna go through it real quick. Here we go. Okay, this is 11 minutes. Okay, it's not that long, so we'll play it.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. The most hateful messages I've been seeing are coming from Black women, and
red flag. Hold up. What did she say? Lord, this is what's going on here. Oh, she already blaming us, y'all.
On the topic of race, I'm not gonna lie, guys, the most hateful messages I've been seeing are coming from Black women, and that's actually really surprising to me because I thought we were here to protect each other and lift each other's voices.
That's right there. Should tell anyone everything that they need to know about this lady. It is not her fault. It is not the man's fault. It is Black women's fault for holding her accountable.
You couldn't victim blame Reese Tisa because Reese Tisa took accountability for her own actions. Yep. Now, all of her sons who are coming forward with these stories, let me just put this out here. Men are terrible. They will deceive you, trick you. They'll take your last tooth to smile at the next bitch. You know what I'm saying? That is implied here. Mm-hmm. But let's talk about y'all for a second. Reese Tisa said, I really just thought it was my turn and I ignored a lot of red flags.
She did. She took a lot of accountability. That's why people liked her. Reese Tisa took a lot of accountability.
Right? Y'all are coming forward and saying, can you believe this happened to me? And people are saying, yes, I can absolutely believe this happened to you. Reese Tisa kind of laid out the red flags and explained why she ignored them at the time. And she also pointed out some things that implied that this man was doing things to counteract those red flags, right? Y'all are not telling that story. And what's getting me about the Danish deception is that when a man asks you for $50,000, be up off that. Because I didn't hear anything from Reese that was like, oh, he needed all of my money and my funds up front. At first, it was he was paying all the bills. He was telling her he was going to get her stuff. But if I remember correctly, it wasn't a lot of fleecing her for her personal finances.
Hey guys, welcome or welcome back to my channel. This is like the part 2 of the Danish Delusion. I don't want yesterday video that I posted to be too long, but I have a lot of thoughts. Like the part that I've seen a lot of people comparing her to Reese. That is a very total, if not the most disrespecting thing for one to do, to compare this lady's story to Reese. For one, Reese took accountability and she was actively trying to verify all the information her ex-husband was showing.
Through observation, because I'm West African, I grew up around a lot of West African women. So I wanted to speak for that subset of people that I've been around. I feel like when it comes to dating white men, some African women tend to have a lot of low racial self-esteem, where the only thing this man has to be is white, and they look past every other signal, fire siren, red flag, whatever you want to call it, that he may have. And they make a lot of like assumptions about this person's character, like positive assumptions, without really vetting because he's white. And I also feel like a lot of these women also have this fantasy about having mixed race or biracial children, and they tend to talk about
it. Yeah, that's why they get mad at me. Let me put a Korean man. Whenever I put a Korean man or a white man and I talk about that situation and I kind of give the red flags, oh, they gonna swarm up in them comments. I remember the Jamie and Nikki when I first started doing case studies. Now they don't come so much, because they know better. But when I was doing Jamie and Nikki, Lord knows the most comments I got is the truth. So I was like, okay, they really don't know. You know what? I warned y'all. Now I have this attitude where it's like, okay, I done told y'all the real. If you don't want to believe somebody who grew up in America and Canada, and I know these men like the back of my hand, you don't want to believe me about the patterns of the men that I grew up around, then peace be with you. Good luck. That's it. That's all. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to spend time trying to convince people no more. The information's out there. Do with it as you will. But you don't want to believe me about it. Okay, go believe that white man then. Go ahead and do it.
And fetishize
and
what their children's
how it works out for you when I tell you the red flag.
Look like if they had kids with this man. I say all of this to say that I don't think that Danish deception story is uncommon. I feel like a lot of women take their L's in private. A lot of African women take their L's in private and they don't go parading it.
She's right.
Because think about it. Think about, like, if you grew up on the continent, especially if somebody's dating a white person, everybody just assumes that that man is rolling in dough and that he's giving money. And even with our women, like sometimes even with their dating other African men and they're the breadwinners of the household, they tend to lie and put on this perception that they're being kept. So you can only imagine the embellishment that goes on based on societal expectation that this person is white, of how much they're lying about how much money they're actually receiving from the white person.
This Danish deception thing is kind of frying me, only because I don't like how y'all are like comparing her to Reese. At least to me, Reese took
mad about Reese comparison. Like, hell no, don't compare her to Reese.
Accountability of how she purposely like turned a blind eye to certain things that her ex-husband was doing because she thought it was finally her time and she wanted it to be her time.
For real.
This lady, she not taking enough accountability for me. Like, there were so many things that you could have Googled before we got to the part of like being married to him. And you sending him $50,000. Like, number one, she lost me at the Olympics thing. Honestly, that's when I really kind of tuned out of the story, because I said, girl, I guess maybe it's because I enjoy watching the Olympics. But if you tell me you participate in the Olympics, I'm Googling that. I'm gonna ask you, like, where did you place? Did you get a gold, silver, bronze? What was your workout routine? What year? were you in the Olympics?
No,
like,
you did too much asking. I'm just gonna go. I'm not even gonna ask you that many questions. I'm gonna go to the historical records. Go to the repository. You'll find it. Don't worry. Call them Olympic folks. I'll do that. I'll do my own research. I ain't got time to be asking all these damn questions.
And then the part where she said that he had a royal title, that's also Googleable. And maybe it's just because I Google everything.
The thing about the Danish deception that I haven't seen anyone comment on yet is that she's lying. You can't tell me that in 2025 you have this life where you are able to see the world and make a ton of money and have friends with influence, and you didn't look up when this guy said he was a Danish prince. When he said he was an Olympic medalist, you weren't like, oh my god, I have to see your Wikipedia. She's lying. This whole time she knew. She was not tricked. She knew that this guy was not a Danish prince. She knew he wasn't a medalist, that he wasn't this like super rich guy, but she was living in her own delusion that this would all kind of resolve itself. She has the guy, she has the guy that everyone else wants, that all of her white friends want. Everyone has said this, thank God.
White girl talking, she's spitting here, she's right, and she should know. She knows her folks.
The first thing that she says about this guy is that he's tall, he has blue eyes, he's blonde, he's Danish. Like, it all has to do with her wanting to be chosen with a white man. We all agree on that, but she thought that this would all work itself out through the power of nothing. Like, she had no basis on that. She wanted to be chosen so bad by a white man that she ignored. They weren't red flags. She just knew that it was bad. Like, she ignored all of these truths on the thread of hope that with daddy's money, with her money, that she would still be able to secure this man. And we know this to be true.
Damn, TikTok, let me tell y'all something about TikTok's ruthless, y'all. You see, I'm nice, and then people want to get on me because they think I'm too direct, and I'm like, I'm being nice. I'm nicer than them TikTokers. They don't play. Listen to what she's saying. See me, I have a little bit of sympathy. I'll be like, look, I'll be nice. I'll be gentle. We all been through it. She's like, no, this is this. Them TikTokers, they will gather you right up. Okay, Gen Z, I guess there is one thing I love about y'all. Y'all be gathering people up expeditiously. Me, I'm too polite. I'll be nice. I'll gather you up professionally. That's how I was taught, unfortunately. But them, they don't give a damn. They have no couth at all. I'm direct but polite. They have no couth.
Because he left her. She was not going to let go of this guy for any reason, because at the end of the day, the pictures were good. Her friends were jealous. And she was chosen by a white man.
Now, this particular clip I'm showing is she's going to the airport to pick the ex-husband. Where
you find out them clips?
You will tell me a royal family are backpacker with fanny packs. Look at her.
Not the look at her. I love you. Oh my God, look at her dancing to get scammed. Mind you, at this time, he still owes her money. She dancing.
It's not willful ignorance. Now, these comments say she never woke up from her Dululu land. The man literally had to leave her because she wouldn't leave the man. She is the biggest pick-me in the booth, and as a family and friends, they don't talk. And this is one of the things that makes people, because I've seen a lot of people that said, what gives people a lot of icky about her is the fact that whenever she's talking about this man, the way she's smiling, the way she is just, this is just my theory. I don't have any evidence. All what I'm going to say from now on, I am speculating. Now, I did not watch the entire 26 parts series, but I stopped at part 3. It was so nauseating to watch, but I watched the entire narration from Bethel. I'll link her video here. Oh, okay. That's the only place I can watch, because watching her narrate all these things, the way she was, it's like
look at me being a dummy watching the whole videos. I'm just kidding. I love.
She was reliving a fairy tale, and also why a lot of people, especially a lot of women, are saying that this man did not scam her. For someone to scam you, the person has to be smart, the person has to be cunning. But from the beginning, she willingly gave this man money. There was no lies this man was telling. From what she narrated, there was no lie. This man was not trying to come up with a lies that is believable or that is convincing, that would take a genius to know that it's a lie. This man was not even trying. I think that's the most frustrating thing about this. You know, when you hear all this scamming story, how people are being scammed, all this Tinder swindler, you can understand, oh, okay, this is a scam. Oh, it takes a lot for you to untangle the webs of lies. But these are Danish man did not even, the man was, how do you say this man scam you when he did not even try to scam you? She gave that money willingly, and she's only coming out to tell this story because
I told y'all he's just a white man with blonde hair, blue eyes. That's what got her scammed.
This man asked for the divorce, and I think I saw one of the comments that said they finalized the divorce, or they around 4 of this month. So everything is still very fresh, and she's still holding on to her dream, Dululu white savior, to come back. Also, this is my theory.
So let me tell y'all what would have happened. I told y'all if he didn't have a gambling addiction, she would have been still up under him. The gambling addiction and him borrowing money from other folks and him leaving her, that really sent her over the edge. But what she didn't realize is it was a trauma response. He would have come back. He's a gambling addict. Of course he's coming back. But sis was so mad that he left her, and then now look. Now that he's texting her, now she's smiling like, oh, I still got it. Lord.
She's just making this video to make it difficult for this man to get another woman.
Yeah, you see?
Because she...
Okay, so May's perspective, you and I have the same thought process, sis. Exactly.
Heart of hearts, she's waiting for her white savior to come back to her. That is the reason she did not drop any of this man's name. She did not drop this man's picture.
Wait, they had a couples channel? What is the name of the channel? Can you let me know? Let me know. What's the name of the channel? What's the name of the couples channel? Let
TikTok
me know.
investigator, we are the one that dig out this man video and pictures. And for people that think or believe that this man's skin tone did not play any role for her to overlook all of this, watch the part 1 of her narration. That will show you why she was able to overlook everything. This is a regular white man. But no, he's a blue-eyed blonde man that was looking at me, Calvin Klein. Like, what? Is it the same Calvin Klein that we all know? And you want to tell me that it's not because he's our savior? And my hope is, I hope that black women will realize that men are men.
Yes,
and we should vent every man the same.
Everyone is the same, y'all. It ain't no difference at all. They're all the
regardless
same.
of any race. And as a black woman, if you want to date outside of your race, you don't have to throw away your vetting process. That is why you should even vet the men
even more.
Because that even comes with another thing. When you are vetting a man that is your same race, you are only dealing with him as a man. You are not dealing with the racial angle. But if you are dealing with a man that is outside of your race, the vetting process has to be tougher because you are vetting from the man angle, which is a misogynistic angle, and then the racial angle. Don't throw away your vetting process because a man is a white man. No, be careful, because this could have even gone so bad. Because seeing her relieving, seeing her smiling, seeing how she idolized this man, this could have gone bad quickly. What if this man was a trafficker? It could have been very easy for this man to do anything to this lady and get away with it. And seeing the amount of time that they traveled together and she throwing all safety to the wind, anything could have happened. And maybe we would have heard this from a true crime podcast. Yeah. So the money is bad. The emotional baggage is bad. But she is alive, and I hope she will take more caution in the future and think about her life. Don't throw away every wisdom and knowledge and every safety because a man is a white man. Stop. Value your life. Love yourself. Work internally. Go to therapy. That's where this lady is turning, for Christ's sake. She's gorgeous. Like, I look at her, she's smart. She's gorgeous. She's turning. Like, what is it with internalized racism? What is it with being
Who said
so
he's giving Trailer
white?
Park? Time out, Miss Black. No, you too much.
It's crazy that will make you devalue yourself. Start thinking that someone is do you a favor by talking to you. Please, ladies, be careful. And remember that men are men. A man does not stop being a man because he's a white man.
Yep.
A man does not stop being a man because he's Asian.
And a scammer doesn't stop being a scammer. Just
Latino,
remember that.
whatever. A man is a man. Be careful, please. That's it. That's it for today's video. Please, what are your thoughts? Let's talk in the comment section.
I be trying to tell them. They don't be listening, sis. They don't like to listen to your sis. All right.
The Danish Deception.
Not her again. Hold on. I wanted to show y'all another video. Just give me one moment. I don't know why. Oh, okay. I think I know why it's not doing it properly. Here. Look at them together, y'all. Hold up. Look at this. The honeymoon phase doesn't exist when you fall for someone who's dedicated to making you feel admired the whole time you're theirs. Look at them. That's them, y'all. That's him right here. While she was going through her whole situation, this man owed her money. Look at her waving. Look at her swinging her hair. Whipping her hair back and forth. Now, I need to find this YouTube channel that she got. What's her name again? Yeah, that's her name. Let's put YouTube. Is that her channel? Oh, yes, that's her channel. Okay. Is this the couples channel? No. Okay. These are the... Okay, she just put her Danish Deception here. Okay. All right, bye, girl. Where's their couples channel? Oh, that's her on The Bachelor? Y'all know I'm finna get a strike on this one. All right, let's watch this real quick. I'm gonna have to take it out after. You know what? I'm not going... You know, usually I say people be having crocodile tears, but I believe her. You know why I believe her? Because remember when she was talking about the hooker? That's how I knew that she was always going to be against a woman. She had so much vitriol for that lady who was just trying to do her job. Let that hooker do her job. Let her do her damn work. What was wrong? This is the thing. That's her job. That was her job. But you all sitting here, she's a hooker. And that's why she This is the problem, y'all. This is a problem. So I believe her. I believe sis right here. Look at her. Well, I don't know. But all right, let's keep because he chose it. Okay, so he's on The Bachelor. So I guess sis was upset that he was having or building a connection with Nicole more, so she started to get on her jealousy vibe. Is that what this tells me all I need to know about you, Onyeka.
He brought up some things.
Flag, you see, if you were innocent, you'd be like, why would she say something like that? Bullying. What do you mean bullying? That's usually how people react. And look at her. She called that bullying. I was just telling her weave ain't matching. Her extensions didn't match. Is that what you... Okay, that was it. Yeah. Oh, Lord. She's a... Oh, Lord. Okay, you know what? We wrapping sis right up. I'm going to see if I can find the couples channel, and then we'll go over it next week. Because I got one more hour I could be here, y'all, and I got to go. I got to work in the morning. I'm sure you guys do, too. So we're going to watch short videos from now on. I got the AI segment, but I might have to wrap that up. We're going to watch this short video, and then this one's 7 minutes. It might be too long. Okay, I'll just keep it to... Let me see this one. Let's fast forward.
In terms of super abundance.
Okay, this one looks boring. We're not watching this one. Okay. Let's watch. We're going to the AI segment. So here we're going to do rapid fire, y'all. Rapid fire. Rapid fire. Hold on to your brains. We're going to go real fast. So this is part of our AI segment. I didn't know we was going to spend this much time on sis. So we're going to wrap this up real quick.
New warnings about toys that contain AI.
The couples channel got deleted? Okay. I'm going to still try to see if I can find something. We'll get an update on sis and her love life. But let's watch this video about this AI toy that was suspended over dangerous messages to kids, y'all. This is what's going on now. Oh, playback speed. I found it. We're going to watch it. This is the only time I will allow 1.5 speed because we got to wrap this up.
Chatbots. This might look like a cute plush doll, but sales of Kuma Teddy have now been suspended after researchers found the bear openly discussed sexually explicit and dangerous content with kids.
Red flag! You see, that's why I didn't trust this stuff. This is why whenever you have humans over something, men in particular, this is what's going to happen. Chaos. Mess. You let all these rich men infiltrate. Look at the Danish scammer we just went over. And then now they're putting all of this for the kids. Look at that.
Including how to light a match.
Hold the matchbox with one hand.
When prompted, the bear also telling them where to find a variety of potentially dangerous objects, including knives, pills, matches, and plastic bags. The bear, which sold for $99 online, integrates OpenAI's chatbot.
We just have no idea what these AI toys are going to do to a child's development and to their mental health. And so unless you want your child to be part of this experiment, we recommend that you avoid AI toys for now.
It comes as lawmakers grapple with how to regulate the AI industry. The website Politico reports the White House is now planning an executive order aimed at blocking states from issuing their own regulations to prevent a patchwork of state rules that could hamper innovation. Congress has also considered a similar action. One state lawmaker...
So the White House doesn't want AI
Pennsylvania
laws?
outraged, saying Washington is again attacking state sovereignty.
Because they don't want to lose all their money.
Meanwhile,
they've been up all in data centers.
Wall Street.
You're seeing an exponential growth of adoption and use of AI, and the number of
applications that are going to be using these AI is also growing.
Stocks higher overnight after AI chipmaker NVIDIA exceeded expectations, reporting a stunning 65% jump in quarterly profits over last year, appearing to calm investors' fears of a so-called AI bubble bursting.
If you thought that these kids are feral, right now they're running wild. Imagine with these AI toys that's telling them to be destructive. This is a problem. We jumping ahead here.
The Oval Office.
No. Speed it up. I'm tired of this music. All right, so this one is about AI news videos blur between real and fake reports. We spitting this right up too. I don't want to see this YMCA nonsense here.
With President Trump posting this provocative AI-generated video of former President Obama being arrested at the White House. In many ways, it's an obvious example of misinformation or parody, easily debunked. But what happens when it's not so obvious?
We used to say that seeing is believing, and that's no longer the case.
It's making life hard for Emmanuelle Saliba, a content verification expert and a former NBC News reporter. She says the tech is getting so advanced, the fake videos are routinely being spread across the world and reported as fact.
During that gap between an event happening and authorities or media having any sort of confirmation, that's where we're seeing all of this AI-generated content start to spread. And before it's debunked, before it's verified, it's gaining millions of views.
The phenomenon, also known as synthetic media. We wanted to see how easy it was to create, so we gave Google's VO3 a try.
Well, the prompt says, generate a realistic TV news reporter stand-up. NBC News correspondent Emily Nketa is standing in a snowbank with snowy trees behind her.
We fed the program a short prompt meant to recreate a real report I did back in 2023.
All right, so now we will generate.
On our first try, with about a minute of processing.
Oh. Wow. Should we give it a listen?
This is an area used to winter weather, but as you can see in the drooping tree branches, this colossal storm dropped heavy snow.
The landscape is so good and the quality is so good. Like down to the detail of the hat, you can kind of see flurries.
It doesn't really look or sound like me, and the text at the bottom of the screen is gibberish, a telltale sign of AI. But watch how the AI reporter gestures, the hat, coat, even the NBC patch on the shoulder, and side by side with the real thing.
This is an area used to winter weather, but as you can see in the drooping tree branches, this colossal storm dropped heavy snow.
The slow zoom out, it's incredibly similar to the actual camera movement.
We tried altering the prompt to make it look more like me, but those attempts were blocked, with Google alerting it, quote, might violate our policies about generating prominent people. Google's video generator is so good, at least in part, because it's training its models on some videos posted to YouTube, the company recently told CNBC. It's that sheer realism of such an easy, free creation that highlights the bigger concern when this tech is used not for fun, but to push an agenda or sow confusion. Saliba pointed to this example, a video posted to a Persian language Telegram channel in June, apparently showing an Israeli strike on Iran's infamous Evin prison. Now, Israel did strike the prison, so the video made its way onto multiple news reports, including NBC News Digital, but the video was fake. The video has since been removed from NBCnews.com out of concerns about its authenticity.
Right now, what we're seeing with generative video is that it can only generate one shot.
The problem is people are not investigating. They just see it online and then they post it. This is the problem, okay? Red flag. Same thing with the Danish Deception. You just see a video, oh, this is the explosion, and you post it. And then after that, imagine NBC News, reputable news station. Y'all right here. And y'all fell for it. Didn't even investigate the source, nothing. That's the problem. People are so quick to upload and have a news story. That's why people are not double and fact checking.
Up to 6 or 8 seconds max, and that was the length of the video.
Saliba found this still image from a 2-year-old article.
Hey, Mocha Island. Hey, sis. How are you?
An exact match for the first frame of the clip, meaning someone like...
And hey, Jacqueline Jackson. Hi, niece.
Use that image to generate the false footage. The 12-day Iran-Israel war proving to be fertile ground. Synthetic propaganda getting mixed into the...
It's Grace Janelle Coleman. Hey guys, how are you?
Torrent of information pouring out of a rapidly changing conflict. Some have clear AI tells if you're looking closely, but realistic enough to fool those quickly scrolling. It's all happening in an increasingly fragmented media environment, with more than half of people under 35 in the US already relying on social media and video sites as their main source of news.
Okay, so moral of the story, check your sites. Next, we have an Andrew Wilson update, y'all. We got a quick update on Andrew Wilson. This one's 24 minutes, so we're going to speed it right up. And this was recommended to me yesterday's live stream. We got an update on his behind. Hold on. Was this the deep dive? She said it was 24 minutes. Was this the deep dive? No, this was a year ago. Okay. This one is too long ago. So we're going to watch this one. 24 minutes. So we speeding it up. Let's do it. 1.5. I'll try to get as much as possible.
This is Tree from treeofalogic.com, and I have another video for you. Yes, it is Andrew Wilson, who is trending right now on Twitter X because he made a fool of himself again. And no, this does not involve a jar of pickles that he can't open, but it did happen on a Whatever podcast. Let me explain what happened, and let's point and laugh together. So Andrew does these debates because he's sexually frustrated, and if you married this big old whale, okay, that he married.
Oh, it's Grace. Were you the one who recommended it to me? Shout out to you. Thank you.
You would be the same way as him if you were married to Rachel. But anyway, so he's debating this young lady. I don't know who she is. She's a lesbian. I found out, and you got to find out too, because of Andrew basically attacking her because of her sexuality, which is odd because Andrew's stepdaughter is a lesbian. So I'm wondering, like,
hold up, his stepdaughter's a lesbian. Red flag. So here he is talking about her, and then his stepdaughter's. This man is all types of hypocritical, and yet he still has people supporting him. It doesn't make sense to me at all.
Do you really support what you're saying, Andrew? Do you hate your stepdaughter? Because your stepdaughter is a lesbian. By the way, his stepdaughter is very much in her mid to late 20s, so this is not doxing her, and she is very open and proud, okay? But anyway, let's read this tweet. The moment Andrew Wilson broke down and resorts to responding like a woman when female debater drops a bomb on him he couldn't handle. LMAO. Let's listen.
I'll try to rephrase this. I'm going to reframe.
Okay, we got to skip this. Well, I know some of y'all may not have watched this. So let's see. How long does this go on? Okay.
I'm going to be totally honest with you. I will never be able to convince you of my worldview.
You won't.
I know. But the reason is not because I'm not a great orator or I don't make good points or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person. But Charlie, I just think honestly you're stupid to understand them.
So Andrew, can I sell you on my worldview?
Yes.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What is that?
You're fake. Don't talk about my wife, you stupid. Shut your mouth. Shut your stupid mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did I just say,
Your
Dyke?
wife with the 3
Sorry,
baby
I'm sorry, Dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
Do the men that you...
But you ditch licking... I don't know. Wait. Andrew, you lick sniz. I don't know. I can't believe our coochie is called sniz now, but you lick sniz. You lick sniz of a big-ass beluga whale. Did you call a wife named Rachel Wilson? Wait a minute. You shaming her for doing something you do to your fat-ass wife?
Yeah, you see, I'm too nice. Yo, YouTubers be out of pocket. Yo, I be nice as hell. She called the woman a beluga whale. Lord.
Again, you're shaming her for being a lesbian, but it's either the first or the second stepdaughter is also a proud lesbian. I don't think she would be proud to see her stepdaddy demean a woman for being a lesbian like she is. But, go off.
You try to...
Do the women that you try to...
your hatred against...
Do the women that you try to...
that they shouldn't...
Charlie, did I bring...
Do they know
Charlie,
that
did I bring your family... Did I bring any of your family into anything?
Stupid.
Did I say anything about your family being stupid, Charlie? It's because I'm better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed. And you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people on are bullshit because you are not a traditional man.
Chuck, let's go through it.
You are not a traditional man.
Let's go through it, Chuck. Tell me what I'm doing which is immoral.
Now, it took me a while for me to realize who Chuck was. So he calls her Chuck. So that's the thing about Andrew. People want to sit up here and say that, he's stoic, he keeps frame. No, he doesn't. He likes to argue with women because he acts like one, all right? And I have no problem. I know some women we don't act like that. No, I have no problem actually owning that, okay? We are emotional. That's fine. I see that as a superpower. But he is a male. He's supposed to be calm and cool and collective. And as soon as she tells the truth about him, he starts chimping out. But honey, let me tell you something. The internet had a ball with...
He's a baby. That's why. Man baby, to be exact.
This. Let's look at some of the replies. Now, once he started trending, Andrew tried to save face and put up this troll tweet that says, man, oh man, the rumors are going crazy. LMFAO. My black ex-wife will be furious with me and little Tyrone Wilson. Why can't people just leave little Deshaun and Tyrone Wilson alone? I went out for Newports one night. You know how it is.
Red flag. What does this have to do with... Wait, what do black women... Why are we always catching strays? What do black people have to do with this? What do black people have to do with this? What do black people have to do with this? Please let me know. The obsession is real. So notice, we talking about your white wife. The one she called the beluga whale. And yesterday somebody said that she looked like... Damn, I forgot what that man said. Lord, they was just dragging her. They talking about her with her 3 baby daddies. But why are you talking about black women? What we got to do with this? We talking about a white woman with 3 baby daddies, not a black woman with 3 baby daddies. Stay on the topic. But of course, you have to deflect. You got to deflect. Because you know why? This is the image he wants black people to have. He's embarrassed because he realizes that not only black people have it, white people do too. But no, this is only black women have baby daddies, not white women. You sleeping with one with 3. Twice divorced. Don't want to talk about that though. And I bet you Lil Tyrone and all of them, they look better than what you look like. I say that. I bet you the black ex-wife will look way better than the one that you with. But of course, obsession. obsession. We need to start charging people for this. This is ridiculous. I'm tired. I am getting tired of us being drug into stuff. There needs to be a bill somewhere about this. This is very concerning. It's actually very stalkerish. Y'all have not stopped being obsessed with us since the days of colonization and slavery. I don't understand it. I don't get it. You done oppressed us enough. Like, what is the problem? Oh, okay, yeah. I get it. You want to deflect now. So now you gonna this is craziness. Deflecting to black women when we talking about a thick ass white woman with 3 baby daddies.
Now, he got a little pushback in the replies, which was shocking to me. Let's read some of them.
Exactly. Thank you. Drag his ass. I have no sympathy now. Yo, fat, ugly ham. Okay, I'm reading it, y'all. I'm being honest. I'm going to read it now. Because he got on my damn nerves. So we about to read this. Let's read him for the filth. Yo, fat, ugly, ham beast wife with 3 baby daddies isn't a joke, though. Hence, you have a meltdown when it's brought up. LMAO. Why in the hell do people take these things at face value and post about it? Decently large accounts are just running with the rumors, bro. There we go.
You're a fat, ugly, ham beast wife with 3 baby daddies.
The ham beast got me.
Joke though. Hence, you have a meltdown when it's brought up. LMAO. You got destroyed by a white lesbian, and your cope is to come on here with black fantasies.
Right?
How pathetic. Quote unquote, I beat your all-stars, Andrew Wilson. Bro, you ran and kept running from Owen Benjamin, a person who I think is an absolute clown of a human being. Then Andrew said, should I debate Clemson? We'll talk about that in reference to Owen, because I think that would have been a great debate. Owen was very prepared, but, Andrew ran away like a coward.
Is there a pic of his current wife? Oh, you want to see that? Okay, I'll show you after. Let's run this video quickly.
Here's a response I found very funny from JF, even though I don't like JF.
Maybe she has it.
I respect your lived experience as a father of your wife's black son. And then we got somebody says, smell like home. Other man's meat.
Wait, was his wife married to a black man? I'm confused.
This is great. Now, even though Andrew got some pushback, okay, to be honest and fair, it was more of a 60-40. 60% of the people responding to him were clowning him. 40% were basically swinging from his nuts. But Rachel, on the other hand, oh no, she caught hell. Most of the replies were brutal. Let's read her tweets and then we'll read the responses. Rachel says, I'm aware of some wild allegations and lies circulating about my personal life 20 plus years ago. I corrected the record multiple times already. No, she didn't. She did not. She just basically said, I have 5 children, bodies, 3 baby daddies, but I was loyal to only 3 men. That's hoe talk. No. If red pill men do not believe the body count of a woman, no matter what she says, even I know Rachel's body count is not 3.
It is not 3. I'm going to tell you why it's not 3. So I'm being honest. I got to be honest. She's not the pick of the litter. When it comes to the white women pick of the litter, she's not. So that lets me know that she's had to date around quite a few times to find the suckers that she done found. So that means that she's been with more than 3 men. Please, let's not lie about it. Be honest, y'all. Be honest.
There's no way. You mean to tell me in the last 25 or 30 years of her life, she only had 3 men? Right? Yeah, okay, all right, yeah. Believe that lie if you want to. May I remind you that she had sex with a married man, Andrew Wilson, and gave birth to 2 girls out of wedlock. So that in itself should show you that she's a hoe. She's promiscuous.
He was a married man? Yo,
it's okay, but you can't sit up here and pretend that you are basically the Virgin Mary and then call other women hoes for stuff that you did. You are a hoe. You can't call other women hoes. Anyway, she says, but people propagating this garbage just want an easy way to attack Andrew. They can't beat his arguments, so they attack me. Sad. Also, I want to remind you that Rachel is older than Andrew, and she always have to save him like she's his mama.
Yeah, that's what he was looking for, a mama on his mama titty. That's why they riding together.
Happens when older women date younger men. They feel like they got to baby them. So then she says, this is her second tweet. I had 2 previous committed relationships that didn't work out, which produced children. I was never promiscuous, lies, or careless, lies, and I never cheated on anyone, another lie. Nor was I ever the other woman while Andrew was with someone else. That is a lie. I provide all the receipts that she did cheat. She had all those kids out of wedlock except for her deceased son. That was the only child she had while she was married, and that man basically divorced her, okay? And she gave birth to Andrew's 2 daughters out of wedlock. It wasn't until Andrew made her take a paternity test to prove that both girls belong to him. Why? Because she's a hoe.
Red flag. So she was a hoe this whole time? Fake Trav. This is the video I needed to watch. What's going on here? Okay, you know what? Stick a pin in this because we don't have time tonight. I am so sorry. Okay, we're gonna finish watching this. We're gonna watch a fake trad wife couple next week. We going in on Andrew. I'm sorry. This is not the first and only video. We might have to do a part 2 on his behind.
It was his kids or not. Let me let Andrew tell it to you personally.
And I have I have what I would consider 100% faith and trust in my wife. But I told her, I told her these words exactly. You're going to get tested, and if not, I'm out the door. Period.
Well, also, that's not emotional abuse. Yeah. Well, also, that would be considered emotional abuse. Exactly.
I was not 100% trust and faith. I mean, it's your prerogative to do that. But
Okay, well, it's not for her. It's for me.
That's what I'm talking about. So they were not married when they were having sex out of sin. I just want you to understand, he doesn't practice what he preaches. And she wants to sit in here and retcon. Please go check out my video with the help of my friend Thoughts. She did a lot of work for me.
I will check it out.
Of a woman. The Virgin Mary, and then call other women.
It's your prerogative to do that. But
Okay, well, it's not for her. It's for me.
Video with the help of my friend.
So what we gonna do is let's pin this one for next week. We gonna watch that one.
Thoughts. She did a lot of work for me in reference to the government files, and I put them all together, and I also included a timeline, right? In the timeline, I include this, where I tell you about the 3 baby daddies, what she was doing, what had happened. I give you the spreadsheets. Thoughts and I did all the work.
Next week, we watching this for sure, sis. Thank you, Tree Logic, and thank you, sis, who recommended it to me. We doing this for sure. Next weekend, y'all. Look out for this one.
Leave a link in the pinned comment as well in the description box. So let me continue. Those men are private, and this was over 20 years ago. I'm not going to tell their business publicly to satiate the curiosity of trolls who will continue to lie anyway. People can contend with my arguments and what I'm here to do. My purpose here is to keep families together. I'm sorry, can I read this? She broke a family up. Okay, I want you to understand. She was the other woman. She was the side piece while Andrew...
she was a side piece? He was married before? Red flag. You see, y'all heard the divorce. Y'all saw the divorce scripture I read. So both of them living in sin. He need to get back with his ex-wife, and she need to get back with the first husband.
Wilson was married to Taraka. So I'm just saying, it's just so...
so he was married to a black woman. Taraka's a sister's name, y'all. That ain't a white woman name. He was married to a sister. Wait a dang on minute. That's why he said Taekwon and Deshaun and whatever he was talking about. He was married to a black woman for real, for real? I thought they was joking.
So rich for her to say, my purpose here is to keep families together. You're the reason why he divorced his first wife. Anyway, so she says, my purpose here is to keep families together and help women deprogram feminist indoctrination that ruins their lives and breaks up their families. The politics of personal destruction are not going to work. Oh boy, let's read the replies. Yeah, 2 baby daddies before your current husband still voids everything he tries to preach. Yeah, having sex out of wedlock makes you promiscuous. Thank you. Yes, it does. Okay, just because you're not
according to the biblical standards, y'all. We all if you have sex, you all promiscuous. We're all promiscuous. Promiscuous girl.
A prostitute doesn't mean you are chaste either. The world is just so sexual that you can make yourself believe you were chaste while having 3 baby daddies. That's severe sexual immorality. This wouldn't be an issue if you guys didn't lie to the people about it. If you had just owned it from the jump, quote, yeah, we were young and stupid. We weren't walking with Christ at the time, but since then we've done a lot of growing, unquote. Then it wouldn't be this big of a deal. The problem, I'm not reading all this, girl, please. I'm sorry. It ain't that deep for me, okay? Y'all can read it if y'all want to. He says, does anyone else see the blatant contradiction, or is it just me? Quote, 2 previous committed relationships and, quote, keep families together.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That's what I'm saying. Oh my God, this is so funny. Okay, I'm gonna read about 2 more. By Orthodox Christian standards, having multiple children out of wedlock is considered promiscuous. I'm not saying this to condemn you. I have a past too. I learned from it. But you can't say you're trad if you have kids from multiple partners. It's just a consequence as a result. I like you, Rachel. I think you do a lot of good work. You don't do no daggone work. To fight feminism that no other figure has beforehand. I do think it's true, however, that your husband shouldn't be as harsh on women who were doing the same thing, having kids out of wedlock. It's best to get people to change out of love. Thank you. This is what I'm saying. They're living in the most thinnest glass house ever. You gotta be kidding me with this. Okay, just 2 more and that's it, okay? You ever think the issue is not feminism, but people just wanting power, control? Because you didn't go to other response. They were tearing her up, no mercy. But anyway, let's go to other responses. Now, I was told that this was the young lady that was debating. I could be wrong.
That's her?
But they said that this woman known as Katrina on Twitter, this is her. I don't know. I can't tell. But I can tell you one thing. Her tweet went viral. And that's what I'm saying. Everybody's clowning Andrew Andrew right now because this tweet by Katrina went viral. So this is what it says. Oh my God, it was a crash out. Here's the clip. He's so sensitive about being the third baby daddy. Hard watch, secondhand embarrassment. 10 out of 10. And of course, a lot of people were just like happy about that. And they were just basically cheering her on. So people really, really love this clip. And then you have Owen Benjamin. And I think I did a video or I made this a live stream where I told you all that Owen was the first guy
Who's Owen Benjamin? Okay,
to actually watch Brittany's videos, watch my videos, and literally study them to challenge Andrew. And Andrew accepted the debate, but then ran away and decided to cancel it because he knew he was not going to be able to justify having a hoe as a wife and then calling other women hoes. So I really hate that that debate didn't happen. Owen agreed to all of Andrew's conditions and stipulations and standards, and then he's still chicking out like a coward that he is. But let's read what Owens has to say. Owen Benjamin says, I love watching this clip. I wanted to be the one that did this to him, but he ran away. But God has the best judgment and timing. And having it come from a well-spoken lesbian is even better. It's perfect. His wife is 5 years older than him. And when he married her, she had 3 children with 2 other men before him. I'm not just attacking a random, nice, polite guy who is in that situation. It's because of how he demeans women and men for way.
He's a comedian? Okay, you think he's red pill adjacent. Okay, that makes sense.
Less. He's a hypocrite. If you're a good, productive dude who treats people right and you have a wife that's older than you with kids from a previous marriage, that's all good. Legitimately. Be a good dad to those kids and treat her great. Awesome. But Andrew Wilson is different. He is a hypocrite and can't even open a jar of pickles with his tiny baby hands. And many of you may not know this, but Isabella Marie DeLuca is the reason why this video was created by me and Thoughts. So we were the ones who got together because Rachel pissed me off. She pissed Brittany off. She pissed a lot of us off by going after DeLuca. And all DeLuca was doing was baking a cake. That's all she was doing. She was baking a cake. And so Rachel, because Rachel is ugly, because Rachel is fat, okay, because Rachel is ran through.
See, this is, y'all, they be mean. You know what? I'm gonna keep doing it. I be thinking sometimes I'm too mean. I'm not mean enough. She called her brand through fat. What is it? What else is sis say? Tree logger. She's not mincing words, yo.
She looked at Isabella and called Isabella Marie DeLuca a hoe. And that's when we all came from her like, ho, what are you saying? Heifer, you're the one with 3 baby daddies. And Rachel didn't know that I knew this, and she didn't know that Thoughts knew this, and she didn't know that Brittany knew this. And so therefore, we just basically put in a video and put
Brittany Blackface Venti. Lord, y'all giving me a lot of names. I don't know these folks.
Ass on blast. Anyway, so this is what Isabella says. His current wife, Rachel, met Andrew while he was still married. She did the very thing she claims to despise, be a hoe. She opened the door and apparently other things to a married man with a whole family at home. She got pregnant. Andrew left his wife and kids. And to this day, I still can't figure out.
So he got kids. He got biracial children. Lord, he done made. Oh my goodness. We need to find the ex-wife. Okay, next week, y'all, we gonna get down to the nitty gritty.
Rachel now has children with 3 different men, and when she gave birth to her and Andrew's baby, he made her take a paternity test. I just played the video to that, proving that. Where is revolving door Rachel now? You ask. She is on X, where she lectures women on morality who have banging bodies and wear bathing suits to the beach, aka me. She is the biggest, and I mean that in every sense, hoe I know. And that was written by my girl, Isabella DeLuca. There she is. I mean, and if you look at her versus Rachel, and I'm not going to do that to you guys. I'm not even going to do a
I'm sorry to say this, but since she's being mean, I'm going to say one little thing. His wife looks like I don't know. Okay, you know, I'm not going to say nothing. But it looks like she's the type of person to go to bars and give men fellatio in the bathroom. I'm just being honest. And we gotta keep it real, y'all. Just be okay. If you know that you're not that if you know that you're not that girl like that, just say that you're not. Like, it would have been more productive. She said, you know what, I have a past and that's okay. But like somebody said, I changed my life and now, you know, I'm doing ministry and I want to teach you guys how to do this and that. It's all good. But she's acting like other women the hoes. You're not accepting your whole life. Trust me, she looks like the type. I'm telling you, I know those types. I went to school with them. They do it in the bar bathrooms. That's the type. I'm telling you, I done seen it enough times to know.
Comparison. I'm not going to. Now, what I found to be very interesting to all of this is the response from Grok. Check this out. This is going to rock your world. So this guy responded to Isabella Marie DeLuca's tweet, and he says, Grok, is this true? Look at what Grok says. Yes, the claims check out based on public records and Andrew Wilson's own statements.
Isn't this Elon Musk's AI system? I think it is.
Rachel Wilson has 5 children from 3 men, including 2 out of wedlock with Andrew before their 2017 marriage, which followed his divorce amid their affair. He required a paternity test for their first child, and she actively critiques women's modesty online despite her past hypocrisy noted. You can't make this up! Oh my God!
Her voice is frying me.
Checking everything. And so somebody says, Grok, what are your sources? Look at what Grok says. Grok says, sources. Andrew Wilson.
I think she's the only one who might be able to say red flags. Her voice sounds like she might be able to do it. I might be able to get her to do
the
that.
Whatever podcast, confirming he required a paternity test for their first child, e.g. episodes discussing mandatory testing. Rachel has publicly acknowledged
right, Grok is snitching. Nah, this AI's gotten out of control. The other day, the one caught an attitude with me talking about you asked this question before. I'm like, I didn't ask you like this B word. I was like, biatch. Don't get mad at me. That was Gemini. Got an attitude with me because I kept asking, hey, like, can you describe this one? He's like, I already answered this question, but if you need to know more detail, what you talking about? How you getting an attitude with me?
From multiple partners, including 2 out of wedlock with Andrew.
They gathered me. Gemini gathered me right at talking about I already answered that question.
Per her interviews and Reddit discussions, e.g. Fundy Snark Uncensored, I don't even know what that is, citing her confirmations, timeline matches public divorce and 2017 marriage records with affair details from their own.
So they are literally like, they don't read their Bibles. This is craziness. Like, I would be scared of, like, let me tell you something. It's so true. It's like the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. I'm dead serious. I have my boundaries. You know, I'm all rah rap time. I like blah blah blah. You know, I be crashing out. I want to nuck and buck all the time. But one thing I'm scared of is the wrath of the Lord. This right here, this is all. I would be scared. Because not only are you doing this, but you haven't repented. You still doubling down that you're not a hoe, sis. We done saw you in the... I bet you if I go to some bar bathroom, wherever she's from, just ask them to go back and roll the tapes back from 2017 and prior. I'm sure she would have been one... She looked like the type that does it in cars. I'm sorry, y'all. That's what she's giving. She has no type of class. I could already tell. Just you being involved with a married man already lets me know you're classless. So then what do you think I'm going to expect from you? You do anything for a man, especially a man that looks like Andrew, please. She was desperate, yo.
Admission amid hypocrisy critiques.
This craziness.
We
wrapping up.
Yes.
Rap
oh
Rachel
my
up.
God. Okay, I'm almost finished. I got one more tweet and then we're going to end the video. So the last tweet I want to show is from Richard Old Man Cooper, who's still part of the Red Pill. He's still part of the Manosphere. And even he was disappointed in Andrew chimping out about the fact that this woman called him out for actually being married to a hoe bag who got all these kids from all these baby daddies. He goes, Andrew is generally good at debates. This is the first time I've seen him lose composure. In other words, these men in the Red Pill and the Manosphere space, they believe like if you are talking to a woman, you're supposed to hold frame. You're supposed to be stoic. You're not supposed to be emotional. But as soon as she said, hey, your wife got 3 baby daddies. Well, you're a lesbian. You lick snatch. Yeah, you munch on carpet. Yeah, you're a lesbian. You're a lesbian. You're a lesbian. Just got emotional, got unhinged, and it was beautiful to watch. So there you have it, taters. That's the rundown on.
Thank you, Tree Logic. We gonna watch this video next week, y'all. Stay tuned. Thank you, sis, for your services. Now let's get to the nursing situation here. Hold on. I'm missing something. Oh no, don't tell me. I had to get the Chicago. Okay, maybe it's here. Oh, here we go. Medical malpractice. Okay, this is a trigger warning, y'all. Trigger warning. We're gonna talk about this video. Trigger warning. So if you're sensitive to this thing, I would highly recommend you exit right now because we're going to talk about some deep topics right now. So we're going to go over quickly the Chicago mom who got jumped and then also the medical malpractice. And then I might have to save some videos for next week. So we'll see how far we get. All right, let's go through this, y'all.
Right now.
Is your due
date 11? What?
How many times have you been pregnant?
3!
This is your 3rd pregnancy?
Yes!
You have 2 babies
it's
at home?
in my ass!
You have 2 babies at home? Who's your doctor?
Red flag. Do you not see this woman is in distress? Why is this woman just sitting here like, who's your doctor? You got 2 children. Now she said the baby's in her butt. What is going on here? And you know what I did? I remember I did a video on the black maternal rate. We might need to run it back again because I think we're not getting the memo here. We need to keep our wombs on lock. If you're in the US of A, I'm sorry to say, I know family planning is a big thing, but unless you, and even if you have money, to be quite honest with you, you're going to have to really rethink some things. This is scary, y'all. She is not only putting this woman's life in danger, but the life of her child, the baby. Any type of complication. And then look at her typing away as if this is normal. I hope she got fired and they need to sue her ass. Sue not just the hospital, sue her ass. Get her license revoked. This is such an a lack of care. This is negligence at this point. And she's just sitting here like it's normal because she's black and she's young.
Lang is her doctor.
Nah, I'm sorry. Whoever's holding the camera is too calm for me. I'm sorry, sis. You too calm for me. You too. That's where I'm gonna get Roddy Piper. I don't care. I'm sorry, y'all. The angry black woman trope, I don't give a damn. When it comes to stuff like this, I don't care. I guess you gonna call me angry anyways. I might as well live up to your expectation. I'm gonna cuss your ass out. We gonna yell it. Yeah, nook and buck. I don't care. Because that's the only way you get their attention, when you start acting crazy. That's when they gonna start paying attention. This is ridiculous. She's already stressed out. Did she get fired? I hope so. But they need to sue her. Sue her ass. Don't just sue the hospital. Sue the hospital and her. Name her in the lawsuit. Take her pocket. Because sometimes people don't learn the hard way. They getting fired is not enough because she could just find another job. Take her damn money. Yeah, we're going to watch that one too. I saw the one lady who gave birth in her car. We're going to watch that one too, y'all.
Y'all treat all your patients like this or just the black ones?
No. No, you're not angry enough, sis. Get angry. No, I'm not talking about the pregnant. I'm not talking about the one in labor. I'm talking about the one holding the camera. If that's her mom.
Her due date is the 10th.
It was the 10th.
Her due date is the 10th.
She got 3 pregnancies, 2 babies at home.
This is craziness, y'all. This is so bad. It's awful.
I bet y'all listen next time.
Yeah, sue her ass. This is sad.
When you found out you was delivering at this hospital, your ass should have changed doctors.
Thank you.
Everybody say how they treat people here.
Fuck! When's your due date?
Right now.
That's wild. Oh my God, I hope she got fired, yo. I really hope she got fired. Cause ain't no damn way. Nope. Here. So, I don't know if this is the incident here, but we're gonna watch this.
We received an updated statement from the hospital's president and CEO, Raymond Grady, saying in part, quote, "We are aware of the video and the concerns expressed on social media regarding the discharge of a pregnant patient from Franciscan Health Crown."
Oh, no, that's not the same one. Sorry, y'all. I hope she got fired because this is ridiculous. Okay, here we go. Okay, people are talking about this. Let me watch it.
Or nothing dealing with health. Watch how she treats a woman who is in active labor.
What? How many times have you been pregnant? 3! This is your 3rd pregnancy?
Yes! This woman is active.
So you see, at this point, if you are in this type of situation, you need to kick her chair. At this point, I'm kicking everybody. Somebody's getting kicked. I'm gonna be like, my wheelchair's going everywhere. That's the only way you get their attention.
You have 2 babies at home?
And she's sitting there asking her question.
Who's your doctor?
Lang is her doctor.
Not putting her in a bed. She won't even look at her. How is this not medical malpractice? Apparently, this has happened at Dallas Regional Medical Center because the mother is giving updates. And I just don't understand why everybody is just acting so callous at the hospital.
That's crazy. And I've interviewed so many people. I'm a black woman myself, and the mortality rate for black women when they have babies is way higher than any other demographic because you don't listen to black women when they tell you they are in pain. The woman was yelling. She said she was in pain, yet that woman just sat there and asked her all these questions that could have been answered later.
Because guess what? You're going to kick her chair, they're going to call security, and then you're going to go to labor.
Whether she had insurance or not at that hospital, they were supposed to help her immediately. She was in immediate pain. Now, I'm no medical professional, so y'all explain to me, how is this not medical malpractice?
It is. Kick her damn chair. Red flag. Kick her chair. Get her attention that way. We gonna have to watch. Wait, did I watch this one already? Oh, this is another one. Okay, we gonna have to skip through, y'all. Let's watch this one here. We gonna watch this. This is another story, y'all. I think this is the one who delivered in her car.
A Chicago woman is demanding answers from a hospital she says discharged her while she was in labor. 38-year-old Mercedes Wells says she was having contractions 1 minute apart and knew the baby was coming, but a nurse sent her home.
I was in excruciating pain. She seen me in pain and agony. And I guess she still perceived me to not be in labor.
The family sharing this video of Wells being wheeled out of the hospital. She then gave birth 8 minutes later in her truck on the...
Is her husband sagging? I'm sorry, y'all. You see, this is why these news stories... It was her husband sagging?
This video of Wells being wheeled out of the hospital. She then gave birth. This video of Wells...
In pain and agony. And I guess she still perceived me to not be in labor.
The family sharing this video of Wells being wheeled out of the hospital. She then gave birth.
Red flags, sir. What is going on here? Yo, I noticed this about some grown men. Y'all need to get your pants up. Like, pull it up. Is there something wrong with tightening the belt at the waist, or is it not cool anymore? I know I'm worried about the wrong things, but I noticed it right away. Why they always sagging? What is the problem? He's not the only one, y'all. I be seeing this all over. There needs to be some type of etiquette. I don't want to see this. Like, the jacket's not good. You need to pull the jacket down.
Birth
pull it down.
8 minutes later in her truck on the side of the highway. Her husband delivering their baby himself.
It's totally God's grace. I was scared. I didn't know what to do. I don't have any medical license or anything to deliver a baby.
Wells says she spent 6 hours at the hospital but never saw a doctor. She blames racial discrimination.
I was stripped of my dignity as a person because I was treated less than an animal.
Can we agree that a woman in active labor should not be sent away without first being seen by a doctor?
The CEO of Franciscan Health Crown Point Hospital responding, saying, the video and the comments it has generated are deeply troubling, and we understand the concern this has raised. The video is just one part of the information we are reviewing as part of a thorough investigation into this alleged incident. The good news, the couple says their baby daughter, Alina, is healthy and doing well.
The Wells say they're not seeking compensation. Instead, they want accountability and changes in hospital policy.
This morning, a Chicago woman is demanding answers from a hospital. She says,
nah, his pants not sagging that bad, but he still got to put the jacket down just a little bit, because that's almost butt crack territory. But anyway, that's not about him. I was just observing that. But what I'm trying to say is, like, it's really sad, though, because he had to deliver the baby. That's craziness. So not only do we have to learn how to, like, fight back and advocate for care, but we also have to learn how to deliver babies. This is wild, y'all. And to add insult to injury, that's not the only thing, y'all. We're gonna watch one video here. One video here. Wait, which one did I put in the thumbnail? This one and this one. Okay, here we go. We're gonna watch this and then the reaction here.
Social story. That's where we post 3 stories on our social media and let you pick one for us to take a deeper dive into. This week's choices: U.S. Department of Education responding to reports they say falsely claim the agency excluded nursing in its revamped definition of professional degree programs. The latest: Real Housewives of Potomac star arrested and accused of stealing thousands in furniture, and where and how to save for Turkey Day. And with 54% here of the vote, you chose nursing no longer being considered a professional degree by the Department of Education. Now, while there's a lot of buzz and concern online and within the medical field, ABC News received a statement by the DOE, dismissing reports that it's reclassified or excluded nursing as a professional degree program, saying, quote, the department did not update the federal definition of professional degree to exclude nursing, going on to say the definition never included it. Meanwhile, the American Association of Colleges of Nursing says the Trump administration's attempt to implement several measures outlined in the president's One Big Beautiful Bill will limit the loan student nurses can access. Anjali Kamlani is here to break this all down. Anjali, thank you so much for joining me. Can you clear up some of the confusion here and how it got to this point?
Yeah, we know that, of course, the medical professions have been really pressured in recent past, especially because of the shortage of doctors. And what that's really put is the spotlight on nurses to kind of pick up the slack, if you will. They've been doing more. They've been fighting to do more state by state.
If they get rid of the license or the professional degree of nursing, say bye-bye, y'all. Bye-bye. This is going to it's going to be a ripple effect. Not only that, but if you're already getting subpar care and these people are qualified and professionals, imagine when they strip them of the professional designation. And usually when they do that, then it probably will be unregulated. Just letting you know.
Been ways to include and equalize the work and recognize the work that nurses do in clinical settings, and this is why this got triggered into such a hot button issue, because it almost created a step.
Yep. Because then there's no incentive for them to be nurses. Why am I going to work this hard if it's not a professional degree? At this point, I might as well just do something else. They're all going to go and pursue other industries and other fields. Why would they do that? Why would you put yourself through that?
Step backwards in that fight. For years, we've seen burnout, especially in the post.
Oh, I didn't know that, sis. You're a nurse? Shout out to you and thank you for your services. This is very alarming if this does go through. I really hope that they don't do this. This is the dumbest idea I've ever heard. You're putting people's health at it. Like, it's literally going to be in jeopardy. And I believe, I have a feeling I know why they want to put nurses not as a professional degree, is because it's mostly women who are nurses. Let's be honest. And now there's a lot of black women and other minority women who are becoming nurses. That's another thing too. This is very alarming, y'all.
Post-pandemic era, where nurses now saying about 60% of those, according to the American Nurses Association, of nurses are claiming to feel burnt out. And that trend has continued. We've been seeing over the years that trend. And so the reason why this is important is because if they are disincluded from that list, then it really limits the opportunity for nurses to get licensed and then therefore to earn better. And so you're looking at being put in sort of the general professional category rather than this specialized category. And so that limits their tuition loan amounts. And that's really going to put more pressure if fewer nurses decide to get licensed.
Now, Anjali, where does this leave the states? And how does this affect health professionals in rural parts of the country? Because, they're getting affected so much more than other areas of the country.
Yeah, this actually puts even more of a spotlight on that, because as I was explaining about the nurses taking on more of a role, that's especially where they do. More states where they have larger rural areas have really pushed to give nurses more responsibility and more authority.
So more responsibility, more authority, but what about the pay? And then if you're not making them professional, then like I said, they're just going to pursue other careers. Why would they waste their time doing nursing? It's just a waste of time.
On patient care.
And I understand, some people do it for the love of nursing, but they also still need to get paid. Like, we have to be realistic. You can't have people sitting here doing charity work like that. Like, they got to survive too. How they going to feed their kids and take care of their kids and be able to do different things that we are all able to do? They have a lot of pressure on them enough as is. Like, doing this is just ridiculous to me, but they don't take it seriously. That's the problem. Wait until one of their folks go into the hospital, and then that's when they're going to start to revise the plans.
In the past several years. And so if nurses are unable to get those degrees and to move out to or work in these rural areas, that's going to put even more pressure on the ability for individuals to get care in these areas. And so this is really just exacerbating an existing issue.
So what do these new rules say about what students can borrow or the costs future students could face?
Right. So if they were allowed to be part of this list, they could borrow up to
They won't up the pay. I'm not surprised.
100,000, and so they would be pushed back to 100,000 for the total degree. Now that does fall into the category for some smaller areas. Lower cost could fall into that category, but there are areas of the country where schooling does cost more, and so the annual cost does add up. So that for the whole degree, they would have to borrow up to or close to 200,000. And so this really puts a damper on sort of where you'll see folks being able to get their degrees if they're not included in this category.
All right, Angelique Hemlock.
Oh, this is very sad, y'all. Tough times for my nurses out there, man. Keep your heads up. We're gonna watch one more because I put this on the thumbnail. Whatever I'm gonna put, because YouTube has a new thing where whatever you put on the thumbnail, you gotta play. So I don't want to deceive any of y'all. Let's listen to this. This is gonna be a short one. Whoa. Oh, okay. It's not even a it's just a sound bite. Okay, let's read. Tell us you don't give a crap about the healthcare crisis and doctors, nursing shortage without telling us. Yep. Exactly. So this is just one more thing to add to the arsenal of them not caring about people. That's what it is, y'all. That's what it comes down to. And it's very sad because you would think that they would, but they don't. And this just lets me know that, you know, if you're in the US of A, you got to be careful, y'all. Please be careful about who you have kids with. That's number one, because we see with the black mortality rate with during pregnancy. And then another thing is, if you are a nurse, just hang on tight. I know it's hard, but try to find other ways where you could use your nursing degree, because this is getting wild, y'all. If you're gonna get into nursing, I mean, we don't know if it's gonna be implemented, so I wouldn't want to tell anyone not to pursue nursing, but start to look at other ways that you can keep up with this, because you guys are just overworked and underpaid. I'm being honest. In my honest opinion, something needs to give. Something's got to give. Colleges shouldn't cost that much in the first place. And a lot of, I agree with you. Yep, it's student loan debt. I agree with you. It shouldn't be that much money. And this is the thing. Instead of prioritizing and decreasing the college fees, they would rather just strip you of your professional designation. This is ridiculous. It's ridiculous at this point. And we already know there's going to be such a push for healthcare in the future. You see this? I don't want to say it, y'all. So I'm just going to keep it cute and on mute. But what I will say though is, we might have to do a deep dive in the membership. I got to be honest. For these type of topics, if we're going to talk about what's going on, all right, a members only live next week. We're going to talk about Project 2025 a little bit more. And then other topics that I can't talk about in public. But yeah, it seems like there's a plan here. There's an agenda. I'll just say that. And it's not looking good. Let's switch gears a little bit. We're going to watch the Chicago mother who was attacked by these little kids, these badass kids.
Her children is speaking publicly. Now to a CBS exclusive. The mother in this video who was attacked.
Trigger warning, y'all. Trigger warning.
While protecting her children is speaking publicly. She and her son were brutally attacked by a group of kids on Monday. And this video has caught the attention of many across the country. Now, that community is stepping in to help move her out of the South Deering neighborhood. Good. She only spoke to our Sharday Gray about this horrific attack, and Sharday is live in our newsroom with more from this exclusive story.
Well, Marie, Korshonda Hatter.
They should have done a GoFundMe. I'm telling you, a lot of people would have donated. I would have donated. This is crazy. She needs to get out of there.
Still in physical pain after she and her son were brutally attacked with her young daughter just steps away. Her legs are bruised and it's hard for her to walk. But what hurts her the most is her children are still suffering.
My son is, he's very devastated. He'll wake up out of in the middle of his sleep, screaming. He'll scream, "Mommy, are you there?"
Hatter says her 9-year-old son and 6-year-old daughter are traumatized after watching their mom get attacked by a group of kids. In this video, we've blurred the faces of those involved because they're all minors. We've stopped it after she was dragged to the ground because of how brutal it is. Her son was beaten, and she says one of the kids pulled her daughter's hair. Her daughter stood off to the side crying, watching her brother and mother get attacked.
I felt helpless because I was down on the ground. And he was down on the ground. And he's looking at me screaming like, Mommy, please help me, help me. I couldn't get up myself. I couldn't do nothing.
She's sick. She has sickle cell. So I guess they seen a little weakness on her because she's, kind of walking a little slow.
Oh, the baby got sickle cell. I thought it was the mama. Okay, so oh, she's sick. Oh, she got sickle cell. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood. I think he said she's sick.
They have no right to put their hands on an adult.
Absolutely not. And he looks, you know what? He looks like a supportive husband. I feel so bad because he was at work. He probably was working.
That's her partner, Devon Lee, who was at work when the attack happened. Hatter went on to tell me that her son has been bullied for the past 2 years at Orville T. Bright Elementary School because of the way she walks and talks. All of the results of her sickle cell disease. Hatter tried to talk to the school about the bullying, but she says they didn't do anything about it. Yesterday, a large group of parents came to the school to show their support for the mother and to put an end to bullying. The community immediately stepped in and moved her out of South Deering and into an undisclosed location. Hatter says she's pressing charges against the parents of the kids who attacked her.
Absolutely.
As for her children, they'll be transferred to a different school, and she's looking to get therapy for them. Reporting in the newsroom, Sade Gray, CBS News.
She's taking all the right steps. Red flag to all them parents. Charge the parents. That's what needs to happen. I think they need to create a law. I'm dead serious, y'all. They need to create a law where parents are responsible for their kids. I don't care what anyone says. Because at this point, this is the only way this is going to stop. Because then it'll force people to actually parent their kids. Now, I'm not going to watch this entire video. Oh, it's only 8 minutes? Okay, it's not that bad. But we're going to watch the reaction of the parents who were the bullies. The bullies' parents. Sue them. Sue the crap out of them parents. That's how they learn. And I remember there was this one lady, I think it was in Australia. She walked up to the class and she cussed out her daughter's bully. And people were like, oh my God, she's a grown adult. This is why though. You talk to the school for 2 years, they don't do anything. And then if you go act the fool, then it's like, oh, you're the adult. You're supposed to be the adult. I'm macing all them kids. Mace them. Red flag. Mace them. Carry mace with you. And mace. I will start. I'm telling you, I don't care. Kids or not. Y'all gonna learn. Y'all gonna learn how it feels to have burning eyes. Learn it. Bear spray. We spraying everywhere. Somebody's getting maced. I don't care. I'll go to jail. I take the charge. I'll do it. That's the only way they're gonna learn. Get their eyes itchy and burning.
Club in Atlanta for Hype Plus News. I'm John Abba.
This craziness.
Earlier this week, parents and community members would surround Orville T. Bright Elementary School in Chicago in response to a now viral video of a mother and her 9-year-old son being attacked by a group of kids. In the video, the mother would seemingly confront kids who were bullying her son, only to be met with punches.
They had an African parent who slapped the kid bullying his son. Sometimes it is it's hard because it's like, as a parent, you can only do so much. You're teaching your kids the right thing to do, and then you got some other person who's not teaching their kids the right way. And then all of a sudden, it's like your child is defenseless and you're trying to protect them, but then the school doesn't want to step up. And then when you get mad and you start to take matters into your own hands, then it's your problem. You get charged. There was this one man, he beat up his daughter. I think it was his son's bully. He beat up his son's bully or the daughter's bully, the father. So basically what he did is he waited for the daddy to come out or to come pick up the child, and then he fought the daddy. He beat the daddy up. And then he said, I'm sorry you had to see your daddy get jumped, but this is what happens when you don't listen. You don't want to take things seriously. But sometimes it's like the only way they learn is, 1, through the courts. You take their money. 2, you're going to have to, I wouldn't slap a kid, but I'm telling you, the mace will work perfectly. Burning eyes. That's enough for me. Especially if they doing what them kids did. Snatch them right up. Just grab them. You're going to have to do that. And sometimes you think, will I take a charge or will I protect my kid? You take the charge. That's it. You're going to take a charge for your child. Make sure they're protected. Transfer them to another school too. That's another, but it's not an option for everyone, because now they have you going to schools with addresses and you could get in trouble. It's just some BS, y'all.
Kicks by the group of children. The beating she would receive was so bad that the mother and her son were both taken to a nearby hospital. This incident would cause many to be outraged, not just at the kids for what they did, but also the parents for not doing a better job in raising them.
I'm gonna be the one to say it because ain't
we might have to skip. Okay, we're gonna play
nobody else gonna say it. But to all the parents of those Chicago kids that jumped their mother and her two babies, y'all need to be at court on Monday.
Children like that, I'm gonna beat your ass. Yeah. I'm not gonna even lie to you. Don't come to me in these goddamn comments talking about some, oh, children, this and this. Man, I'm gonna beat the out of you.
You don't have to beat them, sis. Get the pepper spray. I'm telling you. It'll work wonders. Get the eyes burning. You good. You ain't touch them. You let the spray touch them.
I don't give a damn. Bitch, I'm gonna hold a child accountable because I'm gonna beat your ass. And then guess what? I'm gonna say, what the your mama at? I'm gonna walk to the door and I'm gonna beat her ass.
Reportedly, one of the connected parents would speak out about her.
First of all, this is a parent law. Let me say this. We already know. We already know. My first daughter is a great kid. Look at that. No accountability. Red flag. She's learning from here. This is the parent here. She's a B student. First of all, she doesn't know how to punctuate. Doesn't even know how to capitalize in lowercase. You need to go back to school. You should be. You see, this is how I know the kids are not doing so well. Because if a parent is writing like this, we have AI now. There is no excuse for this type of this doesn't make sense. You have ChatGPT, Gemini. There's no reason why this should even exist. But yet, of course, illiterate. Illiterate children come from illiterate parents. This is usually what happens, y'all. So now here we go. I don't even need to know what sis looks like. I already know what it is. She's not taking care of her kids properly. She can't even spell. Instead of worrying about your kids and their books and what they're doing in school, you sitting here defending your child and you can't even write a grammatical response. This is what it is, y'all.
Daughter being involved on a Facebook.
Look at that. All good things from every teacher. We don't owe nobody an apology but that lady and her kids. So y'all grown MFers looking for a viral moment, please shut the F up. Yeah, this is where it comes from.
Post she would write. Let me say this first. My daughter is a great ass kid. She's
sorry. We're going to fast forward a little bit because I could read it faster. Y'all don't know us at all. She was peer pressured. Capital. Look at this. All types of bad. All types of bad. Y'all talking about it takes a village B word. She got a castle, the F, and everybody standing 10 toes. Okay, then stand behind her while we hit you with that lawsuit. Stand behind her when we take everything from you. Because you see, that response would have had me pissed off. Oh, I'm going to make sure I take every penny so your great-grandchildren won't even get a cent. I don't care. At this point, this is what needs to happen for them to get it together. She doesn't get it. She's still sitting here defending her daughter. Your daughter did wrong. This could have been a 2-sentence paragraph. A 2-sentence post. Paragraph is 4 sentences, I know. You didn't need to write all that to talk about your daughter. We don't care. Your daughter is a menace. We don't give a damn. We don't care. Oh, she got a cancel, blah, blah, blah. Okay, now let's look at the rest of them. Okay, somebody wrote, you can't even come on this blue app as a parent of a child who just committed a crime and show remorse to that family. See, this person knows how to write grammatically. Exactly. She's holding her together. You're defending your child and trying to save her character when you should be giving her consequences to her action. Exactly. You think an apology is going to help? After the trauma you put her children through? Get out of here. But you know what's going to work? Me siphoning all of your paychecks. That's going to hit very well. Thank you. And I'm going to make sure, especially for your behind, I might be a little more empathetic towards the other parents. But she decided to come out. Oh, it's going to be worse. Oh, I'm really going for it. Best believe the money's getting took. It's getting taken. Okay, and look at this one. This one did a video. Let's see her.
Child of that mother would later take to social media to issue a tearful apology.
Oh, okay. So she's the one who doubled down, and then now she's coming on video because she got drug on the internet. Got it.
The video will start off with a family friend warning viewers to be respectful because a young girl is a child.
Oh, now she's a child, but she wasn't a child when she was beating up a grown-ass woman. Red flag. She's not a child in that moment. She wanted to be an adult. She wanted to be big and back. Take a big adult dragon. That's what you're going to get. I don't care. You want to be big and bad. You want to be an adult. You're going to get an adult dragon.
Just coming live so she can say her piece.
I don't care about them damn
and take accountability. I won't say too much. And please, anyone that decides to say anything, keep it.
Kimberly Bailey. Hey, you said I work at a high school and a mom fought a school bully. Hold on a second. I got to see the comment. And a mom fought the school bully in the student parking lot last week. Certain races are not punished as much because the campus doesn't want discipline data to look a certain way. This is craziness. All because they want to save face. This is ridiculous. The school board needs to be held accountable at this point. But you know what? That's not going to make them learn because they're just using state funding anyways. So that's why you have to individually name individuals in the lawsuit. Don't just sue the school board. Sue the parents individually and sue the child. Matter of fact, I would add the child in the lawsuit. I'm sorry. I don't care. Sorry, not sorry. I'm adding the child's name so that way it could forever be in the docket. Yeah, you're going to remember this when you apply for a job. You should have thought. You should have known better. I'm sorry. That's the only way people are going to learn is when you start doing this, and then other people are going to see what happened and they'll get deterred from doing it.
Respectful, this is the child.
I don't care, man. Respectfully, we don't care if she's a child. She wasn't, look at her. She wasn't a child. She wasn't, look at her.
My name is
She doesn't even look sorry. Look at this. She doesn't even look sorry, y'all. Look at her.
Okay. My name is Kamira Grant, and
What are you apologizing for? Let us know, sis. Let us know. No, just crying. What are you apologizing for? Let us know. What are you sorry about?
I wish I would never did what I did.
What did you do? You see, this is how you know this is not a real apology. What did you do? What did you do? That's it? I wish I never did what I did. What did you do? This is why there's no accountability. She just said, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have did what I did. What did you do? I punched a woman. I did this. That's what you got to recount. Make them embarrassed every single time so that way they won't do it again. That's how you discipline a kid and hold them accountable. Memo to parents.
Now, after the apology, some assumed the woman in the video was the girl's mother, which would cause her to issue a series of messages about her connection and why she's involved. One thing about it, I'm solution-oriented.
Okay, we don't care what you got to say, sis. You friends with them. Bye. Good night.
After she would sound off a million, reach me when you want a better future.
Okay, fast
Now,
forward.
one user on Facebook would gain over 1 million views after she would sound off on parents for not stepping in and allowing the village to support them.
All those people who saying it ain't no village no more, you a ugly ass, black ass lie. You want to know why I know it's a village? Because I'm part of it.
Oh, I know her. I love her Instagram
just
videos.
tried to redirect a little boy and JJ's Fish on North Avenue in Laramie the other day. You know what that little mother did? He FaceTimed his mama. Do you know what his mama said? Just up out of there before I have to come tear that motherfucker up. Ma'am, your son already in here tearing it up. All I did was told him don't climb on the people's ATM machine. You can't say shit to y'all kids. That's the problem.
Yep.
All you bitches think y'all baddies. Y'all stuck in a reality loop. Y'all keep watching baddies over and over again. Why you 40 plus going to audition for baddies? Tend to your kids. Y'all are failing your children. Like I said.
Now, on Tuesday night, a part of his 5150 show, Chicago native Corey Holcomb will respond to the viral video and will point out how times have changed. According to him, there was a lot more respect back in the day.
I'm telling you, man, I'm from the projects,
It's
homie.
not just Chicago,
I'm
it's
from
everywhere.
where it go down.
It's everywhere.
But when I was growing up, nobody would run up on your mama. Gangbangers, grown or not, would not run up on you while you was with your mama because there was still respect in the community. If your mama came and picked you up from school and walked with you, gangbangers would be like, nah. Okay, you with your mama. There was still enough respect in the community where a family was given a pass. Now, nothing. I can sit up here and tell you, the kids can get it. The presence of...
They need to. That's what they need. They need a good whooping. I'm sorry. At this point, we got to say what it is. Okay, maybe not a whooping. Sorry, I might get in trouble. They need good consequences. Like I said, they need to get the burning eyes. Something. Because they're not learning. They're not learning through talking, and you're not teaching them. So somebody's got to teach them. So you would rather us teach them? Okay.
Strong male.
Noted.
It's gone. So the children...
Okay, Corey, we listen, I gotta fast forward what you doing right now. Okay, I'm sorry because we ain't got that much time. I can't be on here too long. What is this man?
Councilman Ray Lopez will propose that parents get fined up to $5,000 if their child is involved in any public unruly behavior. According to the New York Post, under Lopez's proposal, any legal guardian who willfully or knowingly allows their child to engage in a host of offenses, wreaking havoc on the quality of life.
And then if they don't want to pay it, start to garnish their wages. Thank you. That's the only way they're going to learn, y'all.
Chicago neighborhoods would be subject to fines ranging from $1,000 to $5,000.
Yes, maximum
The offenses
penalty.
range from panhandling, underage and public drinking, cannabis use, violating curfew, and climbing on cars to street takeovers and drag racing.
And find them every time. Every single time you see them. Please ticket them. Do it like it's a job. Have enforcement do it.
The mother in the now viral video has since been released from the hospital and has begun to demand that the school system in Chicago do more to protect their students from bullying.
Yes, I agree. I feel so sorry for her, and I wish her the best in her endeavors to get in peace. And I really hope those children get therapy, y'all, because it's a lot. I think the last one I had was Angel Reese and Olandria. We're not gonna watch the whole thing because it's long, but I'll watch a little snippet of it. We're gonna watch a little bit of it. Did she didn't even do that. She didn't put timestamps, but I don't either. The black hair one we'll do another time because that one, I think that video might be too long. I don't remember how long that video was. Yeah, this is 27 minutes. Okay, we'll leave the black hair one. Did anyone come for the black hair? I'll play a short one. Hold on. What did I put on the thumbnail? Sorry, y'all. Let me just see what I put on the thumbnail. Give me 1 second. I gotta remember. Okay, I just put the Korean and the black man. Where is that one? Give me 1 second. I have to see how long that video is. Sorry, y'all. This is a very long... I have way too many screens here. Where's that one at? Business of... I can't find it. I have too many tabs up. Somebody did tell me that. Okay. Let's watch a little bit of the Angel Reese and Olandria one. And then we're going to wrap it up, y'all. That's it for tonight. I think this is long enough. Long enough stream. We'll play a little bit of this.
Girl, I used to cut up on Twitter.
Really?
Like 2016 Rihanna type. Like,
did you have any dreams moving away from what's going on?
That's not the intro?
Oh my.
Okay.
Girl, I used to cut up on Twitter.
Really?
Like 2016 Rihanna type. Like for real. Cut up bad. And it's like, I don't want to be that. I don't want to be her no more.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a little grown now.
Yeah. Today, beautiful queen, Love Island icon, that girl, Miss Houston, Miss the Bama Barbie, Miss Olandria.
Hi, queen.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I know you're tired.
Mm-hmm.
How has it been, like, the transition of, like, because I was saying, I understand the life of, like, figuring it out on the fly.
Yes.
And I'm telling you, you're going to look back. Like, I even look back to, like, when I first won the championship and everything blew up. I'd be like, I shouldn't have been wearing that. Or I shouldn't have been doing this. Or I should have been doing that. You can really look at your glow from, like, now. Well, from back then and, like, until now. So how has it, like, been for you so far?
Honestly, overwhelming.
Yeah.
I never expected my life to be like this at all. But I'm super grateful to be here.
Yes.
Like, nonetheless, I don't want to put that out there. But I don't know. I've been adjusting pretty good. I feel like I have, like, such a solid team behind me. A lot of support from my family and friends.
Period.
And, yeah.
Period. Well, growing up in Houston, how has that been for you? Because I've never been to Houston. You're a Houston hottie. I love the Houston hottie. So how has it been for you? Well, how was it for you growing up?
She didn't grow up in Houston. She grew up in Alabama. Red flag, Angel. Did you not do your research? She's from Decatur, Alabama. Even I knew that. Angel, you got to go back to the drawing board, sis. This not, no. No. She's not from Houston. She's from Alabama.
Well, growing up, I actually am originally from Alabama. I've been in Houston for 3 years.
Okay.
So I moved there after college. My job moved me there, actually. Houston is pretty good.
Yeah.
You know, being from a small...
I hope she doesn't say like the whole time.
Alabama, I never experienced living in the city, which is why I kind of wanted to go to Houston.
Yeah.
And specifically Houston, because I wanted to be somewhere where I wanted to see, like, a lot of Black excellence. It was easier for me to see myself as an entrepreneur or as a homeowner or whatever in Houston, because so many beautiful Black people are doing so well there. And, like, everyone I would meet, no one would have a regular 9-to-5 like me. Everyone will always be their own boss. So it's like I always wanted to be around that because it's so much easier to picture myself in their shoes or in that, you know, in the area. So
that's nice. When you went to college, did you have any dreams? Like, what you wanted to do? What you want to graduate with, or like, how was it for you?
In college, I really wanted to be a model, but like my mom was like, "Oh, education first."
Yeah.
So I kind of just put that on the back burner. I was all right. Well, I'm going to college, but this is going to be Plan B for me. I don't know exactly how I'm going to get there, but I originally went to college for computer science. Okay. Decided to change my major to supply chain management my junior year. Yeah. And graduated with that. Period. Kind of went into elevator sales after.
Were you doing any fashion or anything while you were there?
No, I was strictly focused on school. I was on scholarship. Okay. I did not want to slip up. I did not want to, you know what I'm saying? So I was like strictly focused on school. That's about it.
Yeah. Moving away from home, was that a big adjustment for you?
It was. I really feel like college kind of helped me with that. Yeah. Because I was like, 3.5 hours away from family. Yeah. So it kind of like helped me, you know, adjust to my new life without always having my mama breathing down my back. So when I moved away to Houston, although it's further away from home, I kind of got used to it pretty quick.
Yeah, I feel like you and your mom have like a super close relationship.
Oh, yeah, that's my girl. We grew up together. She had me in the 10th grade. So it's just like, yeah, she's a whole millennial. Like both of my parents are millennials. So it's just like, it's like the homie.
I love that.
But she's strict though. She's still strict.
Is she like really on you now, like about everything like going on? And
no, not really. It's like now that I'm grown, my mama's more so like my bestie.
Bestie, yes.
But when I was younger, she did not play because she was a young mom. Yeah. She had me 15, 16 years old. So like she was super strict. Yeah. It was being no best friend with her at all.
That's what it's supposed to be like. Take notes, you Chicago parents, and you know, not just the Chicago parents, you new parents. I know some millennials are in the list. Listen, I gotta be honest. Your new age parents, Gen X, millennials, and now Gen Z. Take notes. Teen mom, and she was still strict with her child. You can't be strict. Take care of your damn kids. That's what that means.
But like now that we're older, it's just like, that's my girl, that's my homie.
Yeah, that's how it is. I feel like when I went to college, like that's when my relationship grew with my mom. Because it's like, I'm out the house. Like, I ain't got to do what you say no more. I'm doing my own shit. Like, and she was an independent mom. So like, it really inspired me to like do stuff.
My mom was still trying to be a little strict even in college.
Really?
I'm like, okay, girl, we need to like, get out of mama mode. Like, I'm halfway to 30. Like, you need to chill. So when I went to Houston, that's when she started to be like, all right, you're your own woman. Yeah. Let me back off a little bit. But even in college, she was still trying to be that mama. I'm just like, that's cute, but enough.
After you graduated, you knew you wanted to stay in Houston, or you wanted to move?
No, I knew I wanted to move. Really? I feel like Alabama offered me as much as it could offer me. Yeah. I mean, other than family and friends, like what else is in Alabama for me? So I was like, I kind of did everything in here. I kind of want to move on to bigger and better. Yeah. Move to a city, even though it's
Olandria's mom says you right. Books before boys. Yes. Absolutely, books before books. Like listen, it's good to get her mama did a good job. Her mama did an excellent job. Yeah, books before boys. Her mama did an excellent job. But you see, Olandria, you can tell she's a late bloomer with dating, y'all. After she was chasing around behind Taylor, Lord.
Because I'm by myself in a big old city.
I know a like shelter girly when I see
still trying to figure life out, but I think that's the best thing I could have ever did.
So if I'm looking down, I'm trying to change the thumbnail. That's why I'm looking down, y'all.
And you were doing like when you went to Houston, like this is my plan, this is my game plan. Like what was plan A for you?
Trying to find my community as far as like friends. So I ended up literally one of my best friends, I ended up finding her there. She literally is from Alabama too. Lived like 15 minutes up from like my hometown. But we didn't start hanging out until we got to Houston. So we both just kind of went through the motions of finding ourselves in Houston together. Literally.
Was it like, because I don't even know like the vibe in Houston because I've never been. Oh my God. Like everybody just seems like when I be seeing it, everybody just be like outside. Like,
oh yeah, outside. But Houston, I'm telling you, Angel, I don't know how you never went to Houston. I've never been to Houston. I gotta show you a good time. Please. Me and my homegirls, we got you.
Okay, me and Olandria are going outside with the whole.
I thought Olandria was moving. She not moving no more. I guess them prices too high. Yes, sis, to save your coin. I guess it got too expensive.
Girls. Period. Okay, so
she was supposed to move to LA. That's what in that Nick blabbed it out. He's a yapper. Y'all remember Nick blabbed it out a few months ago, and then now I guess it's changed.
What led you to go on Love Island?
It's so funny because Love Island been reaching out.
You said she should watch your thing, auntie. Then they grow a lot.
Did me for the past 2 or 3 years?
That's true because I used to be a shelter girly. That's what it was. That's why I'm giving you guys all those tips. I know. Trust me, I've been through it.
In 2023, 2024, 2023, I was like, I don't know that. I didn't know what the show was. I'm like, I was so career focused at the time, so scared to mess up, and so career driven. I was like, I don't want to risk going on this show and mess up everything.
She's a perfectionist, and I already knew that. That's why she stayed with Taylor's old trifling ass for so damn long, chasing him. She's a perfectionist and she's very image conscious. This is going to actually not be good for her. She's a people pleaser, y'all. We gotta whip it out of her. I hope somebody does. I really hope somebody talks to her and she starts to really get more self-esteem about being confident in her choices.
Because I know it can either go really good or really bad.
Yeah.
So I was like, I don't know yet. Never seen it, so I was like, I can't say yes to something I've never seen before.
Yeah.
2024, I was in Thailand and they asked me to fly out. And I'm just like, I'm celebrating my birthday, so I'm gonna just go this way. So I was like, you know what, God, if it's meant for me to really do this, put this back in my schedule in 2025 and I'll see what I can do. You know what I mean? So they reached out to me in February and again.
Put this 1.5 speed. It's getting really good though. So let me put it. I'm gonna do playback, a fast playback, because it's getting late for some of y'all. I don't want y'all to stay too late.
In April, so I'm like, okay, twice in 1 year, cool. Let me just see what this is about. Third time's a charm, and thank God I did, because it's like my life has changed for the actual better. So I'm like, thank goodness I decided to do it this year.
Wow. Yep, Nick has more dating history. This could be a good or bad thing, y'all. Oh Lord. But I mean, so far he's doing really well with treating her with so much respect. He's treating her like a queen. But I could definitely see that in the long term, like this might actually work against her a little bit because she's inexperienced and he is. So, but we'll see how it works out with them. I really hope that it does.
That's crazy. Like, how did you reach out to people? Like, is it like an app that you're on that you want to, like, what is it?
Instagram.
Really?
And my account was so small in 2023. I probably had like 4,000 followers at the time. I thought it was fake. Oh, you trying to set me up? What's up? But yeah, they reach out to you via DM.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how do you find me?
And what made them like?
I don't know. Maybe it's just like my pictures. That's my aesthetic on social media.
That's crazy. So them coming. So when you got on, what? So you said no 2022? No,
2023, 2024, and I said yes 2025.
So when you went on there, you were like, I'm going on there to find love, or you said, I'm going on there just to like, I'm going. Like, is this what God has for me? I'm going.
No, for sure. So I honestly, the dating scene in Houston is trash.
Really?
Yes. So I got so fast.
It's show Liz. I got a friend who she moved to Dallas, y'all. She be telling me all of the stories. Remember the friend I told you are Sagittarius. Her birthday coming up this week anyways. But yeah. She told me all about Houston. Oh Lord, pray for the girlies in Houston. They need a lot of prayer. Didn't they have the highest STD rate? I think it was Atlanta. They took the crown from Atlanta. This is craziness.
Set up.
I feel like everybody out there.
No. Yeah, just because it look good don't mean it's good for you. There's a lot of good looking people, but it's like they're not it. But anyways, I got so fed up with the dating scene. In Houston, I was like, you know what? Let me just like take a shot in the dark and go on Love Island to see like what I can possibly find. Last year, shout out to my homie, my homegirl, Serena. Her love story is beautiful. So many of the other PPG girls had like beautiful love stories. So I was like, you know what? Let me see. Like, let me just take a shot in the dark. It's working out for Serena, Leah. Like, let me just take a shot in the dark and see like what this could look like. So yeah, that's what I did.
Yeah. How was it on the show? Like your experience there?
It was good overall. I mean, like living without your phone and not being able to talk to your parents. That was tough at first, but honestly, as I was going like through the weeks, that's like the best, I guess, peace of mind I've ever had. Really? Like you don't have the outside opinions of social media. You don't have your friends in your ear, your family in your ear. It's just you and your thoughts, literally. You know what I'm saying? And it could be nerve-wracking at times. Like, dang, I just want to take a little scroll on Twitter real quick. Or,
you said LMAO taking the crown for STD is crazy, Sasha, but it's true though. Was I lying though? I'm being honest.
The most at peace I've ever been in my entire life.
Would you do it again?
That's how you know my meds done ran out.
Like as far as like doing like, was that like a 30-day fast? She said, nah, hell nah.
Oh, you talking from my phone?
Yeah, from your phone.
Like if I'm just on vacation and no phone?
Like, well, how long did you have no phone for? Like how many days?
6 weeks.
That's a long time though. That's to have your phone and not even able to talk to your parents. And then when your mom finally came on the show, like you were surprised? You were fully surprised?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. I feel like that was such a great moment for you and your mom. And,
no,
like,
for sure.
Being able to see that after a long
Literally,
time.
like even looking back, like girl, the accent came out, everything came out. Ain't no codes with your mom. We'd be like, girl, who's this? Like, why are you talking about this?
Even when she came on, everyone was like, God damn, that's her mama? Like, she was looking fine. I was like,
oh yeah.
I was like,
she always been that girl.
Yeah, is that where you got it from?
Oh, for sure.
Really?
For sure. I know how people have like little allegations. I'm glad she came on there and showed them like, oh,
that
no,
is look real. That is beds. Period. Did you guys like enjoy the experience of just being there and like felt like it was real and like a real sisterhood? Because I feel like you and Shelly are like super close, and like you took that away from the villa. So you going on there, did you feel like you were able to build that strong bond with her?
No, for sure. Like sisterhood means a lot to me. I literally grew up with two sisters in my household. So one thing about even with my friends, like my at home friends, like it's something I've always shared. So a lot of my friends, I've been friends with some for 20 years, some for 10, 13 years, or whatever. So like building that bond, that sisterhood, something that's always been so important to me. So like when I went to the villa, I definitely wanted to find it there because like I don't have my friends here. I don't have my family here. So it's like I need to feel family like bonds with you guys. I'm here with y'all for 6 whole weeks. So like I need that.
Yeah, I love that relationship that you and Shelly had. That was so cute. Also just being on there and going through the dating experiences and everything, you finally got Nick. You and Nick are so cute.
Thank you, Queen.
I got on late, so I really didn't see everything that was going on, but like being able to do all the challenges, how was it? Like the experience of like doing everything and like I was like kissing everybody. I'm like, I don't know if I can be able to do it.
It's so funny because I thought the same things. Even the first day having to kiss 2 people before you pick your couple. I'm like, damn, like what's wrong with saying what's up and high five and like we just kissing out the gate. Like stop and spit on these names. That's crazy.
Yeah, Shelly, unfortunately, her friendship with Shelly got ruined by that little they called him a little boo boo, but I call him Shorty Doo Wop Ace.
But it's so crazy because with the whole challenge thing, it's like you black out. Like you just get in straight up challenge mode and you don't think about it. You just do it. It's the craziest shit ever.
Really? Yes. Are you like lit a little bit? Like you can drink?
No, you're pretty sober. I think your nerves and just I don't know. Challenges are so fun. So it's like you be so excited to like do something.
That's crazy. What do you think the hardest part was about being in the villa?
not being able to talk to my family and friends. Yeah. Especially like the days that you just can't really process your emotions because in the villa at the time it's so fast. Like you're constantly having to have chats and you know the challenge is like when do you have time to really process your emotions?
What's going on?
With the, you know what I'm saying, house full of people.
Yeah, like
cameras is always on. He's like, how do you process it? Because typically I would journal. You can't journal.
You can't journal?
You can't have no pencil paper because you have to talk. Like you don't want you sliding
That's
notes.
good that she journals, y'all. I told y'all earlier in the chat, do that. I'm gonna start adopting that again too. I stopped for a minute. I ain't gonna lie, but I'm gonna start journaling again. It's very therapeutic.
People like you can't do none of that. So it's just like, dang, like how can I process my emotions if I have a microphone on me? If I have cameras on me, so it's like I would usually go to my friends and family for those type of talks and things like that. So knowing that I couldn't do that there, it's like, what do I do with myself?
Was there ever a moment that you were like, I can't do this shit? Like, I gotta go.
For sure. It's so much. It's so funny because it would be times when me and Iris, shout out to my girl Iris, we'd be in the bathroom and we'd be like, next dumping, send me home. She's like, no, send me home. We in the bathroom like going back and forth, like, no, send me home, send me home. Yes, because it was like it got to be a lot sometimes.
Oh my gosh. Were you ever like nervous or like the thought process of like what people thought like back home or like what America thought?
I was more so nervous with my family thought, because before I went, my daddy and my uncle was like, I don't know about this. Yeah, they was watching a few episodes. They was like, you could be on there doing this, kissing, like all that. I'm like,
nah, my parents would have had a heart attack. They could not handle it. Her parents did all right. I think a lot of people's parents did a pretty good job, y'all. It's too difficult, yo. Oh no.
So like not too much on me. So I was always like nervous to see like what my dad and uncles and what they thought. My mom, she was cool with it, like, you know what I'm saying, having her approval like really pushed me to go forward with it. But yeah, I was always nervous what my folks thought because they mean the most to me.
No, I think that's important rather than anybody else. You finding love like slower and then towards the end you finding Nick. How was it for you that made you feel so comfortable with him?
Prior to me and Nick really officially coupling up, we had a bond first. Friendship before anything. So that's one thing about me. When I say I'm a slow burner, I kind of want to just build that friendship bond with you first. Because one thing about it, if you just build a whole connection or relationship off intimacy and y'all get into it and everything fits out and all y'all got is just intimacy, like what the fuck is that?
Or even looks.
She talking about Sierra here. That's practically what she talking about. Oh Lord. Oh, shots fired. She talking about Sierra. She talking about Sierra, y'all. I caught the shade, Olandria. Well played. This is a Gemini right here. The other Gemini that are Nigerian American Gemini. Oh Lord, that one that she was an airhead, but Olandria doesn't seem like an airhead. The shade was subtle, but I caught it.
It's like
you know what I mean. But it's like when you have that friendship, that bond, that trust first, like build that strong foundation first. Even when you have like the biggest fallout, like y'all was friends before anything. You know what I'm saying? So it's easy to start back at the root and then work your way back up. Yeah. So it's kind of what I wanted to like.
No, she talking about Sierra. Okay, let me slow it down. You see, this is why I gotta slow it down. Hold on, we gonna slow it down for this part. She talking about Sierra, y'all. She didn't say it, but she didn't have to say it. I already know who she talking about. Listen, just listen to what she said. Listen to what she said.
Yes, because it was like it got to be a lot sometimes.
Oh my gosh. Were you ever like nervous or like the thought process?
Our family, like, they was watching a few episodes, like not they with it. But yeah, I was always
you finding love. What was it for you that made you feel so comfortable with him?
Prior to me and Nick really officially coupling up, we had a bond first.
Yeah,
friendship before anything.
Yeah.
So that's one thing about me. When I say I'm a slow burner, I kind of want to just build that friendship like bond with you first. Because one thing about it, if you just build a whole connection or relationship off of intimacy and y'all get into it and everything fits out and all y'all got is just intimacy. Like it's like what the fuck is that?
Or even look
who she talking about here, yo. I know she's talking about herself, but doesn't that sound like his relationship with Sierra? She said one thing is if all you have is intimacy and there's nothing else. He was hunching Sierra in the bed. I'm telling y'all, I know it's a subtle shade. I don't think she's realizing that she's doing it, to be honest with you. I don't think she did it on purpose. But yeah, the shoe fits Sierra, y'all. It fits Sierra. It fits her real well. Very well to me. Yeah. So think about it. While she's talking about herself and her slow burning, she's also talking about Sierra and her fast ass. That's what that sound like to me. So that's why I said subtle shade. It's a subtle shade for me. Subtle, very subtle. Basically, she doesn't respect. It's not that she doesn't respect, but she's like, that was nothing. That's why she doesn't see it as anything to her. So that's why when people are like, oh, but that was your bestie, that was your friend, she's like, he just slept with her. He hunched her a few times. That's it. That was it to her. That's it. That's all. That's why she doesn't care. She doesn't see it as an infraction to her.
Looks like
you know what I mean. But it's like when you have that friendship, that bond, that trust first, like build that strong foundation first. Even when y'all have like the biggest fallout, like y'all was friends before anything. You know what I'm saying? So it's easy to start back at the root and then work your way back up. Yeah. So it's kind of what I wanted to like do in the villa. And I know a lot of men is very impatient. They want to get straight to the nitty gritty.
They want to get to the draw.
You see what I'm saying? I'm like, hell no. Like,
you see, there you go. So there you go.
Lord. He was real patient with you, that's what I love about it. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, you know what? I like that about you. You don't really shy away from that. A lot of guys are like, no, you take it too long. Like, this is too long for me. I'm like, it was just cool. Got my way. You know what I'm saying? Like, next, whatever.
It's always something better.
Right. So I think that's why I was so comfortable with him when we got actually in a couple. It's like, we already been friends. We've been through all that. You know what I'm saying?
I'm glad you didn't like settle. Like, you waited your turn. You waited for your opportunity and found it at the right way. And like, when you got all the way to the end, like, were you like, all right, shit, we're going to do this? Like, out the villa, like, we're going to continue to do this? Was that like your thought process?
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, that's good. I like that. You've been like, was this your first like public relationship?
Yes. Well, no. It was not. In like the,
but this public.
Oh yeah, girl, yeah. I ain't never been in nothing like this before.
Do you like it? Do you enjoy like? Because I've experienced the public side and I like being on the private side. Like I'd rather you don't need no me.
Right. So it sucks because like America met us publicly. Like you know what I mean. So it's like now people feel like, oh, I want to see more people. It's like as much as I want to show you more, there's the other side of the internet too. Just like always nitpicking it, every little thing. Oh, I'm not buying it. A good thing I ain't selling shit. You know what I'm.
Oh yeah. Okay, we gonna she. Okay, hold on. I might have to slow this one down. Lord, it's too fast. Okay, I'm gonna leave it sped up. But yeah, she's right. People are nitpicking and they're finding any reason for him not to be attracted to her because they're mad that he left Sierra for her. And you know, and she's a black woman. She's dark skinned, beautiful black woman. He's a, attractive white man, and so there's the jealousy right there, y'all.
I'm saying? So it's just like, I don't care what you buying. Like, I have so many videos and pictures of me and Nick in my phone that I just don't post because that's for me. I don't have to.
And people have these like parasocial relationships. Like they think that we're in a relationship. I've been seeing like, they'll put, oh my God, Olandria touched his feet today. Like, like, I mean, like what? Like that's, I feel like it'd be so weird. Like people really be thinking that they're in the relationship with y'all. And you don't get to enjoy like the privacy of like anything. Like y'all can't get into it. Y'all can't when we was younger.
You glad she said it because 4-4 was sending shots. Yup, with her pussycat video. Yeah, don't you wish your girl was hot like me? Now I saw her on a bike with Elon the other day. I was like, girl, go get your life. Good luck.
I'm following you today. Like I'm not talking in your block. Like that. You can't even do that.
No,
like because everybody's clocking it.
Right. So that's why I just like, I kind of just cherish our moments together. Even when they find out we're together, like, oh, where's the content? I'm like, as much as I want to let y'all in, like, I have to cherish these moments because when we was sharing like a lot of things with you guys, people was calling him performative and all this stuff. I'm like, well, then when we stop sharing with y'all be looking crazy. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, exactly. So it's just like, I don't know.
Yeah. No, just keep it private, Olandria. Keep it private. I promise. For your mental health, do that. Keep it the way it is. Let them speculate.
I don't like the public. That's something I do.
Now I understand.
That private shit, like,
girl,
everything out, I feel like it's out in the public, everything else, but like, keeping my relationship private is like the most sacred thing because now you can't touch that. Like,
it's so funny because prior to me like being in this life, I always wondered like why so many people that's in the spotlight chose to like not speak on a man. I get it. I so get it now. Like, because people be all in your business.
Not that they want your man.
That too. And sometimes they don't even want him because he's cute. They want because you have him. You get what I'm saying? Girl, I don't like nothing like that. Because, don't do that. They want to touch
I don't play by my man.
Yeah.
No.
Just to be like, oh, I can get that too. No, you can't. I don't like that.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Yeah. I mean, it's like y'all now, and it's like y'all can't shy away from it. But if they do shy away, then that's y'all business. Right?
It's like part of me like want to like.
They called him the Timu Nick. I like Elan. He was a little swishy, but he cool. He cool though. He mad cool. I remember when he was walking in the villa. What was it? Somebody had him swishing his butt. That's why I call him swishing.
Sure, because I know we have like fans that truly deeply support us and love us. It's like I don't want to like take that from them, but it's like at the same time, it's like
this is my longest stream ever. We almost done, y'all. We wrapping this right up. This is the longest stream I've ever been on. Shout out to the first sis. That's why it's so damn long with her Danish deception.
To a point, you get what I'm saying? It's more so like the haters. They always want to speak on something. I'm just like, find you something safe to do. You don't like me? All right, cool. Talk to you again. I don't know.
Before you like got way bigger than you are now, would you used to clap back at people?
Girl, yeah. They be finding my old tweets. Girl, I called my dirt neck. I said, girl, I used to cut up on Twitter.
Neck?
Really? Like 2016 Rihanna type. Like for real. Cut up
I need to use that one. Dirty neck. That's a new one for me. New insult unlocked. Love it.
And it's like, I don't want to be that. I don't want to be her no more.
Yeah.
I want to look grown now.
Yeah.
But like, please stop trying me though.
No.
She ain't too far gone. Like you
haven't been able to clap back. That's another thing. When you can't even say.
That's why I just be Beyonce to a lot of the BS. Like, just be quiet and shut them up with success. And they hate that. Girl.
They get mad.
Girl, what?
And you're a black woman? Oh, they mad. Oh, it's coming. Thank you.
Like, get ready, haters. They be clocking that. They always keep on me anyway. So.
Well, now that you see that your name is huge, you're getting all the dream brands that you want. How has that been like on the outside of your personal life? Because I think some people sometimes get caught up in the relationship. Yes, y'all got together off Love Island, but like you as a person, you had these goals before that. Like you still your person, you're your own self. And I always.
Oh, you asked me, did I eat dinner? I ate no, I'm about to though. I'm about to get off soon.
Women like be your own.
We're almost done with this one. I got it's gonna be finished soon. We sped it right up really well. I just ate this. I'll be okay though. I'm gonna eat dinner right
and then bring it to the relationship.
It's 8:30 over here. We wrapping this right up. I know it's very late. I didn't realize that deception story was gonna take that damn long. That was my bad.
Like the man is the plus. Like you're the extra. Like and it's no shade to the man, but at the same time, like I'm still like I don't forget that. So how has that been for you being able to be your own person and separating like I'm Olandria, you're Nick, and I'm still gonna pop my shit, and I want you to pop your shit too.
Nah, facts. I feel like it's so easy, especially with a partner like Nick. He allows me to be myself. I'm unapologetic. He never like try to shut me down or water me down.
Yes.
I'm always talking about how I love being black, whatever.
Yes.
He support the hell out of it. He never
What? Wait, what did the I love being black come from? Wait, 1 second.
Well, you can't even say. That's why I just be Beyonce to a lot of the BS. Yes. Just be quiet and shut them up with success, and they hate that. Girl.
They get mad.
Girl, what?
And you a black woman? They mad. Well, now that you see that your name is huge, you're getting all the dream brands that you want. How has that been like on the outside of your personal life? Because I think some people sometimes get caught up in the relationship. Yes, y'all got together off Love Island, but like you as a person, you had these goals before that. Like you still your person, you're your own self. And I always remind women like be your own and then bring it to the relationship. Like the man at the plus, like you're the extra. Like and it's no shade to the man.
You said, oh, okay, it's almost like, oh yeah, we almost done, y'all.
But at the same time, like I'm still like I don't forget that. So how has that been like for you being able to be your own person and separating like I'm Olandria, you're Nick, and I'm still gonna pop my shit, and I want you to pop your shit too.
Nah, facts.
Okay, so she didn't ask anything about blackness. What did blackness come up from? Why is she talking about that?
Like, it's so easy, especially with a partner like Nick. He allows me to be myself unapologetically. He never like try to shut me down and water me down.
Yes.
You know, I'm always talking about how I love being black, whatever.
Yes.
He support the hell out of it. He never those type of talks never make him feel uncomfortable. He support me through and through regardless of what I got going on. And he knows he's dating an it girl. Like, never try to steal my shine when we out. And they take pictures. He be like, oh no, take pictures of her. He be like,
thank you.
Of it. You know what I'm saying? Because
I think she said that because remember the apology or the whole Huda situation, and people were dragging him because he had just posted like a one story on Snapchat and he didn't really talk about the situation. I think that's why she brought that up. That's why she brought it up.
No, it's so funny because prior to this life when I used to
12:37. Oh, we wrapping this up. Okay, I didn't know I was keeping y'all that late. Okay, we done, y'all. We done.
I would literally tell the guy, like, you know, me being from the South, I'm all about Southern hospitality. Like, open my doors, buy me flowers, do this and do that. Like,
did they say anything interesting in this interview?
Cute. The Agua de Kefir, that one was cute. Like, all of the shoots that we've done.
Are there any like dream partnerships that you want to work with? I don't like when people are always recording me. I can't even take a sip of this.
No, I was on camera. I was like, dang, like, I didn't know it felt like this. But honestly, I really like interacting with my fans. I love meeting them in person. I don't really get to think.
No,
on the side, we wrapping this up, y'all. I thought it was something revelatory. All right, Olandria is doing great, awesome. I'm wrapping it up right now. I didn't realize it was midnight for some of y'all. Okay, yeah, we gotta go. I'm gonna let y'all go. On that note, thank you so much for joining this long ass stream, almost 9 hours, but we made it through. Love y'all on the replay. Love y'all too, replay family. Everybody look out for the case studies this week, and we getting going, y'all. So have a great night, and I shall see you next time. You said they clipped her on Twitter. I love being black and accused her of having not a pro-black from Shelly fans. Oh, that's why this interview was famous. That's why I was like, what happened in this interview? I thought something happened. Nothing happened, y'all. I thought it was something. I thought something sparked. She said something crazy. All right, I'm going to let y'all go now. Have a good night. See you next weekend.